Good afternoon, one and all worldwide, and welcome to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series 2022 from here inside the Casino Gran in Madrid, Spain. I am Ali Najad, joined by Randy Liu. Nano Noko back with us after a few-day hiatus. Randy, I don't know whether or not you guys covered it or not, but apparently some passport issues we had.
Did have some passport issues, but it's a priority that I get here, right? Because it's been so long since I've been to a Triton event, several years. I miss Cyprus. Happy to be back here, of course. Action's been great. I've been super excited. Got good No Limit Hold'em the other day. Good No Limit Hold'em coming today. More short deck. It's just a great venue, too.
Yeah, no question about it. Glad to have you back with us. The 75K Day 2 will be happening today. We're going to bring you that coverage momentarily, but as is standard and customary, let us begin with a look back at the finale of the 50K, event number 6. And what an incredible day we had on our hands. As we glance back at action at the final table, the first casualty was limitless. Linus Laliger, who was all in with an ace-9 up against the king-queen of eventual champion Mikita Badziakuski. He flopped himself top pair, and Linus was unable to connect with his three-outer from that point forward. And so he was dispensed in 8th place with a 187,000 euro payout. And then the man who captured all of our hearts, a first-timer to Triton, Tom Bedell, who drew a line in the sand with ace-6 off of a stack of 1.1 million. Unfortunately for him, he was up against an ace-10, which was always dominant. And for Fedor Holtz, it held, and that was all she wrote for Mr. Bedell, who was all smiles and definitely brought a refreshing energy to that final table. He took home 240,000 euros, coming off of a win in a 5K euro No Limit Hold'em event from right here. Then it was the turn of Bruno Volkmann, the Brazilian, who was joining us. And Volkmann was in a three-way altercation with his queen deuce. He managed to turn a deuce, but of course it was real bad considering that he was up against the two queens of Fedor Holtz. 303,000 euros would eventually be going home with the Brazilian, and that left us with a five-way final table. Danny Tang found a queen deuce of his own and put Kevin Pak all in, the Dutchman. First timer to Triton with the ace-4. He was in good shape pre, but post it was a different story as the queen 5-6 board hit Danny Tang for top pair, and Paquet was unable to find an ace in the stub, and his elimination would earn him 389,000 euros. And then the Dutchman left behind 4 players, which included Mike Watson. Here with pocket 4s, he had the one-legged version of those aces, nowhere near as powerful. And Danny Tang had the medicine. The look on Watson's face said it all. Once the ace-high board came in, he was looking for runner-runner, as you see Tang understanding just how improbable Watson's victory would be. From that point forward, a little squint and a nice chip infusion for the eventual second-place finisher, as the Canadian Mike Watson added 482,000 euros to his career Triton total. And then during three-way action, Fedor Holtz found an ace-queen. Usually a good hand, Randy, but not against ace-king.
Definitely not against ace-king. They were pretty deep here, but when you're playing three-handed, obviously everyone's very aggressive. You just got to go for ace-queen, and sometimes you just get cooler like this.
When Danny piled on him, he understood that the bottom end of the range was unlikely to contain too many hands that the ace-queen had in rough shape, and the king-high board left Fedor nodding and also left him looking for the exit. After the 4 paired on the turn, he would earn 616,000 euros. Not a bad day's work for a man who is, I believe, retired from high-stakes poker, though here he is playing. And then it was an epic heads-up battle between Mikita and Danny.
They played for several hours. It looked like Danny Tang had Badziakuski even down to 1 million chips when he had like 17 million. Kept getting all in, and this eventually happened when the blinds were 400,000, 800,000.
2 9s for Mikita, who grabbed his flag and wrapped himself as he awaited the flop with these 2 9s against Tang's king deuce. And the flop contained a 9, so obviously it was a really uphill climb with 2 clubs on the flop, and 2 to a wheel once the Jack of Hearts rolled off. Danny Tang, all class, showing love to Mikita, the very first ever 4-time Triton champion who came over to get some love from his gal who is accompanying him here in Madrid. And I got to tell you, nobody, including our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, expected that final table to last as long as it did. Incredibly epic. Danny Tang, as you mentioned, 17 million to 1 million. Somehow, Mikita managed to climb out and get back. And in the post-match interview, when I was talking to him, he seemed to throw it all up to luck. But you watch some of that final table. Mikita's got the chops.
Definitely. And yes, luck is always important, but this guy is a killer. I remember I played with this guy way back when we were playing 10, 20, 25, 50. That was high stakes then, right?
Right.
He took all my money, rolled it over into these Triton buy-ins, and he keeps shipping tournaments. He won back-to-back main events in Nolan Hold'em at the Triton Series. He was like in Montenegro, went to Jeju. It's no surprise that he's able to take down his 4th title here this is a big field, over 100 entries, $50,000 buy-in. And it's epic because actually, during the streams, we were talking to Jeff and Henry, and I was like, who do you think is going to reach 4 titles first? Is it going to be Jason Kuhn? Is it going to be Mikita? Possibly Wai Ken Yong? I said, it's probably pretty close. Both Jason Kuhn and Mikita are amazing at No Limit Hold'em, amazing at short deck. I just didn't expect it to be so soon, literally the next day.
Yeah, it was not a long wait after that conversation before Mikita managed to pick up his 4th. Let us turn our attention now to day 2 of the 75K Euro event, which will not contain Mikita Badziakuski because obviously he had to play so deep. In fact, that final table finished after that day 1 was done. And actually, James Dempsey is stepping in to say Mikita will have the opportunity to register in that event. Okay, so cool. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Depends on how hard he partied last night after that victory. I stand corrected. We have 63 total entries with 40 uniques in the 75K Euro buy-in. A little bit of a downturn. You think it's a function of that just higher buy-in, just that extra 25K weeds things out a little bit?
It's definitely true. There's a point when people are like, oh, it's starting to get a lot because we know these guys like to rebuy.
Right.
Into 50K, I believe on average, every player was in for 2 bullets.
Correct.
So it's kind of like 100K.
Correct.
Right? So now we could turn this into like 150K. They played for 2 days, right? Some people got really deep into the tournament. Maybe they didn't want to buy in short. But they're still firing away. 75K with this kind of entries is still pretty good. But maybe they're waiting for some short deck action. They're like, okay, you know what? This is too calculated a game. Let's get some more gamble, get some all-ins and stuff like that.
All right, let's give you a look here inside the Triton Poker Plus app, which is available free of charge to all of you. It's exactly what we use here in the broadcast booth and what the players use when they're out there to keep themselves informed as to the goings-on. The winner of event number 1, Michael Adamo, the Adominator, finds himself at the top of the field with 1.15 million, followed by Elton Sang and Jason Kuhn. The level currently 5 and 10K, and with 36 remaining according to what I'm looking at here. There's 9 last-minute entries, including Ferdinand Putra, who I saw roaming the halls late last night, Tony G and Volkman in there. Danny Tang obviously played a long late night, and I'm told Mikita's going to be in the mix as well. So it'll be certainly nice to have that robust crew all ready to take center stage. And speaking of center stage, my understanding is this is our featured table here. It contains Ivan Liao, the Malaysian, along with Elton Sang, Stephen Chidwick, Luke Gilles, who's also part of that Dutch contingent. Victor Malinowski, who, by the way, Randy, reminds me a little bit of Linus Laliger insofar as he's got that legend, that aura about trashing people online for so long. But then when you transition into the live streets, it's not quite apples to apples, is it?
No, he's actually a really nice guy. I was just speaking to him. I was like,
yeah.
He was like trying to hype me up. He was like, well, remember when you played 24 tables, you played such a high VPIP? I was like, come on, man. Like, I'm a commentator now. You're the pro player. Let's talk about your accomplishments. But he's amazing player, just like Linus. They're both legendary, right? Linus Love and Limitless. They're very strong. But he's just a nice guy. But he'll talk all the smack he wants. He challenges people to heads up, and
right.
He'll take it down. I'm excited to see him at our featured table, especially with all these other Asian businessmen roaming around the streets.
Right. Earlier, I think I crossed my signals when I referred to Linus as limitless. In fact, that was, of course, Victor's online handle. But easy to get the two mixed up for me because of their resumes. Just such strong presences online, legends, the types of guys that were, the chatter of every forum, of every chat group as they navigated their way through those online streets. Seth Davies also at that final table, always a strong competitor and really a diverse crowd we have at that feature table. As you get one more look at it and scrolling down through the top chip stacks, we find Phil Ivey there in the mix. Still fairly early in the action. Average stack, 344,000, good for 34 big blinds. And I think some of these bigger buy-ins have actually begun to draw names that we didn't see here for our first few events. We're about halfway through the festivities, and sometimes it's the guys that want to get the blood pumping. Those 75Ks, the 100Ks, the 150s, that's what they are here for. And if we haven't already shown you, inside the app, we also have video on demand. You can actually work your way through the app. And as you can see, all of our prior stops are here. You can click on any given stop to look for highlights. For example, back here in Cyprus, you can see all of the winners in our 5 different events. There's Ivy, who took down I believe it was a short deck event that he earned his title in, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a 75K indeed. And here you see the ability to just go back and watch along. So just because you might be in an inconvenient time zone to what we're doing over here somewhere in the world, as I know many in the Western Hemisphere are, doesn't mean that you can't go back and soak up all of the action. Later on today, Randy, we're going to have the 50K short deck Euro buy-in. Day 1, we are expecting a big turnout for that. Obviously, the large Asian contingent, almost none of them miss a short deck event, do they?
No, a lot of them don't even want to play the no hold'em. Like,
yeah.
Oh, this game is too dry. These guys just tank all day. This is a game where you don't really need to tank. And there's a lot of reentries. You thought an average buy-in of 2 rebuy, or 1 rebuy, right, from the 50K. This one, you're going to have people in for 3 bullets, people in for 5 bullets, 6 bullets. Very, very common. Even with the structure where they break it down where you get 3 bullets per buy-in.
Right.
It's a splashing game. This attracts the businessmen to come out and play. And, yes, of course, there's always a skill edge when we're playing poker. But in short deck, these guys have a much better chance of winning and just crushing and taking it down.
Yeah, let's take a look, if we can, at the payouts. I believe 1.4 million for first. I don't see the tab here that gives it to us just yet, as our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, and our staff will be working together to get the information over to our developers. 8 places will be paid here as day 2 will draw the 75K no limit to a close. And in looking at the chip leaders with Adamo, Tsang, Kuhn, is there anybody here who maybe you wouldn't have expected to be among the chip leaders at this point based on their style of play, or somebody who you want to circle and keep your eye on?
I'm telling you, every single one of these guys is really, really good, man. But I'm liking the top up there with Michael Adamo up there. I love seeing Elton Tseng with a lot of chips. This guy's splashy. He doesn't play like the rest of the guys. He's going to just try and take them. He wants to put pain on people, right? He's like, these pros come out here. They think they're playing high rollers. But this is anti for him in some of his games.
Yeah.
I have a big eye on Elton Tseng. I think he's going to put a lot of pain and he enjoys it. He just laughs at you throughout the whole stream.
And it's not personal. He just this is his approach to poker, right? We see some aggressive personalities, Rui Cao, of course, among them as well from the Asian contingent. 8th and 11th in chips are Laszlo Boitas and Andras Nemeth. You may recall back in Cyprus, they found themselves heads up at a final table before Nemeth eventually would earn himself the title. Obviously, these guys from Hungary have got something figured out here in the long deck streets. And Christoph Vogelsang also joining the party. Hadn't seen him as yet, making the short flight down from London. Orpin Kisachikoglu is also in there with 21 bigs. And scrolling all the way down, let's see who's our short stack currently. Just 7 big blinds for Alexis Panakovs, the Latvian. And he's going to have some work to do, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do. But, he's a professional, man. Like, they know how to play 7 big blinds, 10 big blinds, 20, 100. They'll get it done if they need to.
No question about it. And last elimination was Sirzat Hizu. He was here for the first time in Triton. Eric Seidel, also a casualty prior to the close of play yesterday. All right, Randy, did you get to a chance to get out in Madrid, do anything last night? Anything before we started our broadcast today?
Just take a stroll. They have that lovely park over there. Got like the see-through glass palace. Like, you really got to check it out if you got the time. It's just a lovely place.
Yeah, no question about it. Lots of beautiful museums. I made my way out to Plaza Mayor, which is kind of the epicenter of Madrid. It was amazing. But for now, let's turn our attention to the epicenter of today's action. It is day 2 of the 75K Euro Long Deck No Limit Hold'em. And as we work our way inside, we feast our eyes for the first time on our combatants. Elton Sang will be the chip leader at this feature table, followed by Limitless, Victor Malinowski, and then you got 3 players kind of clustered between 27 and 24 blinds before the drop off to Chidwick, and of course the shorty, Luc Gilles, who's second shortest stack in the tournament overall. Blinds at 5 and 10,000 with a 10K ante. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, and here we go. Cards in the air from Casino Gran Via.
Is that Haxton right there? I think
It is.
It was.
Elton with the Jack-8 suited under the gun will behave.
I'm loving this lineup, man. Like, seriously, Elton Sang with lots of chips, and my other favorite businessman, Ivan Lau, like, Limitless. These are like the action players.
Yes.
We don't want the
Yes.
tight knits that are trying to like grind their way through. We're gonna see some pain for sure.
Malinowski getting frisky, making it 20K to go with the King 4 offsuit. Davies mulls it over on the button with 8-6 suited.
Yeah, King 4 and this cutoff is quite loose, but Limitless definitely confident in his post-flop play. Let's see, King 4 versus King 4. All right, gonna take a flop here, it seems.
Ace-5 tray, a couple of wheel draws, and Haxton will defer to the opener.
Did you remember when Haxton had that long hair?
Oh, yeah, out in the, was it Aruba with the
Yeah,
ultimate
somewhere in
bet
the
final
Caribbean.
table? And
Yeah,
it was just
crazy.
flying everywhere. Those days are long behind him.
All right, so that's actually a pot-sized c-bet. 50K. It's quite big.
Look at Haxton.
Wow. Still calls with just this more shallow stack, bigger bet.
Somewhat surprising. This represents close to a quarter of his remaining chips. 9 on the turn helps neither player.
I'll tell you, it's actually quite scary for Haxton to check call here. A big bet with his stack size. Almost seems like he's got an ace for sure, but it kind of looks like Malinowski is thinking about betting again. Why
Listen,
bet
it's
again?
scary for you and I, Randy, but for Victor, this is a non-issue as he barrels once more 100K. And he can expect that if Haxton were to continue, it would be for the full amount at this point.
Yeah, this is very bold, and this is why I said this is going to be a great featured table here. Like,
Yeah,
just guns blazing.
You could kind of see the look on Ike's face. It's like, hey, buddy, don't you understand when I call 50 on the flop here, I've got something and you're barreling at me again? Respect earned, and Ike lays it down as Malinowski takes the first pot of our final table and gives us a glimpse at yet another coordinated Versace ensemble. He brought the fire yesterday. Looks like he's accessorized here today. He's got the Medusa pendant working.
Nice glasses. Right. Yesterday, Kings.
Had the opportunity to meet Victor last year, late last year I think it was, might have been early this year, out in Las Vegas. He'd come out to.
Yeah, you're expecting like a rough personality based on his online persona, right? Like, it's going to mess you up.
Someone super aggressive and antagonistic. No, he's like the friendliest dude you'll ever be around.
Yeah, it's just wonderful to watch these world-class players because, like, that last hand, for example, I'd be like, okay, I'd throw a big bet out there. I don't think Haxton's ever folding in it. He must have an ace. I would never in a million
Follow
years.
through on the turn, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I would check back 100% of the time, try to realize the wheel draw equity, maybe get some showdown with king high.
But that's why we're in the booth, I suppose. We can save our money. We can
100%.
speculate. But look at this. We got a limp. Raids coming in.
Yeah, Elton gonna wag his finger at this Haxton small blind.
You know, it's connected. It's suited. We've got a little bit of stack to play for. It is not unreasonable for him to continue here.
Loosely connected.
Any connection is a connection in my book.
Haxton calls the raise and flops himself a club draw here. These paired boards tend to work well with ace high.
Likely we'll see Elton continuation bet. He's bloated the pot a little bit. It's a paired board.
Here?
It's actually going to be quite interesting if Haxton opts to just check raise all in with this stack size. Like, what will Elton do with the ace high?
Sure, we can maybe start the table too. Like
Yeah.
22K, the C
Yeah.
bet into 70.
Maybe I'm in. Depends on the stakes.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily looking to play 1K, 2K, but
No,
if we,
no, we can like normal.
yeah, like 1, 2 or 2, 4.
Yeah, it's anti. Then if it's
Yeah.
good,
Maybe make
it's
up some
good
rules.
Yeah. I think they played yellow and short deck there. It's a nice place. It's upstairs.
Yeah, no, I've been there once. But maybe, yes, this today or
After
maybe
midnight,
today.
because
Yeah. Then we can maybe
Haxton
try
did
to
make the call.
get
Now
some
the
things
board
going.
double pairs, which is a lovely development
more
for
people might
Elton's
be in
ace
it.
high, as the 7 is no longer an issue. You hear Victor Malinowski and Luke Gilles discussing potentially getting a little cash game action under their belt
Yeah,
later
they're like,
on.
let's not make it too big. It's still really big for us.
Yeah, right.
Do you know if you can buy in with
But interesting here.
the same wave for cash? Yeah,
Pairs the
that's amazing.
board.
That's amazing.
Haxton, is he contemplating a
you
lead
know, people and
potentially?
stuff, like, you know, handle.
22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is,
Really
and
nice.
just 22,000, somewhat of a binary act here, right? Just
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
betting to make sure I'm betting, which creates the opportunity for Elton to fold his hand, but he's not investing too much, given he's playing off of this short stack, and he's leveraging the reality of that short stack in order to actually demonstrate far more strength than a 22K bet into this pot size would normally have attached to it.
And also, he's kind of setting the price to kind of get a knock at his flush draw, right? And if Elton's holding a hand like 8 high that was making a move, like, is he really going to float you on a 9-9 deuce with like an 8-6? I don't think so. So it's actually, you know, quite a cool bet to do on a double paired here. I don't think Elton can fold just because, well, he chops with other ace highs. Maybe he's got the best hand, which he does in this case.
You can see him sort of apprehensively reaching for chips. And he's going to make the call. I wonder, Randy, if there's any card on the river that Elton would fold to the all-in from Haxton on, as we see Ike bink a 6. Just an incredible way to miss here. And my question was going to be whether or not Elton should just move all in if he's going to call all river shoves from Ike, at least creating some fold equity.
Yeah, I suppose Elton was probably going to call if there wasn't a club on the river. But now I'm just thinking about that bet that Haxton made on a turn. It, you know, it got him this card because it's possible that Elton would have bet the turn and, well, Haxton can't call for 6 high flush draw anymore. So he's created an opportunity or a way to win this pot.
Now, here's the weird thing for Haxton. Once Elton makes that call on the turn, he's got to ask himself how much ace high, which we presume would be the bottom end of Elton's range, considering Haxton blocks the club draws, does Elton have here versus some sort of pair that beats the 6 at this point?
Well, Haxton thinks there's a lot of ace high. That's why he's betting again.
Look at this. He's going for value. He's not shoving. He's firing 80,000.
So yeah, Elton in the tank here. Oh, it's very tough.
Well, he feels like he's getting milked. It would be such a weird thing for Haxton to be bluffing 80K of his remaining 118.
Elton's probably thinking that he's he thinks Haxton's expecting him to call these ace highs as well. So
Yeah.
it does seem like what it is. This would be some really good discipline if he can lay this one down, but I wouldn't fault him if he actually calls. It's like, just thinking about it. Yeah, usually you don't see Elton think for so long.
I like to see it, though, to be honest. Shows that he's putting some real thought into these situations.
Yeah. Usually he's laughing. He's not laughing right now. This is like, it's a tough spot. First big hand. Looks like he is going to make the call. Going to see the bad news.
Yeah,
Wow.
this is going to be gross. I wonder what happens if Ike doesn't hit the 6. That's what I want to know.
So can we have an alternate reality
Yeah.
where we replay the hand?
Yeah. Nice navigations there from Haxton, by the way, who really made the most of that spot. Obviously, it didn't hurt that he made the 6 on the end.
But he was able to get a lot of value from the 6. And, you know, a lot of, like, less experienced players are like, okay, I got showdown value. Let's just check and hope you check it behind.
The baristas have been working overtime out here at Gran Via as everybody's getting their afternoon caffeine shot so they can stay alert all the way through the end, in particular.
This
Gear
man,
D2.
gosh, I was just getting queens now. Haxton.
356K. That is roughly 36 bigs right now.
54.
And he's going to 3-bet it to 54,000. Not the kind of 3-bet that's designed to get Victor to fold.
Yeah, but suited ace 10 here. Especially these days, everyone's 3-betting these like ace 5s and ace 4s.
Right.
And like jack 10s, like this ace 10 is good enough to see a flop even out of position, especially for the smaller sizing.
Ooh, 10-9-8, and this is going to be a problem for Malinowski, who called the 3-bet and now has himself top pair, top kicker. No club on the board and some coordination, as Haxton has the overpair and the gut shot straight draw.
Definitely one of the better flops. He's actually going to lead out. I'm guessing, because this is one of those boards where ace king and ace queens aren't going to see bet that much just because they're not expected to hit this. They're supposed to be scared. So that's why he's taking the lead here, not letting a check back happen.
Almost just kind of asking Ike a question here with this 25K. Are you where you're supposed to be more often, or are you on that upper part of your range?
Yeah, and they got solid stacks to play for still, like 300K behind.
And by the way, Ike needs to respect this board as well, because Victor's range is wide. This isn't a guy who's just putting Group A to work.
Exactly. You know, Malinowski could have just flopped the nuts. He could have 2 pair. He could have sets. He could have some draws. Good news is Haxton does have the queen, so he does the backup if he hits a jack to make a straight. I wouldn't really fault him for raising because of how much is in there. I wouldn't fault him for calling and keeping it slow just in case it develops quite funny.
Yeah, and he goes with the ladder. Extra 50K into the pot. Now Ike picks up a heart draw.
The tricky part is Malinowski probably doesn't really know where he's at still. Because when he bet 2.5 big blinds, it wouldn't surprise me if even Haxton calls with ace-king high.
That is the downside to the sizing, is it really doesn't help to inform us with respect to our opponent's range in this spot.
Yeah, and with ace-10, no heart now. He's kind of like, do I protect my hand and bet again? I think he did reach for chips. All in and call. Whoa, this is going to be a big one. And
Yeah,
Yeah.
Malinowski ripped it in. This all happened real quick.
Very good spot.
Victor has 4 outs, but the upshot is that he has Ike covered, so he gambled. Let's see if it will pay off, as Haxton did not hesitate to make the call. And on the river, the King of Diamonds will complete a second consecutive double up for Haxton.
I think he's the table chip leader now after that pot. 737,000.
Leapfrogging Elton Sam.
GG has burned the car. I'm surprised she didn't put it face down and then just like heel it over slowly.
277, yeah.
277,000.
Drag it out there. I played all day yesterday.
You just bought in again right now, right?
No, I start today 237.
77?
Oh.
Please, king, queen, with hearts.
Yeah. You see the queen of hearts, that's what you want, huh?
Yeah. That's one more queen.
That's okay, change for the blinds.
Sure.
Fortunes changing so quickly for Haxton here.
Do I owe you a time bank?
Now the short stack at the table. Luke Gilles has a little bit of company, as Malinowski has slipped to 173,000.
I spoke to Luke very briefly yesterday. He's like, yeah, he basically told me I butchered his name as Giles, and it means horny apparently in his local language. He's like, yes, please, can you say Giles instead?
I didn't know that. I'm glad I didn't go with the Nano No-Go rendition. Suited and connected, Victor back in the saddle, under the gun. In raise open, and is it going to be round 2 between he and Haxton?
Indeed. There's a call.
Flat from the cutoff. See if the blinds will give the boys any company. Oh, yeah, I would say so. Ace Queen suited for Chidwick in the small.
Yeah, this should be a mandatory shove. Now, it's actually going to get quite interesting when he gets back to Haxton, because the shove is 16 big blinds. There's going to be dead chips from Malinowski, the big blind ante. Haxton might be priced in the call, and he just wants some chips. He might be feeling good.
Malinowski cannot oblige with 9 high, but the choice is Haxton's now.
Call.
And he's going to call. Flip City. 4% edge for Haxton with 5 to come. As Stephen Chidwick's run here in event 7 hangs in the balance. 3 off the top. There's a heart and a queen. Chidwick sitting pretty to double now. Top 2 on the turn. Just need to fade a 6. Mission accomplished. 364K pot will head Chidwick's way. A nice start to his afternoon here. Isaac goes from doubling to letting people double through him now. Working both sides of the street.
Well, he got the order right. You know, you need to win the first two to even be able to give the chips away.
That's right.
Can I have some change, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
That was
Nice throw.
That was a Carry Cat's caliber throw right there.
Thank you.
He
Shout
prides
out to
himself on his
everybody joining us, whether it be
chip slant.
via our YouTube channel, Facebook stream, or Twitch. And if
risky to
you
go
are
for
joining us on Twitch,
Been away so
we've got a brand new extension.
I was definitely
Seems
live
like
to just
some of
send
you
him
have
over the edge.
already tried it out. Just mouse over to schedule, payouts, giveaway, and more, giving you an even more comprehensive and in-depth Triton experience if you're streaming us on Twitch.
Every hand has you involved so far.
What's that?
Every hand has you involved so far.
Finally took one off, yeah. 4 straight.
Gunslinging today.
Only two.
First card was good.
Only 2 or 4, but I got
I was
the ones
okay.
that mattered, I
It
think.
was a 9. Okay.
Yep.
Jack 6.
Yeah.
We did.
Suited call.
Oh, me good.
Well, if you find yourself itching for action, have we got the thing for you? It is Polymarket, the leading information markets platform where you can trade on the most hotly debated topics or even topics that aren't hotly debated. Whatever your heart desires, Triton series, politics, current events, what Nano Noko is going to wear tomorrow. Check out the latest events happening on polymarket.com.
Yeah, played for a while.
Yeah, this is my first trip.
I was suggesting that it should be who's going to get the 4th trophy first, but they couldn't add that question in time.
I know, Makita ruined it. I don't think he feels bad, though.
No, he's
Nor
not
should he.
complaining.
Over 13 million in career Triton earnings now for Makita. Two red 7s for Haxton. And now an ace-jack out of the big for Davies off of 218K.
Yeah, kind of a tricky spot sitting on 22 big blinds. Definitely reshovable, but you are playing against an early position raise. He's still going to go for it. He noticed Haxton's been playing every hand recently too, so probably. Yeah.
He's shaking his head like, listen, guys, I'm really not trying to be a table captain. It's just these spots are dealing themselves.
3 rounds, 3 all-ins already.
Yeah. Not even with the shortest stack. All the other stacks.
Say, good to have you back, and immediately double
I think
turn.
Ike was an all. He was an all.
High cards are
Yeah,
hot.
he was
right
a short, he was.
Yeah.
I mean, like 20 gigs.
Davies saying high cards are hot. Maybe they just cooled off. 8-4 deuce, an awful flop for the ace-jack. Davies with the 6 outs. Doesn't find one of them on the turn, and now Haxton might be claiming a pelt. No, the jack of diamonds rescuing Seth Davies. Note that he didn't do the whole get up, it's over.
Yeah, my
Stay put, recognize that he was drawn live.
He did say the high cards are good today, so he was not worried at all.
Right, they were hiding for a couple of streets.
Had him sweat a little bit.
There we go.
So Haxton, what, is he back to where he was?
Yeah,
'Cause
kind of a roller coaster, right?
Yeah, that's a big double up. A really big double up.
No doubt about it. Seth Davies with a little breathing room now. I gotta say, by the way, poker players generally not known for being the most well-dressed set, especially in a lot of the tournaments out in Las Vegas that I'm around. You see plenty of athleisure wear, but not a lot of people just going for that high fashion statement. When you get to a Triton event, there's a little bit of a runway show going on. I mean, these guys showing up in Christian Dior and Versace. You got the expensive watches coming out to play.
yeah.
Dolce & Gabbana, one of our sponsors. Elton Sang playing for the home team.
Did you see Linus Love's, was it Versace too?
It
for
was,
him?
yeah. Yeah, the short suit.
And then I saw the top, and I didn't know he had a bottom half that matched the colors
Oh, yeah.
too. Yeah.
If you don't look hard enough, you might think it's a onesie because it's exactly the same print, top and bottom. Here we go. Ace-King for Sang, the min-raise open, and Gilles going to find some real bad news after Elton says call. That's the one hand he didn't want to be up against. Maybe 2 aces, 2 queens would have upset him
Action
too.
players, but then action cards too.
Yeah, action players and action cards, right?
Luke taking a spin, the shortest stack at the table against the chip leader coming in, who has reclaimed that title courtesy of Seth Davies doubling through Ike Haxton, who surged early to the flop. King in the window, but there's a jack with it, so Broadway is an option for the ace-queen.
Good flop for you.
Yeah.
3 of diamonds on the turn of no assistance. So Gilles is 10 fishing. Is it there? No.
Good luck.
The deuce will draw the curtain on the Dutchman's outing here in event 7 as our field thins even further. He will finish finish in 33rd place, leaving 32 players behind. Jeremy Osmus and Paul Pua, along with Nick Petrangelo, will all be in that 11 big blind territory now. Once again, don't forget that you can follow along and have access to all of the streaming delayed information that is obviously the most relevant to you as somebody watching along with Randy and I here simply by downloading the Triton Poker Plus app available in the Google Play Store or in the Apple App Store. King Jack now for Chidwick. Upstairs.
Ace Queen. Late position, definitely a hand worthy of 3-betting. You got position, should get called by dominated aces and queens. You could just flat call as well, depending on your style, but I don't know, these guys are just so aggressive. They tend to 3-bet a bit more often. He's probably looking at the guys behind him, too, to see their stack sizes on whether they have, like, that shoving range. Or you can see him looking around everywhere, analyzing everything. And this guy just stares straight at you the whole time.
Almost feels like he's staring through you.
All of the chips, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. On the button.
Okay, I can't count chips. It's 105,000.
All of the white chips.
Service.
Unless there's some hiding behind the shot clock there.
Your bottle of water, please.
How much are these white chips? I forget.
25K.
Okay, so maybe it was all the chips.
Well, it said the raise was to 105,000. Obviously, we know Davies is sitting a lot deeper than that.
So who are we getting?
Drum roll.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Like an Asian businessman. What do you think?
That would be a fun ingredient. Not that we lack spice here. Might feel that way just because we haven't had any participation from Ivan Liao just yet, but trust me.
Give him some chips. He
This
will
man's
give
not
you.
a spectator.
Yeah, good. You.
Oh, hey, it's Putra.
Oh, welcome, sir. Ferdinand Putra playing under the Indonesian flag, who enjoyed a nice chip infusion just moments ago. And looking back at the Triton Poker app, he took a pair of kings up against Alexis Ponikov's and busted Alexis, who was in there with 8-9 of clubs. And Putra got in yesterday, didn't waste any time making his mark, did he? $417,000 in career Triton earnings with 1 cash. First event was back in 2019 in London, and his second was most recently in Cyprus.
Yeah, I did not know who Putra was before, but his debut Triton event was the $1 million the $1 million event for the Triton head, right? And you know, actually, funny, let's see, I think actually, I want to talk about him real quick, but you know, it looks like he's gonna shove. We had some short deck cash game happening from Cyprus. I did some voiceover for that. Putra was in it, and he's just having a good time. And then they introduced that Jack 6 offsuit 10K bounty hand, and he was just
it got bloody.
Yeah, he made it bloody for people. He got bloody. All sorts of fun. So really a great character in the game.
And sure enough, out of the big blind, he will raise and take it over the top. So we've got a nice balance here at the feature table.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like to see.
Oh,
I
yeah,
like to
sure.
see this mix of, you know,
yeah.
like when I say businessman, it's not like a businessman does not mean bad player. They're like really good still. Not call someone like pro businessman like Paul. You know, he seems to win every tournament, get second place every tournament.
I mean, it's a fair point. When you come to a Triton event, even if you're a VIP or a businessman, somebody who doesn't play poker for a living and is wealthy and wants to challenge themselves, after a while, just through osmosis, and these guys aren't successful in life because they aren't intelligent. Clearly, they're smart, thinking people who observe their environments. You see sort of a lot of the concepts, a lot of the approaches bleeding in to the habits of the VIPs and the businessmen, and eventually, Paul Pua being perhaps the finest example of this, you can no longer really be regarded as a recreational player insofar as that moniker generally is assigned to delineate your talent level from the super pros. Paul's right there with the top players in the game right now and really impresses me every time I watch him play. It happens under this like very jovial, pleasant table demeanor where he's not intense and he's laughing and he's having a good time, which throws you off, but you don't have to be intense to be great. And Paul exhibits that, as do many of our VIPs who come out and get stronger and stronger at each stop. Meanwhile, three-way pot here, Jack 7-5. Seth Davies flopping middle pair out of the hijack. Check to him by Elton Sangs, bottom pair, and Ivan Liao with top pair. So a little fun for everyone.
Yeah, and they all know that Ivan's a little bit crazy how he plays, so Ivan likely can get some value out of this, right? Where, yes, the guys are holding kind of weak top middle pairs and bottom pair, but they're just like, we think Ivan's always on the draw or something, and then they might get a call somewhere, depending on what sizing he goes for.
It's 35K into 75. Elton does have that ace of hearts.
Yeah, definitely helps for backup. The only problem is you do have one guy behind you, so obviously if you call and the other guy calls, you just know you need some backup. Doesn't look like he wants to call, though. I know Davies is always suspicious of Ivan, so yes, he's got middle pair for kind of a weak backup kicker, but I would not have expected him to fold to Ivan.
I mean, it feels like it could just be a position bet from time to time. As we know, that's not the case. And now Davies picks up a gut shot straight draw. The only trouble is when the 8 rolls off, a 10 would give your opponent a higher straight.
Yeah, definitely important to think about those reverse implied odds.
Yes, I won.
Love to see Ivan just keep betting. This board is getting a bit too connected for his hand. You don't want to see one of those 6s, 8s, or 10s roll off.
Where did that even come from?
It's a good sign, whoever it lands on.
No, he's actually going to check, though. Guess he got a little bit scared of the 9.
Playing pot control and allowing Davies to make trip 7s in the best hand here on the river. And as played, Liao is sort of obligated to call a pretty broad range of bet sizes from Davies here.
I actually kind of expect Davies to just kind of go for all of it. It's slightly above the pot. If he thinks his opponent would have a jack, he probably would have to call off, right? You can easily have 2 hearts.
Slightly above the pot, meaning the effective stacks with Liao sitting on 189.
Correct, yes. And I know Davies likes to play big pots, and he's not shy. It would surprise me if he went small. It just seems like the hand you're most likely to get called by is a decent jack.
I think also it's customer contingent. He knows that Liao's a guy that's got no shortage of gamble. He's willing to draw a line, make a big call.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. He's thinking about it. I mean, he's definitely going to go at least 100K minimum, but I'm expecting that 189 going in, or at least 145.
Yeah. Just don't know when. I can't wait.
I guess he's going for all the chips.
Or all the big chips. That's enough to cover. Okay, yeah. Liao with just 189, a stack of 400 will suffice. Now for Ivan, this is sort of, pardon me, in part our own doing by not having bet the turn.
Yes, exactly, and you feel a little bit under-repped. It kind of sucks having a king-jack because your opponent might even do this with a king-jack himself, or like, you know, if he's getting ambitious with like a queen-jack, who knows? I don't really see how he can fold, especially if he could be up against 2 hearts. You're not blocking a heart with your cards in your hand.
It's such a polarizing move from Seth on that draw-heavy 2-heart flop, in which 6-8 got there, 10-8 got there. We can kind of take 10-8 out of the equation, perhaps, though maybe Seth calls with the gut shot on the flop. I believe Davies opened the pot for a raise, if I'm not mistaken, the min raise and the hijack. So
Correct.
maybe some of that 10-8 we remove. Even some of the 6-8.
I think Ivan's thinking, why didn't you c-bet the flop if you had a jack, for example, or if we had an overpair? Like, why are you taking this line? So he's trying to convince himself to call, discounting some of these top pairs. I guess he's wondering, did you really hit a 7? Did you call me on the flop against my sizable bet with a 7? You know, there's lots of things to think about. This will be an amazing fold if he can do it. Like, yeah, he's going to make the call.
And you see that anxious moment after Liao makes the call where he looks up, eager to find out whether or not he was correct. And unfortunately for him, the King-Jack ends up being his demise as Seth Davies surges forward. He had one to come with Ace-Jack, binks the Jack, and now look at him.
Everybody hit something.
He's probably thinking, let me not do a Haxton, though, and just give him away real quickly after.
I'd like these chips to stay a while. With that pot, Davies can breathe. Well, M88 Mansion is the official sponsor of both Triton Madrid and La Liga, providing the most competitive sportsbook selection, largest collection of casino games, and the most immersive live dealer experience. If you want to know what it's all about, head over to m88.com and join M88 Mansion today. Speaking of La Liga, the hometown Real Madrid Football Club is in the Champions League final. We'll be playing on the 28th, not here, but up in Paris. My understanding is they had another home game, one last home game here in Madrid during our time at the Triton Series. Look up the schedules, certainly. Would be great to be able to go and check that experience out.
It's actually kind of interesting that Malinowski decided to just limp under the gun here with 15 big blinds, ace-10. I'm sure he's certainly capable of doing this with some big pairs to kind of balance these, try to get a free flop, cheap. Because he's so shallow, he's trying to create a larger effective stack size to play for post-flop. By raising, he's kind of committing on most flops, you know, if he's got a little bit of a piece. So he is going to go straight there. Flops top pair, looking good.
Chidwick checks it over to him. Little c-bet, easy fold. And that one's a wrap. Still early here in day 2 of event 7, where 29 runners remain as we work our way toward the money pool. 8 places.
I think someone's sitting right here.
Ah, okay.
Now, I believe that's a Triton Poker t-shirt that Davies is wearing, but I'm not sure what that logo on the front is.
It's a Zodiac animal. Which Zodiac is it this year, though?
It's this year's Zodiac animal?
Last year's? I don't know. I assume it would be. I'm a fraud. I don't know which Zodiac it is this year.
I know, Randy. You expect out of the two of us, I'm going to know what Zodiac animal it is this year? That's your department.
Just over 200?
A pig. That's a pig, right?
Looks like a pig. Looks like a rather aggressive pig, an angry pig. Maybe even a warthog. But I don't see any tusks.
20.
Producer James Dempsey stepping in to advise that perhaps it's a bull. There's no year of the bull.
There's no year of the bull. No, that's why I didn't even say no.
Oh, boar.
Boar.
Okay, so
is there a year of the boar?
First it was. First it was stop infusing your Western attempts at zodiac signs. Then it was stop infusing your British accent into our headsets. So either way, our producer James basically leaving us worse off than we were. Only kidding. It definitely takes a village to bring you all of this streaming content from here at Casino Gran Via. And we certainly hope you're enjoying the efforts. 2 clubs, 2 fives, and a 4 on the flop here as Mateos, the recent arrival, the Spaniard, filling the vacant seat left behind by Luke Gilles' departure.
Still have one eye.
Yeah.
His feet wet early.
I'm sure he's hungry from the last tournament. He was doing really well and just had everything crumble and didn't get that top finish he was looking for.
10 of clubs on the turn now, giving Mateos the lone flush draw in this altercation.
Yeah, when Davies checks back this flop, it kind of looks like he's got ace high a lot. He doesn't. He just has queen high. Depending on what he thinks Davies would do with an ace high, he might potentially bet turn and river, especially with the jack of clubs. You got the extra equity. He's going to fire out 16,000. Really hard for Davies to do anything with just queen 8, no club. He's going to lay it down. Nice little pot for Mateos.
Well, our producer, looking to redeem himself, has just come over with a complete zodiac wheel, whereby the only 2 animals that seem to be candidates would be the pig, 2019, Animal of the Year, or the ox, 2021. But I don't believe we had any Triton stops in 2021, so to have a shirt with an ox on it would be a bit weird. The last time the ox was in play was 2009. That's before Triton, so we're going to go with pig.
We're going to go with pig. But
Final answer.
Not a boar, though. It wasn't even on there.
No,
I
the
didn't
boar is not
touch
even.
it, but yeah.
That's a freaky pig, by the way. I mean, I'm sure it's still a delicious pig when cooked properly, but a pig nevertheless. Speaking of pigs, have you had a chance to sample the jamón ibérico out here in Madrid yet?
I have not, but it sounds like I should. You made it sound all fancy the way you enunciated
Listen, it is perhaps one of the most famous tapas in all of Spain, which prides itself on the quality of its pork. It's kind of a
that. I'm going to get that T-shirt
Carpaccio.
and wear it while I'm eating it.
wow. You really want to make the people over at PETA angry, don't you? Ace 9 suited for Haxton. Makes it 20,000 to go. Mateos with ace 10 has the right kit. Flats. And he'll be heads up. Neither player hits a pair, but Mateos does pick up the Broadway gutty. Checks along with the flow of play to Ike.
It wouldn't be surprising for me if Haxton decides to c-bet this one. Guy flats in a small blind can easily have a little medium pocket pair. Just depends on whether he thinks he flats out that kind of a stack size. It looks like he's going to check, so he doesn't actually think he's got those middling pairs. More has like a king queen and ace, not like a queen jack. So I think Mateos is going to bet here because when Haxton doesn't c-bet this board that should hit him, he's thinking that Haxton's got a random ace high or pocket 10s, pocket jacks, pocket 9s that just really can't continue to any size bet on the turn.
And sure enough, the 55K will earn Mateos the pot. And speaking of earnings, Adrian Mateos has over $1 million in career Triton earnings. He already has a 10th place finish, good for over 108,000 euros in the 50K no limit 7-handed event. And then way back in Macau in 2017, he finished 4th in the main for 890K, as he currently sits 5th in chips. In looking at our counts, brought to you by Armand de Brignac Champagne, Seth Davies has overtaken Elton Sang, the original chip leader at our featured table. Neck and neck are Haxton and Chidwick. On the other side of Mateos, we find the newcomer, Ferdinand Putra, and Victor Malinowski. Nobody really in that all-in pre-flop situation. Still playable depth even for Malinowski with 16 bigs, although we know Limitless likes to play big, so we could see him open shoving from time to time. the guy's name is Limitless.
Yeah.
You got to be true to form.
I don't know if you know, but Limitless, the way he spells his name online is with an I instead of an L. So you cannot like Google him if you didn't know that. It's like Limitless.
Oh, so it's capital I,
Capital I.
and then another I, and then Mitless.
Yeah, just like you can't find him. If you type in Limitless, you get the movie instead.
Oh, that's funny. Does he do the $2 signs for the S's? 'Cause I feel like that would be appropriate,
He does not.
given his successes. That's what all the rappers do.
Yeah.
ASAP Rocky, ASAP Ferg, ASAP whatever it is.
I mean, he's got the Versace right now, so, you know, maybe he's going to try to request for a screen name change.
I feel like he should take his Versace gear to his tailor and have them put a line through the S for a $. Meanwhile, Ferdinand Putra's first involvement here as he picks up Seth Davies, who picks up top pair. Checks it over to Ferdinand, who has the ace of diamonds working, and position.
Yep. Does have a shallow stack, though, so, you know, if he c-bets here and he's wrong, you know, turns him into a more detrimental stack, does decide to check back. It does hit the big line reasonably well this flop.
6 of hearts, further deteriorating the texture for Putra's ace-10.
With the queen-jack here, you don't really want to check again. It just seems when someone gives back this flop, he's not looking to really continue. Don't give him that free card. We'll love to see a bet from Davies.
Davies firing the 90K and taking it down as Putra keeps the losses to a minimum. 28 left here in event number 7. 75K, 8 max, no limit.
They've really upgraded these shot clocks. I'm waiting for them to be in the store so I can pick one and put it in
for your home game. I just want them to put a little loop at the top so I can wear it around my neck like Flavor Flav. Players do rave about them, though. As oftentimes we see the iPads in lieu of the shot clocks in a lot of these tournaments. Any shot clock, no matter how it's presented, I think, is an improvement for poker. But obviously, as we evolve, we like to make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed. And that is without question the ethos of the team here at Triton. Sort of the mandate of Paul Pua and Richard Young is the best of everything. And yet somehow, Randy, I'm here.
I've seen them, you know, update this shot clock many times. I've seen it from Montenegro. It's just more basic. It kind of looked like a time bomb a bit. Had wires coming out of it, but you know, they just really developed it. I thought the last one was a good iteration, but now they got these adjustable street by street time banks. And it looks like Hexton's got a play here in the big blind. I would like to see him make a reshove. I think that's what he's looking for, as long as he thinks the under the gun has enough hands that would open and fold.
King Jack suited for Putra, made it 25,000, and Haxton indeed asks for the rest. Boy, that King Jack suited so pretty until then, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels so bad, and you know, you just lost a little pot right before. You feel bad if you're throwing away to a little pocket pair here, but he does have to lay it down. Fortunately, he could be up against an ace-jack and ace-king.
Putra does not lack gamble, but he also is smart enough to know when the spot's no good.
Oh, man.
You do some drinking last night?
Uh-huh.
You do some drinking last night?
A little bit. Drinking and playing, yeah.
TLO?
Yeah.
Up go the blinds to 6 and 12K.
Warming up for the tournament?
Kind of. I haven't played PLO for years. Keep losing every day.
There's been more PLO?
Yeah.
No one invite me.
No,
Don't
they
act
want
surprised you didn't
like-
get the invite to the PLO cash game, Isaac. Guys are trying to get the rust off. They don't need razor blades in the mix.
Need an Elton disguise.
Axton wants to wear an Elton costume to the cash game. There you go.
What time we got on this shirt? Do you see that?
Hammer time. Ace 3 suited for Haxton, facing the 26K Open from Elton here at the new blind level.
Yeah, it's under the gun, so it's tricky with the ace 3 suited. Like, calling's not amazing, 3-betting's not amazing, folding's not amazing. Just, I guess, just depends on how loose you think Elton's opening from under a gun with this sizable stack. Might be bleeding into a time bank pretty soon. You can see that he really wants to play it.
70.
70K, it's going to bump it up. It looks strong, small blind versus under the gun.
We'll see just how much strength Elton assigns to this 3-bet.
I mean, maybe Elton wants to punish him for trying to make a disguise out of him, right? To get into that PLO game, you know, feels a little feisty. But usually you would expect a fold here, and there's the fold.
You bet every hand and win.
That's not going to get you invited.
No, it's not. Maybe if I showed the 3.
Yeah.
Bad start, good end.
Bad start, good end.
Yeah, on 50K I had the opposite.
Well, I've got an update
You had the
from
opposite.
elsewhere
Yeah, you bubbled
in the field.
Yeah, I started, I had like 1 point.
During the pregame,
Oh, no.
talked about the Hungarians. Laszlo Boitas, your new overall chip leader, currently sits with 1.28 million in front of Jason Kuhn, who runs in second, and Ben Heath, who was popped up to third.
See, I think Laszlo is invited to the PLO game because he gives a lot of action. Much different than, you know, Haxton.
Haxton gives action, he just gives it when he has the best hand. That doesn't count?
Not quite. All right, Limitless. He's sitting on like 12, 13 big blinds. I think he just put some calling chips there in hijack. So, you know, he came in with a different game plan. Game tree's been developing now. People are so much more advanced. Still, he decided to limp here. Create that larger stack to pot ratio in case we do see some flops. Put in some multi-barrels. You can see Melton normally would just auto-fold this from the big blind. Now forced to play it post-flop.
Right. Neither player hits the Queen Jack 5 board.
People who limp generally do have these middling type hands like Queen Jack, King Queen, Queen 10. So it's not surprising that he decides to fire this flop. Easy for him to rep it, even though he's got absolutely no connection.
Elton, perhaps plugging away on the Triton Poker Plus app, as so many
I'm
do.
sure, yeah, very familiar face, yes. Long time ago, it's still, yeah. It's still closed.
Just before the pandemic.
Right.
Just,
COD, I think.
yeah.
They're going to reopen anytime soon?
It's problem with junkets right now, so
Oh yeah, the junkets are all done, right?
yeah, they're probably gonna need to reopen them somehow, and then it's gonna get more action.
24.
Right now they have a limit 3 players per baccarat table.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought I heard Win Poker Room reopened like just a couple days ago, but also limit 3 players per
Yeah.
table.
You only play three-handed poker?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then,
Kind of
but
cool,
then,
actually. I don't mind three-handed.
but then you cannot, I think, travel there still.
It's only
You have
people
to
who
go
are,
to China, I think, to get there. Plus, it's also not as easy to. Maybe next year. So we're gonna do more.
yeah.
Ace 8-5 here as Chidwick defended from the big against the King Queen offsuit open of Ike Haxton and checks top pair.
It is normally you would be c-betting ace high boards with king queen. I could see him potentially just checking him back with the nut no pair with the best king high. Can really go either way.
40.
Wow, he's actually going a sizable bet. Usually people put out smaller bets, but really put the pressure on Chidwick if he doesn't have an ace. Does have an ace, so we know he's not going anywhere. But it might be similar to the hand we saw before, where like, you know, Haxton fires another bet in there, holding king queen. You know he's blocks the ace queen. We'll see what Chidwick does first on the flop. All right, start for call.
Another 80,000 into the middle. Pretty dry board. And now Haxton binks the queen.
If Haxton was considering multi-barreling, he won't be anymore, just because now he beats the 8, he beats the 5. He probably doesn't expect an ace to fold too often. I don't think he's got much incentive to bet the turn. Yeah, so as expected, does check back. River card is the 7. Is there a chance Chidwick goes for some value on the river? No kicker? Possibly. Just depends on whether he thinks a worse pair would call. And I don't think a worse pair would call, personally.
Nor do I, and I'm not sure how much worse pairs Haxton would have in his range. The only trouble is if we check, we also can't necessarily expect those worse pairs to bet.
Yeah. Sometimes in those situations, you'll see someone just put a block bet and just pray for like a crying call from a hand like King Queen. He throws out 50K. Haxton, like, since there was no flush draw on the flop, the straight draws do hit a pair with showdown value. They probably wouldn't be betting too often. I wouldn't really expect a call unless he thought Chidwick is getting real creative with like a 5-6 turning his hand into a bluff or something similar. But no, he does call. Gonna see the bad news. Well, that's a great value with the top pair. I didn't think that he could get called by worse, but he managed to do it.
I think the King Queen specifically is right in the range of hands that aren't necessarily going to go away. It would be weird, though, for Chidwick to be betting an 8 or a 7 on that particular board on the river, so it does.
It basically depends on whether you think the guy would turn that middling hand into a bluff.
Yeah.
But some players, they don't. They just check down and hope they're up against a Jack 10 and just, check, check.
ACDC, which is like a backgammon variant, so I was wondering.
Oh.
How does ACDC work? I'm not entirely sure, but it's something. I think it's kind of a stupid game. Like if you roll 1-2, you get like a joker roll basically. Like you get to pick your roll, and then something else happens.
Looks like it's 10:45 on that clock on Haxton's shirt, by the way. I wonder whether or not that's the doomsday clock. Feels like the kind of thing Haxton might go for.
AM or PM? Can't figure it out,
If it's
can
the
you?
doomsday clock, it's PM, my friend. That's for sure. $25K to go, says Elton from the button with this Jack 4 suited. And Well, he's run into a little bit of kit behind him as ace-queen suited in the small for Chidwick and ace-9 off behind him.
Yeah, we'll see Chidwick 3-bet this hand. It's just the later the positions they are, the more incentive you have
70.
to 3-bet it because you can get cold. You're opening wider, so the other guy will have to defend wider against it. Not the Jack 4 of clubs, of course, but you know, if his opponent was say on the Queen Jack of club or Queen Jack and ace 10, something similar, they probably won't fold. Might even put in all the chips, and you can just get a full double.
Like yesterday, right? So every time.
Easy money. Easy money. Every time I raise, I get 3-bet. I don't know why. But the other scenario, you'll be like, call, 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 call.
You got big blind issues here. We're playing 12-12, yeah. There you go.
I have some stack issues too. Okay.
Nice to see Malinowski keeping a lighthearted sense of humor about his current plight.
Yeah, he's really funny, actually.
Despite how funny he is, I feel like he's left more tears than laughter in his wake in his poker career. But absolutely. Pleasure to be around.
Well, I think Mateos is gonna probably go for it. Malinowski getting quite short. Blind versus blind. Of course, suited king is enough. He's calculating his chips, whether just to make sure Malinowski doesn't have a bit too much. He could just call too, but yeah, these guys are aggressive. Snap.
Is it?
I mean,
Oh, he played pretty
there's
good.
only 30 in each one of these.
So Mateos has his hearts covered
30
with
of
this
them a
king
year.
6. He does have
Plays pretty
Malinowski
good.
covered as well. That's the silver lining as Victor
Playing really good, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
will look to spin a double here. 3-2 favorite heading to the flop in this 354K pot.
What happened this time?
The small blind and the big blind got all
Pair of
in there.
deuces.
Oh.
Doesn't really change much in terms of Malinowski's desire to just anti-sweat a king or a 6. Now the turn does add
What?
a 3 to the outs for Mateos. So 10 outs
This got ace deuce.
once
Like
for
the-
Adrian to eliminate Malinowski. Anything else and Victor will double. Oh,
Oh, you win, right?
the 3 on the turn,
guys.
giving Malinowski a wheel and giving Mateos runner 6 high straight. And
Good jump first.
we lose Victor
How did the actual
Malinowski.
Things, I don't know. Actually. Things, I just
Confirmed stack issues now.
Yeah,
swap them down.
they don't get much worse than that.
You shove, right?
Yeah, all in call.
Well, Victor's departure is the 25th place finisher. Leaves us with 24 players left. Short stack now belongs to the Brazilian Bruno Volkmann. Just 6 players at our feature table now. I'm sure some rebalancing is imminent. Action wasn't on Putra with that 8-9 there. Instead, it was Elton saying with the queen deuce, who made a bit of a meal of it before putting it into the muck. And Mateos on the button with an ace. Feel like I know what's coming.
Definitely going to be raising. Small blind is dead since Malinowski just busted. It's kind of like a heads-up pot. 6-3 is just not so good. But if you're confident in your post-flop ability, you know, some guys take a flop here. But it's a bigger sizing. You can see it's 2.5x.
And the lack of that 6K in the small, which is dead, doesn't help prospects either. So Davies will just pitch it in.
Never play Go. Never play Go.
You'd be
Yeah.
waiting
Or
for
you got,
players
like, a
from the
big
broken
grid,
table,
white,
yeah?
White and black stone.
No.
You make territory. No, it's big in some parts of Asia, but I don't know which.
I could play Chinese chess.
Chinese, what is that?
Dealer, we should be waiting for players from the
Chinese
broken
version.
table.
Yeah.
Basically.
With dice on?
No,
It's the way
dice is
early,
not.
no?
No, no.
Carry on.
It's just
How does it differ from?
They are coming from
Really?
the table. And the
Floor?
moves are different and the
Are we waiting for players from the broken table, or are we dealing?
setup and everything.
I thought so. Yeah.
Quite interesting. I think it's funner than the English chess.
Same board? Like 8 by 8.
No.
No?
It's like quite different.
It's bigger?
Yeah.
So it looks like Daniel Dvoris and Christoph Vogelsang will plug the vacancies here at our featured table. Dvoris, the Canadian, somewhat of a Triton fixture, 4.3 million plus in career tournament earnings, and 11 cashes. And you know where you can find all of that information? The Triton Poker Plus app. Live data at your fingertips, available on both Android and iPhone. Download it today. Christoph Vogelsang, the other newcomer, playing under the German flag, living in London that last check, 478,000 in earnings across his Triton career, which began all the way back in Macau in 2017, where he picked up his first cash in the only event he played, a 6 max.
The other day, Vogelsang had his hoodie on. Ivy was sitting right next to him. Ivy raised and he looked at him. He just started to chuckle, right? And then Vogelsang actually took off his hoodie. They didn't say a single word to each other, but he like actually got him to take down his hoodie just because he's Ivy.
Wow. That's like being in the presence of a Jedi.
Where'd you at?
Didn't say a word, looked over, chuckled, and then made the man remove his hoodie. Okay. These are not the droids you're looking for.
Not quite short enough to call, I don't think. Suited
Ace
or-
Jack suited here in the cutoff for
Suited.
Mateos.
Suited is close.
And up we go.
I think we were 7-handed. Yeah, I think really close, but I think we fold.
Jack 10 suited, such a pretty hand for Davies against that late open.
Maybe even 1-2.
Some people opt to call. Some people opt to 3-bet if they don't like calling from the small blind. Davies, you know, confidence post-flop play will take a flop, but annoying because he's obviously dominated. But, you know, you can't always know that. Another jack coming in.
I had like 770 to start.
Dvoris getting a lay of the land here, the newcomer.
He's sitting on a ton of chips, 941,000.
Mm-hmm. 80 bigs deep. He actually is going to be the chip leader on arrival. 7-5 tray. Dvoris with the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, he's got technically the best piece, even though it's not that much. But if he does, you know, the guy who raises pre-flop doesn't c-bet this board that much because it's not expected to hit him. Dvoris is actually contemplating leading out himself, expecting a lot of checkbacks from those ace highs. And he could take it down. He's going to check. Mateos is... Yeah, once he checks his flop, he's kind of putting his hand face up, so does give a 6 on the turn.
Yeah, Binky, 7 high straight for Dvoris. Actually has the field drawing dead to a chop.
There is a chance that Davies throws a little stab out there, even though he doesn't have anything, just because he knows Mateos doesn't have much to check back that flop, but he does opt to check. If Mateos didn't bet that flop. I don't think Divorce is going to expect him to bet this turn card. So I would say Divorce is going to lean for chips. Just why give him that free shot to maybe pick up a river card that could help them?
$30K. No customers, understandably. Do you think there's much of a difference between the 8 max and the 7 max versions of our long deck events at all? Is there going to be any tangible market difference toward the way that players approach full tables?
Personally, I don't think so.
other
It's
Danny.
pretty much the same thing. We'd start to get a big difference from 6-handed.
Yeah, 8 to 6 is definitely different.
Yeah, very clearly.
Yeah.
You know, like oftentimes even in the 8-handed, we're playing 7-handed, right? We're balancing tables, people busting out. But I don't think they're like, oh, this is an 8-handed tournament, I'm not playing, and vice versa. It's just close enough.
I would agree.
Small blind versus button 3-bet pot. He had queen jack at king 10 suited. Just came 10-9x.
Putra folded a king 10, did he? Or that's saying. I apologize.
And I don't think you're allowed to be a high roller if you want to play 10-handed or 9-handed. You know, like it's just it's not a cool thing to say.
I mean, listen, high rollers, generally speaking, want action. And you're not going to get it when you're playing 10 or 11-handed or even 9-handed. The thinner the field becomes, and the more you're forced to play pots and find yourself in interesting situations.
Yeah, they pretty much ask you to leave. You know, like, oh, you want to play 10-handed? Please, another casino if you want to play. Let's see, Divorce, Jack-9 suited. So he's up against 20 big blinds. I think it's a bit much to just kind of go nuts with it, so he's just going to call. And we'll pretty much call any raise as long as it's not all the chips.
Obviously, he's got some respect for the man in the big as well, like Axton.
Some people opt to raise when they see a limp with such a garbage hand. They like to be very polarized.
Bottom end of the range.
I suppose this is connected, so maybe we take a flop a little bit more.
7 and 3 is about as connected as Madrid and Barcelona. I mean, yes, they're in the same country, but are they really close? Divorce flops the gut shot straight draw on the queen high rainbow flop, and we'll check over to Ike.
Not really.
Axton checks back the 7 tray. Neither player improves on the arrival of the ace.
I think the ace card, ace definitely helps Divorce here a lot. Haxton will be raising once he solved a small blind limp with an ace in his hand very, very often. If he opts to bet on the ace with the Jack-9, he will be putting a lot of pressure on, say, bottom pair. They probably wouldn't even considering call. So that's why you see him reaching for chips. And I think it's a lot of chips he's going for. Almost pot-sized bet. I love the way he maneuvered there.
Nifty pickup there for Divorce as we take a moment to remind you that we have an active giveaway in progress. Those of you streaming us live, simply type !giveaway into the chat. And in 6 days' time, we're going to be hooking one lucky person up with a pair of Triton joggers, a mug, and a signed Triton t-shirt. And when I say one, I mean 5 winners. So the odds just got 5x better than they were when I first started that sentence. 1,325 entries thus far. That's !giveaway to enter. Do it today.
The quality, by the way, of the gear is top-notch.
Yeah,
I'm not just saying it because I'm wearing it right now. Like, it really is. It's better than a lot of clothing stores out there. So that's extra value if you're going to enter that giveaway.
Are you even surprised, though? Like, every single thing about a Triton event is extra. Super thoughtful. And the players are definitely the celebrated part of the experience. I mean, they come first anytime there's feedback. It's always taken into consideration. Really, it's with pleasure that the team looks to provide the best experience around. And I got to say, even as somebody who's come in, I know you've been with the crew for much longer than I have, it has been a very impressive experience just being a member of the staff. So obviously a big shout out to all those who come out from all over the place. Yesterday I was out and about Madrid shooting some content with the social team, and during one of our pieces I was advised that the staff to player ratio is 1 Triton team member for every 2 players.
Really? Wow, that's a lot of staff.
Yeah. Not bad, right?
Yeah. But no, they definitely listen to player feedback. You know, they want to improve things. And, you know, I was here in the beginning when they had Montenegro. Things were, you know, not as developed, but, you know, they want to run a big Triton series. And they're getting more, you can see more entries every stop, right? Quality of shot clock's improving. And this is from player feedback. It's not like there's one guy just like, oh, I want to update things. No, it's like the players say, hey, you see some of the Asian businessmen saying, you know, some of these guys take too long, so now the pre-flop is shorter. You know, like we got different, the shot clock time banks are changing just so they don't get confused with other chips. That's why it's very clearly a blue. You know, tournament director listens to all the feedback too. And, you know, it's not like, it's for the players, this tournament, right? Like, they created the Triton series and, you know, they donate like a lot of it to charity too, right? This is just all around a great stop. And look, the live coverage, you don't got to pay a single dollar to watch it. It's just so awesome.
And by the way, this is not a cheap operation.
No, it's not.
So if you're out there, you're enjoying these streams, by all means, let us know, whether it's by Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, or YouTube. Obviously, you can connect with Randy and I as well through our Twitter profiles. And such a global audience, and a privilege to be bringing you this coverage here of Event 7, Day 2, the €75,000 No Limit Hold'em 8 Max event, where the current chip leader is England's Ben Heath, as he has overtaken Laszlo Boitas here at the featured table. However, Daniel Dvoris is the chip leader, and he puts ace-4 to work against ace-3. It is bottom pair against the two-way straight draw for Elton Sang, who defended from the big blind, 66K in the middle.
It's the funny double straight, right? Because, you know, you hit the 6, the other guy's got an 8, so you got to consider that straight draw is not as good, but it's reasonable enough. Could definitely help you against a big pair or something. Check, check. So once you see this check, check, wouldn't shock me if Elton decides to throw in some power. But, you know, the top card pairing makes it seem like the ace-3 high could still be good. It just depends on how he wants to approach this one. But actually, I just noticed, you know, 3 diamonds out there. He's got the 3 diamond back up in case he wants to get better ace highs that don't have a diamond to fold as well. Yeah, he's going for those chips. But, you know, with ace-4, it's a solid hand on this board. Your opponent could be just betting a single diamond.
Dvoris mulling it over. Ends up making the call for 30K, and now the jack on the river leaves Elton Sang adrift and out of position with just ace high unimproved.
Yeah, I don't think he thinks the ace-3 is good here very often. It's just the question is, am I going to get called by worse? He thinks would I get called by like a weaker hand?
Ace.
The
Ace,
4
no good.
is good.
Yeah.
So they knuckle it down, and Dvoris able to haul one in.
So hard to hit.
He's not wrong. folded all the way around to Putra's button, as Ike declined to open from the cutoff with the ace tray, and Putra will go to work with a jack-10 offsuit. And with no takers, he'll pick up an orbit's worth of blinds and antes.
William didn't come?
No.
Not well.
We went to Singapore, right?
Yeah.
For here. I met YQ and Ivan and everyone else.
Oh yeah?
Then we went to KTV. 8 of us, 7 of them got COVID. I didn't get it.
Oh.
If not, I would probably stay in Indonesia now.
Running good.
Everyone has it.
Putra, perhaps a disproportionately robust immune system, as he's telling the story about going to KTV with a big crew, and everyone but him came down with COVID. We might need a plasma transfer from Ferdinand. All these airplanes, car rides. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He's our guy.
All right, had 7 clubs. Definitely something you can work with on the dealer button. 500K stack.
Nice.
25K. Over to our big blind. Jack 5 suited, definitely worthy of defense.
Both players coming up empty on the ace-king tray board as Mateos checks it over to Elton.
Yeah, majority of the guys are going to c-bet this board. Someone didn't re-raise you. It's unlikely to hit the ace-king. So here we go, quick bet and fold.
And the blinds creeping forward, diluting the stacks, 10 and 15,000 with the 15K ante, brought to you by GG Poker, with just 24 players remaining in the field. Here's a look at 1/3 of that field here at our feature table, where the new arrival, DeVoris, is at the top of the chip counts. Ferdinand Putra was also a man that filled an empty seat. He is the short stack with 9 bigs. Fairly tight cluster in the middle there between Elton Sang and Stephen Chidwick. A bit further out are Davies and Vogel Sang, and then Haxton with the 16 bigs.
Putra just hoping for something. Another all-in. Queen Jack. Improving those Broadway cards from last hand. Gonna get a couple more blinds.
130 or something, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't really need
136.
136.
No takers. Round and round we go from inside the Casino Gran Via here in Madrid, Spain.
3 in a row, possibly. Don't know the other card, though. Did he just limp? Is it aces? Or is it ace 10?
It is definitely strange for Ferdinand to decide to limp here.
Yeah, he's got, what, 12 big blinds to start the hand? All right, so Elton getting a little dicey of Jack Deuce suited.
If you thought the ace mystery card limp from Putra was strange, this Jack Deuce suited limp from Elton screams boredom and trouble for both limpers, as Mateos on the button has 2 jacks.
Yeah, Mateos wasn't expecting these limps too, so he's like, okay, normally I'd be re-raising. Now, what am I making it? Do I make it like 60K, 50K, 70? 70K it is. So what is the mystery card? That's the question. I mean, obviously, if he's going to go for it, he's got a big slow play. Looks like it was a more raggedy card.
He's grinning as if to express some
And to have ace.
pleasure at the fact that he didn't choose to just go with that ace high. He would have run into it, obviously, with Mateos jamming. Well, not to be overlooked is the Triton Poker Plus app. For those of you who are wondering where it is that we source all of our data, it's the very same place that you can as well. Completely free of charge on the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. Download it today and dive deep into the world of Triton Poker. Live videos, chip counts, payouts, structures, seat tables, profiles. The sky really is the limit with the Triton Poker Plus app. Ace-8 suited now for Hong Kong's Elton Sang.
I mean, he has been saying every time I raise, someone re-pops me, so we'll see if that happens again this time. Vogelstein got an ace-9 on the button. Not quite strong enough, but is he contemplating kind of aggressive 3-bet possibly? Nope. In the muck. All right, Davies got a pocket 7s, lots of stack to play for. Can't just blindly re-raise this one, I don't think. So flop is coming.
Heads up as Davies flatted with those 2 7s. 2 overs for Elton Sang, neither of which connect on the board, and he is in need of one of those busy 7s in order to hit his gut shot straight draw on the 10-9-6 rainbow texture, where Davies will check.
Yeah, he does have that little straight draw. His opponent flattening from the small blind kind of hits this board reasonably well. Whether it's those middle pocket pairs, 10 jacks, king queens, that would continue, king jacks would continue. Wouldn't surprise me if Elton takes a more passive line. He does. Queen on the turn, not looking good for Davies' hand. But then again, this is a board that should hit Davies' small blind range reasonably well, so Elton might continue to go for free cards if it gets checked to him again. Maybe he's taking his sweet time. Actually, he's going to reach for chips himself a little bit. Doesn't want this to get checked down very cheaply. I mean, when Elton sees such a tiny bet, he's thinking, normally he would fold to a sizable bet, but now he's thinking, is there a chance he can maybe make a play? He is making a play here.
Yeah, he is.
Wow.
Shoots it up to 100,000 now.
I think Elton's reading the situation as if Davies actually had a top pair or better, he wouldn't be betting so small on such a connected board. Wow, what a muscle play.
Good work there from Elton Sang. Showing us exactly why it is that he belongs here in these fields for Triton. Man has almost 1.4 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of 5 cashes. Yet to cash here in Madrid, but he went 4 for 4 in Cyprus. A 6th, a 9th, a 4th, and a 4th in both long deck and short deck. So definitely a diversified skill set there for Sang.
Yeah, you
know,
went all in
Sang.
a lot of times on this table.
He makes most of his money
got-
from
you
the
got a
cash
lot of-
games.
Yeah, the after hours is where he does his damage, huh?
Running good, still positive EV.
Ike.
I remember, you know, Montenegro, we did the no limit cash game for the first time, and Elton was the star of that show. He bought him for like $1 million and was playing $1 million pots with Jason Kuhn and stuff. It was just craziest action. Really just one of my favorite players to watch.
You got to ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough to play with Elton. It's not for the faint of heart.
If you don't get aces and kings and queens all day that session, you are in a world of pain.
Because Lord knows he doesn't need those sorts of hands to get involved, although on this occasion it is Mateos who has exactly that sort of kit. The 2 red queens in the hijack, facing the under the gun, 10-9 offsuit open, as though Elton had his ears burning here, giving us a glimpse at some of his gamble range.
Yeah, Elton seems to be getting re-raising. Bad timing with his looser openings.
Ace-Jack suited for Davies in the cutoff. Action folded around to him.
Playable for sure. Queen 10 offsuit. Most people opt to call here instead of doing something crazy. Here we go. 75K in the middle.
Indeed.
Or 95K. Sorry. Here we go.
Queen 10 offsuit. Coming up short on the 2-spade 2-6 flop. Same story for the ace-jack suited, although that 6 of diamonds does work for Davies, along with the 2 overs and the best hand. 95K in the middle. 21 left.
A lot of guys throw out a bet here just because it's so hard to hit this, right? Like, even from the big blind, you just don't got anything. So there's the tiny little bet. See what develops. 20,000. Takes it down quite quickly.
Been a pretty strong start for Seth Davies after it was an ace-jack, I believe, having just
Yeah, he beat that jack,
6
right?
outs with
To
one
start it
come.
off.
Yeah, first tournament life.
Then he won that big pot against Ivan. The 7-6 against the king jack.
Yeah, Liao made the big call, and since then it's been pretty smooth sailing for Davies. Mateos up front open with the king jack suited, and the sailing may be getting even smoother here for Davies with these 2 queens. How will he choose to play them?
These two guys got pretty big stacks. Depending on the sizing Davies goes for, it wouldn't shock me if Mateos potentially continues. But you know, 100K is a lot of chips. Cuts down that stack to pot ratio a little bit. De-incentivizes Mateos to continue. Not sure what he thinks. As long as but if he thinks Davies would do this with some random cards, he might contemplate a call. But his early position, his opponent is supposed to be stronger here. And he actually is indeed strong with the 2 queens.
3-bet to 100K as Mateos contemplates.
Gonna lay it down. Doesn't like that bigger sizing he's up against.
You want coffee, black coffee? Hot.
Saying, looking for a quick caffeine fix, as Vogelsang is looking for his first playable hand. And listen, Davies doesn't have that problem, as he now has aces. And you know how it is out there in the live streets, Randy, when suddenly a guy feels like he's playing a disproportionate number of pots, you can start to suspect that they're out of line. And that's completely irrelevant to Putra's reasoning behind the ace-king suited jam here. And it doesn't get any worse.
This is brutal. Especially for a short stack. It's like the dream hand to get, right?
Isn't it?
You get ace. Like no chance to win practically.
Especially against the guy who's been playing the most pots, it feels like. Maybe he's getting frisky, a little out of line. And he's priced in. I get a spin. I'm in good shape. No, I'm crushed.
I'd queen.
10, 8, 4, 1 spade.
Back-to-back aces.
Putra just 6% from here forward.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Chance.
8 of spades opening the door as Putra now has himself a 9-outer. Needs a spade. Can he hit? No, instead it's the king as Ferdinand Putra's time here at the featured table somewhat short-lived. Departs in 21st place, leaving just 20 players behind in this 8-max 75K euro long deck
We just lost the player.
event number 7.
Putra's not going home. He's going to join that short deck. That's the game he really likes to play. Lots of action. And that's later today after we finish this event.
Well, for now, we're working on crowning a champion here with 8 places paid, 12 away from the money.
I'll take a different one.
God.
Do some bluffing.
Huh?
Do some bluffing. Wake yourself up.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Probably not right after you tell me to.
Ace-8 offsuit on the button for Stephen Chidwick. Don't need to hand him an instruction manual as he opens to 30,000.
Then good.
Vogelsang still can't find a playable one. Do you think if I stare at him through the monitor hard enough, I can get him to turn off his hoodie? Or take it off, rather?
It doesn't work for you, Ali. That's a Phil Ivey thing.
I literally feel like I could go stand directly next to him, stare at him as long as I want, and he would be like, "Can I help you?" Whereas Phil just gives him a chuckle and just disrobes the man. Did everyone at this feature table get involved in the cash game last night? Don't they feel a bit tired?
Yeah, you can see it. You can kind of feel the energy is a little bit lower,
Right.
even though we're playing intense stakes.
All right.
Elton looks extremely tired. That's why he ordered that coffee just recently. I mean, Chidwick's is always sharp, though, right? He's staring you down no matter what.
Come on. Chidwick is a deconstructor of souls.
Pocket threes. So he's got about 18 big blinds. Some people just rip this in, keep it simple.
You know how amazing 2 3s look to Vogelsang right now after the dust bunnies he's been staring at?
All in.
Yeah, just gonna keep it simple. I like it. Whenever you see a flop, you usually lose, unless you flop a set.
So Christoph puts the pressure on and picks up an orbit's worth of gaming tokens. Feels strangely bubblicious right now, even though we're at 20 players, doesn't it? And perhaps in part due to the fact that it is the largest buy-in that we've had this far, this 75K. People could be on 2, maybe even 3 bullets. And every one of those chips, oh so precious, as there are no more rebuys.
Yeah, you know, obviously some people put in some bullets in the 50K. Maybe they didn't do so well. They're like, oh, I don't want to splash around too much right now. Let's try to squeeze one in. And we got, what, 1.4 million up top? It's tense for most of these guys. Elton's just like trying to get through it, waiting for tonight, throw some chips around.
Listen, he's not thinking about tonight just yet, is my guess.
Pocket 8s, 20 big blinds. Definitely going to be reshoving this. I think we got some blood coming. I mean, he upgraded, right? 2 3s into 2 8s. That's a big premium.
All in.
Chidwick's open, piled on, and ace-jack. Looks great when it's dark in the club, but once the lights come on, like they are here, not who you want to go home with.
You're never loving this spot. Just over 20 big blinds.
309.
And Chidwick on a stack of 403K has just 29 bigs to start this hand before the raise to 35K.
If you're wrong and lose this, your stack is crumbled down to 100K. If you're calling, you're just basically hoping for exactly these little pairs. Yeah, just not something you're in love with. Some people you call, some people you fold. You can see against Vogel. He knows Vogelsang's really solid. Wouldn't go way too out of line against him in this spot. Is there enough in the middle for that? Get Ivy here if you want to read on him.
It makes me so happy to see Christoph. He looks like he should have a candle in his hand and just be like slowly
Is this hoodie
marching.
down already? That was like, it's almost like you stared so hard and got it up.
Well, I chuckled. That's what happened. No, Chidwick made the call, so obviously no more need to keep that stoic persona. And that call yields an ace on the flop. Chidwick in terrific shape here against Vogelsang, who is 8 fishing with 2 to come. Not there on the turn. 2 outs once, not where you want to be for your tournament life. We have seen these come in, though. Burn down. Nope. King of clubs
game,
as we
Christoph.
lose
See you
yet
later, buddy.
another participant here. The always affable Christoph Vogelsang, such a gentleman, top-class participant. Good to see him here in the Triton streets, but unfortunately, his run is over in Event 7, leaving his wagering discs to Stephen Chidwick. And,
Have the most time
you know,
left of anybody.
as happy as everyone is to be one closer to the money bubble, giving Chidwick chips is not the right compromise, as this is a man who understands how to navigate all size stacks with proficiency. Such a hard-working student of the game. Traveled here with his family, as he does to all of the stops, the lovely Marine and his daughter Erin,
Now it's like
re-energizing his batteries whenever he heads back
that.
to the hotel after play.
Yeah, a man of business. Ace 10 suited. He's got new chips. One of those hands he's not folding to a 3-bet, I'll tell you that.
And he's certainly not going to limp it either.
All right, so Elton got Raggedy Ace, but he is in the big blind, so we'll be getting a good price to at least see a flop.
And Stephen's in great shape against this ace-4. And an interesting board as Sang flops middle pair, but Chidwick has the nut flush draw. Action check to him.
Yeah, you should feature it. Tell him to give me a sponsorship.
Yeah, definitely a fair fight. Chidwick, it's supposed to be a pretty dry board, so usually you'll see him throw a little c-bet out here. If he gets called, obviously he's got a lot of outs. Can put some pressure on middling hands. With the middle pair, call is the standard play. You know, sometimes you check call, the ace comes, a good card for someone to multi-barrel, you hit 2 pair. A lot of incentive for calling. Sometimes, though, these tiny bets does induce different types of action, though, right?
Elton not going to bite. Just the flat. And the 9 of diamonds, no waiting for Chidwick as he makes the nuts on the turn, and Sang is drawing dead.
I'm a blue guy. Team blue.
You changed it? Like, did you get a red one first and then ask for blue?
No.
Nice.
I got drafted by the blue team. Super
Very
nice. Yeah.
It's comfy?
Yeah.
Yeah, look nice.
Do you get your like gift box? It's in the gift box.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's one waiting out there for you.
No, I take the boss, but I didn't see it.
Oh
The
no.
one with the wine and
Leading
Yeah.
into the nut flush.
Unblocking diamonds in his hand as well, trying to represent some of what
You're
Chidwick
gonna be a
actually
red guy for
has.
sure.
And for Chidwick, a pretty dreamy scenario here. As
You're the
Sang's bet
matador.
55,000.
It's gotta be
And
red.
it still has 410,000
The wine was pretty
soldiers
good, by the way.
left
wine
to
was
commit
great.
to this battlefield,
4.1 on Vivino.
I don't know
where
what that
the
is.
outcome is a
But is that
foregone
good score?
It's like an
conclusion.
app
For General
yeah,
Chidwick.
for like wine ratings.
I would like to
above
see him just
4 is
call.
pretty rare
If he
for any
raises,
bottle
he
of
thinks
wine
that
that's
Elton
like
has a flush himself. But you know,
30
it's hard for 2 people to have a flush at the same time. But there's a lot of stack to play
What?
for.
I don't think it was under 30 bucks.
Should know
they
that
have a-
Elton
I
is
think it was around that.
capable of some crazy plays. Sometimes you get excited when you see so many chips playing behind him. I like this call.
Jack of clubs on the river. Chidwick giving Sang the rope. 245,000 in the middle.
I kind of feel Elton wants to make a move at it, right? For you to take the lead on the turn, Chidwick took some time to call. Kind of looks like he's got one of those weak kings right now. A king 10, maybe a king queen on a very connected board. If Elton's to fire, he needs to fire. He would think he needs to fire big. Thankfully, he does just check, save himself.
I just don't see Elton calling a bet here.
No, no chance, of
But
course.
if Chidwick makes it cute,
Like a 25K or something.
yeah, the 25K might be a little bit too polarizing, but if he comes with something like 50, you wonder whether or not saying.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, Chidwick's need to kind of figure out what his opponent. Well, he just went for all of the chips. Just try to figure out what his opponent might have. When he does his big bet, he thinks that maybe Elton's got like a 2 pair. I hope he cry calls. Stacking those chips, taking a look at Chidwick, but this would be the most heroic call I've ever seen in my life, and it would be wrong.
I mean,
It's
what
not
do we beat? It's
basically the naked ace of diamonds, and that's it. But
there's just ace 3, maybe ace 5.
needs to be offsuit as well from the hijack.
And remember, we block ace X with our hand too, so. Oh,
No.
okay. It had the vibe, didn't it?
It did. But
I also one from the previous hand. I forgot. The ace jack. It was one from this hand, right?
Folds the 4s. No need to lament the decision, as it was sound.
Very curious.
Sang might be losing a little bit of sleep, it seems.
Sounds like a bluff.
An honest man.
Chidwick, power poker.
$35 to go, says El Matador. Adrian Mateos with the queen jack offsuit. Now red snowmen for Chidwick in the big. Options available.
yeah, you often see people call a little bit more when we start to hit towards the 30 big blind stack, but some people get aggressive and just kind of just push it in, but it'd be quite high variance. People don't really want to do that, especially as we approach towards the final few players eventually. But we've got 17 remaining still. Jack on flop.
Mateos out flopping Chidwick.
Check.
Knuckles over to his neighbor.
Yeah, actually a good flop for Chidwick. You know, 2 little cards, 1 overcard.
Right. The jack and the bigger pocket pairs are really the concerns for Chidwick, as there are plenty of combos that the 2 red 8s are in front of.
Such a tiny bet. Probably will call rather than do anything else. There we go.
Board pairs on the turn.
Eights still look good on this board, and a lot of people do take the lead when the board pairs just because, well, Chidwick's more likely to have a 3. Mateos almost certainly can't have a 3 unless he's got ace 3 exactly from the hijack. And you kind of stop your opponent from just checking back like a king, queen, and getting those free shots. So that's why you see Chidwick leading out here, literally the minimum bet. If he could bet 5K, he would. So it actually gets quite interesting for Mateos because There's so much in the pot, right? 160,000. Do you really want to just go to river for one more big blind? You could have the best hand. Sometimes, though, you raise, the other guys go a little nuts on you and re-raise you again, and then you really have no idea what to do with the queen jack. So he's going to call. He kind of doesn't want that play to happen.
Yeah, it's much higher variance. Now the backdoor spades show up and the second overcard to the eights.
I think Chidwick is just going to pray for a showdown. When he bet the turn and got called, it didn't really define Mateos' hand that well. But it's so unlikely he could ever get called by worse. If he's opting to bet right now, it would just be a block bet. Well, he's actually reaching for, is that the minimum again? 18,000. Just a slight upgrade in price. Just doesn't want to pay a bigger price if it had checked to Mateos. Queen Jack, at a minimum, is going to be a call, but can he raise for value with the 10 coming off there? He's going to use a time bank, trying to decide, is it worthy of a raise? Maybe get called by a Jack 9, Jack 8, something similar. Block some flushes, so he doesn't have to be worried about the flush as much.
Well, you called it. This cutesy 18K is going to draw the raise from Mateos, who isn't buying it. And by the way, for Mateos, slightly risky.
Big raise there, 200,000.
It
That's
really
like
is.
pot size.
He's got that queen of spades, obviously, which could be emboldening him here, but it's not entirely impossible that Chidwick took a line like this with a 3x, you know, where trips have this queen jack cooked.
Yeah.
And we do see with a reasonable frequency, these blockery bets designed to do precisely this, induce the raise. And imagine if Chidwick were to pile at this point.
Oh, wow.
Chidwick
Called.
makes the call, and now Mateos looks like un genio, a genius, as he gets full value off of this queen jack and takes a big bite out of Chidwick. That was a cool river spot, Randy.
Yeah, normally that's supposed to be a tiny pot, and we're done with it. You know, one little bet. You know, we were like, wow, that's a large raise. How can he ever get called, right? And maybe he's up against a better hand. I'm actually surprised he got so much value out of it. Like,
yeah.
He's a genius.
Yeah.
What is that, 20?
Yeah.
It must be this. We're in Madrid, Spain. He's from Spain. Maybe there's some. He gets some extra powers.
I talked about home court advantage the other day, and I was ridiculed by Henry Kilbane to the point where I had to pretend that I didn't think it was real and I was just trolling Henry. But between you and I think there is a little something to be said for the comfort of playing on your home turf.
You're not going to like this, Ali. I talked to Henry about the home court advantage too, and he did not ridicule me at all. So he has something against you, possibly.
Well, Randy, I didn't realize you had your chef uniform on as you were stirring the pot here in the broadcast booth, but solid read. I don't like that, and I'm troubled. And if Kilbane's out there watching us, as it would be good for him to do, given he is obviously not one of the top 2 broadcasters here on our team, could learn something from the 2 of us. I hope he's taking these words to heart. Meanwhile, King 9 offsuit for Elton Sang on the button, who opens off of the 400K stack. Mateos, with some newfound depth, will dance with 8-4. And the flop doesn't connect with either holding. Both players check. Deuce on the turn now, giving Mateos an open ender.
Yeah, I would like to see the 4. Since he's got such high equity with A4, he can get ace highs to fold if he bets sizable. Another king highs. We'd like to see a bet from Mateos, and most pros don't really ever check this spot on the turn. You always want to find ways to win pots when you got high card and good draw. You can see he goes bigger, because if he went really small, the ace highs would still call on this board.
Nice move there from Adrian on the turn as he leverages his stack and some range advantage to victory there against Elton Sang. And on that note, the players will be headed for a break. And we give you a quick peek at the chip counts brought to you by Armand de Brignac Champagne. Blinds at 10 and 20,000. They'll be going up. And Daniel Dvoris quietly maintaining the chip lead here at our feature table, followed by Davies, Mateos, and Chidwick. Elton Sang, sub 20 bigs, the shorty. So Randy and I will step aside and be back shortly with more coverage of Event 7 back inside the broadcast booth. And Randy, do you have any thoughts there on that frame? Anything jump out at you in terms of play? Somebody impress you more than the other? That Mateos play right at the end.
I wanted to talk about that real fast. Yeah, that 200K raise is really amazing. He actually got a quick call from Steven Chidwick. He didn't use another time bank, I believe. You know, these small blocker bets are designed to kind of get you to showdown cheaply, but I've seen it, you know, today and yesterday. They seem to be costing you more money because they know, I know that he knows, and therefore I'm going to call. Maybe against a weaker opponent, it can block bet fold very easily, but yeah, it's been a lot of cool pots, and you really only see this from the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Yeah, 19 players remain in this 75K Euro 8 max long deck no limit event as we work our way toward the money bubble of 8 players and, of course, an eventual champion, which will be crowned today. As mentioned, Randy and I will step aside, and Randy, you're not coming back. Rast is going to take over. You going to hop into the short deck event like Rast did, buy in on the break kind of thing, or just going to take a breather and come back later?
I would like to come back to the commentary booth with the same amount of money I came with. You know, I don't want to have 50,000 less, possibly 100,000 less, you know? Like, it's safe back here.
I've got some advice then. Don't hang out where the players are because there's always action brewing. Okay, it's official. We'll give you guys a break. Come back shortly. Plenty more coverage still to come from Casino Gran Via as the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Madrid rolls on. Stay close.
Bazikowski, I believe, is the 5th leader of the tournament.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Nikita Bazikowski, I believe he's the 5th leader of the tournament.
Welcome back inside the broadcast booth. Ali Najad, joined by Brian the Czar Rast, back in the booth. And quickly, I want to get to something, Brian, that you wanted to talk about from yesterday's final table in Event 6. It was a really interesting pot between Mikita Batsiakuski and Fedor Holz as we await the restart in event number 7. We've got some video queued up for you here. It was a double check raise by Bads out of the small blind against Fedor, and here it is. Ace-6, the open to 200,000 with the blinds at 50 and 100. It was a min raise open. Badziakuski flatted and flopped 2 overs and the diamond draw. Checked it over to Fedor, who bet the 225, and then he check popped it to 600.
Yeah, so this struck me as the most interesting hand I remember of the day. I mean, the flop action, Mikita goes for the check raise, pretty interesting. Fedor floats with the ace of diamonds. Now the turn is really where the hand gets even more interesting than the flop. Fedor decides to bet the turn, and probably thinking he's not getting check raised light here very often, which Mikita actually finds, moves all in, and Fedor is forced to fold. Obviously, I mean, even though ace high is the best hand, just definitely can't call that. To me, that hand just struck me as a very interesting, well-crafted one. So the flop is a spot where, okay, Mikita has a decent amount of equity.
Yeah, check, 2 overs and a flush draw.
2 overs and a flush draw. Fedor's decision to float is quite interesting. Mikita gave him a pretty good price, right? I mean, Mikita's check raise has a bunch of equity and is targeting folds out of some good hands that have nothing, of which you might think Fedor's is kind of a hand, but so Fedor floats.
Well, he's got a 6 working in conjunction with the 4-5. He has the ace of diamonds working, but he's paying 375,000 more in order to take that turn in the hopes that he picks up equity.
Yeah. And then the king of spades, Mikita took a little bit of time and thought and came up with the check, which I thought was a really cool play. And the biggest reason is the SPR and the stacked pot ratio was about 2-to-1. So when he bets there, it's a really awkward spot for him. Let's say he picked a smaller bet, like half pot, 2/3 pot. When he gets jammed on, it's like super uncomfortable. If he picks a bet size large enough where he has to stack off to a jam, like pot or more, he's now only getting hands which have him in bad shape to go all in with him. And he's also losing all the very low equity hands, such as Fedor, that were floating. beyond just the one Fedor had, you could think of a hand like 6-7, 6-8, 8-7, backdoor flush draw, stuff like that. So he decides to check to try to get those hands to bet and then move all in.
Having picked up the open-ender to go with
yes,
the diamond draw at that point.
Because with that open-ender, he feels like he has enough equity to really to put it all in. But he wants to be the person going all in, not the person betting to the spot where you go all in. It's almost like the difference pre-flop between 4-betting to the brink and then being the person to 5-bet shove. And so in order to capture that spot, he checked. And Fedor, unfortunately for him, decided to bet, which didn't turn out well. But yeah, I thought that was the most interesting hand, and I wanted to just touch on that and break it down.
Yeah, well, during my post-match interview with Mikita, he tried to chalk it all up to luck. Obviously, there was a little bit of spin zone between he and Danny Tang heads up, and he was out-chipped significantly. But when you look at something like that, you realize just how much skill went into him eventually being the champion in event number 6. As event 7 rolls on, a look at the chip counts there at our feature table, which is now 5 strong in the 8 max event. Just 19 players remaining. Blinds at 10 and 20,000 with the 20K ante. Chip leader here at the feature is Daniel Dvoris. Action on him. Dvoris 4th overall. And his ace-10 will open to 45,000.
Yeah, the luck-skill dichotomy in poker is a real interesting one. I mean, you can say that, but in some respects, he's being quite honest. I mean, anyone that wins a tournament, if they don't think that they mostly got lucky, they're kind of being delusional. But that's not to take away from the skill that goes involved, because you're just looking at, say, a sample size of one tournament. And yeah, the result of one tournament is really mostly luck, like largely. But that isn't to take away from it, because you see even at this stop, these guys are playing 10 tournaments, right? And if you look at Triton over the course of a year, you can play maybe 30 tournaments. And if you just look at an entire year for them, not including Triton, guys are playing at least 100 tournaments, if you include online as well, where they can play multiple in one day, right? Maybe 200 tournaments for some of these guys. So then over a large sample size, somebody who does have a skill edge will win one here, win one there, and win more than a person who doesn't. But you just can't pick the ones that you win. So, it's like, not to take away from how great of a player he is, but he did get mostly lucky in that. But Mikita's going to get a little bit more lucky, I guess, in that sense than some other people, because, skill is going to put him in that situation. Isn't there that saying, Ollie, it's like you just,
preparedness and opportunity,
yes,
something like
when
that?
they meet.
Yeah.
What is that? When preparedness meets
I'm going to have to go to
opportunity?
Google
Yeah.
with it, but I know exactly what you're talking about, and Mikita definitely
Just setting yourself,
exemplified that.
Yeah, setting yourself up to be in the right situation, kind of, and a really great poker player who has a lot of skill is going to be in that spot just a little bit more, and therefore when the cards fall their way, you're going to end up winning a little bit more.
Well, a short dive into Google has yielded the Roman philosopher Seneca,
Yeah, Seneca,
to
that's
whom this quote is attributed. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity.
And so what you see is you'll see great players it seems like they're just a little bit more lucky. And, over whatever. It's not really that they're more lucky, but just that's exactly what it is. Preparation met opportunity, and because they're a bit more prepared, because they play a little bit better over a large sample size, you'll see they win a little bit more, and that's where the skill comes in. But it's kind of a mistake to just look at one tournament and kind of say, oh yeah, like definitely it was the skill or the best player won, because that's like almost never the case. The sample size is too small. And so without getting too technical into the kind of mathematical probability of that, because again, maybe it's not really worth it. Just kind of want to tease out that difference here for people thinking and talking about it. And I'm sure most of the people watching the stream are people that care about that kind of discussion.
On the button, Mateos with the ace-9. Shoots it up to 45,000. Davies pausing here in the small, Rast. Flats off of 855.
Yeah, I mean, in general, a guy's going to take their kind of a similar amount of time, right? You don't want to give off timing tells, but I do think he was kind of deciding between call and 3-bet. That would also be my guess. 40 big blind stack. I think king 10 off probably mixes versus button open. And him calling does allow Dvoris to slide in at the big blind and see the flop.
Ace 8 deuce, as both blinds came along for the ride, and Mateos has himself top pair, backdoor diamonds. Nothing really on the stove top for either caller pre.
No, Davies with nothing. Dvoris does have the type of hand that would probably like to see a fourth card, but my guess is he won't continue against, well, Mateos goes really small here with the bet and does 20% the pot, giving everybody 6-1, which might actually be enough for Dvoris to find a continue here in one way or another.
Just 30K. If Dvoris wants to maybe take a peek at a turn, where he could pick up some backdoor equity in the form of a straight draw, maybe a diamond draw, which we know would be no good. Unfortunately for him, he shares the 9, and fortunately for him, he does not share the optimism.
It was an all three options kind of spot. Full call raise for Dvoris. And after going into a mini tank, he came up with fold.
Racks being brought to the feature table suggests only one thing. It is time for a redraw. Indeed, here in the 8 max, we have just 16 players remaining, and as such, we will combine down to 2 tables. So that'll give us a few minutes to step back into the booth, Rast, and you were a part of event number 6. I know we're focused on 7 right now. We were talking about Mikita's Ultimate Championship, some of the decision-making that led to that path just prior to the restart of play. What was it like for you when you were out there? You just eked in on 2 bullets to cash, min cash. You really had to nurse that super short stack, 101,000 euros. Did you have a chance to play with Mikita much? And when you did you get a front row seat to any of that?
I actually didn't play with him at all here. I mean, I had played with Mikita some way back in Macau when I used to go. But what it was like for me, I mean, listen, I love poker. I mean, it's kind of why I'm doing this commentary. I like being involved with Triton, but I also just like being around. I like learning, actually playing. I mean, I love competing, right? It's really fun, you know, being under the pressure, having to make the decisions, playing for a lot of money, you know, playing with an eclectic mix, super good pros, some, you know, amateurs. And it was fun, man. I mean, listen, as I've said on the broadcast, I mean, I love the shot clock, love the way the tournaments run. You know, the 50K actually got a lot of runners, the most of any of the tournaments so far. So it was like 1.3 up top, kind of tasty for a 50K buy-in. And, you know, it was exciting to get down, play into the money. I was starting to make the really fun part of the tournament, the bubble. And even though my bubble experience was not the fun one, where you get to just like pound on people and try to pick up chips, but you know, it was still like trying to survive. You know, you envision yourself, you're running around, there's guys with guns and you got your bow and arrow. You're just like hopping from tree to tree, trying to like dodge, just like weave your way in. And I actually found it. The bubble thing was like really emotional ride.
Yeah.
There were like multiple all-ins with stacks that were bigger than mine with my little, it was getting down to 5 big blinds at the end.
There was a moment where you took kind of a passionate stand about, I think, a typical practice here at Triton. And given that they are so receptive to player feedback, I don't know whether or not you had a chance to discuss the matter later on with our TD, Luca Vivaldi, where the practice of advising that there is an all-in at a call when you guys were at 2 tables and you were right there on the pure bubble, you kind of pushed back on. And you said, listen, we don't need to broadcast that because it could influence perhaps somebody who's in the midst of making a meaningful decision where a hand is still in play.
Yeah, you know, the most important thing is that there's just a rule that's applied to it. I gave my opinion about the rule. I do think that the perfect situation would be no broadcast. And then, you know, so both tables can finish their play without being influenced by knowing that there's an all-in. You know, the flip, you know, he was kind of saying that somebody could, like, stand up and look and find out.
Which is true.
So, you know, really at the end of the day, I'm cool with it. I gave my opinion. But, you know, he had a reasonable counter. So,
yeah. All right. Here is the redraw. as we have an 8-handed feature table with 16 remaining, and Tony G is welcomed into the fold along with Tim Adams and Ben Heath. Not to be overlooked, of course, the chip leader, Jason Kuhn. Overall, with 1.8, boss among all stacks, Laszlo Boitas sits in second.
Yeah, you know, it also gave some perspective, right? Being on this side of the booth here, doing all the commentary, but then actually going down kind of in the midst of it and being on the other side, and being the guy playing whose cards are there. And it's one of the things that it just really reinforced to me. You have to realize, like, yeah, these guys are kind of putting what they're doing out for the world. Like, you know, when it's on the stream that this hand is like being saved and probably in just perpetuity somewhere on YouTube for whatever happens, whatever decision you make, like that's it. So, you know, you do something dumb, it's saved. And it actually, you know, there were a few hands on there I was kind of getting in my own head like, oh man, did I really make the right play or not? And yeah, it's just, and as much as it's easy to say, oh hey, like everybody playing like these guys are robots, like they don't care. Like, listen, I promise kind of everybody cares about looking stupid in a public forum. Probably some people more than others, but it's not something that's fun for anyone, right?
Well, every day I come to work, I stand a good chance of experiencing exactly that.
Yeah.
As Timothy Adams will jam all in for 200,000. Ace King gets a customer in 2 6s and gets a Queen Jack tray flop, where Adams has the 2 overs, which are live, along with the Broadway draw.
It's a very fair flop. A lot of the equity was preserved. You can see it went from 55-45 to 60-40, although obviously on a brick turn, that's really moved to Chidwick's favor.
Oh, my goodness. The 9 was clean for Chidwick, but then Adams binks the 10. And note how professional these two guys are. No fanfare whatsoever, just a, okay, we're doing business. Here you go. A nice double for Tim Adams, who manages to avoid an elimination after the redraw. Adams, one of those guys that if he picks up chips, could definitely be somebody to contend with. So talented. His Triton record, 6.5 million in career earnings, 6 cashes, 1 title. That title coming back in Jeju in 2019, a 2 million HKD no limit main event where he picked up 27.76 million Hong Kong dollars. And I can't sleep on the fact that in spite of the fact that we have had massage therapists here the entire run of Triton, this is the first occasion on which I can remember one being invited to work on somebody at the feature table, and wouldn't you know it, it's Tony G.
Already?
It's a
yeah, you know, actually,
it's a friend of mine who's a painter. He has a charity poker tournament, and he gives a bracelet and everything. It's pretty cool.
Yeah?
Actually, Eric Seidel won it this year. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Tough tournament, I guess.
Tough tournament.
40 to go from the Red Queens.
Yeah.
You play, Eric won. Not this year.
Not the best value.
Could be 100K.
Yeah, I almost missed our hand
Jack Black played it.
discussion because I was actually sitting enjoying a little miso soup and a cappuccino and talking with an old nosebleed high stakes player who, you know, I don't think he's made the feature table yet, but is in town, has played some of these tournaments. Christoph Vogelsang.
Ah, okay.
Yes, a high stakes player, online legend.
You know why it is
that for a long, long time.
You know why it is that he was available to talk to, right?
Well, I'd imagine he's not in the 75K.
That is correct, unfortunately.
So.
The King of Clubs works for Stephen Chidwick, who defended his big blind, but he is way behind. Middle set for Elton Tsang into 110. Tsang fires 30, and we'll see how Chidwick reacts.
Ooh, he just gives up. You know, that's the thing is he has a hand that I think he's going to feel a bit forced to defend more at deeper stack values, but just going to show some respect to the much stronger opening range of Elton there from middle position, and just gives up the King of Clubs. No fanfare.
Can't fault him.
Good timing on that, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Man's got good sniff. We know that much. And there is a look at.
I'll say this. I mean, I've
Jessica.
played with most of these guys. You know, maybe Ben Heath not as much because he wasn't playing a bunch of tournaments like 4+ years ago. But almost everyone else at this table, I played with a decent amount. And Chidwick is like the one guy at this table who I just feel like has it just played really well against me. Whatever it is, like I've just gotten it in bad with him. Even yesterday with the jack 10 to the 4s, I don't feel like I played the hand bad, but whatever, he was ahead when we got it in. I got lucky. But just a bunch of other hands where, and after the hand, I'm like, damn.
Now everybody's like 8-handed. This
raises me off some hand where I was getting a little frisky or just anything. It just seems like he has my number. So one of these days,
he's the medicine
Mr.
man.
Chidwick, I'm gonna get you, but I don't know. Maybe that'll be in the next life.
Oh yeah.
TBD. Chidwick here has a bit of kit in the small with King Jack suited, facing the Ben Heath open. Heath was guilty of some frisk.
He's gonna like this result. Nice pickup here.
Indeed.
I mean, adding 80,000. It's over 20% to his stack. So nice to just get those through,
isn't it?
Yeah, and it is actually kind of nice in no limit hold'em. The problem is when you get too short and you reshove versus an open, you basically always get called. So kind of having at least like low teens type of big blind, so that versus a min raise, when you reshove, you can get a fold. Is great because I mean, you saw he reshoved with King Jack suited there. It's a good hand, but I mean, you don't want to get called. It's not aces or kings or queens.
Right. Two 10s for Elton. Under the gun. Surveys the landscape.
Elton with the kind of reverse tell of sorts there. Normally when somebody yawns after they see their hand, it's usually an indicator that it's not a good one because they're bored. But it's hard to get bored when you have a really good hand. But, Elton's got ice in his veins. Bored anyway.
Tony G declines the invitation with ducks. Not sure what Chidwick's side card is here.
Well, I mean, it must be either a 3 or an ace of clubs, I would guess, if he's considering continuing against under the gun. And if there's really nothing else off of like 22 blinds. Either one is pretty speculative. And there's the ace of clubs. So I'm going to go with he's calling with pocket 3s, which is it's a pretty speculative play.
Rough little spot here for Fedor, though, in the small blind. And the fact that Elton is up front under the gun is going to draw some respect.
This is a pretty loose continue by Fedor with ace-10 offsuit. I mean, ace-10 suited I think would be pretty standard, but ace-10 off, I feel like most people would fold. It's just not a spot versus an under the gun open and button flat you're going to be doing too well.
Start drinking. You guys want a round?
And then Kuhn just getting an amazing price here. Very happy to realize some equity with the queen-6.
So 4 ways to the paired king-king deuce board. Not a bad one for Tseng.
Yeah, nice for him. And even though it's not a bad flop for him 4 ways, frankly, right? I mean, yeah, if someone has a king, you're dead. But if no one has a king, you probably still have the best hand, and it's, you might get some clarity with a bet. You're going to get it through pretty often. Now, Chidwick, assuming he has 3s, which I feel pretty safe in in that assumption, he might decide to continue here. He might not. And if he does continue, it could be either a call or a raise. If he had a hand more like 6s or 7s, I think he would call. 3s, I think, is one he might raise sometimes.
That easy. Yeah, pocket 5s. Pocket 5s.
So the 40K follow through sheds the entire field. And a nice little pickup there for Elton Tseng, who is the second shortest stack at the table to start that hand.
Oh.
saying earlier, every time I race, I either get 3-bet or I get like 3 callers.
I had a good hand. I had a big hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things about the raises being min and there being a big blind ante out there is that, yeah, I mean, these small pairs, it's very interesting. Like, once you call there, you know there's a pretty good chance at least the big blind will come along. You start to get a pretty good price on flopping your set. You know, that said, it's a hand that should anyone behind you 3-bet, you pretty much have to let go, especially at these stack depths. It's a little gambly. It can be a little dicey, kind of gambling with those chips as you get close to the money bubble, which, I mean, the players are getting pretty close to. We're almost down there.
Top 8 will be paid as 16 remain. Holes.
Wow.
Open the button with the ace-jack suited and now dressing Elton saying down. As Elton jams from the big, no hesitation for Fedor as he makes the call, and these were roughly level stacks, saying has hold slightly covered. Fedor did not hesitate whatsoever to make the call. You see Elton shaking his head as he is pipped and in bad shape.
I mean, a reasonable jam by Elton, 25 blinds versus a button open. But yeah, Fedor had the goods this time, and pretty easy call for him. Oh, wow.
That is
And it's
9-7
over.
tray, all diamonds, and Elton saying needs a straight flush, the queen of spades. Not going to help him. And he draws dead.
F5,
as Fedor
35. Yeah.
flop the nuts. Just 25,000 will remain when the dust settles here.
Fedor in good shape here to back-to-back final table. Some healthy, no-limit final tables. I mean, I actually did play with Fedor some yesterday, and I ended up commentating as he played down to, I believe he got third for a nice 600K score. And here he is now. I mean, that's a big double here, sending him to 1 million in chips. Might be second in the tournament behind Kuhn. Third, it looks like. Third or fourth. Yeah, he'll be fourth now. So, I mean, he's in pretty good shape. Not the best seat, being out of position to Kuhn here, who's the kind of runaway, a bit of a runaway chip leader with nearly 2 million. Kuhn saying he likes the play, and yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. I mean, it's definitely the thing to do versus a button open, unless for whatever reason you think the button's opening super tight. But I'll tell you what, having played quite a bit with Fedor, I don't think one of the things anyone ever says about him is he plays super tight pre-flop. You know, so pretty reasonable play, Elton. Just that's what happens.
Yeah, and it was that late position and the reputation, perhaps, that left Elton.
Well, listen, what I mean by that, wow, it's not really that his reputation, it's like you would need the reputation of a very tight player or a player who's, for whatever reason, going to play very tight in order to not consider making that play. So it's not even that Fedor needs to be crazy. He just needs to be opening a normal range. But yeah, I mean, Fedor's been known to play some hands. So.
Look at this. Elton got in his last 25,000 against Adams, who woke up with 2 red jacks and now has middle set. But the Broadway draw looms for Elton, does not arrive on the turn.
Ace-10 off, just not working out for Elton.
No, and the 6 of spades making it official as the 1-2 punch is completed. Elton issuing the GGs as customary when eliminated. As he becomes the 15th place finisher.
Looking sharp in that Triton hoodie. That was what I was rocking yesterday.
Yeah. It's a slick one. I didn't pack my Triton gear from Cyprus because I thought we'd have new swag from the Madrid stop, but two things to note. Cyprus wasn't an official full-scale Triton event, and it would be a bit ambitious for us to have an entire new collection just a few short weeks removed.
Yeah, I agree. This was
so incredible how
this was fun. I'm actually sort of looking forward to when I come out and do these and commentate, playing a couple of events maybe in the future. That was a fun way to mix it up.
You basically got paid €1,000 to get out of work, is what happened.
Well, I mean, actually, there's a small amount of rake on the tournament, so technically I lost €4,000. I'm stuck. So far on this trip, Ali, I'm paying to commentate because I lost 45K in that PLO game, and I lost 4,000 net in the tournament because I was in 2 buy-ins.
Let that be a lesson to you, Rast. Stick with us. It's a guaranteed W. Meanwhile, 2 red 3s for Fedor.
Man, no one plays poker because they want guaranteed Ws, that's for sure.
I would love to play poker where I was guaranteed a W.
Yeah,
I'm not one of those mice that's happiest every now and again. You get zapped, you get no cheese, and you get cheese. Just give me cheese all the time.
Run a game. That's the way. You run a game that you rake. I mean.
Yeah, thank you for that felonious advice there, Rast. Break the law.
Listen,
Ali.
we're overseas right now. There's no way anyone in America is listening to this. We're good.
Yeah, no, I'm sure nobody from the U.S. is streaming us live. Meanwhile,
listen,
Mateos is a customer.
I pay my taxes every year. I don't run felonious poker games, and I would never, wink, wink, suggest anything like that.
Bottom set here for Holtz as Mateos checks it to him on the ace-high 2-club flop. Doesn't rate to garner any further participation from Adrian, unless, of course, it would be involuntary, courtesy of a check back from Fedor.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hand I expect Mateos to give up most of the time. Yeah, no fanfare. It's not quite absolute zero, but you're trending down there. Fedor going to be a bit disappointed to get no action on the 3s, but I mean, he's done quite well in the last few hands, so not sweating it too hard, I'm sure.
And so fun too.
Yeah, I mean, bottom set can be so nice in Hold'em because, I mean, that's like the 3 is the card that if your opponent had a pair, you just hard to get very much money out of bottom pair. But, you know, now if your opponent has a pair, when you have bottom set, it's either top pair or middle pair. So you're kind of just unblocking hands that always continue for at least 1 bet, if not 2. Such a great little spot. Because even though, yeah, like technically your hand is slightly not as strong, you can just win more money a bunch of times. It's flopping bottom set in position, 3-way pot. Stuff dreams are made of.
10-8 suited for Fedor. Taking it down.
Yeah, this is definitely a table where we could see some pretty interesting hands. Some guys on here can be pretty creative and like to play the cards, such as Fedor, Adrian Mateos are the 2 that really stand out. But I mean Chidwick as well, Kuhn, Timothy Adams. I'm not as familiar with Ben Heath's game. You know, Tony has been playing a bit solid recently, and this is probably a lineup where he's gonna continue playing solid.
Well, he knows better than to get out of line against these guys.
Yeah, I mean, he played solid yesterday. Had a pretty big laydown versus Adrian Mateos' overbet. I'm sure he actually found out what Mateos had that hand. Not going to be happy to learn he laid down the best hand, kind of overwhelmingly best hand with 1 to come to an overbet.
Mm-hmm.
Here's his chance for revenge. That was the 7-7-9 king board. Not sure if you were in the booth for that.
What was it that Tony had there?
I believe Tony had king 8. And
yeah, that's right.
Adrian
He turned
had
the king.
8-6. And just overbet.
Bombed, yeah, bombed the turn.
And Tony thought about it and just laid down top pair.
Right. Ace, king, queen here. Not exactly the sort of board texture that Mateos was looking for, as Tony G does have a shot at revenge, but king 4 isn't exactly great stuff.
I mean, this is definitely a board that so strongly favors a pre-flop raiser. Maybe not quite as much the button as opposed to an earlier position whose tighter range is going to just drill that. That said, I mean, Mateos does have 8s. It's not really the hand that, like, I mean, you just know 8s are behind, though. And the fact that he picked up a heart here, you know, will he try to bluff Tony off of a hand? Yeah, I mean, I would pick different hands that have 0 showdown to do it with, but, I mean, Mateos knows 8s aren't going to win very often.
Yeah, never.
But still, I can't blame him for not firing away with this particular holding.
It's fun, though, but
Queen? No.
I like to play a tournament and go home.
Queen is value betting still.
Play,
Against me.
Play and sleep sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just smashing up.
Twice a year or something. I'm okay with it.
Running 9s is Tony G able to take it down.
Never get a
But that is a board there that against the big blind defend, you're going to see players barrel quite a bit, right? Ace, king, queen. I mean, the big blind, no 3-bet. I mean, just basically never has a good hand other than Jack 10. Pretty much never has a set. Really never has 2 pair.
Soon will be the champagne to the casino if I can
so many times when the big blind continues to a c-bet on the flop, it's basically just 1 pair. Some hand like king, queen, ace, x, maybe even hands like jack 9, 10, 9. You know, so the only strong hand they almost ever have is jack 10, which obviously is the nuts, but all the rest of it are like middling to weak hands that you can get them off. So you're going to see a lot of barrels, especially if Mateos had a jack or 10 in his hand with the gutter equity. But yeah, 8s makes sense as a hand that I guess you just try to show down, not go for it.
Near the mean. Double up. That's what I.
2 black 10s for Heath.
The best feeling.
Such a beautiful spot kind of here on the button because so high up in your range. When you get action from the blinds in some kind, you're pretty happy to get 3-bet. Like Chidwick here, probably not going to jam. Maybe ace-8 off is a little weak. He'll be happy to just not put his tournament life at stake. Bubble coming up. But he could. I expect a call, though. Heath obviously hoping he goes with the aggressive option.
How was Winamax? What? How was the Winamax? Full of people. Like 2,200 people.
Not going to happen?
Yeah, like the play by Chidwick here. Good he didn't have basically ace-10 off, the hand that just got Elton into trouble, because he might have done it there, and this flop might get Chidwick into trouble.
Yeah, he's got himself middle pair on the queen-8 deuce board. Heath's 2 10s look good.
Not the kind of board you're going to lose heaps, right? I mean, there is a queen. It's not like it's an 8-4 deuce where it's over pair versus top-top, but definitely a board where Chidwick rates to lose. Certainly a bet, and this is probably that bet. Possibly a second bet, especially. So one of the interesting things here is Heath sized really small, right? 30 into 110 for, I mean, under 30%. So what does that mean? It means that Chidwick's going to be continuing here with a lot of hands. And like let's say Heath had bet larger. When Chidwick continues, his range is a bit tighter, so Heath is going to be a bit more apprehensive to bet a second time, either on the turn or river. But because Chidwick will have a lot more continues here, like Chidwick might be continuing with, you know, ace-9 of spades if he didn't jam that. Like, you know, king-10 off with a club and a spade. I mean, the bet's just so small that Heath is going to be able to bet somewhat cleanly for value either here or if he checks back on the river. And it looks like he's okay, he didn't do it here, but on most rivers, there's going to be a value bet by him.
Probably not.
Now the second overcard to the 2 10s arrives as Chidwick faces the same issue. After check calling the flop and both players checking the turn, action on Stevie.
Stevie might block in order to control the pot size here, not wanting to face a bigger bet in a very uncomfortable situation. Or he might check and just figure it out when facing a bet on the river. Those are his two options at this point, I think. And Heath, who's probably going to value bet most river cards, might opt not to on that one because the jack makes it a bit harder for Stevie to call with the 8 and 2 type hands that he is beating, that call flop always, and the jack fills in a number of cards that Chidwick might have floated with, such as Jack 9, King Jack, etc. So it's a tough spot now for Heath. It's one of the less favorable cards for him to value bet river, which he would have value bet probably most rivers, but he still does it. So now we'll actually see kind of like how good of a value bet that was. If Chidwick calls here, definitely good. If Chidwick folds, he's pretty much folding. Like if you think about it, ace-8, there's only 2 hands between 10s and ace-8, and that's 9s. So if Chidwick folds ace-8 here, we can kind of comfortably say value betting 2 10s was a bit thin. Not the easiest, though, because this bet check bet line could have a ton of air. Yeah, so Chidwick calls because, right, I mean, basically Heath could have fired the flop with just about anything, and now if he has nothing, like ace highs, king highs, or definitely much worse than that, he might now turn those into bluffs. In particular, king high.
So nice risk-taking there on the river from Ben Heath as he squeezes some value out of fellow countryman Stephen Chidwick.
Some on the spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah, in some ways, maybe the jack is, he is blocking with the 2 10s. He's blocking 10 jack a bit, which is nice, you know, in terms of making it a little bit less likely Chidwick hits the jack.
That's a good way to phrase it. Yeah.
Fun little hand. I mean, one of the things that you kind of always have to pay attention to in poker is like a lot of times a lot of the skill is found in these smaller pots. A lot of these bigger pots, not that there isn't skill, and some of them certainly have quite a bit, but some of them are kind of like destiny, right? I mean, you'll see, and there'll be a really big pot because 2 guys kind of have hands that just have to put a lot of money in, right? And there are a few times, especially post-flop spots, where the bigger pot will be someone electing to bluff or do something different or whatever, and not to take any skill out of that. But a lot of the smaller pots, there's, you know, Heath getting that second bet in on the river, dicier spot, but like finds it, and you know, I think it was a nice value bet. Not that the jack was the best card for him, but you know, I think there's a lot of players who just insta check that back on the jack.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially you know, like if I'm at the World Series, for example, playing with some more amateur players, I'd be a bit surprised to see a number of them value bet that jack river with the 10s, right? Whereas maybe on a 3, they would feel a lot more comfortable.
Sure.
Yeah.
Enjoy summer. And
Meanwhile, Jason Kuhn puts an ace-8 of his own to work here after having raised under the gun.
enough poker.
Picked up Fedor as a
World
defender
Series is
and
tough to do.
follows
When
through and
Europe
takes
is
it
so
down.
nice. It's just the time is
Jason
just
looking
more
sharp in the Burberry hoodie.
to do it in September. I don't
Shoulder
know.
shimmy.
But I guess it's like just.
Is that what he does?
Oh, it's so funny. You haven't seen that?
For Europeans.
Yeah, like if he
For
perks
Americans,
up and like he's
probably
about to like
the only
raise a
way.
hand, sometimes he's like he does like a little shimmy. You'll notice now
grind.
when you play with him. He's like, it's a patented shimmy. It's really funny.
They must be talking about David Peters.
Yeah. Yeah. Never says a word.
I feel like he's never moved.
Yeah, he does like he gets his
Like
neck loose.
settles in.
Yeah, settles in before the flop.
Yep.
He like does like a little shimmy.
Seatbelt on. Yeah, that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's,
That's the biggest move he does.
yeah, it's it. He just kind of.
Set like
Get comfortable
seatbelt on
before this.
sounds actually like
10-minute hand.
Oh my god, and just so focused.
Shimmy. I dig it.
he also has a very nice mouth placement, like this.
Okay, Fedor, you didn't have to make
Notice
it
mine's
weird.
like
We
open.
had the shoulder shimmy.
Probably
Everything
not
was
great
fine.
TV.
Everybody thought it was funny, and then we went with mouth placement.
Open mouth.
What does that even mean?
Holding my forehead.
Only teasing.
The D. Peters deconstruction.
Right.
Thank you.
Nice ace-queen placement for Chidwick, right on the button.
Yeah, I mean, 10 blinds, he's going to have a lot of jams. I think he's just, you know, working out whether or not this is going to be one of them. Does he want to raise and get rejammed on and call it, or just do it himself?
210.
14.
Ooh.
Ace tray for Kuhn. He's got plenty of chips with which to make this call, and obviously the upshot would be an opportunity to get Stephen Chidwick out of your way.
Yeah.
Shimmy on her.
Yeah, nice.
Shimmy me, Stevie.
Very important. Like, so this is one of those interesting pots where, yeah, either one wins. There's 450K, but that 450K adding to the chip leader stack worth a lot less in real dollar value than the 450K to Chidwick, who is either out of the tournament for 0 or in a spot where being a shorter stack, his chips are worth more because of the plus from the ICM, right? So,
nice hand.
And where that value comes from is everyone else in the tournament. Like, everybody else in the tournament, basically, other than Kuhn, wants Kuhn to win that pot, right? Because those chips are worth a lot less in Kuhn's stack than they are keeping another player in, doubling up from, like, really the shortest stack to having, you know, now a short but healthier stack. So that EV that comes from everyone else in the tournament, you know, even though it's the same number of chips, there's a little bit of EV there sucked out remaining in Chidwick's stack, as opposed to if Kuhn wins that 450K in chips, you know, everybody else gets a little of that EV that Kuhn doesn't realize.
Right. And Chidwick doubling up is not a welcome sight to the remainder of the field, as he will be a force to be reckoned with off of virtually any stack sizes. I've had the privilege of watching him navigate super high roller events for some time now. There's no quit in that man whatsoever. Not to infer that the remainder of the field is replete with that attribute, but he's a guy that it doesn't matter. You get him down to 6 bigs, and he's still going to get as deep as he can in that spot, think it through thoroughly, and then come up with the right decision.
Dude, you know what you're saying? So, I mean, listen, these streets are full of guys who are focused and, like, pay attention, and they're trying to play well. Among this group of players that have a high amount of focus, I mean, he might be the guy that I'm, like, the most impressed with on this. Literally every single time I play with Stevie, he never talks, and he watches every hand intently from start to finish on a level that, like, maybe I just haven't really seen before. I mean, the only comparison I almost have is, like, old school Ivy.
Okay.
Right? Like, old school Ivy was, like, known for that, like, ferocious intensity. And I almost feel like, I mean, sitting next to Stevie, literally, you will see him. It's, like, rare to see him not watching the hand that's currently going on. No matter how small it is,
right?
He's just in there paying attention.
Even
like,
when they're going to break.
Look at Ben Heath. He's kind of looking off. He's looking down. He's not really watching this hand. Like, maybe he knows what's going on, maybe not. Stevie, I bet if we look at him, I bet he's watching this hand.
And
I
speaking
bet he's
of what's
watching
going on, Tony G, who was the opener with the King-Queen, checked back after Adams defended with King-5 suited and out-flopped him. But here, he has 2 overs and the spade draw.
So yeah, it's an interesting hand where Adams probably thinks he has the best hand quite a bit here, but definitely not happy to see the spade. There's a decent chance that Tony might have a spade in his hand. So what does Adams choose to do? So he goes for a small bet. Now, this is nice if you just get called, which is what happens. Definitely would have been ugly for him if he got raised. I think Adams probably has a pretty good idea where he is. I expect him to check most rivers, like especially this one. And
yeah, Tony G took a shot at it on the turn. Now he is unimproved here on the river with 190,000 in the middle. Adams has not yet acted.
Yeah, I think Adams just checks here. And then Tony's going to decide whether or not he wants to bluff. I mean, you can't realistically think at this point that King High has showdown. He has a lot of chips. So if he bluffs, what size does he take? I mean, a huge bet doesn't... Okay, he just checks back and gives up.
Thank you. King, no good. The flush. Oh.
Thank you.
just enjoying his massage.
I'm enjoying his massage.
Yeah.
It almost seems like his massage therapist might be enjoying his massage as well.
That was a nice little head massage. I was starting to wish I was getting one of those at this moment. I mean, I'm in the booth. No one would know.
Or on the river.
I mean, the camera only
Buddy,
comes on once in a while.
Your secrets are safe with me.
Yeah, maybe get a massage. Get her in when she's done with Tony.
Don't
That
get me
looks like a
wrong.
great head massage.
If you do get a massage in the booth, I will bring it up repeatedly throughout the broadcast. So the secret will no longer be a secret, but it will be safe. Because I'm not going to judge you one bit.
It's on you, Ben.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was mine.
It's mine.
Too busy.
You want it, you have to fight for it.
Two reasonable, but on the tight side folds in the first two spots. And Coon gonna find a raise here on the button with the suited queen. Ooh. Two players who are gonna be interested. Let's see with how they decide to play it.
Ace-4, first and foremost, suited in variety for Tim Adams out of the small.
Tough spot for Adams. Does he jam? Does he 3-bet? Or I don't think he's going to fold. Yeah, jam. I kind of like this play. I mean, it's a little healthy, you know, getting up there nearly 30 blinds, but I think it's the move versus the button. Now we can see,
For a blog or
right?
blog
I
or
mean,
like
Elton went out in a very similar spot, actually for less big blinds technically. Elton only had 20, I believe, jamming versus the button open. You know, Fedor has ace-jack suited, and you look silly, but right here, not like ace-4 is doing well against ace-jack.
Well, we're doing well, and that's because we've got the most comfortable seating around. A special shout out to Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series. Secret Lab's research-backed chairs are extensively tested and engineered for optimal sitting health with award-winning features like an integrated lumbar support, fully adjustable armrests to alleviate pressure from your wrists and elbows, and a pebble seat base that guides you into a healthy sitting posture.
Videographer? Yeah, it looks like it.
Over 2 million users have a Secret Lab in their own homes. That's quite a bit of market share.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this. I've yet to meet a chair.
How long have you been doing the vlog for?
That can fix my posture.
Really?
I take it as a challenge.
Okay.
I was saying, how long have you been
how's
doing
the Secret Lab chair doing?
Oh, okay.
Let me lean back. Yeah, when I lean back, feels fixed.
Well, there you
That's
go.
why I don't lean back. Because I will not let a chair get the best of me, Rast. It's an inanimate object. I'm a human being. I'm an apex predator. Now I feel like
Gotta make
Elmi
the
is-
stand. Ooh, Kuhn here, 10-9 off. Decides
Putting it on
not.
YouTube or
Maybe wants to wait a little bit closer to the bubble
Just for you.
to turn up the heat.
Mm-hmm.
Heath accepts the walk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. The scalp. Look at the tension in the fingers.
Mhm.
Hitting all those trigger points. Oh, she just looked into the camera like she heard me. That was intimate.
Then I will, like, this is how it looks. And
Can we go back to massage cam?
Okay.
I mean, I love Adrian Mateos, I really do, but massage cam was something special.
Yeah, there's nothing special going on with Adrian right now.
No.
He's just sitting there on his button.
The cards to be taken.
Immaculately
yeah.
manicured pompadour,
Yeah,
sure.
that's after.
yeah.
But is it a
That's
Tony G massage?
Yeah, I think because of the box, they.
Tough to compete. Chidwick, king queen off, under the gun, 55 to go. With 15 left here in event 7.
gonna pick up a nice little pot. Blinds have just gone up, so it's 60K.
Kind of similar with esports, right?
Yeah, although I feel
Like
with
it's
esports
starting to change the reputation.
Oh yeah, that's already huge. I feel like these big live streams and like that they have arenas now, like already changed. Huge deal.
Yeah.
I mean, the comparison like 10 years ago and now is crazy. It's also that now I feel a lot more parents are playing games with their children, like something like Overwatch. I know a lot of, or Fortnite, a lot of. It's more casual.
Did you play games with your parents growing up, Rast?
Yeah, not really. When I played video games, it was not with my parents. Yeah, most of my game playing was on my own or with my friends, not with my parents. What about you?
Yeah, I played a version of Gin Rummy that I'm not sure is the exact version that's widely adopted.
It was that much.
That they taught me with
Maybe
2 decks of cards. And that was probably one of the first card games that I ever learned. And then the very first time that I was exposed to poker, I was underage on a family trip to Lake Tahoe up in Northern California. And my dad sat down at a poker table, and I sat behind him. And he was playing 7-card stud high.
So you're going
and I remember
lifestyle angle,
I knew enough about poker to know that the card that he caught on the river was really good. And the guy had bet out in a heads-up pot, and my dad was squeezing. And I'm looking over his shoulder, and he catches it. And I see the card, and I pat him on the back, and I say something very like affirming about whatever had developed. And he turns over his shoulder and looks at me. And needless to say, that was the last time that I was invited to watch him play cards. Oh man, sorry, Bob.
Quite difficult to.
I was just excited for you.
Fine line between them.
Did you cost him an extra bet on the river?
Oh yeah, there was no doubt. He put the raise in, and the guy just like snap folded. The whole table broke out in laughter. My dad was embarrassed, and I was asked to go up to the room. Oh, it was awesome.
No, eliminated.
My dad suffers from what most Persian poker players do. It's the desire to steal a pot more than actually make a real hand. Bluffing is in our genes, my friend. Another 55K open after the pocket fives of Kuhn. Shot it up and took it down. This time it is from the 9-7 suited on the button for Tony. G holds the customer with the Jack 5 suited. Buck 45 in the middle. And the 8-5-5 board is, let's call it better for Fedor as he checks trips to the gutty.
Check, you check.
Yeah, but this is a board Tony's going to be interested in. He's got the gutter on a board where there aren't that many draws and a backdoor diamond draw. Oh, my goodness.
Hello, 6 of spades as Tony checks back. And this is a problem for Fedor. He could lose heaps here.
Certainly. I mean, and Fedor's kicker with the 5 is quite good. So, I mean, he's ahead. Tony can reasonably have, who knows about 5-3 suited, but like 5-4 suited, 5-7, 5-9, 5-10 suited. Obviously, a few 5s that are better. So,
2/3 pot, the sizing from Fedor.
You know, Tony has to decide right now whether or not he's going to raise or just call. You know, he has a pretty big hand. The board is paired. There's no flush draws. So, I mean, there aren't really that many bad cards for him. That said, his hand is really strong, and he might want to get value right here. Yeah, I like this. This is really protecting a calling range. I mean, Fedor really thinks he has the best hand here. Tony could easily have a hand like an 8, a 6, an overpair. And this is a great card for Fedor in the sense that, I mean, he might not even bet his hand for value.
Yeah, after the flat from Tony, certainly he's going to be wary. 4-liner straight on the board.
Yeah, I mean, if he does, it'll be a blocking bet, right? Or a smallish type bet, like probably 100K or less. I don't think he even goes close to half pot. Yeah, so about 100K. Fedor chooses this bet. He thinks he can get called by worse, and also he probably feels pretty comfortable to fold to a raise to a bet this large. So I feel like this is a nice exploited sizing.
I didn't get it in. That's so stupid. I didn't get it in on a turn. Felt he had a 5. Oh my god. Saved you. If it's not a 7 on a river, I get it in.
I mean,
so stupid.
Yeah, Tony G
Cost you
lamenting
nothing. Oh my god.
that river
least they
card.
checked
not a 6 on the turn, you don't have a straight.
Yeah, I know. Whether you win, I mean, yeah, but then.
I mean,
could have got
another
a lot
thing
more money in on a turn.
that was really helpful was just no bet on the flop.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that was a hand where had Tony decided to c-bet his hand, Fedor might call, might raise.
Felt like
If
had to raise there.
Fedor raises, it's probably not going to be a very large raise, and I'm sure Tony floats.
go
And
all
then
in.
banging that 6 off, I mean, pot's just much bigger at that point,
Crazy.
so even the turn bet would be very large. It would make the river a very sticky card for Fedor now, probably a lot
Still
less
nice
willing
to
to
hit 6. I deserve one.
to call the river. He might even...
If anyone does, it's you, Tim.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't turn his hand into a bluff, but it's one of those things in super deep
Deserve the
stacks
gut
you
shot.
consider.
Deserve one against the 5. What a setup! Oh my god!
Not so sure about that.
You raised the
50K to go from Mateos's ace-7 suited.
Only 5 plays, right?
A thorny spot for Fedor here. I mean, Mateos, I guess Mateo, with the blinds going up, he has
You're not-
under
what is the
30
math
bigs, so Fedor might be willing to re-raise. It's not so nice against an early position raiser. So yeah, he just decides to call.
Now the pocket 4s for Kuhn can certainly join the party.
Yeah, and Will. Gotta love this price he's getting.
Hard to know what the computer would do.
6 to 1 on a
It's all
call.
GTO now.
Might do both.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, probably there's so much value in calling as well to keep the action going.
Just do what your gut tells you.
No sets for the pocket pairs
Just do what your
as
gut tells you.
Mateos flops second pair and holds his 8s are still good.
It's nice to qualify.
Interesting board where everybody has a moderate strength hand. I mean, Kuhn's hand pretty weak. Mateos checks back, middle pair, and
interesting turn.
Backdoor flush draw.
As both Holtz and Kuhn have straight draws which block one another.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Fedor bet this quite a bit. I mean, the 8's figured to be good a decent amount. He doesn't want to give, I mean, every card above an 8, 9 to ace, all, you know, can potentially hit your opponent should they have just no pair, 2 overcards. So nice little mix of reasons to want to bet his hand, and he finds the bet, goes small. Kuhn here with some decisions to continue. Can't love the showdown value of his hand. 4's not really blocking anyone too much from having a straight because neither of the other players are very likely, but yeah, decides to take this into a kind of bluff here versus the lead. Gets Mateos out, but probably not going to get Fedor. 2 8s are very relevant blockers. Now again, Kuhn is a person who can have a 4, but he can also have hands like 8-4 suited, 8-9. 8s could be the best hand.
Well, Holtz is just
blockers.
blocking a lot of those straights that one would
Yes.
think would feel comfortable raising, like the 8-4 and the 8-9. The 8-9 being the more probable of the two, given there was a raise pre, but obviously being able to close the action from the big 3-way, getting a good price. There is some 8-4 in there. There's certainly some 3-4 in there as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, because Kuhn can have 3-4. Now here's the spot where we find out on a bluff if Kuhn is going to follow through with a river bluff. Oh.
3 on the end gives Kuhn the straight.
What a, I mean, Kuhn's the best card in the deck for Kuhn. A 3 that isn't a diamond. You know, now he's just super likely to have the best hand in position. Less than 1 SPR. If he was going to bluff the river, we'll never know, because now he's not bluffing.
All in?
No, he's jamming. And these are always so polarizing. But
yeah.
1 pair, 8s.
Like Queen 4 of diamonds or some shit?
Oh, Fedor in the neighborhood.
Fedor going to take his time, but you can see even just by his initial comment, like he realizes the 3 is not a blank, right? I mean, that's the big takeaway here. And if he was going to call, he's probably a lot less likely on the 3. Yeah, I think he's going to lay this down. He definitely is giving off that energy.
Yep.
So nice fold by Fedor. I mean, Kuhn won that pot and chipped up big time there, but let's pay some respect to how Fedor played that hand.
River.
I wonder if on a deuce, if Kuhn jams, does Fedor call with the ace?
I mean, on the river.
It's actually a pretty good hand to bluff catch with, really. I mean, one of the better ones. So, I mean, you know, a hand that's not ahead of value range, like not like a set plus type of deal,
He somehow,
or
built
top 2
something
pair
like
set
4-6.
plus.
Yeah, because he likes this river to bluff.
Yeah,
But I make good hands too on that river.
Yeah, but
I could have just had it on the turn, you know.
I could have ripped it.
I could have had it.
You could, but it's not the case, I guess.
I mean,
It's not the case.
should have just ripped it.
No, Fedor.
Well, if you rip it on the turn, you do win the pot.
Oh, on the turn he's talking.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Different story altogether. Kuhn in the small, on the heels of that beautiful river card. And nice pickup. The overall chip leader.
Like I said,
goes to work.
Fun
Tim
pots
Adams.
with these guys. Kuhn with a nice, with an interesting decision to raise there versus the turn lead, and yeah, this is a table that's going to play some fun pots. They're going to be fun in the reasonable kind of way, but nevertheless fun. Sometimes you see fun pots in the unreasonable kind of
yeah.
way.
Well, that's fun for one of the 2 guys in the pot.
Just someone just like really doing something wild. I mean, I think you're going to find a lot of kind of sharp reasons behind it, but you can nevertheless see some pretty cool pots here. And in many ways, those are the more instructive pots.
Yeah, that's a bad
fun
one to call
pots.
the river with, though.
Yes.
That's a really, really bad one. It's a great one to call the turn or rip the turn, but really bad one to call the river.
Yes.
I still always think it might be black.
It's not.
But yours was worse than mine.
At one point in the hand it was.
Yeah, after it sounds like they shared their hands. Fedor can't feel too bad about that one. I mean, he stuck around in the hand until he had the worst hand and then folded. So, I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, you lose the pot, and it's always nice to win the chips. But I can just say that as a pro poker player, after those pots, when you kind of find out basically you played the hand about as well as you could, you're pretty happy. There's not much more you can do, right? I mean, we had that discussion about the luck versus skill element. I was just saying in one tournament, the cards are going to determine it so often, and that's just why. But when you know you stuck around, you can't even beat top pair, call a big raise on the turn, fold when you're beat on the river, what more can you ask yourself? Like, you did the best you could.
Yeah.
So, you know, the cards, lady luck, so to speak, whatever you want to say, it just didn't work out for you. But basically, Fedor played the hand as well as he possibly could have, given the action that was presented to him.
And I think the capacity to have tremendous composure here in the high-limit streets as we see Tim Adams limp and fold to Mateos' pocket nines as Adrian gives him a look as if to say, buddy,
2 unders.
relax, I got it. It is very much the byproduct of a command of
Thinking about calling.
your craft. When you know that what you've done, and you can rest assured that what you've done lines up with what is empirically correct, or to the best
Not
of
a
your
free.
capacity and the best of your knowledge and
Forward.
all of the work that you've
Caramba.
put in
No, I
is
mean-
absolutely what you wanted to do,
Nine,
then you
maybe I
allow
will.
the rest to just happen as it will, with
I mean,
resting
yeah,
assured with the
that's-
comfort and the knowledge that in the long run, which is what poker basically
so.
is
Yes.
trying to get involved in as many trials as possible where you have an advantage,
don't want to fall.
things will work out.
Blinking.
But obviously there are dark days when you experience variance, things get real bleak, and we begin to question ourselves, and we begin to compound some of those downswings at times by virtue of that.
Yeah, it's one of the. I mean, I was talking about some of the minuses about being on stream, but it's also kind of one of the pluses. I mean, there's times where you're like, oh man, like I don't know what happened in that hand. How did I play it? Well, you get to find out, and sometimes you get the positive affirmation of like, okay, I mean, I actually played pretty well. So, you know, results be what they may. I'm going to feel pretty good about my decisions on this particular day of battle.
Yeah, from here.
Chidwick, ace 10. And now Kuhn with king queen. Suited.
Suited. Kind of tough decision here versus a relatively early position raiser. I believe this is 7-handed, 8-handed table, so +1 means 7-handed under the gun, assuming they have 8. You know, Kuhn trying to decide whether or not he wants to raise, get it in, or just flat, and goes with the flat. Would have been a spot where I think versus a re-raise, Chidwick's probably getting off of the ace-10 off. It's likely the weakest offsuit 8. I doubt he opens ace-9 off from that position. Even the ace-10 off open from UTG +1, which is probably, based on most pre-flop charts, I would guess the worst hand he's supposed to open in terms of offsuit aces. You know, I think a lot of people would pass that now that he's a shorter stack that's going to get picked on a bit.
Look at Chidwick's
this close to the bubble.
Look at Chidwick's line as he is checking over to Kuhn. Obviously, Kuhn with dust decides to check back, wholly unimproved after the 3 of diamonds comes off, which doesn't rate to be of any consequence or issue to Chidwick's ace-10 with 170 in the middle.
Yeah, and Kuhn's check back is a total white flag move because I think Kuhn realizes that if Chidwick has a worse hand, and that would be like other Broadway combos that are below King Queen, he's probably going to if he's probably going to delay c-bet fire turn. You know, but with no backdoor flush draw or anything, that's just it. So now Chidwick laying the double rope, and this is a spot where Kuhn could decide if Chidwick is double checking a weak hand, maybe he can get him to fold even though he's beating it. Decides to check back, and now we're going to see.
I don't know. Maybe if I make.
Can Chidwick check this 3 times?
They come to.
I don't think so.
Oh, nice. Okay. So this,
I think he's going to value bet, but he might.
Yeah.
These guys have played a lot of poker with each other as
Yeah.
well, and they know each other. So
mutual respect there,
and sometimes
plenty
you
of
start to
context.
see like weird lines. Also, that people take when they played quite a bit with each other to throw somebody off. But yeah, and I think Kuhn's just not. Now, like I said,
Look at the sizing, by the way, 145 into 170.
now Kuhn is thinking exactly what I said. Did he double check a worse Broadway type hand and now just bluffing it on the river? But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a reach, and I think that's what Kuhn decided as well.
As he folds, and Chidwick will collect the pot. Jason keeping it clean there.
And so, even though that flop had a little bit going on with the 8 and the 6, I think Chidwick really comfortable to give free cards on it because he realizes that he's short enough that Kuhn's not going to be flatting him a ton with cards that interact with that for straights, such as 5-7, etc. You know, maybe the 9-10 suited, that's about it. But beyond that, it's like Kuhn's range is going to be, you know, occasionally he'll have flopped a set. Maybe he'll have a worse ace or a better ace, or he'll have a lot of like the suited Broadway type hands which flop nothing. So it's going to be a lot of hands that are either way ahead of him or way behind. So versus that, Chidwick very happy to just check down and go for a river value bet. So, I mean, again, even though that's a very simple pot, there was a lot of actual thinking that went into Chidwick's line, and it makes a lot of sense why he took it.
What do you got there? 500, is it?
55 to go from Chidwick, who this time has ace-jack under the gun. Tony G checks his bearings, defends with the 9-6 off.
And this is why I like being in the booth, Ali.
He's got bottom pair up against top pair. Go on, Rast.
Because when I watch a hand like that, I think, why is Chidwick playing it this way? And I feel like I'm good enough at poker that I get to divine the answer and learn. I'm just trying to share some of that with you guys. You, my fellow booth member, but also
those
the
at
people
home.
At home. Yeah. One of these days, I'll be able to finish my own sentences.
What you looking at?
I tail off. I get lost. Thank you, my friend.
Oh, my
I'm here for you.
Yes. I got some dope legs. Yeah, a lot of people think I'm top heavy. It's like I've actually always been like real bottom heavy.
I mean,
my life.
this is a little bit of a dicey call here by Tony. I think versus like 2/3 pot sizing on the flop, you can go ahead and just lay down bottom pair. Bottom pair, no club.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 9 interacts to pick up some straights, but like even if you hit a 10 or a 7, like are you gonna call a bet on the turn? You know, maybe you bet yourself. It's dicey, and he's been playing pretty solid, but this is a time when just a couple things about this hand. Even defending the 6-9 off against an under the gun 7-8 open, whatever, whether they're 7 or 8 handed. I mean, you're just getting smashed by that range. Not like playing Chidwick out of position there is easy, and even the flop continue. And I mean, I'm pretty sure Chidwick is just going to go huge here. I mean, he might even just jam. It's a nice kind of spot to move all in with this hand. Deny equity, maybe you get called by weaker jacks. You put a number of hands, like what about a hand like 4 queen of clubs, 4 10 of clubs that just hit the 4. I mean, it's so ugly now to check call it off. Maybe you do. Yeah.
Jamming is Chidwick for 420,000. Should make quick work of the 9-6, although Tony will take a moment here.
Well, I mean, it sounds like, or sorry, it looks like Tony has, he has a gut feeling here that Chidwick is light. I mean, we can see that that's wrong, because otherwise he shouldn't be taking his time with bottom pair, no draw. Even going into a time bank for it. So Tony definitely a person who, you know, plays a bit off his gut. Maybe feels like, hey, I've been playing really solid. Is Chidwick trying to push me around? But I mean, definitely from a card standpoint, this hand is, I would say, supposed to have been folded multiple times before we got here. So no compounded mistake on the turn.
Nope. And Chidwick northbound.
Yeah, scary news for everybody else. I mean,
not what they want to see.
Scared money. Don't want to see the river.
Yep.
Draw?
Big hand.
Ace, queen of clubs or something? What'd you have?
Probably not that one.
Jason can't help but admonish Tony G for poor speculative effort there.
Yeah. Bro, don't you realize how he's dividing up his range?
Right.
Ace queen of clubs is never played like that. Yeah, but ace jack off makes a lot of sense. That's for sure.
Receive my IWC?
Sorry?
I actually have 2 IWCs, but this one, you might like that one. Cool, huh?
Ben
I didn't even see it.
on the
I
button.
saw it already. I didn't know it's pretty IWC. Nice.
I like it.
Yeah, I again just
Like a military type.
saying something I kind of said earlier, but almost after the
it's,
spot. I
the
mean,
color's not
listen,
desert.
there's a lot of great players here, but
That's pretty
I
cool.
might be a little biased because
I
in
would
my
do
experience
one.
playing with all these guys, Chidwick is the one guy who I feel like has more,
It's like kind of obnoxious.
much more than almost anyone else here.
But it's
Just made me
very
feel
pretty.
like
You would like
I'm played bad versus him. And
like
so
a
I love
one-watch
watching him
type of
play. I
guy.
mean, I
Yeah, I
feel like
love
he
that
plays
watch.
great.
I'm never like a, you know,
You're not alone in that opinion.
watch, but I like different colors.
Yeah, as an accessory with different colors, I can also vibe with that.
Yeah, like rather than buy like one crazy expensive watch, like I don't know if you like middle price, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, for me it's more, I mean, middle price.
Ace high rainbow board.
Yeah, very relevant.
All Heath affair
Yeah.
here after Chidwick defended with queen 10 off
that
suit.
blue one's
Asian middle
Which,
price.
by the way, does make me feel with a little bit
Yeah,
of
I'll
pride
show you
that
my,
even though yesterday I did get it in bad with him, when I looked that
90?
hand up, I actually played the hand right according
There you go.
to a solver.
Nothing wrong with that.
So I was like, okay, even my sizing, everything. So you know what? It's okay. Sometimes monkeys clicking buttons get it right as well. Produce the works of Shakespeare.
This is my other watch. It's my favorite. I love that watch. Isn't that
That's
cool?
very nice.
Yeah, and it's
Bet and take it
awesome
for Heath
because
there.
it's, you can not wear it for 7 days and it's still
Friends?
Yeah.
Event 7, the 75,000 euro,
Oh,
8
it is
max, no
25
limit
Gs.
hold'em.
Yep.
Rolls on from here in Casino Gran Via in Madrid. Ali Najad alongside Brian the Czar Rast. Happy to have you with us from wherever in the world you may be streaming us and on whatever platform, be it Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Just 13 remain with 8 places paid. Blinds at 10 and 25,000. Overall chip leader is Jason Kuhn. Shortest stack in the field belongs to Andras Nemeth on the outer table, and not far off of his heels is Tim Adams here at our feature table. Meanwhile, King-Queen offsuit for Adrian Mateos as he shoots it up to 50,000, and now a very playable ace-10 suited in the small for Chidwick and an ace-9 off behind him for Fedor.
Let's see what line Chidwick takes here. I mean, he's got a good hand. These stacks are starting to get up into the mid-range in the tournament. No, they're still on the shorter side.
Oh.
Yeah, so he just rejams.
Yep.
Rejams for mid-20s, and Mateos isn't going to be able to call this. He's a little annoyed. He knows it. He's got to put it away. Yep, there we go. One thing so far I will say that of note with Chidwick is he doesn't seem too concerned about the bubble. And one hand in particular that says
me,
that
just
to
make
me
a
was
photo
his
nice
decision to
from here,
flat
direct.
threes.
From
I mean,
here.
he was a little shorter than he is
There you
now in
go.
terms of number of big blinds when he did it against that under the gun
Are you
opener,
balanced?
Elton.
It doesn't
Is that
matter.
fun?
We just make for me, just for me, just a photo. Just from here, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's got it. Beautiful.
And our chip leader, the tournament chip leader, is going away to the other table.
Well, if you're into poker and gambling-themed gear, there's just one perfect watch brand to check out, Jacob & Co. They're embedding a playful spirit into their watch functions. Their Astronomia Casino piece has a functioning roulette wheel within it. Check it out during the break online, or if you happen to be here at Gran Via, we may or may not have one on display. And I may or may not be hatching a plan to nick that watch. See, I've been around our producer, James Dempsey, and Mr. Kilbane too much now, the British. The other day I said I'm going to the loo.
Oh, wow.
What was that?
You're a crafty one.
That was just obscene. Blasphemous. As an American, to say I'm going to the loo?
I'd love to hear your plan at craftiness when you've hatched it.
A little craftiness out of Mateos under the gun. King Jack off suit on the lower end of perhaps what he would want to be opening with. And Tony G in the cutoff with Queen 10 suited. He'll mull it over.
Yeah, I mean, it's an open, and he's blocking some big cards. Love to just pick it up. Let's see if Chidwick lets him. I mean, this is a hand I don't think Chidwick jams, but it's a hand he could flat or 3-bet to like 150. Yeah, 125. Okay. I mean, he's just never stops unrelenting pressure.
You keep bullying me.
Stop opening such bad hands, he.
No, I'm not.
Mateos succumbs to the pressure from Chidwick. I love that. Stop opening such bad hands. I'll stop bullying you. Playful exchange there between the boys. What place is Tony G going to have to finish to cover this massage bill? Looking at the payouts here. 8th is good for 189,000 euros, so I think he's safe. But I don't know.
It does feel like as long as Tony G is going to be on here, he's going to be getting a massage. And at this point, if he's listened to the stream at all, he's probably just going to do it for you, Ollie.
I'll tell you what. We should get a little line up at polymarket.com, see if the Tony G massage line.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be fun if we could, you know, get lines. The people watching can bet on stuff happening in the tournament. How long will Tony G get a massage? How many hands till the next Chidwick 3-bet?
Well, could Mateos be prepared to return the favor?
Oh, I think he's ready and willing.
And the 3-bet does come in for all of it out of the big blind. So the Jack-9 suited goes into the mug.
Let's go.
1 and 1.
I need to start looking.
Without looking.
I don't think anyone's buying that.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
And that smile,
Yeah,
little
because
wry
it's
smile on
bullying
Chidwick's face came well before Adrian's comment. So these guys having fun. Not really actually, nobody doing anything crazy yet. But
Can't be like this. I have to fight very hard here.
Defend the honor.
Can look bad here. So at least need to be brave.
Dusty one for Stevie here.
I hope you remember that in the bubble. Like,
Fedor looks interested though.
Don't bully me.
Ooh. This is a bit of a dusty one. Jack deuce suited for a cutoff open. Yeah. He's like...
Fedor, do you have how many stacks of blue do you have?
3.
Ah, okay.
I mean...
515.
Yeah, thanks.
The app is correct.
Yeah, I just couldn't see the...
Yeah.
Would have worked.
Yeah, on the TV table, the numbers on the app are mostly pretty accurate.
Yeah, I just wanted to check.
One of the issues, though, is Heath is, with all those chips, is not going to be afraid to defend his big blind and realize equity to min raises, even getting this close to the bubble. So makes it less appealing to open his big blind at this point, whereas some other stacks might, depending on the player, might have tighter inclinations.
Bottom pair for Heath, who will face a bet from Mateos.
Mateos goes larger, which, is he asking a 6 to fold with this sizing, and will Heath do that? Mateos does not even have 2 overcards to the 6, so definitely would like a 6 to fold, and is actually nearly drawing dead versus Heath's hand.
And Heath now makes bottom 2 pairs, so doubtful he'll be going anywhere.
Yeah, but Mateos now, I mean, hit one of his, what he would consider to be his best cards, and an over to the 6. Probably pretty happy to try to show down versus a pair of 6s, but unlikely to get that opportunity versus bottom 2, which
Thank you.
probably be very happy to bet and try to extract value from a pair of queens or kings.
Thank you. This is done. Right. Thank you.
175 out there.
At this point, I think Heath is just thinking about sizing and decides to go big, which makes a lot of sense. Probably wondering how big can I go, since, you know, I don't have too many really. I mean, I never have a set in my range, realistically speaking. Don't have ace king, aces, maybe not even king queen. So kind of best hands you're repping are sort of kings or queens up. Obviously, those are very good hands. So he's near the top of his range.
Now the 10 on the river as Mateos hung around.
Fills in a lot of straights, 3 of them to be precise. That said, somewhat unlikely that Mateos would check call Jack-9 or 8-9, maybe Ace-Jack. Mateos, it looks, I mean, he took a time bank. Like, is he considering turning this into a bluff? I mean, he does have about the worst hand he could possibly have at this point. Given, I mean, he made a very speculative call. In my opinion, he should probably fold his hand on the turn. So I guess
it was a big bet from Heath.
Yeah, I guess he decides part of the reason why he check calls the turn is to bluff some rivers where straights come in, and maybe Heath's hand gets worse. But
And look at this. He's putting 430 of his remaining 435 out there. What a statement, and what a scary card for Heath. 8-9 is there, Jack-9 is there, Ace-Jack is there, but Ben Heath shakes his head, makes the call, and 6s and 7s will leave Mateos all but felted.
Yeah, Mateos with a very interesting hand.
Big half.
His turn call is very speculative.
That's a scary board.
But,
I've been playing a lot of Omaha on coin poke.
Yeah.
That's a sick bad board. He would never call you there.
My goodness. Mateos with 0 big blinds. Just 5K as Ben Heath up to 66 and 1.97 in front of him. That'll put him right there with Jason Kuhn, who has moved to the outer table. As you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by M88 Mansion, the blinds northbound to 15 and 30,000 with a 30K ante. Not that that really matters to Mateos at this point. Holds and Adams, neck and neck. Guaga and Chidwick, same story.
That's how you win.
One of the difficulties
That's how you
about
become
that by
legend.
Adrian is when Ben bets large on the turn there,
I just have my reputation.
for value, he's kind of repping 2 pair, and if he doesn't have value, there's a decent chance he has a straight draw. And a lot of straight draws got there on the river. The Jack, he doesn't have Ace-Jack, but the Jack-9 and the 8-9 he can definitely have. So if 2 pair calls and the Jack-9 and 8-9 are certainly calling, I do wonder like what you're bluffing out with a high frequency. So very interestingly played hand by Adrian, but between the turn call out of position and the river bluff, which makes a lot of sense, but if you were to break the hand down very much, like maybe the 3 blocker isn't really the best blocker for it, etc. You know, I don't know. But it was a creative hand, and I will hand it to him for that.
Mateos may be lamenting the choice to call the turn there, but it's all hindsight at this point. as Adams participates with Jack-10 offsuit. Tony G will defend with the Ace-4 in all likelihood. Maybe coming from late position out of Adams. Tony might want to shoot it up.
All in.
Oh, indeed. All in is the number he comes with.
This card on top has a big freeze.
Yeah,
There
I
we
know,
go,
it's-
Tony.
And it's a problem because and it's the nice. It's really, really bad.
New deck.
What's that? And I noticed it. And it's so bad. Like,
There we go,
that's a
Tony.
mark
Getting
ace.
aggro. That's the Tony G we all want to
Yeah,
see.
right.
Not this nit who's found his way in his last couple streams, but this guy. Oh, here's the beautiful watches again. They're back, Ali. Take it away.
Yeah. Our official timekeeper, Jacob and Company, makes those incredible timepieces. Not just about the diamonds and the sapphires and the rubies. We're actually going to be collaborating for a special timepiece to be won by the Triton Madrid No Limit Hold'em and Short Deck main event winners. Keep an eye out for that very soon. And I mean, remember when a watch told time? Now you can know moon phase and calculator. You can play some roulette. You can figure out where Orion's belt is in the sky.
Jacob & Co. Buy a timepiece for your dime piece.
Listen, I don't know whether or not that's going to land you a gig in their marketing department, Rast, but you're good with me.
I mean, I don't know. It's listen, I love the slogan. I'm not sure if that's the look Jacob & Co. is going for, but if so, guys, here I am. Hit me up.
Right. I could just see it on the inside cover of Rob Report. Jacob & Co. Buy a timepiece for your dime piece. Fantastic.
See, what that has working for it is kind of the undercurrent idea that if you buy one, you're saying your woman's a dime, and of course your lady's a dime. See?
Right. But if you do buy one of those very expensive timepieces for her, the breakup is going to feel infinitely worse. I don't think she's going to leave it in the nightstand.
You're really a glass half empty kind of guy, aren't you? I mean,
I play poker, Rast, not well. Okay, so yeah. Olympier from Tony G with the ace.
let's see if that was just a one-off aggro action by Tony, or he's just ready to turn it up. Because Chidwick might be thinking about turning this into, nope, he's just going to see the flop. Do I raise that limp? Come after him? Or no, just let's play in position.
And Tony smacks an ace on the paired flop and checks it over to Chidwick.
Not sure Chidwick's going to fall for this too often. He's very aware that Tony has a lot more aces than him and maybe suspects that he's getting checked too. That said, could it be worth a one-off stab for 30K, getting 3-1 on a bluff, just trying to get Tony to fold nothing? Or are we going to wait until a later street to try it on the Turner River, should Tony check twice?
Well, no added equity for this 8-6, and Tony has checked twice. Is he getting a little bit too cute?
No, I like Tony's play here. It's pretty reasonable. Chidwick checks. He does see he has a heart. He's now blocking Tony from having some flush draws that might continue. This is a spot where I think if he's going to try to steal the hand, it would be now. Give it a shot. And he waves the white flag.
No. Backdoor hearts show up. The deuce is of no consequence.
Triple check by Tony. And now we'll see. Chidwick's had 3 chances to try to steal it. Considering it. Really seems like he's considering it at this point. Oh, and Tony got him.
Well, after the third check and no showdown value, you can't fault Chidwick for just trying.
A big professional, I keep it friendly with you, you know? Just,
oh, yeah,
you always got big hands.
Trap me.
No, I don't. Just like scared.
Tony with a huge smile on his face.
Scary bunny.
So happy he got that 40K
Purebred.
out of
I'm
the
the only
8-6
purebred
offsuit
bunny,
on
you know?
that flop.
You guys work on this 24/7.
This
I flip.
This, my friends, is known as chirping chips, right here. Man is very happy to have that 40,000 off of Chidwick by triple checking. The only way he was going to get it. Can't contain his joy.
Oh. Small win.
Listen.
It was almost like martingaling the check raise.
Yeah.
He checked the flop, it didn't happen. He checked the turn, it didn't happen. He checked the river, and then at that point there was really no upshot to him raising, so he just flats.
Yeah. Ah, we're calling that a 3-bet.
Well,
guess technically that's correct. 3-bet to a min raise. I haven't really seen that before.
It's an all-in for 5K from Mateos, and then a min raise from Heath with the Queen 10 suited. Now Fedor out of the big blind with these 2 7s, firing some synapses.
Fedor with an interesting decision here. I mean, I think normally he's just going to go all in versus a cutoff open. Maybe he still does it, 15 blinds. What else are you going to do? Yeah. The unfortunate thing is it does increase Mateos' chance of tripling up, but Mateos is so short that it's probably worth it, given all the extra chips he wins. Like, you just pick up an extra 30. But Mateos has more equity now than in a 3-way pot versus Queen 10.
And you still play for the ante, yeah? Yeah. Oh, wow. That's smart. That's why I left the 5. I didn't see it.
Oh.
Oh, a 7 in the window, but a Broadway gutty for Mateos.
Turning 5 into 50.
Jack 2.
Yeah, that's not a bad return if the jack rolls off the deck for Mateos, which is exactly what he's going to need to stay in it. Not there. Makes a pair of kings. Top class. Tells the boys good luck as he checks out. Out of the money here in Madrid.
Yeah, these are mine.
So just 5 players currently at the featured table.
Yeah, but they're going to only 11 in the tournament, so it'll be 5 and 6. So 5-handed the least you play in this tournament. Because I believe at 9 they probably go to the final table, so you don't have the 5 and 4 spot. So 5, 1 more gets knocked out. If that player's at this table, we'll get someone from the other table in order to balance, not have it be 6 and 4. But Ben Heath has to be pretty happy at this point to be the table chip leader. Wouldn't want to get Jason Kuhn back from the other table. So now we're really getting, now is when we should start seeing people start to be especially bubble conscious. I mean, only 3 off the money. Did you say it's 170,000? I mean, so it's more than 2 buy-ins, if that's true.
189,000.
189,000. 2.5 buy-ins.
Heath shooting it up with the ace-9. Adams out of the big with ace-7 suited.
Wow, and so interesting. This payout structure, going back to the more gradiated one, for whatever reason, the 50K was part of, had that really flat after you bubbled, which is so different. Like this one just kind of jumps up every increment. Like every increment is worth cashing. So what that means is there will be quite a bit of pressure here on the bubble for these guys, especially the short stacks, to just make it to 8th, that difference between 0 and 189K. But then afterward, there is value to having more chips, though, whereas in the last bubble, I mean, there were 4 spots after you got knocked out that were essentially the same. So once you got down to the bubble, the increment of getting a little more chips wasn't worth that much. You just really needed to make the money.
Adams flatting out of the big with the ace-7 suited. Comes up shy. Checks it over to Heath, who has middle pair with 165 out there. Ben making that spectacular call with 6s and 7s against Adrian Mateos, who gave it all he had.
Yeah, man, tricky spot for Adams. I mean, this obviously a hand that would like to continue, but this is what happens when you start getting really short defending the big blind. Now, you know, defending ace-7 suited, clearly going to happen. But yeah, see, I mean, at deeper stack depths, or even maybe at this stack depth, but not like literally on the bubble, just those chips worth conserving so much, like not that worth making speculative continuations, which is why I believe the proper adjustment at this point for these really short handcuff stacks is actually not to defend the big blind as wide as you normally would, because you just give up these spots where, you know, you're really not able to defend versus c-bets as much as you should. I think most people make that adjustment, but every once in a while you see people that don't. Maybe not as many here at Triton, but certainly less experienced players. So examples of hands like that would be, I think yesterday I had like a suited 10 when I was very short that I just like gave up the big blind with for a min raise, versus an early open that I would defend just in a normal situation much earlier in the tournament, even on a short stack, just because the chip EV is positive, but just gets so hard to continue with ICM pressure later that I think it flips the situation.
Ace-queen offsuit for holes on the button.
All in.
Fedor rips it in. Adams on a short stack in the small, but of course Ben Heath is the big bad wolf here.
Ooh.
At the feature table.
Yeah,
and he's got ace-jack suited here.
Yeah.
That is enough to spin the wheel. Bad news, Ben. Ace-queen.
That was a great outcome for how fast.
Wow.
You called
11-4.
Good news for Heath is he's got plenty behind if he comes up short, which he may not on the king-queen-4 board, as he's got 4 outs to the 10 as opposed to the 3 outs to a jack, barring diamond possibilities pre-flop. Now a 4th club on the turn. Opportunities abound. To the river. 6 of hearts, and Fedor holds with a meaty double up to 1.2.
Yeah, and it brings Heath and Hull's stacks into relative parity. 1.2, 1.4 million.
Confirmed.
Of course. This? Yep.
Yeah, and so now there were 3 chip leaders in the tournament. Adamo, Kuhn, and Heath all around 2 million, but now Adamo and Kuhn are the chip leaders at the other table. Would be kind of fun to see them as well. We won't get the chance at the moment, although very likely they're going to make the final table. But yeah, now we have Heath and Holes as the 2 chip leaders of this table here. Tony G is in 3rd at our table, but 7th overall in the tournament with about 1 million. And in general in the tournament picture, here we have The short stacks, or Timothy Adams at our table, is the shortest with 11 big blinds, followed by Devoris, who has about 20 big blinds, and Linus Love with 22 big blinds, followed by Stephen Chidwick, who is here at our table, of course, with 24 big blinds. And those are the 4 shortest stacks.
With just 11 players remaining. 8 places are paid. Holes cut off raise with the king-6 suited. Takes it.
So yeah, 3 of these players are not, well, not necessarily those specific 4, but 3 players in the tournament are not going to make it to 8th. That's just the facts. It's math, folks. And but yeah, Timothy Adams is really on life support at this point, down in that 10 big blind range. Pretty hard to even reshove and get folds. It can happen, but it's not so easy. But you know, the next chunk group there is 20 big blinds and above. So all the guys know at this point, I know, and what I'm communicating to you is that there's still a little bit of play here. This isn't going to happen fast. There isn't a bunch of players at Timothy Adams' chip stack here who, you know, might go out in the next 30 minutes. I mean, we still have at least a level or 2, unless some pretty crazy, unlikely stuff happens. So a middle stack, yes, has to be careful, but can't just not play anything.
Take it.
Because every orbit will cost you 2.5 big blinds.
Tony G telling Chidwick to take it.
And at a 5-handed at this table, an orbit's not so many hands. So you don't play anything for 20 hands here at the feature table, and you lose 10 blinds. Timothy Adams would be out. And Chidwick would lose almost half his chips. And there almost certainly will be 20 hands between now and the end of the bubble.
Ace Jack for Adams off of 340K. Such a technical phase of the tournament here.
Yeah, I think this is going to find its way in. Yeah. I mean, he is so short that he has to win chips and can't worry too much about ICM. And this is just a comfy 11 big blind shove at a 5-handed table. So
doesn't look like there's going to be any customers in the blinds here, and sure enough, Adams will pick up an orbit's worth of tokens. You know that feeling, Rast. You were far shorter than Timothy Adams when you were on the bubble, trying to keep your finger on the pulse of the stacks at the outer table.
yeah, I didn't
proceed with precise caution.
I mean, when I was on the bubble, kind of playing down to the bubble in this spot, I didn't get very many hands to do what Timothy just did. I had to fold a bunch and just kind of, you know, but that's the thing. At some point, and also because the bubble was what it was for me, it got down to a point where once I was down to that sub 10 big blind stack, it's not really worth that much doubling up. Like, because of how flat the payout was in the other tournament, like the difference between like 6 big blinds and 12 big blinds isn't that much. Because you got barely anything from going from 13th to 12th to 11th to 10th. They're all, I mean, 101 and then 108,000. So kind of different situation here because, yeah, bubbling's the huge jump from 0 to like 180 something. But there are, every jump after 8th is worth at least like 20 or 30K and more as you move your way up the ladder.
Raised to 60,000 from Ben Heath, who is off his high water mark. King 3 suited, ambitious. Fedor Holz choosing to just flat. And he Team will take a pot in position, or out of position rather. Under rep though.
Yeah, we see Holtz deciding off of 40 big blinds effective to take the cautious approach here versus the only player at the table who can stack him.
9-7-4. As Heath flops the heart draw. Holes misses and checks.
He has to like this flop a lot. And now deciding. He knows Holtz doesn't hit this a ton. Small blind flatting range. Going to have a lot of big cards. Probably that have to check fold. Goes for a larger bet size, half the pot. Not super big, but healthy. Not a small one. Holtz with a tough decision here. Ace queen off, no heart. I think with a heart, he calls very likely, but with no heart, he could let this go right here. Decides not to.
So Fedor's going to peel. Another 180 into the middle, and that king of clubs lands right between his ace and queen.
Yeah, great card for Ben. And I mean, he doesn't need to bet here. He does have one of the, like, a lot of hands that have nothing on the flop and hit the king will bet. But given that he has a really bad kicker, so if Fedor had a hand like king queen with the queen of hearts, he's out kicked, which isn't that likely. I mean, Heath does have the king of hearts. You know, Ben has a nice king to check back. You know, that said, having turned top pair and a flush draw, also just a nice hand to bet for value. And, you know, ton of value against draws, against hands like eights, you know, ace nine. Those hands very well might call, but Fedor just doesn't have one of those hands.
So into the muck it goes as Heath reclaims some of the chips lost to Fedor earlier.
I had a good hand too.
Come closer, Warren. It's a better photo. Closer. Come. You're not going to get fired. There's a bar just there.
After the pot, everybody always has a good
Stay
hand.
away from the bar.
You know?
Better than maybe it would have been had they had to turn it face up.
I have a good hand. Yes, I have a good hand. No,
Water,
my hand was
mineral water,
good.
sparkling champagne.
I mean, at some point in the hand
what I
was always
drink.
good. Whether it was pre-flop or on the flop or whatever, I mean, you know.
Sparkling water.
Is this a revelation?
Okay, I have to pose.
Looked for a second like Tony was going for the promo shot for the sparkling water. Oh, you too, Rast, are working the Vichy Catalan.
Tony
Agua
reminded
con
me
gas.
that I should have a drink.
Seven, 8 suited open to 60,000 on the button. Now Adams contemplates with king, queen suited out of the small. And he jams. One king into the muck behind him.
It's going to be so nice to get this through.
Yeah, 8 high, just not enough kit for Fedor.
Huge pickup. A third, adds a third. 360 to 480. 33% plus. Nobody else happy to see that. As he's sliding from being the shortest by far back into that short pack.
King 9 or nothing. I'd love to hear what your good category is.
Yeah, it was just like good. You know?
Once you fold, I was
Probably ahead.
It looked like I was sad I was folding.
Played it like a set.
Like this king 10 like a set.
Just bet twice like a set.
Ace 9 for Chidwick. tension here at the featured table. Two away from the money. Three, rather.
Nice little big blind holding first EV. Feels like a comfy call.
King 5, the opener on the button. And
wow.
Did I hear those two little words? Wow. Max pressure being applied to Heath here as some ICM is leveraged.
Well, I mean, Chidwick is the one who could get busted in the hand, but
nevertheless, 865 is
yeah, no, it's
a big chunk of what Ben Heath has after having doubled up Fedor.
Comfy call, but an aggressive shove, and Chidwick keeping the pressure on. Taking a line that I don't think most of the other players would take in that spot with his chips with that particular hand. Oh, wow.
Heath, 5-6 suited, opens. Action on Chidwick with the King 5 off. He would do well to get away, which he does, and now holds in the big, wakes up with Cowboys.
Yeah, I don't think he's just going to rip in 33 blinds here. There will be some hands he does that with, but Kings is too strong. Probably finds a 3-bet size.
And that size is 225K.
So just under 4x. And I mean, they're a little short to speculate here, although 6-5 suited, obviously such a nice hand sometimes to take up against the really strong 3-betting hands. The problem is when you're getting down to 30-some blinds, it's just the implied odds, given how much you have to put in and how big the pot is, kind of make the math tough to work for 3-bet sizings that big. Do remember back in the day when people were 3-betting to 3x or less in a lot of those spots, right? I mean, so in other words, 60, someone would make it like 160 as opposed to 225, but still have like the same kind of range. The math was just a lot better, like only calling 100K there to win whatever, everything that's back. The pot then being just a little bit smaller, more like 350 or so instead of like 450. I think you can peel there with some suited connectors and try to take out the big dogs. But yeah, I mean, that's also part of the reason why you've seen modern poker support these larger 3-bet sizings. So, you know, not only does it make the math tougher with some hands, you get more value in with the best hands, it also gives you more fold equity when you do have the king 4 offsuits and the ace 8 offsuits that occasionally you see players do that with, right?
Nine 6 offsuit. Picking on the shorty. Adam's going to use a time bank here. Rips it with the 10-8 and takes it down.
Wow, pretty unconventional play there by Timothy Adams.
I mean, he had 10 high. Obviously, the hands that Fedor is going to call with are going to have his hand cooked.
I mean, yeah, but not even like the 10-8 suited, just the 10-8 off. I mean, maybe he feels Fedor's raise there is a bit unbalanced to be a lot of weak hands that are enough to the point where he can rip versus it. I mean, that would be my guess, because maybe there was something about the way Fedor did it, because that does stand out to me, strikes me as a bit unconventional. And I feel like Timothy is probably a person to have a reason why he would do that.
Ace queen suited for Tony G has been less active than most at the feature table. Makes it 70 to go.
Look at Adams starting to perk up towards the 20 big blinds. It's a great feeling until the blinds go up to 40K, and then you're, you know.
Yeah, all that work is just vanquished in short order.
That's better than going out.
Bit of a hamster wheel exercise for him. As Ben Heath will go duck hunting.
Could be some disastrous flops here for Tony. This is not one of them.
No, definitely not. Top two should be an easy dispatch for Heath. Staring at the 3 overs.
Tony with the grimace of annoyance that he bet, but really actually versus Ben hand, you don't want Ben to get a free one, because Ben's just not doing anything unless he catches a deuce, and then you're behind.
Oh my God. That's when I wish you had ace king. You know?
I mean, who lives a better life than Tony G out here? He's got the shades working. Looks like some work in the trapezius area.
I know it doesn't say it, but I'm almost imagining from that zoomed out, his shirt was saying Colin Powell. I know it says Colin Poker.
For you to move all in as well.
RIP, by the way.
Oh,
I
yeah.
believe.
Can be too blank.
Am I reading that correctly? Jack 4 offsuit? That seems bold. I guess he's deciding I'm going after Tony G's big blind.
Well, Ben Heath might have something to say about it, and he's in a great spot with which to do so. Looking up at the dealer and muttering something that seemed to be other than call, as white chips are inbound and Jack 4 is outbound.
And yeah, I mean, by no means a necessary 3-bet, but definitely one where if you think Fedor is coming after Tony G's big blind light, definitely want to 3-bet that, not flat. Just take it down right there. Happy to do so. And maybe Ben Heath was aware of kind of what was going on. Not necessarily that Fedor had the Jack 4 off, but rather just that maybe Fedor would be opening here a little wider than normal. Definitely not tighter than normal. And, I mean, we can see that, I mean, Jack 4 off is much wider than normal. That's an absolute banana.
You think it had something to do with that Tony G big blind?
I mean...
To what else do we attribute it, right?
Yeah, undoubtedly.
No offense. It's not personal, it's just personal.
It's not personal, it's just business. I mean, it is actually one of the cases where that's kind of true. It's not personal.
Yeah, it is just
There's
business.
nothing about Tony G's personal life that has to do with it. It's just business, mate.
5 seconds.
Ace-6 on the button. Clearing the king-jack of Tony G, so bit of a passive disposition from Tony. Chidwick with the 4-5 suited. Appears curious. And he will call the extra 30K.
Nice little suited connector, 25 blinds.
Nice little middle pair on an 8-high board texture that does not hit Heath.
I mean, the 4 and the deuce favor Chidwick because Heath should not have very many of those in his button opening range, at least in terms of kind of weak but continuable hands. This is a tricky little card, one that improves both players' hands, but also gives cause for concern.
Third club.
Overcard to Chidwick's pair of 4s, which obviously was always going to happen unless it was a 3, but Ben here with ace high. Maybe it's good to show down. The 6 gives him a gutter. Getting a pretty good price on the pot, over 4-1.
The bet is modest, 50K.
So, yeah, decides to stick around.
He's 5 hunting. Chidwick doesn't want to make 2 pair. Ace would work as well. Instead, it's a 3, and that's a pretty safe card for Stevie. Above average.
Yeah, interesting decision for Chidwick here. I mean, he could bet, maybe block, try to get value, or he could check and potentially try to pick off a bluff, or just probably be happy to get to showdown. Checking seems kind of like the play that makes the most sense to me. I mean, Heath is going to have a lot of kind of no-pair hands that want to bluff on the button, offsuit hands that picked up a 4th club and now will want to bluff. Unclear how many 3s would be in Heath's range. Like maybe if you bet you get called by ace high, which actually Heath has, and Heath is almost certainly going to show his hand down. So, you know, Chidwick actually finding the best play for sure versus Heath's particular hand.
What's the sizing? 80,000.
Yeah, it's never going to be big. So, I mean, this is really the perfect play against Heath's hand, and Heath is actually very well might call this. Because, I mean, again, there's a bunch of kind of no pair hands with a club in it that he's beating, right? I mean, you can just think of a bajillion of them. Jack, queen, king highs, all that have 1 club. Maybe king high not so likely to bluff, but certainly 10 jack and queen high hands all might. The 6 not really a relevant blocker for this size.
No payday, as Heath resisting the temptation to pay off there with the ace high. And the reason those two are the only left at the table is because we are headed to a break. And you get one last look at their chip counts here at the feature table. Ben Heath coming off of the high water mark, 1.3 million. Chidwick with an upswing, neck and neck with Fedor Holz and Tony G, while Tim Adams continues to navigate the short stack. Blinds will go to 20 and 40,000 with the 40K ante. Those counts brought to you by Armand de Brignac Champagne. We are back inside the broadcast booth from here at Casino Gran Via in Madrid. Ali Najad alongside Brian the Czar Rast. And Brian, Looking out at that feature table as we continue to navigate this bubbly 11-player field, what stood out to you? Any players in particular, any hands in particular?
You know, yeah, there were a few interesting kind of open, some strategic decisions that were remarkable, as well as Chidwick's relentless aggression. He definitely took the aggressive route on a number of times when he had the chance. In particular, the ones that stand out would be the ace-10 off 3-bet versus the under-the-gun open, as well as jamming the queen-9 suited there against Ben Heath. Yeah, those two stood out, as well as a kind of interesting pot with the 4s and the 8s between, this was much earlier.
Yeah,
Kuhn
Jason
and
Kuhn,
Holden's.
when he was still at our feature table.
Those, I think, were the highlights or the key moments.
Overall chip leader currently, haven't really mentioned his name much. Michael Adamo, the Adominator, won the first event here in Madrid, that 20K, and could he be poised to take down yet another title? Still a bit early. Rast and I will step aside as the players are on a break, give you an opportunity to grab some refreshments. More coverage from Casino Gran Via as the Triton Super High Roller Series Event 7, the 75K 8 Max No Limit Hold'em, rolls on. Keep it close.
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Welcome back. I am now with Brian Rast. I'm Jeff Gross. We are here for the very exciting, coming up to the bubble play, Rast. Yesterday we got to see the heads up and sort of three-handed at the very end of a tournament. This is a very different stage. This is getting the money or don't. So it's going to be very, very exciting. Anyone on sort of a short stacker that you're worried about right now? Is there anyone that's going for it more than others?
Yeah, Timothy Adams was the one on life support, but he had a few things work out for him. You know, got it through, rejammed, got it through, and now he's rising back up to the pack. In fact, can we take it to the app right here so we can see? Listen, right here at the bottom. In fact, he's no longer in last. Linus Love, who's at the outer table, is in 11th because 8 players make the money. So you can see right here the players, and there are 3 of them that are well behind Tony G. And so, yeah, I mean, it was Timothy Adams, but there's still a bit of play now.
Wait, what's going on? Adamo as chip leader
Yeah.
again? He was
and
in the back of the
Kuhn,
pack.
but they're at the other table. They're not at the feature unless they're – are we changing the feature? Oh, we're changing. We're getting the feature table with the 2 chip leaders.
I believe
That's
so.
3 chip leaders.
There's going to be – it doesn't matter what table you get right now. It is super
No,
exciting.
we
Look at these
we
names.
want this table right here.
It does
Look,
matter a
1,
little.
2, 3, Adamo, Kuhn, Laszlo. That's the table we want. That's the table we're going to get, I hope. That's what I've been told. Okay. Not 100%.
I got to tell you what is 100%. Makita
Yeah.
Badziakowski won his 4th Triton title. Jason Kuhn
Yeah.
has 3. I know, listen, everyone's happy for each other, this and that, but Jason is a competitive guy. I know he is aware that he is no longer the outright tied. He wants to be joining that exclusive 4 champion club. So Jason Kuhn right in it. He's knocking in 2nd place currently. And also I want to take a look one more time at the app right here. And if we kind of look at players such as, this is literally the most intensive ICM spot when you get between like 8th and 13th place. So we're right in that zone here if you see how many are left. And some people are going to bubble,
Yeah.
some people won't. Some very short stacks. Maybe Rast, if you could tell me a bit of strategy if you are in sort of that 7 through 10 spot, you're sort of just in, just out. What are what kind of factors and considerations are you taking in?
Well, sure. So let's go back to the app here. You look at the payouts. So you see there's actually a pretty big money bubble for this, right? It's about 2.5 buy-ins, which is reasonably large, 75K buy-in. So there is a lot of incentive to make the bubble. That said, because the payouts, going back to the app real fast, I know that we look so handsome, but it's 189, 241, 302, etc. I mean, it ladders right up there. So there is also incentive to pick up chips because there is a difference between 8th. Biggest difference is between 9th and 10th and 8th. But then even going to 7th, 6th, 5th, these are all reasonable jumps, right? So there is value to getting more chips and not being 8th after you make the money. And to contrast that, I guess, with the tournament yesterday that I was a part of where 13th was 2 buy-ins at 101, but then it was 101, 101, 108, 108, like, 120. So once you made the money, there wasn't that much additional value in laddering up a bit more, right? Whereas in this tournament, yeah, you really do want to make the money, but there is value in going even from 8th to 7th, 7th to 6th, etc. So, yeah, what that means is I even think right now what we've seen, and Chidwick has still been very aggressive, is that, there's still 3 to go to the money. And, there's not like 2 or 3 people are super short. So there's going to be still quite a bit of play, still a number of hands, and there's a lot of incentive to getting chips because once you make the money, it's nice to not go out in 8th, to maybe make it to 6th or 5th. So not just to slide your way up and be just chip dead and give yourself almost no chance of winning or getting in the top places. So I think what this means is that we won't see extreme ICM until we really get down to the exact bubble 9 or maybe 10 when 2 guys are real short. But I think, now people are going to be careful, but you're not going to see the extreme ICM stuff that maybe I felt like was a bit more in play yesterday.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. It's also super interesting to see these guys that are such absolute legends of the game that have the accolades, that have made their money. Do they go for the trophy or do they go for the cash? Because no one really likes to bubble, but also I feel like in general in Triton, particularly, we see people not afraid to bubble, to put it in. You don't see guys typically folding down to 2, 3, 4 big blinds. They usually, take a stand, go with the ranges, and make a move. So again, Adamo, the guy, nicknamed the Dominator, he's just crushing. He already won an event here, and now he's chip leader again in a big buy-in, big spot.
Well, we know what Adamo does. He goes for it. That's why I kind of want to see his table because, Adamo goes for it. Like, I have watched a few. I've even commentated once where he's had a bunch of chips, and he's exciting. He's aggressive. He takes chances. He defends wide. He goes for pots. He plays like that early in the tournament. He plays like that when he has a chip lead. But it's not going to be a spot where he's just, going to take it to short stacks who are trying to ladder. We got 2 other guys, Kuhn and Laszlo, that both have quite a lot of chips at his table. So I think it's one of those spots where you could see some interesting dynamics. Like, maybe Kuhn is like, I want to win this one. I'm just not going to let Michael Adamo dominate with the 10-3 offsuit. Like we're gonna party, buddy, if you're opening super wide. So yeah, we'll see.
And one hand yesterday that I saw on the socials, again on the Triton Poker Plus app, you can go and you can actually see hand histories. If you go there, click on the table, click on a player, you can see their chip graph move up and down, and it actually gives you recorded hand history. But one of the most interesting hands yesterday, before the final table, was, I don't know if you got to see this, Danny Tang called off against Fedor blind on blind with 5 deuce. He had bottom pair on the river, and Fedor stuffed it all.
I was in the booth.
Pretty incredible hand.
After I busted yesterday, I actually came in the booth and basically did the tournament from shortly, not too long after, all the way through to when you joined. So I got the whole experience. So yes, I was in the booth watching that hand. Like, is he gonna call this? Like, this is not an easy call. Like, this is not a hobby call.
I love it. Well, I'll tell you, it's not a hobby. Let's take a look at the table here, and these guys are going for a signature score. I mean, this is, again, big money, and actually, Ras, the payout's pretty interesting that the prize pool is slightly less than the 50K, but the first place and second are more. So, yesterday I think it was 1.37, and it was just under, it's like 932,000. So,
I love these Triton second place payouts.
Yeah,
like,
they're
you really
juicy.
get a lot for second.
Between third and second is real.
Like, this is like, if there's ever a time where I'm like, yo, man, I'm okay with second, it might be at Triton, where you're like, you get a lot. Like, look at this second, over $1 million. I mean, I'm not saying, listen, everybody wants to win. And I will say this, in my poker career, I've gotten very few second places. I play for the win, you know that, even though yesterday I looked like a guy who's just happy to bubble. You know that's not my style.
Happy to cash. Never happy to bubble, yeah.
Or happy to cash. Right.
Yeah.
Tell him, JG, is that my style? You've known me for many years. Is that how I play poker?
You go for the win. I'll say that. I'll tell you, speaking of style, look at Linus's shirt game. I mean, he is coming with a real deal here.
Every day.
I don't know if this is his daily deal or he just saves this for Triton, but he's bringing swag, style, and this is quite a lineup. Daniel DeVoris, one of the best in the world. Laszlo, who is just absolutely crushing, as you see here. He's just got chips deep, and he's not afraid to make moves. So he's got a nice stack going as well. We got a real treat of a table. Jason Kuhn, I think you saw Seth Davies over there too, who's been battling all week so far, and this is the who's who in poker right now. Okay, so Laszlo will defend, and a vulnerable stack for Linus, opening the dealer button with Queen 5 suited.
I love it. Linus does the same thing I do there. Have you ever noticed I line out those 25Ks in the 100K stacks instead of stacking them?
He made
even yesterday, like once it got bigger, it got to a point where I had absurd pyramid, and I changed it. But yeah, I love it. I'm feeling it, Linus. You know, like this is the way to do it.
He might have got that from you actually, because that is you've been around longer than
I've
him.
been doing that. I did that back when I won the second 50K. Even playing Bonomo heads up, I had this absurd, like super, covering all the space, like low stack thing. I feel like this. Once you start stacking your chips a certain way in a tournament, if things are working out, you just got to like keep going with it. It's never a good idea to change chip stack formations.
No.
All right? It's like you're building some kind of weird base. See, changed it there. That could be bad luck. He could be out next.
He could just be doing
that was a
inventory
mistake.
and then break it down.
Yeah, break it down, Linus. Don't do that. Don't change. Stick with it, buddy. It's working. You're still in.
And here's a man who's had a few color-ups in his day. There's Adamo just getting color
Oh,
up.
yeah, there we go. You're right. He did it. That's my man right there. He knows. He knows better than to switch it up midstream.
Adamo also going with some drip right there. He's got an interesting shirt going. This is
Oh no, he's stacked. See, what happens is he feels like now that I have a real 500K, 25K chip stack, I need to do it that way. But that Linus, I'm telling you, man, that's a mistake. After you listen to the stream, you're gonna realize you got to stick. Like, here's the thing. He was short, and he was into warrior mode. Like, we're putting those out in 100Ks like this.
Let people know.
You got to stay in warrior mode, though. It's not till you, like, get the chip lead and maybe warrior mode's aggressive because nobody knows how much you have. Like, maybe then you switch it up.
Yeah, well, speaking of a warrior mode, this could be a battle right here. Ace-Queen suited 4, small blind, big blind. Players do have some chips, so it's not like this gets a little dicey for Davies, who, blind on blind, pair of 4s.
25 blinds, though, feels like possibly a comfy shove here.
That's what I'm saying. And then
or does he just not want to put his stack at risk and call? I mean, Boitas is not folding to a shove, but honestly, it's kind of a gross spot. Yeah, he's going to call this, but he will not be happy to see pocket 4s.
Right. Definitely could be worse.
Now, this is like the both these guys with pretty
Thank you,
decent
brother.
chip
Appreciate
stacks. Not happy to be gambling so big here this close.
Yeah.
But the winner will be very happy.
Couple of snowmen.
Couple of snowmen, 2-4s. Snowmen usually referred to as 8s. This is big flip, big equity, big moment for the tournament.
Oh my. But he's not dead.
No.
That's that 3 and runner hearts.
Yeah, when you see that 4 in the window, you're feeling pretty confident. There is a few things happening here. And that is not going to help for Laszlo. He is going to need what you see as outs there on the river. Won't be, and Seth Davies going to be extremely happy with that.
There we go, and Seth Davies with a huge double.
1-1-0.
Huge double for him. Looking at his Triton history. Oh.
Got it.
Oh, there we go.
See his results, so.
Oh, Madrid hasn't cashed so far. Wow.
Appreciate it.
He has not cashed in a Triton event, it appears, even despite going to a few different stops. So, you know what? It's time to end the run of bad luck, Seth, because Seth is a very good player. I feel like at times underappreciated, given that he hasn't had quite as big results as some of these other guys. But, you know, I've heard on the streets that Seth is playing very well. So it's probably moments like that where he's just kind of expecting to lose that one. You know how it goes when you just kind of run bad in big spots? Like here we are, getting close to the money bubble, huge all in, the difference between him being out and him being like one of the chip leaders. You just, how much money is that pot worth? And you just lose it. You get another did not cash.
Right.
But not this time, Seth.
Chip leader.
Not this time.
As a matter of fact. Chip lead currently.
Now we get a spot where, yeah, again, 3 guys, but instead of it being Laszlo, it's Seth. Seth, Adamo, and Kuhn. I'm excited.
Yes, this is high-powered poker here.
Oh, here we go.
Wow, Seth just doesn't want, you know, sometimes it's nice to take a hand off, get to just appreciate the chip lead, but he's
going to call this here, I think.
It's also a little it's not the best when you know that Adamo is in there and so capable of stuff, and then he actually gets a real hand. You're already kind of thinking he may be up to no good, and then he is.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. It's like you call there, you already have the small blind out, so you're getting a 25% discount. Plus, I mean, Adamo ends up calling a bunch. Like, just listen, it's Adamo, but he's out of position to under the gun, right? And now this is a spot where all 3 guys are the deep stacks in the tournament. Now, Adamo has a premium hand, so he very well probably will 3-bet. But
this is 1, 2, and 3 stacks.
But he has to decide what sizing here. I mean, realistically speaking, his sizing is probably very large.
Yeah, he's going to go.
He's going to go like, I don't know, who knows, 400,000.
Yeah, 400. I think it's right in there, 420 even.
400?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boom.
He's just like, yeah, this is a super polar 3-bet. Make it huge.
Yeah, and Seth, you just found these chips. You realize, you know, you really have to kind of flop a set there and just not out of position, not getting an amazing price, and too much working against you to call. So big pickup there. Damo says, you know what, I like being at the top of the mountain, and he is going to jump ahead of Seth with that pop. But be curious to see, those are the spots where it's interesting to see how wide would he go on that squeeze, you know, because ace-king is just a clear fist pump, right? You're like, all right, that's great.
Probably not too wide. You know, you're making it a huge sizing like that. It's probably a thin, like, super polar range. So it might be hands like the ace-4 suited, right? Ace-5 suited, ace-10 off, but not even just all those all the time. And then, yeah, like ace-king, aces, kings, queens.
Yep.
Maybe ace-queen suited, right? Probably not ace-queen off. Or if it's ace-queen off, it's like, you know, I mean, you're definitely folding to the jam. So... But yeah, it's probably like a super tight polar range, like what you see more in like 4-bet bluff range. I mean, like the 4-bet ranges, kind of early mid position stuff. Its 3-bet range is probably a little bit more like that, I would guess. But you never know with Adamo.
Yeah, Daniel timely ace-jack and the hijack gets a shove through, so important for his stack. Picks it up. Yeah, this is.
I mean, I'm making some guesses. Obviously, I don't know what Adamo's going to do there. You know, I mean, what I said is something that would seem to make some sense, but you know, maybe Adamo wants to treat the spot more aggressively than that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But it isn't a spot where he's leveraging a ton of, say, chip leader power. I mean, he basically all three guys had almost the same amount of chips, right?
Yeah. Yeah, big spot. Big pot, and
How much have honest? Like 500?
This is 500 and...
two guys very familiar with each other. What they're capable of.
550 behind.
Thanks.
Damo relentless, and is going to wake up into a real hand here. I like that hat Kuhn's got. 2022 World Series of Poker. Getting ready. It's just around the corner.
Kuhn gonna find a 3-bet here, but what
380.
size? Also big, well over 4x.
I like the hoodie. It might be a little warm. Thing looks warm though. The bright lights on, and
I'll tell you, yeah, yesterday I had a hoodie, right? I actually got hot in it at the feature table. I took it off and was just t-shirt because it was pretty warm under the lights. Whereas once I left, I was like, okay, I'm gonna put the hoodie back on. It's a little, got the AC on in here. But yeah, it is warm on the feature table.
yeah, you gotta have backup. You gotta be ready to roll. And I saw your shirt matched the chips, those green chips too, and you look accessorized and ready to go. Who knows, Ras? You don't get the queens of tens, you hold. That might have been you hoisting the trophy, but again, nice cash, well done. But it's good to have you back in here, and it's less stressful in here, isn't it? It's pretty intense out there on those on the money bubble 6-figure euro.
Yeah, that was fun though. That was fun. Would have been, I mean, a lot of money up top in that one. Would have been a great start. Just pay for the whole World Series of Poker there with a big cash.
Yep. Yeah, this is really a insane lineup of players we get to watch here. And
Yeah, I mean, even the guys on this who don't have as much name recognition, you guys got to realize what Jeff and I are telling you are really well-known, exceptional players. I mean, those two guys right there we were looking at in the foreground right now. Here's one, Daniel Dvoris. I mean, this guy has been crushing sit-and-goes online from a long time ago. Got more and more into tournaments, natural evolution for a sit-and-go player. Doing really well in the tournament streets. Just been winning a bunch of money. To his right, our left is Linus Love, like online cash poker legend. You know, one of the best, if not that one fluttered, one of the best, if not the best, online cash no limit hold'em player today. So yeah, maybe tournaments, maybe he doesn't have as much tournament experience as these guys, but amazing cash game player. I can't really speak to his tournament experience, frankly. Here's Michael Adamo, needs no introduction. Guy has been on one of the all-time sick heaters that happened, you know, in the last year and a half. I mean, that storm he went on leading in, you know, some months ago leading into the World Series of Poker in the fall, and then taking down, didn't he take down like the first 100K?
it's easier to say what he hasn't taken down.
Yeah.
It's just taking down almost every tournament.
I mean, here's Jason Kuhn. I think he's like 8th on the all-time money list right now. You know, I mean, I guess the guy who I know the least would be Boitas.
Yeah, and he's a absolute legend of the 4-card game PLO. We will have a 25K.
Oh, that's right. He's like a PLO
for
like
rolls.
super beast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'm feeling a heads-up match with him for the title in that one.
Yeah, he's probably licking his chops to play 4-card with a group of players here who I'm not saying they can't play PLO, but most of the guys at Triton are going to be 2-card experts because every other tournament is a 2-card tournament.
Right. It's very true. And right now it is a still hammer lock on the hand for Jason, but 2 overs there for sevens. Not an easy board to get to showdown. And Adamo with some backdoor hearts, backdoor wheel draw, backdoor Broadway, 2 backdoor straight draws, and backdoor flush draw may kind of peg Jason's range as some suited Broadways, some pairs, and he's going to go ahead and start the bet in.
Not a great flop for Kuhn. That said, I mean, I'm sure he realizes that Adamo probably has a very wide range here and could have some hands like the one Adamo has that he's doing quite fine against, but just says, see you later. Not going to fight for this one.
Yeah, this is one of the powers of being perceived as aggressive and capable that, all right, I might have the best hand, but then a lot of turns you're just going to get a big street on you there, right? If he picks up a wheel draw, a Broadway draw, or a heart, or, you know, just in general, you don't know what he has, right? You could just already be drawing and way behind, so it's very difficult to play, and you can't blame him for folding there.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if he has sevens with a spade, he continues. Yeah, I somewhat confident that he probably went down and goes, I should continue the sevens with a spade, and you know, maybe it's kind of nice having at least the backdoor heart draw there, blocking backdoor, but having the spade is just much more relevant than that. But kind of a close spot, and I would actually guess there's times he continues there. But yeah, but I think he really does with the spade. Well, yeah, maybe it's a Adamo specific thing, maybe not.
All in.
Wow, so Linus going to go with the ace-5 suited, and understanding that Adamo saw him, you know, he's opening jack-5 of hearts. This is under the gun, but they are only, what, 6-handed. And he is going to take the shove. And this is one where Adamo has money out there, and it's not too much more. The price is just screaming.
Well, when you're opening super wide,
yes,
when you're opening the jack-4 off and the jack-5 suited, and you know people know that, it's a spot where, I mean, listen, we're up to 40K big blind. So, I mean, this isn't like that many blinds. You know, he's getting a decent price, and he knows he's opening super wide. Guys are going to be shoving king-jack, king-10, queen-jack, queen-10 type hands, especially when they're suited, of course. So
yeah. Wow,
he lets it go.
A little surprise there. I think it's probably just super, so close. But big pickup there for Linus, and if they had gone on their back, he would have had a slight advantage having to hold, though, for his life. And this is a theme we see, you know, being first in. You know, a lot of guys, they don't like calling off. They like to be the aggressor, and big swing there. Linus chips up and doesn't have to be risked being eliminated. So 6-handed here, 5-handed at the outer table. Again, on the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see the other table. We do have Benjamin Heath, 37 big blinds. Tony G hanging tough with 820. Mr. Stevie Chidwick and Fedor Holtz, Timothy Adams rounding that out. So again, just a absolute world-class final table. And who was right behind them? I mean, look at that. There was Andres Nemeth, he had a big stack, went out, and Adrian Mateos. Chris Brewer also took down a title already this week, went out in 15th. So, yeah, not a cakewalk here, Ras, for getting titles.
Dvoris with a little ace-4 suited. Don't think we're going to see flats off a sub-big blind, 20 big blind stack here versus under the gun open. Probably was considering jamming and was just thought the best of it against an under the gun 6 open.
Seth with nothing, and Bonomo now with 4s in the big blind. Certainly going to play.
Yeah, just
call seems like the...
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately for Adamo, we saw the 4 of diamonds was out already, and the ace-4 suited Dvoris folded.
This is a flop he's going to welcome, though.
Yeah, and it's a flop that favors him quite a bit in some ways. Like, he's going to have the 5-4, and Adamo defends his big blind wide, so he's going to have all 5-4 combos, I would guess. Kuhn might not be opening deuces and threes, 6 max under the gun, so, you know, Kuhn going to check that flop back quite a bit. I think given that Adamo didn't lead turn, he's going to, sorry, didn't lead flop, he probably leads this turn a lot. I mean, going to have the best hand a bunch.
Yeah, I think he's going to bet. Well, he will bet. We can safely bet that.
Yeah, I would feel pretty comfortable betting he bets.
It's just the sizing.
Yeah.
This is where it gets interesting.
I don't think he's going to go huge. You know, maybe like, yeah, he's going, that's what, like third pot. So I like the sizing. It's enough to put some overcard hands in an uncomfortable spot where they're not really getting the equity to call, but might.
Yeah, Jason with that ace of clubs
only 14%, right? Yeah, how often does Jason check back the nut flush though, when they're that deep, right? I mean, they were pretty deep. Like, right. I actually think the nut flush gets bet quite a bit versus big blind.
Now the question I have here is, with like queen jack suited, king queen suited, king queen off even, Jason would open. Would he be betting the flop with those type of hands and maybe checking back more ace king, ace queen, ace jack? Is that what's going through Adamo's mind here? Does he connect with that queen enough, or is it only really ace queen? Because he might bet queen jack and queen king.
No, I think Jason checks back the flop quite a bit for the reason I said that this flop is better for Adamo, like by a lot in some ways. I mean, sure, Kuhn has overpairs, but he like never really connects that much with the cards on the flop. So there's going to be a decent amount of checking back. So he might check back some nut flushes, but and some just random overcard hands, whether it's ace high or king high or queen high. Yeah, the queen is a card that hits him some. I mean, Jason can have king queen.
Jason looks like he is kind of more leaning towards a raise, but it could just be thinking, mulling it over.
He's thinking, but he might.
Raise just seems kind of crazy, right? Based on who has the advantage in the call or fold seems like the logical plan, but you know, his hand doesn't really do much good raising.
I mean, this is a spot where were he to raise, Adamo could turn this into a 3-bet bluff re-raise, right? Because thinking, okay, Kuhn has like just like ace queen or something a bunch. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, like, maybe Kuhn has a set of queens, in which case, you know, it's probably not working. But other than that.
Yeah. These guys are at such a high level, though.
But
it's hard to.
I agree with you. I don't think Kuhn's raising this very much. I think he's just thinking. Even though he might want to, it's not like he's repping a lot of hands. But every once in a while, you got to raise in a spot where you're repping thin, right? Otherwise, when you do have it there, you just always have it.
Yeah, you can tell his wheels are spinning. Guy's just such high level poker here, and both so aware of how the game is played and how the other thinks about the game. It's tricky. Very fun. Two of the more fun guys I think to watch play poker. I think we're gonna. Yeah, the longer it takes, the less likely he's even gonna do.
Felt like the fold was coming.
Yeah, nicely done from Jason though. I mean, he got away
2 or 3.
relatively unscathed, and I mean for Adamo fours, that's about as good a flop as you're gonna get.
I will say this. That was a not economical use of 2 time banks, maybe in the context of how many chips he has in future game decisions. Would be my only potential criticism. But clearly, though, at least he took his time and actually, you know, came to the, you know, who knows theoretically whether or not the decision was correct, but it was definitely correct given Adamo's hand. He would have lost that 100,000 if he put it in the pot. So at least after using the time banks, if he checks the stream, we'll be happy to know he made the right answer, made the right decision.
Oh, I can. It's hard to make guarantees in life, but that is one. I think Jason's going to be seeing the hand one way or the other from a friend, from someone,
you can check
or
on the app.
Exactly.
Yeah,
these guys go back and review, especially.
I mean, you know, you can see the app. The hands coming out on the app are on the same delay as the stream.
Yep.
So he's going to have to wait an hour or whatever, but then he'll see the hand.
Yeah, super sweet. And this is super sweet for Dvoris, who has a
210.
peg up, a pip, if you will, with the suited ace-king versus ace-queen. And this is big hand, six-handed, really full ring even. Ace-king suited, ace-queen suited.
Yeah, but this is, in later positions, Linus would certainly 100% be hosed.
700, right?
Because this is literal under the gun versus hijack, the earliest two positions, 6 max, you know, he's going to have to be worried because Dvoris' 3-bet range here is a little tighter because the ranges are tighter, but I don't think he's going to fold. Not ace-queen suited, you know. Yeah, he's going with the call. And I think if it was later positions, he probably, like, you know, cut off small blind. He probably jams. But little respect. Oh, I mean, that's all she wrote. 520 in the pot. Not even quite. Basically a 1 SBR.
Yeah, stacked pot ratio exactly 1 for Forrest, literally. And yeah, we'll call that close enough to just a clean 1. And flop-wise, you know, Dvoris connects very hard. You kind of got, what do you start putting Linus on, though, when you get small raised? I mean, I guess he could have.
Yeah, I mean,
could have
a number of hands.
Ace-queen, ace-jack suited. He could have some pairs.
He could have some pairs. Maybe even king-queen suited.
Yeah.
Maybe aces. Probably jamming kings.
Yeah, you block aces, and you just feel, I mean, this is a pretty good flop for ace-king suited.
Yeah, it's one where if you're beat with ace-king suited here, you
double tap the table and look for the next biggest buy-in.
Yeah, I mean, for Linus, this is a tricky one, and I'm curious to see how he navigates it here. There's not too many draws. I mean, those flush draws and only gutters. So probably just
220.
So it looks like he's deciding he wants to go for a small raise. Maybe he's simulating like, I'm going to go with the ace-queen. If Dvoris continues, try to put some hands, like maybe some Broadway-type hands in trouble. Really make Dvoris pay if Dvoris is raising him light with hands like just suited aces that are weak, right? Some like ace-10 off or like the ace-4 suited. Kind of make sure I stack those hands. I'm probably stacking off anyway if I just check call and Dvoris just keeps barreling with ace-king or jacks. So maybe he's just like gonna go ahead and do some of it now. Yeah. You know, maybe he's like, I'll do this sometimes with like a queen 10 of clubs or whatever.
Yeah, so Linus in a world of hurt, and you know, did his best to get post flop and sort of make a decision. This really is a cooler, but both hit the board too, ace high. And now he actually loses a card but picks up an out because there are 4 10s, not just 3 queens, but 9% with 1 card left. No fake get up, and Boris.
Make sure you're covered.
It's at least it's close.
I mean, I can tell you this.
Yeah, this says you
I
cover
know
him by like 10K.
people mentioned this yesterday when I got up on, when I started taking off the mic on the queens to 10s. I can tell you when you got like a couple outs on the river, it's not really fake. It does pretty much feel like you're out of there.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you know you got like 5% to win the hand or 10%. So, you know, I mean, players are getting up because they realize they're pretty much on their way out. And it's like you don't really want to be at the table anymore.
Right, and if you hit that 19 to 1, you know, it's fine. You put the mic back on. If not, you save a little time for everyone. And
now, sometimes players get a little carried away, and they'll have like 30% or 40%, and then they'll start it. In which case, yeah, that's aggressive.
Yep.
Like that's like a real chance. But when you're like sub 10% to win,
yes,
it does feel like that's, you know, doesn't feel like you got a lot of hope.
Agreed. And 9 left. Stone bubble coming up.
Oh, we lost Timothy Adams on the other table. So Timothy Adams busting on the other table. We saw Linus bust. And now actually there is a stack that's the shortest. It's Laszlo Boitas with only 9 big blinds. So, you know, the next above him looking on the app here is Tony G with 19, and then Chidwick with a lot more, 27 blinds. So this is a spot where clearly there is a lot of ICM pressure on just like all those stacks in the middle, because they're going to want to wait for Laszlo Boitas to go out. So we should see some very extreme ICM at this point.
Well, and again, looking at the top, Michael Adamo finds himself in another chip lead, another on the bubble situation. So let's see if we get to watch him just go max pressure. There are some big stacks there. I don't think he can just, he's not open jamming. There's other stacks with formidable opponents. So we are going to thank you guys for coming back in, checking in with us. We're going to send you to a break. Very short though. Stay with us. We will be back to see this bubble and final table.
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Sometimes you forget to hit on air. Welcome back into the booth. I'm Jeff Gross, joined by Brian Rast. We are coming to what I believe is the most exciting part of poker. I think many of you would agree. The bubble, it's not only the bubble, but it's jockeying for position. This is where we find players separate themselves to get chips, to really not just make it in the money, but go ahead and gap. That's where the money is up top. Let's see how this plays out. Adamo, this is what we get people at home want to see. A Damo chip leader bubble. We are going to go and see that. What do you think right now, Rast? What are players such as, let's go to the app. Let's go. I love the app. I love building up. It's honestly the greatest app in poker. We got a Damo at the top. Seth Davies after that massive flip. Ben Heath, legend in there. Jason Kuhn hanging tough. Daniel DeVoris after that ace-king suited ace-queen. And again, Fedor Holtz, guy, semi-retired, semi-crushing, always in the mix there. Stevie Chidwick, often regarded as one of the best. And Tony G plus Laszlo down in 9th. So, I mean, this is Tony G still has 19 blinds. Laszlo is significantly the shortest rest. Let's talk a bit of strategy and what's going to be happening here.
So, yeah, we are on the stone bubble now, and there is a short stack. So there's certainly going to be some ICM pressure happening, and especially a lot of these stacks down here, like Fedor, Steven Chidwick, you know, they got a lot of pressure to just stay alive and at least wait to see if Laszlo, who's probably going to be all in soon, busts. You know, during that time, though, see up on top, you know, we have a bunch of people kind of grouped up. There's no runaway chip leader, right? Adamo does have 2.3, but Seth has 2.1. You know, Benjamin Heath has nearly 1.8, Kuhn 1.6. This is the part of the tournament, as you said, jockeying for position, where we could see some interplay between these stacks. They're going to want to accumulate chips, not only for now, but just to play, because, you know, each ladder rung you make more money up to winning the tournament. And that's the thing about this pay jump. So, you know, if there's a situation where someone has their foot on the gas, they're opening wide. We've already seen Adamo doing that. You know, how are the other players going to treat it? So far, we haven't seen any what I'll call like really light 3-bets, but maybe we start seeing some, and I think it actually probably will be if given the right situation. Well, and then we could see some interesting pots.
Absolutely, and also it's interesting you mentioned position. Let's take a look at the positions on the table at the moment. We have got right here, let's blow it up there. So Adamo on his direct left is Ben Heath, who's healthy. Daniel DeVoris is healthy. Jason Kuhn. And, I mean, position-wise, Laszlo has a shortest stack, and he has Adamo on his direct left. Talking about that.
Yeah, that's not that big a deal for Laszlo. Doesn't really matter. Kind of any one of those guys can call him. But what really matters is Adamo. He's kind of in the worst position. I mean, really a bunch of guys who all have chips to his left, short stacks to his right. Right? A lot of those short stacks, especially Laszlo, he's only going to be coming in for a shove, at least for the time being. Whereas when Adamo comes in, he can definitely get 3-bet by those players, and it's going to be kind of hard for him to maybe apply pressure too much to the stacks to his right, because Laszlo will be shoving, Tony will probably be playing tight. So, yeah, I mean, the relative position matters a lot in these spots, and it'll definitely affect the play quite a bit going forward.
I love it. Well, we are going to see these players taking their seats right now. They have got set up. They got their chip stacks in order, however they want to stack them. It's time. It's here in 9 blinds, Laszlo. Everyone else has got a little playability. If you're Tony, if you're Stevie, Tony in particular really wants to make the money, right? For him to go out would be a mistake with Laszlo being over half, just under half as many chips. So Tony's kind of handcuffed, and even Stevie and Fedor sort of in a different zip code than the other players. 27 blinds, very vulnerable, don't want to go out. Tony G, getting a massage, looking comfortable, got the shades on. He's ready to rock, and we are going to go ahead and get the first hand underway on this unofficial final table. 8 players will make the money, 9 remain.
Yeah, it would be fun to stay on the bubble a little bit, because this particular moment is a bit more exciting and interesting than like right after the bubble bursts. Just because kind of the pressure of, I mean, it's a huge pay jump. If you want to just think of everything as a pay jump, like this pay jump is 189,000, whereas the next pay jump is only 52,000, right? From 0 to 189 and then 189 to 241. And, you know, you don't get pay jumps as big as 189 really until you go from 3rd to 2nd.
It's about poker.
So this is the biggest pay jump for quite a while. So this is this moment in the tournament where there's kind of going to be the most extreme effects.
Yeah, this is, there's Tony G flirting with the logo regulations. Big logo there, but looking clean, looking fresh, looking ready to rock, and nothing, I mean, no one likes bubbling Rast. No one does. It doesn't matter. $10 hot, turbo, whatever. It's just, this is a big bubble, though. This is a real sizable bubble.
2.5 buy-ins. I mean, bubble is not a joke here. 189,000 euros, almost $200,000.
Yeah, this is one of those hands, ace-king, just got to play it, but you realize that it is important to make the money, but you got to also play your hands. Try to get the stack going.
Like 1.7.
Pretty happy to play it.
Yeah.
I started with 1.545.
So you might ask, why is Stevie asking with this particular holding? But, you know, part of it just to make sure you get the chip stacks in order, right? You want to know where you're at, make sure you have everything understood. Just kind of check people's temperature. But I'm a little surprised he's so curious with the jack.
No, well, I'll tell you what happened for sure. Is Stevie, consummate professional that he is, asked before looking at his hand, which, you know, if you ask before you look, no tells to be given. That said, most of the time it's going to be a very unnecessary question, right? Because most of the time you're not going to have a hand you play versus an under the gun 9 open. But I'm sure he asked before looking at his hand. In fact, I'm pretty sure I saw after he asked the question, he went down to look at his cards.
Right.
So.
Well, there you go. And big flop for Heath. Top 2. Very coordinated board.
Checks it to the under the gun 9 open. Gonna have a much stronger range than Heath.
Yeah, can't blame him. Not a very welcoming flop, and gets even dicier. Although there's now a 4-liner to a straight 10 would make a straight. Neither player has that. Ben got a phenomenal flop. I mean, still probably not that many 10s in Daniel's range. I mean, there's obviously like ace-10 suited, pocket 10s, but you start getting in this situation with his stack under the gun 9-handed. I don't think he's got so many 10s.
No, I mean, he's definitely, listen, he definitely has jack 10
suited
through ace-10 suiteds, maybe ace-10 off, maybe not. But the thing is, I think ace and king 10 bet that flop versus the big blind. I mean, I think Daniel's probably betting versus the big blind quite a bit on that flop, so definitely a hand like ace or king 10, especially king 10, probably bets.
Yeah.
So realistically speaking, while Daniel can clearly have some 10s, maybe he checks jack 10 some, pocket 10s probably most of the time. He doesn't have like every 10 that he opens after checking back. He's probably even a little bit less likely to have a 10 because he probably bets king and queen 10 like every time and ace 10 most of the time.
A lot at night.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's just like anytime I go fishing or whatever, it's like I leave at 3 in the morning and then it's like a 3-hour drive.
Yeah, that's a concern.
Sharon got LASIK and she's like, yeah, it still hasn't gone away and it's been like a year. So, I don't know.
Oh, the halos?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine are good now, but I did have maybe about 2 years of kind of a little bit of a fuzz.
Yeah, it's weird. It's so humid here and they still get dry.
That's just that bright light.
Yeah.
Lots of thinking, looking at the car.
Forgetting to blink.
Forgetting to blink, yeah. I love wearing glasses.
Contacts too, right, Fedor?
No. Got them laser. Can highly recommend, by the way.
Boitas picking up a monster in the cutoff.
Like at night.
No.
At night, if you look at a street light, you don't get like
pretty
that.
big hand to get in this spot with the short stack, and everyone kind of chirping.
I don't know how it is in the US.
You know,
I assume it's good, but in Austria, it's
talking. But this is a big swing if you can get this through without a call.
How much?
I know if you like a new technique.
340?
It's like pretty, like before they cut it open like a little bit and now it's only like a very minor.
Yeah.
They laser it.
Yeah, it gets it through.
Laser it open.
And then it's like they only remove. Yeah, because it's like before they actually cut open like the top layer.
Now they don't.
Now they just
don't
literally
do that anymore, right?
They just make like a very tiny cut and remove the stuff that the laser has lasered. And that's only like a couple years old. So since then, the how do I say, the quality of the surgery is like it's I think the #1 safest surgery in the world or something.
Look at that. Triton Play, free-to-play blockchain poker game. Check it out at Triton Play Game on Twitter. Very, very sick software. Look at a little teaser on the left of how it looks. And it is special, I'll tell you that. Some very cool videos on there. You guys can see kind of how it works, what they're doing, and what they're up to. But I can say I've seen poker software. I've seen many things, and you guys are going to like it. Check it out.
Because like I think especially when you get older, like it changes again. And
Guys talking about LASIK.
Yeah. I got LASIK.
No halos, no real issues?
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit after, but I think maybe Dvorak was talking about having it for a year, and his girlfriend or wife or whoever had it for 2 years. No, mine was only for
What does that mean,
a month or
halos,
two.
exactly?
It's like, especially when you see lights at night, it's almost like you can see light kind of emanating from where the light is.
Interesting.
Or it's something like little streaks of light.
They're saying
coming from light sources.
Such a safe surgery, but I'll tell you, that's got to be. That's a real sweat, right? I mean, it's
yeah,
intense.
actually, it's intense. It, like you hold your eye open and like stuff is like going in. And actually, normally they give Xanax or anti-anxiety medication, and I didn't take any, and I was like freaking the fuck out when it. Oh, excuse my language. I was freaking out when that shit was happening.
I get it. It's
like it was one. I really wish I had that anti-anxiety medication. I'll tell you what.
All right, note to self.
Note to self: if you get LASIK, make sure you take some anti-anxiety medication because it is kind of freaky what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you just, I don't know. I've never even liked putting eye drops in my eye, so having it propped open while a machine does some stuff that you're like watching it.
Yeah, it's on my bottom of my list of things I'd like to
it wasn't fun.
All right, couple of nothings here. Queen 4, though, in the lead versus 10-7. Jason decides not to go ahead and put up the price on Daniel pre-flop. And now, though, on the Jack, Deuce, Deuce, he is going to go ahead and take a gander at it, going for third pot.
Yeah, doesn't have showdown with the 10. Figures he has more deuces than Dvorak. Kind of tricky spot for Daniel. This is like kind of getting to the weakest type of hand you maybe want to consider defending versus a min bet here getting 4-1. So he was thinking about it, but just decides the better of it. And Kuhn gets the queen high to fold with the 10 high. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, queen has an over to the jack that he could have that deuce, which would be a disaster. Also, not really a time for the tournament to get so sticky and speculative.
They got a lot of chips, and it's only one big blind, so
For sure.
I don't think he's like really making that decision for tournament considerations.
No, he can peel. He can if he thinks he has the best hand. He could definitely.
It's like I said, it's getting down to the bottom of the minimum defense frequency there, like right around that range. I mean, I'm pretty sure he continues with king or ace high. Certainly with a hand as good as 2 overs to the jack. But yeah, just like queen 4 off, no backdoor flush draw. I actually think some people might peel that. Like, I bet you get different answers from different people there. So.
Yeah, Laszlo now chipped up a bit, but this seems like an unfair situation. The chip leader gets 2 kings in the hijack.
Now he's just super happy and to open into all these guys with a lot of chips behind him, just hoping one of them does something frisky. Now we got the 2 people in position out. Even better spot.
Oh no.
My.
Wow.
This could be bye-bye Fedor. I don't think Fedor's going to flat this. And, I mean, we just saw a jack go out in the small blind. I mean, 25 blinds. I mean, maybe he jams.
Yeah, because if you 3-bet and he does somehow have like king queen suited or
something, you don't really want to get called.
All in?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
Oh my God.
Such bad timing.
This is like bicycle time, Fedor.
Oh my God. This is jackpot.
Adamo.
The king's hold for us.
See if Jason Kuhn says if he folded a jack.
No, he won't.
One poker bunnies in the money.
He was just talking
maybe
about
not
that.
till Fedor's out.
Yeah, he was just saying this in the other feature stream. That he doesn't, not to ruin people's sweats.
That
but
would be nice.
I mean, this is 2 heaters, sun runs and poker in history of the game in the last 10 years that have just both been on such tears, and something has to give. A cooler it is to the river now. Fedor going to have 1 out as we know it. 2 show on the screen. Jason Kuhn got rid of a jack, so he's got like 2.25%.
Wow, and Laszlo, huge smile.
Good luck.
GG Fedor, nothing you could do there.
Yeah, look, he even got a pound from Tony
As soon as I
G.
get some money, I come and give you in the cash cam. He's a PLO, this guy as well. How much you got? It's big. You're playing now. How much? How much is those chips? That's 100,000?
Yeah, tough go there for Fedor, the crusher.
Oh my God.
Fellow GG Pro,
Now we have a
Jason
big bunny
Kuhn,
here too. From
telling him, GG brother, see you at the next one. Fedor just off a 600,000 euro cash in 3rd in the tournament yesterday though, so still in the black in the tournaments here in Madrid. The young prince they call him. Fedor can't fade that situation, and he is going to be out. Going to be seeing more of him almost for certain. Welcome sight to all left in the money. Smiles over there for Laszlo and Tony, who are in a bit of the danger zone. Chidwick going to secure cash as well. Daniel DeVoris looking good. Adamo 84, the rich get richer, separates himself. And wow, I mean, he could all of a sudden have 2 titles, Rast, in Madrid alone. He has off to the races.
I mean, he's in pretty good shape right now.
Yeah.
I mean, still a lot of play left. Still a lot of big blinds out there, not in his stack. But, yeah, that was a separation move right there.
Yeah. Pretty grim spot. I mean, even you saw that flop. Even if Fedor somehow flatted, which you can't imagine that's really a consideration, but he's just, where's he going? Man. That board is all unders, and Adamo's got the license to fire. That just is a situation can't avoid.
Yeah, it's just such a beautiful spot for Adamo. Picking up kings there, all those people behind him. He's already going to probably be opening kind of wide-ish. Not like super wide, but pretty wide. So great in those kind of spots when you actually have a monster hand. And now, we're probably going to see Adamo continue to apply pressure, because now he does have some separation. And it's not like, oh, hey, we just cracked the bubble, there's no ICM left, like maybe yesterday when it was super flat. Because right now, it's just every spot is still worth money. So, you know, there'll be some times where guys maybe, I mean, Laszlo's still super short. I mean, we got Laszlo, who's fist pounding because he just made it in with 9 big blinds into the money. But, you know, Laszlo going out right now is worth
Passed out on the steering wheel.
over 50K to everybody remaining at the table.
Yeah, there are scenarios here where Adamo can just really push off and just sort of leave everyone in the dust and put them in some difficult situations.
I mean, knowing Adamo, he's going to try that. So part of the question is these 3 guys to his left who all have a decent amount of chips, or even 4 now. Seth, yeah. I mean, Seth has one of the chips too. It's just everyone to his left. Will they just let Adamo do that? Assuming Adamo does, I mean, we don't know. We'll see. But based on Adamo's history of having the chip lead, it feels like a pretty safe bet to say he's going to try. Like, will they let him? All right, Boitas now going to be super happy to just ship this in for 9 blinds. No more bubble. This was me yesterday with queens. Bubble breaks next hand, all in, under the gun +1.
That's what I was wondering too.
Just boom, you just hit it. And just.
I don't think it can deploy if your car's not started, right?
Oh, okay.
But, oh, and he is going to get,
Because otherwise,
probably
like,
going to
if
get
you're
called
just
by the
annoyed
big
at
blind
someone,
here.
You could like hit their bumper. And just
I mean,
deploy
part
their
of the math
airbags.
is he's actually,
And I
that
think people would do
50K
that
pretty
kind of a lot.
relevant. He only has to call 390. So he's calling 390 to win 565.
The draw.
Remember those smart cars, the little cars?
You see, actually, Boitas,
There's a thing for a while where
I mean, they tie 91% of the time, but he's a 7-2 favorite to win
I heard people
because
like put him on top of stuff.
he's going
and
to
all
make a
kinds.
flush 3.5 times more likely with 2 suit than someone
Oof.
makes a 4 flush.
Oh, real.
Yep. See a turn if there's a sweat. Nope. Chop up. Yeah, and a lot of it was, you know, if Stevie loses that pot, he is going to be the short stack. So no harm, no foul. Get to do it again. Want to welcome everyone on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook as well. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Jeff Gross alongside Brian Rast. We are at the final table. We are in the money. Fedor just got, we'll call that a cooler. Jacks to kings, 25 blinds on the stone bubble, a stack shorter. So that was going to be our 9th place finisher. And if you guys are enjoying, please hit the thumbs up. Follow button on Twitch, subscribe button on YouTube. Really do appreciate it. It helps the streams a lot, and I can just tell you how much goes into this, how many people are here, the production value, and the just overall work and late nights, long days. Much appreciated. If you guys are enjoying, please do that for us. Thank you so much. And right now, Adamo just continuing his sort of sun run, if you will. He just seems to constantly get it done. Long way to go, though. This is not just, this doesn't mean he gets to win this tournament.
He's got a fun little shirt on as well, Adamo. I mean, not quite as loud as the Linus Love collection, but definitely feels ready to relax on a sunny beach in Maui.
What is that?
Okay, so it's.
Can you raise now?
I put in 4 chips.
Doesn't
Got to be a
matter.
raise, right?
Well, ask the floor. I mean, ask
It's
the
not halfway.
I don't know what the rules are.
I think it's half. I think it's.
So I threw in 250 chips, and I had 2 blues underneath of my 2 whites, and I thought I threw in 4 whites, so I threw in 4 chips like this.
But that's a raise or not here? It's a call.
Wow, so Tony G, like, insisting that they go by the rules of the casino, which are going to rule that less than half not to be a raise. Although my experience so far in Triton, even in these tournaments, has been there's been, you know, a fair amount of like kind of gentlemen's. They don't always go strictly by the rules. Sometimes they don't call the floor. Kind of an interesting decision by Tony.
I don't mind it.
Seemed a bit stickler. No gentleman's rules. It's not going to help him out. 9-3 offsuit gets no help. It's a spot where, let's see, Kuhn definitely in position here. Might feel pretty comfy taking a stab. It's a ragged flop. Decides to just check it back, realize equity. And now that's going to be a card that's good for him. Now he's got 2 overs and a flush draw. Let's see if either one of these guys in the blinds, though, try to find a way to steal it. Tony seems like the most likely with a 9 and the diamonds. But a one-off stab isn't going to get this done. It's going to take 2 barrels here because Kuhn's not going anywhere on the 6. He goes for 3rd pot. bluff that targets a hand like Kuhn's quite nicely. This is a pretty tough call for Jason. It's a bet that also matches up quite well with a number of potential value hands like a 10 or a 7. Kuhn with 2 diamonds either doesn't really have the best hand to call with because he's kind of blocking some like king and queen X of diamond type hands that
Length out.
might bluff this way.
Wow. And you know, interesting though, so
A bit too little on the river.
Tony would have folded pre-flop.
Yeah.
Right? So it did actually benefit him.
Yeah, it didn't
Make
end
it
up
look like
working out.
value.
Kuhn probably takes that down pre-flop. I don't think Stevie probably calls with the ace-4 off. Kuhn just probably wins the blinds, and now
Finally showing my true colors.
Everybody knows your true colors, Tony.
oh my goodness, that was
Jason, just
Had
give
to
him
make that king high call there.
Would have been a big one.
a couple little exchange between two
I didn't even
guys
believe they had it.
familiar with each other. Oh, interesting situation there. But
back and forth zingers with a little heat on them.
yeah, there's a little something there. Jason, king, queen suited, now king, jack suited. I love that hat. I wonder if that's being sold in the shop or maybe that's from the GG store. I don't know. I haven't seen that hat yet, but it is upon us, the World Series, Rast. You're ready and warmed up.
World Series of, does it say art poker or something?
I think it says World Series of Poker 22.
Okay.
And Kuhn now. Chidwick looking very interested.
Yeah, versus an hijack open here. How will Stevie play? He's been taking aggressive routes pre-flop quite a bit.
Yeah, also with
doesn't do it here.
Tony G in the blinds, maybe thinks that.
Yeah, but Tony's small blind.
Yeah. Ooh. And this is in the big blind, likely just gonna. I mean, he's got suited ace-5. Doesn't have many chips. Risk premium the lowest, meaning him, if he were to bust right now, be the lowest. I don't see any. I mean, I guess is there a world he calls and decides to decide after the flop, but interesting. He has no full equity, right? So he's just sort of like, let me see a flop and then possibly get some bluffs in there. You run the risk of getting bluffed on like a queen 8 3 flop, you know, some random flops. That's the one downside, such as this, although he did get out flopped here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a flop. He'll be happy to let it go. I mean, sure, the backdoor hearts, but I mean, when you got an SPR of just over 1, those aren't that important of considerations. Kuhn here gonna decide whether or not you just jam or you kind of go for like a small bet where you're gonna have some bet folds.
Yeah, I think small. Oh, small or tall? It's a full stack. 325. You think any other? Is there any other like jack, hijack, just some super dry ones he might bet smaller, or just decides that that's?
Well, I think even on that he's gonna have a bet small range. Like he's not just jamming like pocket 9s, for example.
Right.
Like if he doesn't check back, it'll probably bet like 75K or 50K.
Yep.
And he could do that with some hands such as like ace 10 off with a club. Could be a hand he decides to do that with as well.
Yeah, so a couple of runners there or an ace would have put Laszlo into a win. So, I mean, pros and cons of just calling versus shoving there. And, I mean, obviously we see the jack flop, but what do you think you would have done ace-5 suited there? Do you like that, or do you?
Yeah. I think ace-5 suited.
He is the shortest
I think most
by
people
far,
jam
though.
it, I would guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of get the argument for both sides a little bit.
Yep.
You don't really have fold equity. I mean, that said, ace-5 suited probably isn't doing that bad against the opening range there. Probably just starting to get good enough that maybe you're okay jamming. Maybe you can find like the offsuit ace-5 or ace-4 or whatever. little bit better just to call. But it's not really a big deal. Don't think it's a big EV difference. But yeah, probably jam the ace-5 suited, call the ace-5 off. It is nice in those pots having an ace when the ace flops, right? Because you just have so few of them. So you sometimes get your opponent to just bluff with 0 equity on ace-high boards post.
Yes.
But it is nice with the suited hand being able to c5 and realize, maximize your chance to make that flush. Probably would pick some of the weak offsuit aces to be the ones I just call. That would be my guess about how that spot plays.
Good job, Ben. Ben. You have 1.8?
1.9, including the big.
Yeah, I mean, still in though, right? It's something about tournament life. Some people value it more than others. Some people play a little more cautious. That's why it's so fun to see different styles, different strategies. And of course, you know, hijack open versus under the gun, or this player versus that player. It's you can always go GTO and sort of know the best play that is recommended, but there's also a lot of exploits and just in general adjustments that need to be made for different various situations. That's one of the reasons why poker's so fun.
Kuhn going 2.5x here, and we'll note that it looks like, is it Adamo's big blind? Or no, Adamo's in the small blind.
1.6 to start.
But Heath is in the big blind, so Kuhn not 2xing, but going 2.5x here in a spot where the 2 chip leaders in the blinds, trying to give them a probably risking that extra half.
Wow.
Risking that extra 25K in order to make it a little bit less likely that they call. But yeah, Kuhn's not
Look
gonna
at
be able
this, all in, Rast.
Max pressure.
Ace-3 suited.
Under pressure.
What? Wow. And there's a look at the Triton Poker Plus app. You can see updating. Look at hand by hand in conjunction with the stream.
Seth Davies got the setup right there.
Yeah. Need to get him one of those little green ones. I see Paul, he's got the Remax sort of tied in on the iPad on the side. He's using a water bottle there, but definitely alert to what's happening with the chip stacks.
Probably doesn't even has it so it doesn't go black.
Just leaves it up.
Just leaves it up.
Yeah.
This is where we spend that extra juice.
Yeah. Put it on low battery save mode, all the tricks. They got tricks on this. Phone chargers.
There we go, Seth Davies. Got his first Triton cash. Yeah. Got a lot of chips. This very unlikely to be a min cash as well. 2 million, second in chips right now. Lets it go, King 8 suited under the gun +1. Just decides, you know what?
Yeah, I'm a big Seth Davies fan of his game, and just more so about understanding what a good person he is and sort of the work ethic he has and how seriously he takes the game. Also a family man, so very cool to see him. And you could easily get discouraged in a series or a place. You're just like, you know what, not running good or whatever, but he believes in his game and sticking with it. And Ras, heaters happen. You can win.
Oh, Seth's gonna have a run.
Yeah.
In the next year or two, he's gonna have a nice little run.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of success all over. Just in this particular series, hasn't panned out his way so far. But things change fast. And Makita, I know, knows about heaters. He has got his 4th Triton title. Got that late last night in a 2-hour battle, which was one, I don't want to say for the ages, but it was intense, Ras. We got to see the 800K level and a lot of flops.
Oh my God. I've never seen more dedication to seeing flops from 2 guys, just like unwilling to jam pre-flop. We are going to see flops. They both of them wanted to see flops with this other guy. It was special. All right, here we go. Both guys have a heart. But who's got the bigger heart?
Yeah, let's see. Right now, I'll tell you, Adamo, it's hard to question that.
I mean, literally the answer's divorce, clearly, but figuratively is really the answer to this question. And I mean, this is a flop where Adamo has a range advantage, and a big size is probably going to get this done. Yeah.
Just so talented, so aware of situations and boards, and just vacuums chips.
Yeah. Just decides on that one. Gonna go for a bigger size. We're gonna clean out the riffraff. Not getting called light here. Your minimum defense frequency going way down to a sizing that large. I mean, half pot pretty large on that board. Out of position with a range disadvantage. That's the answer Adamo comes up with. And he gets king high to fold. Small with a heart, small victory. Seth Davies with some dust under the gun. Tony G. Ace king off. Still getting a massage and just ships it. No raise. The 18 big blind shove. Quite large jam. Given he's been playing pretty tight, don't really expect him to get a lot of action on it. Although, wow. Kuhn has a pretty good hand in the big blind. This, I mean, this would be tough to get away from here. Under the gun +2. Under the gun
Tony's been playing so
He's
tight.
been playing tight, though.
I think he folds.
Yeah, in a normal situation, I mean, Kuhn would call this, but, I mean, this is a large amount and against a tight player. So
It's so crazy to be calling Tony G tight, right? Because he's known not to be, but he has been playing snug.
He's not happy about this.
He's going to fold. Not an easy,
I
think he will.
I think there's a good chance he folds.
I wouldn't blame him for calling for sure. I'm just saying, I just think because Tony G's been playing snug, Jason's got in a good spot, and he's no idea what you're doing. That is it's not an insane amount. What's it, 18 blinds?
Yeah, 18 blinds. I mean, he's about to let it go.
Yeah.
He's going to let it go.
Yeah, ace queen off. I would be very curious.
We should come this time I had you. Was your ace queen or something? Wow. Wish it was different, yeah. It would be.
You had a good one?
Ace king I had, yeah.
Ace jack of spades.
Okay. Ace queen you wouldn't lay down. That's the action I'm hoping to get.
Yeah. But then you start thinking, what is Tony G shoving? 18 blinds UTG, and it starts getting...
that's what happens. You
ace queen is hot. Ace queen
you play tight, you just jam. I mean, you make it hard for people to call you with worse when you have that many chips. I mean, that's why you don't really see too many people jamming like 20 big blind stacks from early. Usually from 6 max under the gun, you generally just see people open off the 18 blinds, right?
Again, this time 9-4, I'm improving. Not a big one.
Kind of huge save by Kuhn there. He could have gotten himself into trouble in a lot of situations. I mean, versus a min raise, he probably just defends it, but out of position with a dominated hand, could easily get himself into trouble post flop.
Yeah.
So ends up just losing nothing. So pretty good outcome for Jason Kuhn. He's got to be pretty happy, especially finding out. You got to find out in the moment. Ace king. We're about to see him. He might have a big smile on his face. I mean, wow. Queens versus Adamo here. I mean, yeah, you jam, but do you try to get tricky and just 3-bet and maybe get Adamo to do something silly? Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Adamo doesn't have a hand to do something, get in trouble with, but give him a chance to get in trouble. And I'll tell you what, Jason Kuhn, last 2 pots, folds the big blind, then just picks up a small pot there. Got to be feeling good, man. I mean, it's such a moral victory to find out. Goes into a time bank, big lay down with the ace-jack suited. To find out your opponent had ace-king there, then just pick up some chips in the next hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Adamo with a very playable hand. He's up to 3.7 million. He just keeps chipping up, setting the tone. And what's so impressive about him is these are the best in the world. I mean, he's playing with all the best in the world, and it just seems like he's night and day finding a way to find chips that other people are making.
This is a hand Adamo could get into trouble with. I mean, jacks versus Jack-10 suited. It's the hand that has Jack-10 suited in the worst shape. If he 3-bets there, Adamo might peel, but he doesn't. He just calls.
Yeah, I mean,
Adamo still might get into trouble, but doesn't have to put nearly as much in pre-flop. And there's the 4th jack.
You have 1.8, right? I have like 1.75 now. Just under.
Wow, he flats. He's got his opponent in a world of hurt, but of course there's some flops that can be not good. And this is just getting a bit out of line for Adamo. I mean, this is literally like magic stuff at this point. He flops the 118-1 to flop a flush. Those are the odds. And almost the most absurd, right? The fact there's a queen over there could save Ben, but these guys are very good friends too. I mean, not that they're like, all I'm saying by that is they know each other so well, and it's like it's just like the extra bit of, is your opponent going to go out of his way to like give you complete hell? Now listen, there's no friends at the poker table. Both guys trying to win.
Well, listen. Well, first, this 2% is actually well under because there's no jack left in the deck.
Right.
So the only way Heath wins is literally like running queens, 6s, or deuces. That said, Adamo takes this line where he checks flop. I believe when he does that, he then just says, okay, I'm going to check flop, then bet turn and river. Maybe feels like just such a great spot to be able to bet twice for value, maybe even now with larger sizes, either on the turn and or river, right? After the 1 check, as opposed to going bet, where you're like on this board, super polar. Also, and this is very important, Ben Heath going to flop more flushes than Adamo, so a monotone board is one that when you get flatted by an in-position player, you should check more often than you bet because they have more flushes than you. You just have more offsuit hands opening than the guy who's flatting you, right? So, in fact, I did the same thing with Chidwick on the monotone board with the Jack-10-4, and I decided to check. I did look that hand up, and actually Jack-10 is a hand that likes betting, but I'm supposed to check 2/3 of the time on Jack-10-4 with a suit, right? So Adamo knows that as well and checks flop out of position, but then certainly going to go bet. And maybe that king saved Ben Heath some money there because, you know, he got away for no bets. No bets, didn't even call.
Yeah.
Part of that, too, might be the fear that if he's ahead of Adamo, right? Like, let's say the jacks are ahead and Adamo does happen to have a hand like ace-10 with a heart. Like, Adamo's not just checking that on the river. Right, so if he has the best hand, he's going to have to call 2 such a high percent of the time, and he just doesn't want to take the heat.
Yeah, and again, when I do say they're good friends, I mean, so are Seth and Jason. A lot of these guys are know each other well and are good friends. But, you know, there was, I think, event one where Adama won. He busted Heath on the bubble or near the money or even in the money. So, you know, these guys are playing to win. It's just like you're so familiar with you guys. If it's the guy you're talking strategy at dinner every day, it's like there's a little extra kind of like leveling going on.
Yeah, certainly.
And
I mean, the right way to approach this, and I'm not saying everybody does, like who knows at the end of the day, but the right way to approach it is like there's no friends at the poker table.
Yeah.
Like you sit down and you're competing, right? I mean, imagine like two guys in the NBA, like they could be playing against each other and still be really good friends. It doesn't mean that like when they're on the court, they're not trying to win the game, right? But it also doesn't mean that whatever happens on the felt stays on the felt. And, you know, it's just nothing personal. In fact, this came up you weren't here, but when Ali was in the booth with me a little earlier today, something happened, and it was like basically somebody raised Tony G's blind like super light. But it's not personal. It's business was the line I used. But it's true, right? Like whatever happens on the felt is just business.
Well,
so
as business as usual for Adamo, over 4 million. That is 20 starting stacks in his stack. There was only, what are we talking, 63 total entrants in the 75K. And more interesting there, too, is he got some pretty big hands to fold Rast. Ace-Jack off and King-10 suited. Jason Kuhn, you know his wheels are spinning. He would have his opponent dominated, but he can't know that. And also just sort of having to get out of the way. This is one of the functions of being chip leader. You get a license to just put people to the test, and also people just stay out of the way generally. So Adamo here with the 9-3 off under the gun. He's got a cutoff Rast. I mean, he's not playing 100%. It's probably higher than most, but that is going to be going in the bin. He'll wait for his big blind next hand, see if someone else gets to open up, find a hand. Kuhn with the playable hand. It's nice to see Adamo go out of the way, and you get ace-5 suited. You're in the hijack. For sure going to come in. See if he sticks with that 2.5. What's he go? He goes for the 150.
3x.
3x now, so he's putting a little extra meat on it. Interesting.
This must be a function of Laszlo's stack size. Yeah, Laszlo is so short that Kuhn feels he can't raise fold, so he might as well make it hard for Laszlo to call as much, like we saw Laszlo do the previous time when he just called with the ace-5 suited. Now it's kind of asking Laszlo to put in a good chunk of his chips to call here. You're going to get a lot more folds, which is, of course, nice with most hands that Kuhn would be raising with. And Kuhn is, of course, okay getting it all in. There's a guy with 325K. Yeah. So, in fact, we saw that where Laszlo ends up folding the suited king, which I'm sure he's not folding to a min raise. Nevertheless, even a tight fold against the sizing.
I'm a little shocked there, too, truthfully. Suited king 6, like,
I think
he's the shortest by far. He's got.
Yeah, I think you should still call in C3. At least. I mean, but that said, I mean, that's some of the power of that move, right? It makes it tougher to peel, so you're going to get less calls out of the big. I mean, Jason Kuhn's range there out of the hijack still, like, pretty solid, but one I think even with the 3x sizing, king 6 suited with an ante, probably still continue against.
Yeah, this is again, they're in the money, but it almost feels like the bubble, right? How tight. But you said the pay jumps are big, and there's a lot of money at stake here.
I mean, wow, okay. Chidwick with a very tight fold in the cutoff, and going to feel instantly rewarded after he sees Tony go for it on the dealer button. Letting go with a queen 10 off.
Oh wow. And Tony G, oh, it's like almost like did he have a live read, right? Like,
yeah,
it's like these guys both have premiums.
Yeah, 2 guys behind him with premiums after he lays down the queen 10 off. The cutoff.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, it was Adamo's big blind.
Right.
Right.
Yes,
and Adamo knows that he can probably put Chidwick in the blender with Boitas being so short.
Not only that, but also both guys have shove stacks, right?
Yeah.
Oh, ace jack suited. And he has to double check the board. Not going to like seeing that.
So Chidwick probably just felt like, wow, this is a spot I just have to open tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and queen 10 off just not making the cut for him.
Okay, 10.
The 10s flip to jacks.
Yeah, and all the
Sorry,
clubs.
the jacks flip to 10s.
Exactly.
My bad, I said that backwards.
But one less card.
Is it too many outs?
Is it? Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
It's the too many outs conundrum.
Wake up with a good hand.
Yeah, kind of a very unlucky for Tony. Find ace jack suited on the dealer button and then actually get teased with that flop.
Yeah.
Coin poker on coin poker crime. These guys have played some big pots online. I'm sure those two will be in the PLO tournament. That is for sure.
Yeah.
I think that is pretty much a guarantee.
Along with you?
I'm in there for sure as well.
I'm gonna see if we can maybe get them to do 3. Like I'll start that day in the booth. and
Maybe
then just
commit to
max
playing a
late
little
reg.
more.
No, you can reg on time. I'll
okay.
just like max late reg. You know?
All right.
Yeah.
I
I'll be
love
in
it.
there, Jeff. I'm gonna be in there with you. Don't worry. One of us will be bust by the. You know?
I understand. Well, look at this. GG Poker plus Club GG. Daily Triton free rolls. Stay tuned for more details. But in the moment, you can get 100 in rewards or 100% up to $600 match deposit bonus. That is the promo code Triton2022. Rast, you know, Super Millions on GG Weekly 10K Sunday event. Big boy buying online. Tuesday final table. I am the host of that show. You will be joining me on Tuesday. So we're going to do Triton commentary, and we're going to pop into the live, from live to online commentary. So
it's going to be fire. Listen, here's the deal.
Are you talking PLO strat?
Listen, I need to get buy-ins in first because in order to get the deal, like I'm just going to let people know. If you come to Triton, you do 250K in buy-ins. You get sick deals like half off on the Mandarin Oriental, like one of the best hotels, like walking distance from here. All right? I need to make sure I'm on that plan because my hotel is nice, but it's not as nice as the Mandarin Oriental, nor am I getting half off. All right? So I need to get my buy-ins in, JG. And the PLO, listen, there's not many 4-card guys here. Laszlo's like the only one. Not saying these other guys don't play PLO.
Right.
But
Specialists.
Yeah, specialists. And
you got your Triton cash. I want to get my.
Here's the
I
way it
want a
goes.
Spain flag on my hand and mouth.
I'm going to max late reg. Shortly after that, probably one of us is out. And if it's not, if we tag team final table it, the commentary booth will be happy.
Yeah, we get heads up.
Exactly.
That would be. What are the odds? We'll see how many entrants, Ras. Let's see
Dude,
how many entrants.
I'm saying it right now. I'm actually going to do the 50K turbo and the 25K PLO. That's it. But I might just max late reg both of them.
Wow.
So, you know, minimum time on the table.
I love it.
All right, you should play the 25K from earlier, though. You know?
I am. I'm going to be in there very early.
Yeah, I might even do commentary on that before I play. I'll be in here and just do commentary. Actually, we'd probably be the final table from another day, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'll just, boom, pop over, Max join you. Hopefully you'll be chip leader by then.
I love PLO so much. I love Triton. This is sort of like, it's exciting. And the 25K is like the smaller of all the buy-ins, but it's still a big buy-in. It is exciting.
Listen, 5K giveaway if we 1-2 podium it.
Wow.
First, second. Okay?
All right. 2K giveaway if we double cash.
Really comfortable.
No, man. I'm only doing the
All right.
I'm only doing the impossible one.
Double cash? That's pretty
No,
pretty
that
hard.
That one's possible.
I love poker.
All right, I'm giving some away. I'm already giving 5% away to the YouTube and Twitch chat.
I know, man, but like you operate those streets. For me,
I
it's
love
like
giving-
zero. What do I get out of
It's
it? I don't
fun.
have a Twitch
It's
channel.
just-
Like
but
you
but
get
we
something.
have big free podcasts.
Yeah, but like whatever.
Fair
I
enough,
mean,
guys.
We do an episode like once
All
a
right,
month.
root for us 1-2. We'll work out the giveaways later. And Tony G is all in and going to pick it up in the moment.
25% off.
Is that what it is? 25%? That's legit.
Yeah, it is legit.
Abundance rest. That's what we're working on. That's the word I'm looking for.
You can't trap me into all your giveaways.
I love
Listen,
giveaways.
I'm in. Your giveaways have a listen. It's abundance, but they have a purpose. I don't. Whatever. I just drift around.
Fair enough. Hey, listen to this. Annies are up. The blinds are
going
up
up.
30-60. Less post flop than yesterday's heads up final table. I mean, it's a different stage, but we are seeing a lot of aggression right now from the different stacks, short stacks, big stacks.
The thing is, it's still 8-handed. Like, players are not flying out of this, so stacks are getting pretty short. Like, if you kind of look here, let's go over to the leaders. I mean, yeah, Adamo's got a bunch, even though he has 78 blinds. I mean, he's only 37 effective because that's what Seth has. And, you know, Tony G, 14 blinds. Laszlo, Boitas, 18 blinds. Chidwick, 18 blinds. Dvoris, 21 blinds. Heath, 32 blinds. Kuhn, 34 blinds. So stacks getting shorter and shorter. And you know what? My update was before, actually the app just updated. So now, you know, take all that and it's even less. I'm sorry, Tony G, 12. Boitas, 15. Chidwick, 15. Dvoris, 18.
Yep.
Yeah. The app was on a few second delay compared to the stream.
Should we look? Should we look?
Sure.
Jack 7.
Good one, Joel.
Queens. Good, queens.
Whatever, just flip them. Who cares? Just
It
go.
doesn't matter.
Bro, I literally got to walk. Flip them. So it's all good. If they want to see what I got walked with, let them sweat.
Want to see if you're tilted on us for this one.
Oh, that's good thinking.
God.
I feel like he would have let you know, if, or he would have let the whole table
I would have
know
flipped
if
the
he was
table.
tilted. Here's my small blind.
It's all
Guys having fun. It's more fun than the money. A little more talkative.
I knew you had a big head. Oh, he hits his head against. Oh, he's like, oh, he's max paid. You're sitting there going.
I couldn't take it.
It is fun.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn looking for his 4th title.
Adamo, let's go. The working man's hand, 9 to 5 off.
Adamo looking. I mean, we're about halfway through the series, but you know, Adamo already with 1. I mean, if he just gets 2 right away, like that's gotta check your rear view,
strong.
Makita, because he is coming.
Oh. Kuhn with a nice little hand to rejam here. His biggest, his kind of worry being Davies waking up behind him, which we can see isn't an issue. But
all in.
Yeah.
Nicely played.
Like this play. Just gonna get folds enough versus the button open, and even some of the time when you get called, it's fine. You're a small favorite against the ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 suited perhaps.
Need a Gran. That's the good thing. Nice run of cards.
Tony G with the never-ending massage. Feel like at this point he's all in on keeping it going until he's no longer in the tournament, either because he won or because he's busted.
It's like 800.
Tightish button
830, I
fold.
believe.
Seth here with a kind of tough decision with the deuce 7 offsuit of short deck, jack 6. Goes with call. And Chidwick now with a real dusty one, but will he find the preflop kind of 2.5 or 3x bluff raise? He doesn't. Sometimes you see that in these limp small blind spots.
And Ras, I got to point out our man Scott Wiener, who is Broke Mogul on Twitter, Instagram, just texted me saying it says World Series of Art Poker on his hat, which I think you're right, which is the Jonas Woods, the artist, tourney he does. Eric Seidel won the last one. It's during Art Basel in LA. So there you go. Cool hat. Correction.
So Seth checks a flop that's probably slightly favorable to him. But again, both these guys' ranges are super wide. I do wonder, though. I mean, Seth, to me, it definitely has a hand he wants to continue with quite a bit with the 6 and with the jack of diamonds. He is behind here, but if we even see the equity, he's actually getting the right price to call at 4-1 because he's only a 3-1 dog. So, yeah.
He's got some key cards in there, some bluffs that could come on future streets if the run out were right. And this is a card that if you're Chidwick, you don't mind, right? If you were behind, you were still behind. You have a 4, the board pairs. Looks a little more attractive for you.
Yeah, definitely a card you don't mind. So now we see how Chidwick decides to play it. You know, continue betting here is nice against overcard hands, which Seth's hand is in that category. You get a lot of them out of there. You know, you're still in position.
Yeah, don't have to go big. I mean, if you had an 8.
Oh, he goes quarter pot, so.
Yeah, sizing is, it's sort of, you know, nothing Seth can do with this particular hand, but it's I like it. It makes a lot of sense. Stevie getting back to $1 million. Triton Poker Plus app can see what's happening. Adamo at 3.8. I mean, the Adamo has double second place right now.
There's a lot to learn in those small pots. A lot can be taken away out of them.
Yes, they can, and there it is. Double second Adamo. Pretty tight at the bottom there. I mean, even in not a lot between 5th and 8th, and as we know, the payouts between 5th and 8th.
There is a lot between those payouts.
Yes, that is
a lot more than those chip stacks. 12, 15, 15, 17 blinds, but the payouts, 189 to 387. It's like basically double. A little more than double, but close enough. Yeah, I mean, those little pots. Chidwick choosing a bet sizing there, very interesting. Like with his particular holding, he's almost always betting, and if he gets called, just check back river, right? But it's actually a bet. If you looked, the Jack 6 getting, I mean, 5-1 is that versus 5-1 to call. He actually had 20% equity, Seth did. So technically, he's actually making a bad fold versus the 4, right? I mean, you can't know that. But yeah, a king gives him the win too. Kings and 8s with a jack kicker. So, but it's a size that Chidwick can use with a lot of hands. Like even if he has 3 8s, it's a size that makes a lot of sense because then you could size up the river huge, right? So like you just get a bunch of money in on a big river bet, right? So it's a pretty interesting little pot, and I love watching them because a lot of these times these blind versus blind check, whatever, they're small pots, but there's a lot going on, and you can really dive into like what some of these brilliant poker players are thinking. And we can all go to poker school. And it's not the worst time to go because even if you guys aren't here playing these mammoth buy-in Triton events, maybe there'll be a poker event in the near future at your local casino, or who knows, the World Series of Poker coming up with a lot more affordable events. So it's time to learn from the best in the world.
That is true. Many of those are right here or playing in the event. We saw Fedor get knocked out in 9th. Jacks to kings broke our bubble. Adamo had timely kings. Guy's raising so many hands and just gets a customer to be coolered. But you know, that's part of being aggressive too, Rast. I mean, obviously Jacks plays itself, but I'm saying you're going to get, you know, that's one of the benefits of being aggressive. You do get people to play back at you, and then when you have it, you have it.
Yeah, I mean, so far Adamo's had a lot of things work out for him. Kings, Jacks, just flopping the flush. Although he didn't make anything on that flop flush thing, but yeah. I mean, playing great. I mean, since we've been watching, it seems like no real adversity, though. But it's a long way to go. I mean, we got 8 players left.
Talks under the gun. Tricky hand to play, but...
Yeah, it's never fun under the gun, and probably GTO ranges don't love this open. That said, as the chip leader, you get to open a few more hands, and this is a pretty reasonable one to fit in that range. Sucks from the sense of it's like an anti-blocker. Like, you're kind of just most other, after raising, hands with, like no hand with a deuce in it really plays against you. But, you know, it's always great to flop a set. And his raise going to get a decent amount of respect. We can see Kuhn happy to just call, no 3-bet. So far, we haven't seen any 10s or, oh, there's one of the twos. So probably going to be tough for Adamo to win this hand. There's only one deuce left in the deck.
2,055,000 behind.
Kuhn's got a hand that's, there's not too many boards he's going away for 1 bet. This is kind of one of them. And Adamo has a hand that maybe finds some bets, because it's like you think, okay, once in a blue moon, I turn a deuce and it's lovely to get there, and I can get a bunch of hands that have equity versus me to fold, right? It's a board that favors me slightly because I should definitely have aces way more than Kuhn. Kuhn probably 3-bets aces, and even queens, maybe. Maybe he doesn't 3-bet queens with the ICM on a stack versus the chip leader. But Kuhn probably 3-bets aces quite a bit.
So ace pairs, nothing changes other than 2 outs now with 1 to come, as we saw deuce gone actually 1. But this is where, you know, you start wondering, does Adamo have some white flags? The guy doesn't seem like he's going to be in many situations where he has white flags, but he may just say, you know what, this is just not a great spot. Or he may say, wow, it's really unlikely my opponent has an ace. It's more likely he has a pair in his hand now, and I'm just going to start firing.
All right, now let's see if Kuhn thinks about this one for a bit. Not a comfy spot here, but he knows Adamo likes playing some hands, and he also doesn't like giving up. Nope.
Yeah, and just, again, just with the run out, the situation, you can't blame Kuhn for folding there, although it's really magnificent how he seems to just
navigate these spots.
Finds his way to find winners and put people to fold the best hand. And, you know, again, 3-time Triton champion Jason Kuhn, definitely one of the best players in the world, no question about it. Just sometimes you don't have, there's no defense for a situation, and that would be a tricky one to hold on and realize that even if you're good, you may have to face a big river bet there. I think part of what makes Adamo so good is he really knows, I think, what his opponent has. He's just able to understand situations so well and be able to narrow their ranges so much.
Yeah, like he definitely knew he probably has to bluff that.
Yeah.
So picked a pretty appropriate size to get a middle pair to fold, which is really what he's targeting with a bluff there. The kind of like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s hands.
Yep.
Obviously, hands like King Jack and King 10, Jack 10 suited, all want those to fold as well, of course, have a ton of equity versus deuces. And those are also hands that might bluff you if you give them enough rope.
5 on CBS. 257.
I don't know any of the hands.
Yeah, it's 725.
Very curious about a couple.
Nice.
Gets a walk too as we're talking up Adamo.
Yeah, this has just been just a no adversity little run here that he's been on. Just winning almost every pot he plays. Hasn't even been particularly aggressive, just never loses a pot. Oh my. Jason Kuhn wakes up with the pocket rockets. Always a welcome sight.
Yes, it is. Final table. Exciting.
I mean, I did lose my first bullet in the 50K with rockets. Opened, got a jam, got all in versus king queen off. Fortunately, my opponent turned 2 pair. But you know what? You gotta think every poker player is willing to take their chances with aces. Sometimes hear the, oh my God, don't like the ace queen, I don't like the jacks or this, but you never really hear people complaining about the aces.
Yeah. Don't.
Doesn't really fall in people's problem hands category. You have to be quite the pessimist in order to get there.
Yep, and Jason's been pretty active.
If you're running so bad in life that aces aren't working out for you, guess what? You're probably dead.
Yeah. Jason a little unlucky that the short stack doesn't go with ace-10 off there, but he has now chipped up a tiny bit, and I guess Tony's shorter.
Yeah, nice little fold, huh?
Yeah, well done. Kuhn. It's going to be hard to top that last deal. The aces being dealt, Jack 6-5 off fold. Seth Davies been relatively quiet, but hasn't really got dealt in. Tony's going to need a pay jump just to afford that massage. He has been at features and getting a massage the whole time. Looks relatively comfortable. He's our short stack. And Adamo on the dealer button, and he is dealt in the bottom of the ranges, but don't think gonna slow him down. Think his might be here close to literally 100%. Ben Heath wants no part of it. 5-3 off, and Divorce off of a relatively short stack. This is tricky because you know he's gonna be opening close to 100.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a hand you just defend.
Right.
Feels a little wide to rejam, even if you know the guy's. I mean, I guess if you know he's. Yeah.
Wow. He is going to take it.
You know the cool thing about this play, which I didn't think he was going to do, but it kind of makes sense, is like, if you just assume, hey, my opponent's opening 100% of hands, you just get to rejam a bunch. And so he's just taking a hand that, whatever, I mean, it plays all right, I guess, when you get called.
If you win, like, player of the
and
series,
instead of just defending, he's just rejamming.
I mean,
kind of cool.
What does he do with the ace-3 off?
Probably rejams.
No, I'm saying Adamo. You know, like how wide can he? He's not really looking to call off. Like,
yeah, no, he's probably. That's the thing. He's probably. I don't know if Adamo. Who knows if Adamo knows that Divorce is doing that or not, right? We'd have to see more hands. I mean, that was the first time.
Yeah.
And Adamo clearly didn't have a hand that would fit into that range of normally you fold, but maybe you call against a guy that's jamming as wide as Queen 6 suited. I mean, supposedly Adamo will find this hand out because it's on stream, and you know, an hour delay. So Adamo right now, or you know, anytime after this, could be finding that out and maybe make an adjustment. Maybe Divorce won't do something like that again. Who knows? But it was very interesting. Clearly non-standard, and it's Divorce doing it knowing Adamo's just like opening 100% of hands.
Yep. It's been a special week so far at Triton Madrid. We saw Paul Poit get his first title. Richard Young got a second. Rob Young got a third.
I feel like you kind of owe it to
some first-time cashes, some first-time scores, and we saw a legendary 4-time title from Makita. Jason Kuhn looking to tie him.
Damn.
This is a cold one.
Seth Davies.
I genuinely think you would really like it.
Not a good start to this hand.
No, 8-handed ace king, big hand, king's massive hand, and Ben Heath gonna go ahead and elect to 3-bet. And if you're Seth,
I mean, it seems like a spot. Ace king off. It's not so. Probably just goes all in. Obviously hoping that Heath isn't bladed, which of course he is, with a top of range holding, but maybe has a hand like ace jack off, ace 10 off he's taking a shot with, but that's not the case. And at least for Seth, I think we saw that there were no aces folded, but.
And this will be for a second place stack if there's no chop, which chop would be hard in these scenarios. So let's see a board. And Seth, who has not had a great shake at Triton in the past, and see if he can get a break here. He needs one. 70-30 dog. And there it is. As you mentioned, no ace does feel like it was promising, and he flops him down to 1 out.
Yeah, no backdoor flushes, just the jack 10 or the king.
No spice there. It needs a 1 out on the river, 2% as you see it. That is not a lot of outs. Jason Kuhn, his friend, looks on, and good game, big pot there.
1.59, yeah.
Does have him covered, and Ben Heath, GG, his buddy Adamo, getting up, give him a fist pound, some respect. Those are the ones you play a year of. You look back at your schedule and you start looking at pots, and you're like, you know, this is my year, but that is a big equity pot. That is to be in second right now. Instead, he's out 8th.
I mean, yeah, good run, Ben. At least he cashed, got it in good. Kings to ace king, nothing to do out the door, but played great and just cards didn't flop his way. On the flip side, at least for Seth Davies, who, I mean, we looked over his history, pretty bleak in terms of the Triton with the cashes. I am certain that on that run, I'm sure a bunch of stuff like what just happened to Ben probably happened to him. So,
Am I big blind?
Right.
Good
The outsiders.
good for Seth that, you know, something's
Big on
finally
box.
breaking his way, even if, you know, I mean, it's kind of a cooler there, ace king to kings, like, let's be honest. Yeah, Seth got it in bad, but what are you going to do? You open, you get 3-bet. You go all in. You have ace king. You have a hand you just get to do it with, right? You get to fight back against that 3-bet, and, you know, your opponent had kings, and sometimes you win those. And I'm sure Seth lost, well, more than his fair share, right, to at least in Triton, in order to have the run that he's had. But this could be his time.
Yes,
right?
it could. I mean, this
is shape. I mean, you win that pot, going over to the chip leaders. I mean, Seth now, you know, Adamo still clearly in first with 4 million, but Seth with 3.2 million, and third is Kuhn with 2.1, and then fourth a million, and 4th through 7th all under $1 million. So, you know, a lot of separation there up top in the 1, 2, 3 going down to the bottom group. And Seth in good shape to have a big score at this point.
Yep, big pot. It did. When you said that, it just kind of felt, you know, that when you don't see an ace gone, it's just so scary. You get such a great spot with kings all in pre, but it's not like 90% or anything. Ace
I mean,
king to
it
ace.
probably turns a lot more into almost like a short deck type of spot. Because think we were seeing.
Yep.
We were basically seeing, I mean, 8 players, right? That's 16 cards. I mean, that's basically the same that you take out of short deck. So right? There's 52, 36 cards. You know, now you have 36 cards left and 3 aces. So it's now, you know, the ace king to aces is, it's probably not as good as the short deck odds, but it's closer. You know, instead of being 70-30, it's or whatever the odds were right there. That ace king probably gets an extra good 5 to 10% with just those 12 other cards, no aces taken out of the deck.
Yeah, it is. It's just there's this poker just so crazy. So many huge spots, so many hands, and I think the biggest thing, Ras, to talk about is you put yourself in positions. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. If you keep getting deep, you keep making good decisions, you keep putting yourself in a spot to win. It's more likely to happen than not. But of course, variance is a thing, and you know, you talk about live poker. You could play a year what you do in a few weekends, or you know, a week or two online. It's just how it goes. So a lot less opportunities, and so amazing when you have series like this where you get to come and not just play 1 or 2 events, but play, you know, a handful of them in one stint. So this is our first time back really with Triton in a long time. Obviously Cyprus was about a month ago. It was more of an abbreviated version, just sort of a dip the toes back in, and now the series is coming on in a big way
On a short deck. Short stack.
and rolling out a full schedule here.
So the mathematician in me couldn't let it abide, and the 70-30, I took out 12 kind of random cards, deuce through queen. And it goes to 63.5, 36.5. So it was in that 5 to 10% different range, 6.5% difference. So.
And look at this. Adamo actually was opening so wide. Tony, can't blame him taking an ace, actually finds himself significantly behind. But again, only 70-30. That little ace is a powerful card to have. So he's behind. Adamo gets it in good for a knockout potentially. And let's see if Tony can keep his massage going. 2 5s look strong there, but similar to the kings to ace king situation. So much better flop. He's got the club as well. It's going to jump up to 86%. He's got those 3 outs 2 times. And does pick up a gut shot, but the set delivers an interesting scenario for Tony. Sees the grim news. He needs a 4 and a 4 only, or he will be our 7th place finisher. Let's see what Tony G can come up with. And not to be GG.
And I guess the massage is over.
That's it.
Tony gave it a good run.
Yeah. Yeah.
Worked his way up to 7th.
Yeah, he knows, though, how tough these fields are and how big opportunity it is to get some real buy-ins under his belt. So we'll take a look here at a couple shots, couple moves. There was the ace-jack suited button, runs into ace-king. Pretty unlucky on that one, no doubt about it. Got the ace-king jammed through. Maybe could have raised instead of shoved. That's one spot Tony might want to look at. I mean, 18 blinds, though, under the gun. I think it's totally fine. Jason Kuhn would have had ace-jack suited in the big, and probably would have gone post-flop there. Who knows? You never know. Ace-high flop. Something could happen for Tony. More beneficial, but either way, he will be out in 7th, and a nice score to go on his resume. Adamo, queen 8 off. I mean, again, Tony, a little unlucky there. Ace deuce isn't the best hand in this situation.
Now we're down to 6.
Oh, is that the?
Down to 6 people, and.
Oh, is he? Yeah, okay, 7th place finisher, exactly. 6.
Yeah. So it was only 6-handed under the gun there. Adamo passes the queen 8 off.
665 total, right?
Bit of respect for the remaining field. Chidwick here on the button. Let's see what he decides to do. The big blind only has 10 blinds, so.
He loves the sweat.
Yeah, only one big blind, in fact.
He's like, ooh, ooh.
That's so true. So great.
Six-handed for a Triton title. We know Seth doesn't have one. Stevie, I think, he's got, we're looking at his resume, some super impressive. 9 cashes, including the $1 million for charity, Triton for charity event. I mean, partial for charity. That was in London in 19 where he went, I believe, 5 for 6 cashes. Pretty insane. Home court there for him. Jason Kuhn, we know, has 3 titles. Daniel Dvoris.
Wow, hold on.
11 cashes.
Hold the phone.
And we are going to...
We got kings on the button.
That's worth a pause.
I don't know what the blinds have, but it is Adamo's big blind, it would appear. So there could be some action here. Certain Chidwick is... All right, he's going 2.5. Oh, and Adamo
1.1
is not going to fold this Jack-9 suited.
1.1 total.
What is he going to do? Is he going to call and play post, or is he going to put Chidwick to the test pre? We already know how that is going to go, at least in terms of seeing 5 cards.
Oh,
yeah.
Misstep.
Yeah, he decides to just pressure Chidwick's stack, Chidwick's button open there. Maybe even the slightly bigger open encourages it. But good spot for Stevie.
Yeah, 4-1 favorite. Similar to just kings versus an underpair. He's got suited hand. He does have a king of spades as well. And that is about as good a flop as you'll have for kings versus Jack-9 suited. He has got 3 hearts. He is going to need running Jack-9 with no, or running straight with no heart coming, and that's not going to be today.
Spot the flirt.
I don't think you were getting his burp.
Ace Jack of hearts.
And this is going to change the dynamic of the final table a decent amount, because Chidwick, who was pretty handcuffed and had, you know, been playing somewhat snug, is now vaulting up into the healthy territory. And Adamo, who had some separation there, is coming back down, and he's going to have about as much as Seth. They're both around 3 million. So a lot more equitable 6-handed situation now with multiple players having healthy chip stacks and nobody with a clear lead. There is a clear short stack, Laszlo Boitas, followed by a clear second, Daniel Dvoris, but then the next 4 players are all over 2 million. So kind of an interesting spot where I think they're just going to be playing some poker, and with the threat of, wow, going out now really sucks, but it's a threat that they can all kind of impose on the other, right? Because, I mean, any of those top guys, I mean, doubling up or busting any of the other ones would be like huge, a huge hit, right? Even, you know, Adamo getting all in with Chidwick is still for over 2/3 of his chips at this point, now that Chidwick just doubled through him.
Longest fingers in the game.
I should play it down.
Victor's
Bro, I mean, he's got 8-inch long fingers. Those are the craziest fingers I've ever seen. Oh yeah, I bet you can wrap your hand around a basketball.
Yeah.
Huge hands.
Tentacles.
Look at them things.
The Damo just wasting no time on trying to get back to his powerful position. He's still a chip leader, but I mean,
he's up stuck $1 million now. He's up stuck $1 million. He's got to get those back.
Wants it back for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a spot where Dvoris, not that Dvoris is going to play super tight, but having double Laszlo, you know, he's going to play a little bit tighter. And he figures tight enough. I mean, Right now, they're all guaranteed 302, 87K pay jump, then 120K pay jump. So it's a spot where he figures DeVoris is playing tight enough and risk reward on the jam, picking up the blinds and ante, considering how many blinds DeVoris has, which is about 20. He's probably just open jamming, most of his hands, maybe even any 2 cards. If he's going down to 7-5 off. I mean, I don't know. It's not quite deuce 3 off. It's a little bit better than that, but not by a lot. Ooh.
Wow.
How's Adamo going to play this? It's a tricky spot with ace-queen off here, right? It's about 40 big blinds, and when you 3-bet the hijack is the button, you're never happy getting it all in. In fact, I'm not sure if you're even supposed to really call versus a 4-bet jam. So, it's a spot where a lot of players elect to flat. Then again, Adamo does have the chip lead. Does he want to just keep applying the pressure? It's a tough spot. Could even go all in himself. Yeah.
Just shows you how he's so willing. I mean, obviously ace-queen a strong hand, but wow, this is a...
And this is part of the reason why the all-in play, like let's say he 3-bets.
Right.
Kuhn probably jams the jacks. But I mean, this is kind of a sick call by Kuhn, like for ICM reasons. I mean, if Adamo, like, he doesn't want to see ace-queen or ace-king here. He just doesn't. Like, you don't want to be putting it all in. There's 2 guys, especially one guy, super short. But then again, sometimes you just got to make a stand against a guy who really pushes people around and tell him, you know what? Not today, Michael Adamo. So which one is it going to be, Kuhn? I'm curious to see what he does. Because this is a real tough ICM spot for him. One of the things he's asking himself, does Adamo ever have like 10s or 9s here? Right? I mean, does he ever? He never has like aces or kings probably. So that's good. And that actually might get him to call. But the problem is Adamo probably just has ace-king and ace-queen a bunch, which is kind of bad. I mean, yeah, you're a favorite, but you're a small favorite with huge ICM juice being laid on it. But if Adamo ever has like the ace-5 suited or the ace-4 suited,
which we've seen him with the ace-3 suited too. He's done that.
Loving that. It's like you're over 60%. Actually, I think Kuhn's going to end up calling this because of that. Working through this myself, I kind of think like, yeah, Adamo can have the ace-5 suited, so let's go. If he never has aces, probably rarely has kings, and he can have ace-5 suited. Who knows if he has 10s? This might be stuff. Yeah, I like it, Kuhn. I like it, even though you're not going to be happy to see ace-queen. I think it's a good one, buddy. Because I just think Adamo's a guy who can show up with some suited wheel aces here, and you're just doing well enough against those, even though you hate seeing this particular hand. I mean, yeah, 57-43. Although
we saw Jack gone.
We saw Jack gone with a king.
These are jacks.
But not.
What a hand! What a moment for Jason.
These are Johnnies.
This is a huge pot for this tournament.
Oh yeah. Oof.
Yeah, and this is bleak because one of those 2 jacks is out.
And yeah, Adamo and Kuhn just have so much respect for each other. They know how good they are, and it's just sort of a bleak moment here. I mean, it's tough for Jason. I know he wants to get that 4th title, see if he can paint and a queen on the river. GG's wearing the GG patch, GG Pro, one of the best to ever do it. No limit hold'em players, and we'll be seeing more Jason. Short deck as well. It's a couple short deck titles. And Adamo is finding his way up to the top of the counts in a big way. 5.7 million, now double second with Seth Davies roughly trailing him. So, that's part of the thing. We play a lot of pots, Rast. You're going to go up and down a little, but ultimately putting immense pressure on this table. Gets the knockout. And Jason's going to have to wait if he wants to get his 4th Triton title to tie now Makita in the lead in that category. Looking at Jason Kuhn, couple shots from him today, wearing that World Series of Poker Arts hat, rocking some Burberry gear, and gonna lose him. Welcome back into the booth. I'm Jeff Gross, Brian Rast here. We are watching some of the best in the world do it in a big way. Adamo finds his way to the top of the chip counts. What are your thoughts, Rast?
Man, it's been kind of a fun final table. I mean, we've seen some big swings here. Adamo doubling up Seth Davies doubling up in that huge hand where he had ace king finally on the right side of things here on Triton. It's been a little rough for him so far, but he's in great situation now in second. And yeah, Adamo up and down. Things were just cruising. Everything was working out. Then all of a sudden, you know, lost the big pot, but just got it back. That was a very interesting spot where Adamo had a lot of choices with the ace-queen off on the button. Like, do you flat 3-bet or jam? He finds the jam, and then Jason wakes up with jacks there. Real interesting decision for him where, you know, if you can eliminate, like, obviously for ICM reasons, it kind of sucks to call it off and get it all in. But if you can eliminate Adamo from maybe having some of the really big pairs that he 3-bets, like aces and kings, you know, you say, does he ever have 10s? Does he ever have queens?
Yeah.
Ace, king, ace, queen off type of hands. But then throw in maybe a suited wheel ace.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, against some of those hands like 10 suited wheel ace, you're a big favorite, and that could overcome the ICM. So I'll tell you what, I like the call. It didn't work out for him. Sorry, buddy, but, you know, you've got 3 Triton titles. You're doing all right. You made a good play, in my opinion. And on to the next one.
Yeah, I'll tell you who else is doing all right. Laszlo was our short stack and now finds himself laddering up in 5th at the moment, but guaranteed that 5th place money. I am going to excuse you, Rast, from the booth.
He's going to excuse me.
Yes,
I'm going to go.
You've been with us, having a great time. I will welcome Henry Kilbane on a very short break when we come back. Rasty, great stuff.
Yes,
see you a little
sir.
later, and we'll see you guys after the break.
Bye, guys. See you next time.
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
All right, welcome back to the booth. Thank you for joining us. I am Jeff Gross, joined by Henry Kilbane. We've got an exciting final table going on here. Fedor Holtz got cooler, jacks to kings. Michael Adamo just has the goods when the money goes in. Seems to be a theme. Knocks him out, gets us in the money. Laszlo has now laddered up. 5 left. Tony G goes away. Jason Kuhn, very difficult jack situation in a vacuum in ICM, thinking it's very close with jacks, but you got the Adamo factor. The guy is just capable and willing. So definitely think jacks is more than reasonable to put it in there. Ultimately, Adamo wins the flip, and we're down to 5. So, Henry, a lot going on. We're going to take a look in a second at the current landscape of the table. But this is a big one. 1.4 million plus euros up for grabs. Jason Kuhn will not be our next 4-time Triton champ. Today, at least he's going to be back in, and I can't bet against him ever. But Makita's safe for a moment with that record. Yeah, tell me, how's it going, man? How are you feeling? Excited about this?
Yeah, I mean, how's it going? It's going well. You know, I've been out there. The atmosphere is honestly electric. Just keep bumping into people around the restaurant, in the lobby, and everyone's just excited. You know, some of the bigger events are just around the corner, and history being made last night as well. And everyone loves to see that. Makita getting event number 4. And Jason, yeah, unfortunate to not join that club within 24 hours. But hey, like you said, he's got more events to kind of join that hierarchy there.
Yeah, I think everyone enjoys history other than Danny Tang, who's looking to get his first championship at Triton. He has a couple seconds now, but again, getting a lion's share at almost $1 million US. It was 932,000 euros for second, I believe. Let's take a look at the table here on the Triton app at what's going on, and we can kind of, as you see, Fedor gets 0 for 9th. A bit of an unfortunate cooler. Jacks are not hot today. A lot of people's least favorite hand in poker, I think, is jacks. It just seems to give you problems and put you in some precarious positions. But we are going to go ahead and then see 8th place kings take a tough beat to ace king. Seth Davies, who has had a bit of a tough stint at Triton in some unfortunate spots. He gets lucky in can't blame him, ace king there. Huge spot though. He's in second currently. We kind of move up. Tony G just didn't have things go his way today, gets knocked out. Jason, we just saw 6, and now Laszlo, who was the shortest stack by far, does a little ICM work and is in. Let's take a look at the payouts on 5th. So he goes from 8th likely to 5th, locked up 387,000. Of course, big pay jumps coming up. And if we look at this table here, what stands out for you, Henry, with the stacks and where Adamo is positioned? Laszlo, just in my mind too, Laszlo, it's incentivized for Adamo to have him in, kind of. So maybe a good spot if it ever folds to him. He gets to shove. Adamo's not going to necessarily be looking to call off light, knock him out. He can really leverage that short stack. Anything else that is apparent to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, the sick thing for Adamo is he has position on Laszlo. So every spot that Laszlo folds, he just gets to apply max pressure on the players behind. Once Laszlo is out of the hand, that is the green light of, like, the biggest green light in the world, as if Adamo needed an invitation to be aggressive. But the fact that he has direct position, and then also you kind of mentioned there that he's incentivized to kind of keep Laszlo in. But if someone else does just happen to knock Laszlo out, he also has Dvoris on 13 bigs. So Seth Davies in a bit of a cage there with those 30, 34 bigs. Same for Chidwick as well. So I'm really looking forward to what I hope will be an ICM masterclass from Adamo.
Yeah, well, the guy knows how to do that. He's done it before, and he also finds himself with double second. Just seems to be, that's a ridiculous thing. It's so hard to separate yourself at a final table. Of course, he's had some good fortune, but also he puts himself in these situations to be aggressive, put spots, and we saw him maneuver with 2s on difficult boards, putting pressure, finding just air balls, and getting the best hand to fold. So the guy knows what he's doing. He's very talented. I think it will be a master class in that, and of course depends. Laszlo, if he starts shoving first in, he doesn't get to do that. If he does fold, we could just see some really big shoves, really big plays, and I'm excited. I think this is, again, the bubble and big final tables where someone has a chip lead to see how they operate, and we got the master himself, Mr. Adamo, doing that.
Just quickly, Jeff, explain to me what happened there before I jumped in, because I heard you and Brian kind of diving into the weeds about the overall ICM situation that was in play.
Yeah, so there was an open, Stevie Chidwick opened King Jack off. Adamo, who had just doubled up Stevie, ran into it, made a bit of an aggressive move with Jack 9 suited, and he ran into the kings of Stevie.
All right, saw that, yeah.
Right after Stevie opens, then we see Adamo just rip ace queen off, and sort of, to Brian's point, instead of him maybe 3-betting a hand like that, he shoves and then puts hands such as 10s or jacks or 9s or hands that might want a 4-bet jam into a tough spot. But Jason Kuhn woke up with jacks and just said, you know what, this is too good. This is a damo. This is just like too convenient. I have jacks here and I could be in really good shape. So he did call it off and ultimately lose the flip. So that was how that transpired.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of sick that Jason finds himself in a flip there, because we know that Adamo is capable of having, the queen jacks, the king 10 suited, the ace 5 suited of the world, where he actually is performing a lot better equity wise than flipping against ace queen, which is kind of outrageous in that spot.
Yeah, it really is, and was tough, but I think there's too much pointed to call, and Jason, who has 3 titles, not afraid to go for it, play a big pot, win for the thing, and we are going to get you back to the table here, and we're going to see the boys get settled in. All remaining people have a nice payout guaranteed, but 5 of them settling in, nestling in. 7 blinds for Laszlo. He's really been taking a, he's been just kind of running up, playing a short stack masterclass. A couple big folds he has had too along the way, where he easily could have got in and he would have been in bad shape. Anything can happen, but 7 blinds with 72 blinds up top for Adamo. It's a tough uphill battle. I think he will be happy no matter how this plays from here, but that 500K in 4th just kind of looks nice, right? How many, there's milestones in poker for live cashes, online cashes, for 6-figure club, $500,000 club, and it's hard to hit those 7-figure scores and such, but let's see if Laszlo can keep laddering, or if, I think Laszlo knows too that Adamo is incentivized to keep him in. So maybe if Stevie's got a tough spot when it folds to the button, right? Because that's like one spot where he also knows that if he folds, he's giving Laszlo a really nice chance to just get that free shove.
Well, that's the sick thing, is that Laszlo just gets to print small blind versus big blind, right? Because he knows that Adamo isn't incentivized to.
Let me ask you, if there's such an extreme situation where someone is so short, and Adamo realizes with these kind of pay jumps that it is incentivized to keep Laszlo in, how tight do you think he might go to keep him in? Like, is there like some unreasonable folds where he would have like, or is he just always calling with the super top few percent of his range? Do you think he ever folds like ace, something ace queen, like something just not for like just not like not unreasonable, but just like an ace 5 off or something?
Yeah.
Something like that, maybe.
The ace 6s, ace 5s, maybe.
Just because he's like, whatever, yeah. It's interesting.
Maybe it's very interesting.
Well, good start for him. Just going to get an important shove through. King 9 off.
What an insane spot for Adamo to quickly join
6-4-2 is when they cut.
The old 2-time champion club.
Sweet.
So Laszlo, courtesy of getting that jam through,
What's going on with the big blind?
gives himself
Big blind. Hold that big blind in.
an orbit or so, bit of breathing room. That big blind ante. When you are short stacked, can make you see the big blind working its way round to you. Very daunting.
Yeah, he did get a nice shove through though.
Yeah, and interesting. Look at this. I mean, Adamo out of the way, so opens the door for Davies and Chidwick to pick a hand, 2nd and 3rd in chips, respectively. And Stevie, the Queen 4, a couple of options available here. I think maybe as the covered player, going to opt to check. Shoe was on the other foot, maybe isolate with a hand as weak as Queen 4. So yeah, 113k difference between 5th and 4th. Then 160k ladder, and again, very top heavy here from 3rd to 2nd, 339,000 euro pay jump. And then a very cool 1.4 million and change for the champion. And what a stacked final table it is. Just curious, I think everyone has had a 7-figure payday.
Yeah, the only one I was wondering was Laszlo, just because he's more of like a Omaha player, I believe, and not as new to the. But I think he does have some big scores.
Yeah, Seth, 1 million and
Seth for
20,000.
sure does, yeah.
Boitas.
Interesting hand here. The queen 4 off out of the big blind is going to now find a big lead in the hand, and he is going to decide to go ahead and lead out here. Small. Third pot. Two guys very familiar with each other's game. Pretty much everyone here knows each other well. This is the high stakes guys that play a lot of these size fields, 30 to 100 size field, and you're going to run into people a lot when you are regulars on that. And queen 4 going to hold the lead, and don't think there's any other play from Seth here than check. And then Stevie probably be just happy to take this down with the queen 4. Got a little value on the turn, and what do you think, Henry? Is there any extra extraction here? Could he go try to target a king high? Is that just, yeah, it just seems too much, and good result for Stevie. Seth 2.7 sitting healthy, but things tight up there.
It's an annoying turn. Like, it's just, when you got the cousins over and your 3-year-old nephew just like banging on your shins and wrapping around your ankles and stuff. It's, you allow it. It's fine. You let it slide, but
yeah,
4 rolling off on the turn, it's.
Yeah, that's when they start spilling stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's annoying because there are worlds where, you just stab flop with king high, and you just take it down there and there, but hey.
Yeah, small blind, big blind, maybe the most fascinating, I think the most fun, and one of the areas probably the most people can improve on, myself included. It's deep work there. I mean, there's a lot going on, different stack sizes, different interactions, different frequencies. It's a big part of the game, and one that happens a lot. So if you're looking at an area to maybe improve, I would start saying there are a lot of info there that you can extract.
No, I think you're spot on. That's some solid advice for people out there looking to improve their game. Button versus big blind and small blind versus big blind. As you said, it's one of the spots you're going to encounter the most. And note this, the 9-7, I guess, 5-handed, reasonable hand to pip with, but opening into Laszlo's big blind. Dwarf's going to be doing this a lot.
Yeah, Seth here with the wired pair of 3s against a dangerous Adamo. Do you want to go set mining? Do you think there's enough times where you get squeezed out by flatting? Would you flat with huge hands there? Probably not. And all comes down to the big blind. And Laszlo, he understands the dynamic, the situation here. But is this the time? Maybe he has some stop and goes. Maybe he just rips and realizes that Adamo doesn't want to call light. But he also just maybe feels he can just shove a better spot. And that'd be an interesting one, right? If you just the king 7-0, not a comfortable shove, but if you did, Adamo there, that'd be an example where it's 9 high, doesn't really want to be calling off the player that's short that he's using as a sort of dummy.
David's with a really good start to this year already. A couple of big paydays. Looking to add to that here today. Sat in second. Looking for a career best as well, JG. Best score to date. It's the pip over 1 million USD. That was back in 2019. 5th place finish in 250k super high roller ball, which Daniel Dvoris took down for 4 million.
Yeah.
They're talking about different play styles and experience. These guys,
35,000 to start.
They've tangled. They've tangoed.
Yeah, they've done a lot of dances. A lot of hands, a lot of memory, a lot of recounts, but that's why poker, again, it's so fun because it's just different. You know, it depends who's chip leading, what position you have, what hand, and it's just always a little different.
What do you think the conversations at the dinner table are about, JG? You know, do you think they're talking hand histories, reminiscing of flips won and lost against each other, or you think there's a discussion outside of poker being had when these guys do socialize away from the table?
I think it's a mix.
Yeah,
it's a full mix. Probably mostly they.
How the kids.
Yeah, I don't think there's definitely some poker talk, but I think there's more camps. I think more guys. You know, you see kind of friendships in small groups sort of doing. I think they have their sort of set times where they review and work, and then there's most of the time they try to detach. But definitely can imagine these guys are hard workers and they're putting in work that most aren't willing to do.
Dvoris with 20% c-bet on the flop. Oh, wow.
Okay, I mean, this is just like, just sort of saying you never have a 6 here. Probably, right? That's interesting. Like, what 6 does he open?
Yeah.
And now you get the sort of understanding, though, if you're Damo and you get bet and get flat, you kind of like, all right, he has the ace. Now what do I do? And he doesn't have a backdoor flush draw. This is pretty wild.
Well, 9-7 wrapped around the 6, and as you said, you know, who has more 6x in their range? Adamo, for sure. Yes, you could argue Dvoris is going to have, you know, more ace-king, more ace-queen, more ace-jack, more pocket aces, but Adamo certainly with more trips. And well,
that's going to change the plan.
I almost want to see him crack out a smile, kind of, you know, just like, God damn it.
Yeah.
6 of hearts on the turn, like.
The funny part is, though, I mean, divorce. It's still as comfortable as you have to be if you're divorced. You also, I mean, there is that. It's one of those you just chalk it up. If he really had quads, it's just like too unreal. But it's like, you know, you realize it's possible. He was telling the story of a 6 on the flop, but yeah, this is just gonna be a change in plans.
Yeah, Adamo had dreams of blasting off and applying a ton of pressure on future streets, courtesy of Laszlo being so short and courtesy of the big pay jumps here. Triton Poker Series in Madrid, live from the Gran Via. Event number 7, 75k euro buy-in.
Yeah, I mean, at the highest level, I mean, this is just, yeah, this is just one of those that we could have seen some exciting turns, some exciting situations, but Adamo just knows that this is not the time.
Yeah, I mean, it shows, Jeff, that it's not the time, but it also gives us a little sneak peek into the mind of these guys, right? The spots, boards where a lot of us, mere mortals, would just quickly pass up on the 9-7 on an ace-6-6 board. But hey, three to a straight, you know? Adamo knows there's going to be turn cards that he can pick up equity on and continue barreling on and continue to tell a story. And as you mentioned, hey, he's going to have more 6x. And as we go to showdown, Dvoris just tables the ace-10.
Yeah. Exciting one. A lot to play for. A lot of money. A lot of respect. And Adamo, who didn't have a title, quickly could join the 2-member club, 2-title club.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, like you want to talk about Polymarket and lines? There you could start flirting with the does he have 3 titles by the end of the week line, right? I mean,
literally. Can you imagine if we had opened that market on Polymarket before event number 1?
For 3 or 2?
For 2, even.
Yeah, 2, and he's a favorite right now to have 2.
That'd be absolutely insane.
He just really goes for it, huh? I mean, the ace-6-6 just check raise the 9-7. But to be fair, if Daniel doesn't have an ace, he can't do anything. And then when he does, he may even just decide that's not a spot he's going to go for it on no equity turns. But yeah, the open-endeds, I'm sure, right? Or the straight draw ones with it, probably.
Yeah, I mean, he's just putting Forrest in the absolute blender with the check raise with all of his non-ace-6 hands and making life difficult for all of his pocket pairs.
Yeah, and want to remind you, the M88 Mansion is providing the most competitive sportsbook selection, the largest collection of casino games, and more. It is the #1 gaming destination in Asia, and of course, also an official sponsor of La Liga. And speaking of La Liga Soccer Madrid, we are in Madrid. Real Madrid is in the UEFA final coming up here on the 28th in Paris versus Liverpool. I know that's a big match, and you know, games are fun to watch, but sometimes it's more fun to have a little action on it. Not saying you should bet, but you know, that's a place you could do that and get it in.
I don't know if you you saw my tweet after Makita took down his fourth title last night. Again, just like having a little sweat, having a bit of action. I booked Makita against everyone else in the world.
For what?
For a bracelet this summer.
Ooh.
D-Negs hit me up. A couple of people.
Ooh.
How much is it?
The Boitas in the cutoff.
Have you ridden these little
jamming for 7 bigs? Sorry, Jeff.
The birds? Have you ridden these little like those scooter type things? Have you gotten into those or no? Have you ever taken those around?
Yeah.
I just had a cross town ride. It's fun. It's a little intense though. Those things get moving.
Yeah, they can.
And
things get moving. Davey's looking to move this final table along.
Yeah, I mean, right. He's got the ace. You know, he's shoving wide. You close the action. I think it's just too good to fold, but at the same time, it's sort of like it's not fun. But I think you have to call here, right? You just have the best hand. You're covering.
Close
He's
for 7. I think with ICM, I'm definitely leaning more towards 5. I think like 5, 6.
He's the shortest stack. I mean, he's got nowhere to go. He's gonna have that. It's just exactly the problem though. This hand, you're just not really in great shape, but you are ahead, and you know you have the big blind ante. I think there's other times he would fold with if his stack was different. If also there was some other short stacks or some other stuff going on here, but big pot here. I mean, man, pay jumps are massive, and this would put Laszlo in a whole different situation, but ace in the window is pretty promising. A little something. The backdoor heart's a jack now, a straight. So
it's never easy, is it, JG?
No, it's not, but this is a start for Seth he's happy with, and now much more happy. Doesn't have to fade a heart, so it's going to be down to that pesky jack only on the river, or Seth will get a knockout, and there it is. Good game. Nice laddering. Well played from Laszlo. Really put on a bit of a clinic on the short stack. He had a good plan, made a couple key folds where he would have been in a big deficit and couldn't blame him. And Seth makes a call with ace high, holds up, and Seth Davies, as we mentioned, has not had a lot of Triton success. Literally, this is his first cash, and he's played a lot of events, but world-class player. And you know what helps not a lot of cashes? A title, a first place. That can get you a lot of buy-ins back in a hurry. And Seth, not an easy task here, but sitting nice. He is going to be in second with that knockout. And again, great guy, great player, and just puts himself in position. And he's here, four-handed, playing for that 1.4 million euros. Big time here, but hey, if you're going to get your first title, those are some guys you got to go through. And Dvoris also looking for his first. So only Adamo, who recently has a title. Stevie looking to add to his illustrious career. Let's take a look now at Laszlo. A little bit of shots and moments from his.
Yeah, one of my favorite players to watch, Jeff.
Yep.
Whether he has all the chips or he's nursing a short stack. GG's for Laszlo Boitas. Fist bumps around the table, out in fifth, and you know, the great thing about that, Jeff, is he's not going anywhere. We're going to be seeing him tomorrow. He's going to be in the mix 100%.
I'm already visualizing my heads up with him in the PLO final.
Let's go.
I'm ready.
Let's go, JG.
I'm ready.
I don't know, man. I feel like, do you want to play heads up against
Yes.
Omaha for Rolls?
Yes, I do, because being heads up would be a great result, right?
Oh,
no
man,
matter what.
you sicko.
I mean, come on. You wouldn't sign for second, at least? I've been saying, with the chance to win and getting second locked up. No, I'm just saying, just getting second alone is like, that's a nice score.
Yeah, I agree.
What's your guess on field size for the PLO? It's hard to say because it just depends on some of these guys that it's not their first game. Are they going to rest? Or are they going to maybe flick it in?
I honestly wouldn't know, mate. I wouldn't want to give an opinion on something.
It does feel like one that you might get people not playing their perfect A game, right? Because they're playing all these other events. They're kind of like, let's gamble. You might get a little bit of a looser sort of vibe there. But either way, Queen 10, King Deuce. We're seeing a dealer versus big blind matchup. Stevie Chidwick's a guy I wouldn't want to be heads up staring at with pots. I think I'd put my sunglasses and hat on and try to avoid him because feels like he's like really looking into your soul on every street, every hand. And that starts from the beginning, not just final tables. He is dialed in.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. I think Stevie is, for me, even hands that he's like not necessarily involved in, he's not scrolling on Twitter or Instagram. Like, he is paying attention, man. He's dialed in from the moment he sits down to the moment he's either winning the trophy or is heading back to the cash desk or, to the hotel room, whatever you want to call it. He's dialed in from one hand to the next, paying a lot of attention. And when you take the sport, the mind sport, whatever you want to call it, as seriously as he does, you can do nothing but respect it.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think he's out there as considered one of the best in the world, if not the best, and amongst his peers, definitely in that top echelon group. And obviously here, many of those guys are in that category, but he has a lot of respect amongst his peers. And all right, there, Daniel again. Daniel though also in that category, one of the best.
Chidwick not interested in keeping him honest with King High. Maybe keeps him honest with King High with 2 overs to the board, where he can improve to a better boat. Just in case Forrest did have a hand like 8s or 6s or whatever, hand like King 9 probably plays a little bit better. But swift fold onto the next hand.
Yep.
Browsing the app quickly, seeing how the land lies in terms of stacks. And I'm not surprised to see that we have over 8,000 people with us on YouTube and Twitch across the board. Shout out to all the viewers at home. Myself, Henry Kilbane, and Jeff Gross going to be calling the action for you guys. Down to a winner today, live from the Gran Via here in Madrid, event number 7. And if you haven't already, please do go ahead and click that like button over on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. Allows us to continue growing the game that we all love. Appreciate the support.
Yeah, so much great content coming out of here. A lot more stuff to come. Interviews with some of the best in the world. So make sure you keep an eye on the Triton socials for that. And of course, we do very much appreciate you watching and engaging, and so much good feedback, positive feedback. And Triton's got it's a nice crowd that we seem to find on Twitch and YouTube. Such pleasant people that are looking to grow and learn the game themselves, and you are getting the best in the world to do it from watching these gentlemen here. So stay tuned, and there's also replays. Go back and check it out. It's a good way to study.
Wow,
it's
Jeff,
a fun way to
you want the guys and gals here 24/7, mate.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're a poker fan, this is your place.
I respect it.
And Adamo, King 3 suited, gotten over backdoor clubs. And Daniel, though, with Queen 10, pretty high up in his range in the cutoff. He is going to go ahead and make a bet. Looks like exactly 25%. These boys know their ranges and they know their bet sizing. So this is a board that Daniel is going to feel very comfortable on.
Adamo with still something through the back door. And again, just trying to apply a ton of pressure in the form of a check raise versus the c-bet of Dvoris.
Yeah, so he's done this twice now to Dvoris, and Dvoris has basically been at the top of his range, having top pair, solid kicker on both times. I mean, this board is a, you know, you're blocking the 2 pairs. You think you'd probably just rip in deuces and 8s, right? Like pre-flop, so on you. And you got to believe you have the best hand here most of the time. Of course, Adamo could have some king 10 or ace 10 play it tricky, but ultimately he's really got to feel good with queen 10 here.
Yeah, I wonder if there is a world where Dvoris
Flats.
raises here.
I was thinking he's going to shove almost always, but I think flatting could be interesting. It's more so, what do you think that Adamo does on like airball turns? Like if it's just like a 5 of diamonds, is he just going to shut down probably? So if that's the case, do you just deny equity, you know, for some of these random bluffs?
Yeah, if I had to assume, he's going to shut down on 0 equity turns.
Yeah. 4-handed Seth. Keep an eye on that Triton Poker Plus app. We invite you to do the same. One of the more impressive apps, I would say, in poker, if not the most, in terms of reporting and recording. Keeps you up to date with player profiles, histories, hand histories, not only at the feature, but at any table in progress. There's a reporter at each table. You can watch a player's chip stack move literally hand by hand with a graph, which is kind of absurd in the best way. Seth Davies, 9-5 suited. Gives it up over to Stevie with the 1 of 1 hand. This is an NFT 101 right here, Henry. This is the hand rank 1. There's not another like it. Aces, the best thing you can see in poker, pre-flop at least, on the dealer button nonetheless. He is going to kick it up, and he had the fortunate timing of kings last time to get when he got Adamo to bite with Jack-9 suited, put it all in, and now Dvoris with the big blind hand, ace-5 off, definitely has some, probably some bluffs in there instead of just calling, but then calling or 3-betting makes sense. It's 4-handed, ace-5, big hand against a button raise, also a tricky one to play after the flop, so I don't think, you know, it's really interesting, Henry. 4th and 3rd, these guys have a roughly the same stack. I think that, you know, all in would just be a little much. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
He did it.
Running into top of range.
Wow. And it actually against any hand but aces, ace-5 is going to be sitting okay, right, with some wheels and some the over ace or the 5 if it's ace-king, but no, he runs right into the absolute stone cold nuts, and we see the payouts here. It's $500K for 4th, $661 for 3rd. Big sweat here, although really in a world of hurt. Chidwick, who hasn't got dealt in too often, but when he did, he's gotten the big pairs, and he's gotten action. Kings and aces now.
Yeah, and again, Jeff, just highlighting how difficult it is to play against these guys. And
Ooh,
well, hello.
Picks up some real life there. I mean, that goes from 7% to 18, 2 pulls at a duck. And Stevie has been in big spots, big hands before, knows that it's never easy, almost never. So avoids the turn, 4 outs, 1 card to come.
Dvoris needs to find a deuce, Jeff, or he's going to be down to just 1 big blind.
Let's see that river. It's a 5, but not enough. Stevie gonna hold on, and
2,010,000.
Yeah, it's gonna be down to about a big and a half, about, and we are very close to 3-handed, not quite again, and I don't mind. I mean, listen, it's so easy to see, right? When you see the hands, you're like, oh, but ace-5 off, he's gonna get folded so much, it's just gonna generate the folds. He's also going to, when called, be not in the worst shape. He's going to get some better hands to fold. You know, there's some ace sixes, sevens,
Exactly,
eights in there that just he can't call. Even some. And what about when he has like
even like ace 10, ace jack?
Yeah,
like,
it's they don't love it. So it's so easy to second guess, so easy to say and see the cards, and I don't think. But yeah, I mean, really, the man is a world-class player. He knows what he's doing, and that time he just ran into a buzzsaw. There he is, one blind. Seth Davies 41, Stephen Chipwick 52, and Adamo still at the top. It's consolidated a tiny bit, but still holds the lead, and players keep finding their way out. Ben Heath got coolered with kings, had the best hand, lost to ace-king. That was Seth Davies on the right side of a cooler. It was on the wrong side, ended right for him with the ace-king finding the ace. Laszlo laddered, and here we are. And I believe he's going to be, so he's in the small blind. He does have, in theory, some hands to wait, right? Might be advantageous for him to do so. Maybe let Adamo just be ripping in, and somehow someone wakes up and has a chance to ladder. He is not going to be able to be too patient. Stevie in the cutoff here, 9-8, four-handed cutoff.
Yeah, you don't really get to be patient here. Wow, an absolute dream spot.
Yeah, Damo just realizing there's no real fold equity, and 3-deuce off is like the worst hand. So let's see, can Divorce start to spin? We saw Arcsidel 2 blinds on the bubble with 13 left. Spin it all the way up to the chip lead. Heads up versus Paul Poit takes second. So chip in a chair. This is definitely harder.
Yeah, this is actually pretty huge, Jeff. I mean, 4 bigs, and he's going to have 2 hands before he's in the big blind and forced to put in half of his stack. So he can hold here with the ace high.
Safe on the flop. Seth is a 3-1 dog. All of a sudden, there are some sweaty turns, some 5s, some deuces. That is not one. So he needs a 6 or a 4, or else it will be a double up for Daniel. Ran into aces just a second ago. And there it is. First part of the puzzle is secure.
The game on. The thing is, you know, Seth, Stevie, not short enough for Adamo to just go absolutely ballistic on. It's not like he just gets to take off against them religiously because Dwarfs is sat there on 4 bigs, but still, you know, 161k difference between 4th and 3rd. I assume this is going to be just a case of waiting it out and seeing if Dwarfs can spin back up to 10-15 or if he just bows out in 4th.
Yeah. It seems impossible, doesn't it? One blind to get to move it through, but that's the start. So now it's a little different because the Adamo chip leader definitely is going to try to lean, realizing that 4 blind stack there. The other guys are going to be apprehensive to get involved. Divorce.
Can hear Chris Brewer in the background. I love that man.
Damo just gets to win that hand, so let's see, he is in the big blind now.
It's like 4, Stevie.
Just over. Or I guess maybe just under now, given the...
Yeah, take a look at the chip counts. So Stevie's slightly behind. 5 million, 4 million, 3 million, and
like
310 for Daniel.
Yeah, slightly over.
And 10-8 suited. Also, the interesting thing is to shove. This is where he knows Adamo is incentivized to keep him in.
Yeah, I'm not sure how relevant that is at the moment with the stack depths. Like, sure, chip leader keeping Dwarf short is great, but like I said, like Chidwick and Davies are just too deep to take off against.
The raise is to 305.
Right.
Luca, is it a big blind first or any first?
So big blind first, or anti-first being asked, and Luca just confirming that it's big blind first. And Adamo out flopping Boris on the 7 tray. Boris effectively all in.
Yeah, he is out flopping, but he's also had the lead. And but yes, better flop, way better. Although 10-8 though, still.
Yeah, 2 overs live.
Still alive.
So 6 outs twice for one of the best players to ever come out of Canada.
Not a helpful turn. Still 10 or 8 only at 14%.
All right, GG, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks, dude.
GG announced, King of Diamonds, no dice. And Jeff, just like that, we're down to 3, 661 guaranteed for Seth Davies, Stephen Chidwick, and Michael Adamo.
Yes, it is. It is there. 3 going a little quicker than normal. But when you got the Dominator at the chip lead, driving the action, this is going to be not to be a surprise.
Love these kind of highlight reels slash after movies, if you will, of the players. It's production quality at its finest. Rocking the Triton cap. Sure we'll be seeing more of him. 500k monkey off his back here in Madrid.
Yeah, speaking of monkey off the back, Seth Davies.
Oh yeah.
Getting his first Triton cash, and he's got his eye on more than that with a huge pay jumps here between 3rd and 2nd even alone is a big one. You're talking about a 7-figure score up for grabs here. 338,000.
Yeah.
No, more. I mean,
Yeah,
almost.
mine
Yeah,
was right.
it's like
I have like 2.8
380,000 more, right? Almost. I mean, it's a big one.
Yeah, 340 followed by 380.
365, right? 340 plus the 24 euro. Yeah, 360-ish. I mean, it's 340 to $1 million.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Plus a bit.
Yeah.
A lot to play for. It's
I mean, there's heaps, all right? It's, you know.
Let's not get technical yet. It's
yeah, what's 20k between friends, eh? What's the biggest amount you've ever like let slide when it's come to like a stupid bet or something like that you know you've got the edge and your friend's running their mouth a little bit. He's like, no, Jeff, I want to bet 5k on this. I know I'm right, and you bet, and then they lose, and you kind of just like, I should probably charge you idiot tax here, but I'm gonna let it slide, kind of thing.
Man, there's so many.
No, that's why I'm asking, because I know.
Yeah, I might have to think, but betting's fun because a lot of people just, they just people can't help themselves. They just like
emotionally attached to it as well.
Yes, and hopefully Steve doesn't get emotionally attached to King High because he is in trouble if they were to play some streets. And King 10 definitely with the backdoor diamonds, it is viable to play. It's so tricky against Adam, who's got such a wide board coverage, but he is going to call here, and as one of the few King Highs, he's behind, and that'll change things very quickly. So Chidwick with a powerful turn, $1 million in the pot. He is in position as well, and Adamo now getting a Stevie stare. Decisions here.
375.
375 certainly won't work at this moment. Stevie, though. You know, you have a 10, good kicker. Pretty magnificent card for you. But still hands that beat you.
Yeah, Chidwick will be chip leader if he just clicks call twice.
Well,
at least
almost.
Yeah.
In theory.
Yeah.
In theory.
In theory.
There are some scary rivers, though. There are some scary cards that somehow Adamo could find magic on, but of course he's just got to avoid a jack that we know. But, you know, say a 7 or a 3 or an 8 or something peels off. And Stevie's, that's what he's thinking. Do I want to, do I have a raise here? Do I just call, let him do his thing? Can't know he's in this good a shape.
And just shy of 2 mil out there, and I'll tell you what, who's salvating on the sidelines is Seth Davies. Just needs to play a monster pot.
Yeah. Adamo. This is one of those sort of interesting-ish cards. He would probably, he'd be betting his 3x potentially, maybe with something else with it. And if you're Stevie, I'd say it's an above average card, but it's also a bit scary. There is now a 4-liner, and what 3s does Stevie have continuing? I guess pocket 3s, ace 3 suited, and he is going to wave the white flag. And Stevie think this would be too greedy, and he actually will have the chip lead if he just checks back and gets the showdown. But a dangerous player to think about value betting on a 4-line straight with just top pair, but
I think there are worlds where Stevie considers value betting here.
no, yeah, for sure. But also to take the chip lead and
block sizing for like 450 does knuckle back Jeff.
Yeah. And Stevie's going to see he got pretty fortuitous turn. Drag the pot, lose a time bank. It's fine with that.
Side is right.
Hmm? That is right. Have to be too careful. That's my motto.
Some real favoritism going on here at Triton, boys and girls, between the commentary team and the production team. JG's got service on hand right now.
Hey, this is long hours. This is there's a lot of history between James and I here.
Lemon tea, it's like a little yogurt going on, like all sorts. Wow.
Listen, James and I have put in some late nights in Rio, different parts of the world.
I'm sure you have.
We have had. It's been
I
around,
see how
man.
it is.
You gotta put your time in. How are you? Are you 25 yet? Even Henry? How old are you?
Hey, listen, man, don't get jealous, yeah.
I got a decade. Yeah, that's true. Age is the ultimate currency.
Hey, I'll show you some fun stats. Look at this. Ran 5K today, mate. You know, just casually, just went for a little 5K jog.
I took the bird around today. I should have done a little more exercise. Nice day today.
It was a nice day. Bumped into Andy on his way out. I was like, Andy, are you enjoying the sun? He's like, no, it's too hot, and jumped straight into a taxi. Can't say I blame him. It's incredibly hot here in Madrid. But even outside of Triton Series, boys and girls, I certainly recommend if you are in town, pop down to the Gran Via. It really is a great venue. James Dempsey and I wandered into the lower part of the casino. Some cash games running. If you fancy yourself a little live cash game session from time to time. You're not wrong, James. Saw the 2-5 lineup and around a mile. The Chitters with the turn probe. Story checks out. No messing around from Adamo, just relinquishes his king high. Stevie Chidwick with the chip lead as a headline we've heard many times in the last, wow, how long? It's like he always has the chip lead.
Yeah, Stevie 444 online was winning those ladder packages back in the day on Stars. I don't know if you remember that. He would just own the lobbies, maybe before your time, but he was just from the beginning crushing highest sit and goes. And
it was definitely before my time, mate. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't recall
Yeah.
such things. You guys had it good. you got all the money early. You then all got to buy into crypto. And now you just get to come out to these amazing venues and commentate. I had to do it the tough way, mate. Yeah, I was in the live 1, 2, and 2, 5 streets I was fighting for my life.
I did the 1-2 grind. I was playing those 25-cent, 50-cent home games.
Yeah? All right,
Yeah.
all right. Those of you just joining us, Henry Kilbane, Jeff Gross calling the action for you here. Three-handed. Event number 7. Halfway through Triton Series Madrid. I don't know, Jeff. I'm starting to feel a little bit down as the days go by.
Just getting sad that it's moving towards the second half.
I know all good things must come to an end, but we got 5 days left, 6 days left.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind making this the office for a long time. Hopefully they do this again here. I think that's a favorite at this point.
Yeah, just get a little 120, 150 square meter apartment. Not too far from the casino.
Yeah, Damo here has a weak queen high, no spade. Seth decides to pot control 10, makes a lot of sense. Welcome the ace of hearts on the turn, which is makes his hand even stronger. And Adamo just is deciding no plan to try to take the pot, at least as of yet. And Seth with the 10-8 kicker here has some decisions. Does he want to protect against a spade rolling off? Maybe an overcard somehow. Queen X, King X, Jack X be a little bit concerning. So other than a Queen, King, Jack, or a spade, he's going to be relatively confident. That changes things a little. Now Adamo does have, maybe could decide to try to bet, although I think he can realize he doesn't have the best hand here ever. Seth would probably, with his 7-8 suited, something like that, bet the flop, try to take it down. But Adamo just going to check, and no way Seth's going to be betting this river. I don't think. I don't see why he would. That's played.
Queen.
Queen, not enough. 10-8 suited out flops, but I think I'd rather have the 10-8 suited than Queen 3 off. A little nicer hand to play. Button moves. Stevie will have that, and we are down to 3 as Daniel divorced. Made a bit of a misstep. Can't blame him again. Can't expect your opponent to have ace on the butt when you have ace 5, and he did run into that. Got a little gut shot sweat, but didn't hit it, and Stevie got it done. And currently your chip leader, 5.2 million to 4.5 million, and Seth with 2.7 million. Chidwick now on the dealer button with the king queen. Look at that mountain of chips. He's got a nice fortress stacked up there. His wife Marine probably sweating and watching. I think I've mentioned this before, Henry, but my son had his first hold hands with Stevie's daughter, and even they snuck a first kiss, allegedly.
No.
Yeah, they're 3. And they're born 1 day apart, matter of fact.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to have a word with Stevie about that, mate.
No, he knows. We talked it out. I mean, everything's cordial, and You know, they're respect. My son's very respectful, but one and only, I would say. Not he's not just out there sending them out. I mean, it was mutual, consensual. And here, Seth Davies with the big hand, three-handed, ace-10 suited. Also the shortest stack at the moment. Has options to do many things. 3-betting seems the most logical. Sizing is, what, 4x? Yep, about 850. And now Stevie with a kind of an interesting spot, Henry. This is like a very good hand, three-handed. Seth getting a little saucy. I don't see any scenario he folds. The question is he going to send it in or is he going to take us to a flop? Are they deep enough? He is in position.
Could certainly see this come back over the top.
Yeah, it's also Seth is the shortest stack. How many bluffs does he have? You know, weak aces maybe. Do you take the flat? It's awkward, right? To flat. But seems also logical. I don't see it. I think that's what he's weighing out here.
Yeah, he does. Just take it back upstairs.
And yeah, and right, look at that. Didn't waste any time. Seth knew once he 3-bet this was for value, and he's going to run it. And gets to see slight favorite, 62-38, almost 2-1, 60-40, however you want to call it. It is an important pot, and Seth looking to hold here and jump into what would be, I believe, the chip lead. Yeah, he's all in for $3 million.
Wow.
Oh, what a spicy door card and ace behind it. So Seth now 77%, a little better than a 3-1 favorite to take this pot. And now much more of a favorite. One card only left in the deck and 5 outs one time. You see that percent 11, about 2.2% per out. River, no bueno for Stevie, and that is a crucial double for Seth Davies. Well played. Chalk that up to a cooler, really. I mean, both players playing their hands there. That's just kind of one of those hands where I think Stevie would be reverse, same thing. But credit to Seth for 3-betting it and going with it and holding. That's a lot of things.
Yeah, it gets the injuries.
Yeah.
Modern day cooler, Jeff.
Yeah.
King Queen versus Ace 10, button versus big blind for 30. And yeah, understandable to see the King Queen go in.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look there at Poly Market. We talked about this. Some interesting lines and betting markets we could set ourselves. That's what you can do there. And you can visit polymarket.com to follow the odds. This was up from the beginning. Will Phil Ivey place first? Will he get a title in at least one event? That is still up to debate because he has not. He's had a couple deep runs, cashes, a final table, I believe, but I'm not sure actually if he had a final table. He had a cash at least, and he's in there and he's fighting. There's a lot of interesting storylines emerging here. First-time winners, 4-time winner from Akita, and Seth Davies. Could it just be first cash, first title for Triton?
That would be pretty sick.
Yeah.
That'd be a stylish way. Like,
yeah, variance kind of evening out.
yeah, everyone thinks you're just sleeping at the wheel, and Davies like, hang on a minute, boys and girls, just hold my beer. But he's got to come out on top against two of the best in the world. Adamo and Chidwick always in the conversation when that topic gets brought up. As is Seth Davies, certainly not looking to discredit him from that conversation. Davies has been getting it done for a very long time.
Yeah, very impressive guy, very impressive poker player, family man. And this has a recipe for a couple tough hands in a row for Chidwick. I mean, again, 3-handed, ace-10 suited and ace-queen off. Pretty big hands, and this is a, 20 blinds, Henry? I mean, is there much other way to go other than
it's
shove?
let's see, 5 boys.
Yep, all in a call very quick.
And just like that, from chip leader to 5 cards away from elimination. Poker can really be a cruel mistress, especially tournament poker, Jeff. You talk of variance, you talk of, you know, timing as well.
Yep.
Running into it twice in a row.
Well, both players pair that top card, ace, backdoors for Stevie. Clubs, a little different. The Damo has a club, though. This is going to come down now after the turn to a 10 or a 10 only, or we will be heads up. Stevie, so many times been on either side of this. The Damo knows this is a bit of a cooler as well, but can he hold? Oh my
goodness.
Not ready to be over yet. Stevie on the turn. Adamo could taste it. He was ready to be heads up for his second title in the same week. It wasn't meant to be in that moment, and that is going to put Stevie and, I mean, everything just getting flip-flopped around. Adamo now on the short stack, 2.2 million, and doesn't even bat an eye.
I mean, a little 360,000 euro 10 ball on the corner pocket.
Right, 235.
I mean, I wonder what the highest equity suck out these guys have had. I mean, that alone, the immediate result of 360 plus the additional equity you'd have going into heads up, that's insane. That's just a casual little 500k there for a Michael Adamo.
Yeah, well,
how's your luck?
We're talking about Michael Adamo, but what about Seth? Seth's heads up then, right? I mean, for him, that's immediately out of his pocket too.
I'm actually kind of lost. I don't know, you know, when you just think, yep, heads up, okay, both of them locked up a mil. The 3 outer finding its way to the river, and different story going to play out in this universe, as Brian Ross would like to put it.
Yeah. And now Seth with A7 suited, strong hand, 3-handed as well on the button, gets to go for an open for sure. He's going to be aware of Adamo now on that 20-ish blind stack. If we take a look, I'm going to go over to our Triton Poker Plus app, 2,185,000 to be exact. Seth with the chip lead, and wow, look at this. Everyone's just getting like playable suited hands in here. Same thing, could easily be the surfs up. This seems like a very viable spot. And if you're Seth, it's not like a super fun one to have, but maybe just too good. I'd imagine this is how Adamo proceeds. All in. And yeah, it's not a snap call, but it's probably going to be a call. But it's sort of that. The crazy part is this would literally, if Adamo were to double, they would literally have all 4 million on the close to the dot. 4.2, 4.5. But this is kind of a tricky one for Seth. A7 off he folds. I think A7 suited he might find it. It's definitely not fun.
Yeah, I think it's one he's going to mull over. Adamo's still going to be jamming King, Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack 10, maybe even some.
It's similar to what Divorce did, right? He ripped the ace-5 off. He ran into aces, but, you know, a lot of times, as we see here, the a7, stuff like this, it's just going to be tricky. Wow, he does call. And
does call it off. Good, man. Going to chop this 25% of the time.
That's a lot. It's a lot. Feels it's crazy how much you do chop, but it does happen.
Chop, chop.
Seth saying, man, do you know what kind of pain I've been through at Triton? I'm not chopping this one. I want this one.
Would mean he'd be heads up with the chip lead.
Wow, not a choppy flop. It's actually got now.
Chop the hard way?
Yeah, it's
the hard way, eh?
Maybe board pair.
Wow. 5 of hearts rolling off on the turn, and what is going on 3-handed here, Jeff?
Wow. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. So, I mean, the worst hand, 2 hands in a row, and this is going to find our 3 Heroes all around 4 million. Absolutely brutal turn there. Turn and river.
That's pretty sick, actually. 43 big blinds, 42 big blinds, 41 big blinds.
There you go. Doing our job for us. 43 plays 42, plays 41, and a couple of 3-outers here and there, Jeff. Just for a casual, what, 500,000 euros in equity.
Man. Yeah, if you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, thank you so much, and give us who you think's going to win today. It's kind of up in the air, right? I mean, you just get to pick your guy. 43, 42, 41 blinds. It is anyone's game, that is for sure. And also, we've seen some pretty devastating turn and rivers here at the final table, and some big hands and collisions, and just showing you the power of those hands. Look at this distribution: 10-6 suited, Queen 4 off. So when you get Ace-7 suited, Ace-10 suited, Ace-Queen off, I mean, these are massive hands, three-handed. Poker's funny, isn't it? It could have been over. It could have been like no 10 on the river, heads up. There it is. Somehow Ace-7 suited, Ace-5 suited, and Ace-7 suited holds, and we're done. Instead, it's 40 blinds apiece, playing for big money, big trophy, and this could be get the teapots out and the espressos. We might be here a while.
Same story as last night, eh?
Yeah, stories are always to be written, and it's never known. But it's fun no matter what. Whatever it is, it's always fun. But no massive lead right now. It's 3-way tie.
Seth in the big. This limped pot, nothing to write home about just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I want to reiterate, this is really where the game is won and lost. You know, the Ace-10 suited to Ace-Queen off, three-handed, the Kings to Ace-King, those hands, Henry, play themselves, right? If you're playing tournament poker, if you're playing, you're like, oh, you know, I'm running bad or whatever, okay, but what about this? What are you doing small blind, big blind? What are you doing with 10-6 suited? Are you just mucking it? Are you limp folding? Look at this. He's going to get the best hand to fold. And he is definitely finding ways to win pots that others aren't. And not just him, all these guys, all these world-class players here, they take it deep into the game tree, and they definitely know things that you don't know, that I don't know. I mean, they're at a highest top level, and they're really in the mix, playing a great brand of poker. See, here's some high odds, and maybe there's a short deck event underway. Is a 75K underway right now?
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, you can hear the atmosphere in the background and the occasional IR.
Can't remember if that's one of
Another example, just
50K short deck, sorry, Joe.
Okay, 50.
Guess who's chip leading?
Short deck, maybe. Is it Jason?
Rui Cow.
Rui Cow, champion. Got a little champion pep in his step. I guess Jason just got knocked out. That would be hard, but it's short deck. There are a lot of.
Jason's 10th in chips, my man.
He's in there.
Yeah.
No wasting
21 players left. Sat in the middle of the pack. Bang on average.
How many entrants?
42.
Oh wow, so it's moving.
It is moving. Moving on up. I apologize, Chow. I'll never do that.
That was a one-time deal.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff.
It's fine. Just once is fine.
That's all right. I'll see myself out. That's cool.
Jack-8, 10-8. Seth with the best hand. Stevie in the big blind here. Thinking, does he want to take a crack at this with a pretty bad hand? He's got one of the worst hands he could have. 2 overs to the 5, so if your opponent doesn't have a queen, doesn't have any pair, you could take a shot, but just says, you know what? Let's see a turn, and a very strong card for Seth. He pairs the jack and has a dime in his hand, so he's going to be happy to see that check on the flop, and then this turn, this is definitely a good card for him.
You're going to have the best hand quite often here. See if he wants to start building the pot himself or slide it on over to Chidwick. Comes out firing, form of third pot. Chid has no diamond. 2 undercards to the queen jack and a gut shot. Gonna flick in the call. Let's see one more. Also some river cards he can bluff on. 4th diamond. Davies with the 5th nuts. Going to check call mode, or we still eke out some value? I guess blocking some of the pairs, having that jack. Similar hands. You're trying to get value from.
Yep, Seth gonna put a bet out there. $10-8 off. A lot of, still thinking about something. Great ones, Henry, just seem to never quite want to release. They're always thinking, is there a way? Can I think of a way that I can do something here that gives me a chance to win?
Yeah, even Seth there just taking his time when it came to bet size on the river before deciding to fire out 150. It makes sense why these guys are some of the best in the world, Jeff. They take their time. They think things through. When you're playing for this much money, it makes sense.
Yeah, look at those names. 8 and Fedor goes out 9th. We saw also very talented players rounding out just before that. Linus Love in 10th, Timothy Adams 11th, Adrian Mateos 12th. I mean, not a walk in the park down the stretch there.
No, not at all. See the payouts.
Whatever.
Just a little 360 between 3rd and 2nd.
I still think we should play what advertise, and because the blind was like stop and cheap raise on the fly.
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
five buy-ins.
I mean, I don't see the problem.
It's not a problem. If you'll agree, it's not a problem at all. But if you'll agree, we can play.
Let's just do 60, 120. It's like a real level. And we can do whatever. Yeah.
I love that from Luca. Just saving the players' time there. The boys are just like, hey, instead of it being 50, 125, we just make it a level 60, 100.
Yeah, we don't need to race
and
off
Luca
any
with
chips
the
ever.
on-the-spot decision. These boys just want to play. They want to get on with it. They want to close this out as quickly as possible. As you mentioned earlier on, Jeff, time is your biggest asset.
Yes.
I love that from Luca. You get some sticky floormen sometimes. Oh no, it's in the schedule. Has to be 50, 125. That just makes things simpler for everyone else.
Yeah. Flexible on the fly. These are 3 guys that are very happy with this result, I'm sure, but the seven-figure scores, no matter how massive your career, how many big scores, that's still, you remember your seven-figure scores, Henry. I don't care who you are.
Talk for yourself, Jeff. Don't really have many.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. Even these guys here, right? I doubt they have. I guess Adamo's been on just like in the last year or two. Maybe he's one of the few that maybe wouldn't be able to recount specifically which seven-figure scores he has.
Come on,
but
man, he must be able to.
You think? How many he has to have? You think he has to have 10? No. Let's take a look. I know you got the laptop handy.
I don't think he has 10. 10's a lot.
It is, but he's playing all high rollers. He's winning a lot of them. 50Ks. Maybe 10's a good line. I think maybe it's 8.
No.
How many career earnings does Adamo have?
So Adamo, 18.3 million in total live earnings, and he has 5 seven-figure scores.
Okay, so yeah,
But he has huge six-figure ones as well. Like he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has 8 scores above 500k, and then 5 above 1 mil.
Wow. All right, 9-4 offsuit, ace 10 deuce, monotone all diamond. Neither player with a diamond. Both players with a relatively about as bad a hand and flop you can have. No one's taken a stab here yet. Now, a deuce pairs. Does Adamo just put a little something out there? Nope. Decides that he's at the bottom. And Seth, this is a curious time. Does he want to try to probe here? Maybe one and done, but nope. Both players just checking to the river. And 9 high will be the best hand if he's able to show it down. What goes through Adamo's head here now is my opponent checks twice. Probably doesn't think often 9 high is good, but you start thinking about 4 5s a straight. You'd have to have 4 6 to 8 highs. So there's really not a lot of hands that you are actually ahead of. And then does some jack high or queen high call? Maybe not. And so he decides to bet. He does have the best hand. He doesn't know, and Seth's going to quickly fold. Another situation where Adamo finds creativity. He didn't actually. He did have the best hand, but still, that's a board where it was up for grabs.
Because I assume it's 125, right?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Adamo just pointing out, it's like they haven't got it correct on the app because they tweaked it a little bit. So they're not going to pay as much attention.
So I'm asking if they can change the blinds on the app to make it so the chips are right. Can we make the blinds on the, if it's easy, can we make the blinds right on the app? Oh, it is. Never mind. They already did it.
They changed it?
Yeah.
That's just, I mean, this is.
These guys
the
are
only
on
thing
it.
sharper than Adamo is the
Wait.
Triton Poker Plus app.
I mean, it took the players, a few minutes to think about, and then it clicked. And by the time they asked, like, "Hey, listen, boys, this is Triton, okay?
Yeah.
Come on, love that."
400.
Let's get a little bit nerdy. Seth Davies call with ace 10. It's making 43,000 euros. Chidwick's jam with king queen makes around about 3,400 euros according to ICMizer in that hand earlier on. Shout out to
What's up?
Mr. Holm in the chat.
Mine
Saving me
says
time.
60, 120, 120.
This
I know.
Your app says 60, 120?
Yeah.
Maybe yours is. Mine's definitely.
Oh, no. I just refreshed and it's back to 51.75.
Yeah. Some refresh issues.
Whatever, we can figure it out.
Yeah. We can do maths.
Yeah, that's.
This
This isn't.
It's been a while since I've divided by 120.
Putting it to the test.
Yeah, a couple.
We'll write you out a little table. Division table.
This has been a wild three-handed. I mean, we've had the short stack double twice, which is with the worst hand.
I don't think I've ever heard Stephen Chidwick talk at the table before. I just started talking. I just went quiet. I was like, listen, that's a rare occasion. These boys joking over their 12 times table, bringing us all back to, well, year 6, year 7.
Sounds right.
3.6, right?
Stevie, King 9 off, decides to go for a raise here, not execute a limp strategy. So that's also interesting. Some players execute the 100% limp in spots like this. Some do a mix, and we find a King 9 off taking this up. And look at this. Adamo says Jack 8 off. I'm in position. Wow. That is quite a flop for Adamo. And if you're Stevie and you raise, raise that sizing. I don't know, how many 8s do you give Adamo to call pre with? I mean, I guess like we see he's flatting Jack 8 off, so I guess the answer's a lot. I mean, he has 8s in his hand, but definitely looks like a relatively safe board.
So sick. Just bang on the money. Blind versus blind for 30, 3.5 big blinds with King 9-0, 50% of the time. Sick pump, Chidwick. I don't know why I'm surprised still to this day, Jeff, that these guys are just on it.
Yeah. And Adamo has a heart. Stevie has no heart in his hand with the King 9 off, but gets called on the flop. There are some hands he's beating, but it's not a ton.
Yeah, blocking 10-9, 9-7, 9-5.
Yeah, plus a meaty raise pre. That's just kind of...
You notice when Chidwick does make his decision, whether it's check, bet, or, call, he immediately glances over to his opponent. Like the moment he checks, eyes on Adamo, anything looking for. I mean, what is he looking for, Jeff?
470.
The answer is anything, and probably from Adamo and Seth and some of these guys give up less than most, but he probably does. If you were to say how much info he's extracted just from awareness and being alert in his career, you mentioned that. So he's not scrolling on Instagram, Twitter. He's not, checking in on how the baby's doing. He's in there focused and present. And if you look at attributes on players, right, yourself, if you were to start with yourself, like you could start thinking about things, and you kind of fall into content creator, right, as well. But if you're playing live at a poker table and you were to think back on cash sessions, tournaments, things you're playing, how present are you? Because I know that's the one area I would give myself a really bad score. Now you could start arguing that, okay, you're doing stuff, but it's part of a formula. So I think Stevie gets 100 out of 100 on that. That is a man that is present, and all these guys really seem super present. So
I think it really depends on environment, though, right? Like if you're in like a home game in California or something, and you're just not talking to anyone.
Yeah.
And you're staring them down, like you're not going to get an invitation back. And the same goes for me. Like you mentioned, creating content, and I want people to have fun at the table when I'm playing. I want people to feel comfortable. But yeah, obviously at this level, I'm not trying to knock what these guys do or anything. It makes sense when you're playing for this kind of money,
And yeah, in MTTs, I'm definitely, on the rare occasions that I do play, try and be a lot more focused and stay off the phone. Unless it's just to, you know, like, share a hand history that I played with someone, get an opinion, get a second bit of insight onto how I approach something.
For sure.
I mean, you know how it is on breaks. You text the boys, like, yo, we hitting up Chipotle on break. You know the one I'm talking about, not too far from the win. You just have to cross the bridge, and you know, Jeff sat here nodding his head. We've all been to that Chipotle on break before. But yeah, these guys, I get it. It's a different environment. So for those of you at home thinking of heading down to your local on a Friday night to play some 1-2, 2-5, maybe try and read the room a little bit.
Yeah, so Stevie didn't make a meal of it, gave up the king 9. These are two pretty spectacularly bad hands, small blind, big blind. No one even has a draw.
I mean, between the two of them, they have the absolute nut low. Fair play, boys. So Jeff, going back to that betting thing I mentioned earlier on, whilst these two monster hands collide, anything that comes to mind that you've just let your friends off with, you know? You're at a dinner table and your friends are like, oh, I bet I can run 15 kilometers in, you know. Oh, we're all guilty of it. I mean, I've made some.
There was one where I was at dinner at the Aria and a friend was, so a friend of mine gets comps there, and we were sitting there, and one of these guys ordered like a extremely expensive, like the guy out of the group who you know would do something like, I'm not like, you go to a free comp dinner, but you know it's still on my guy's thing, and he like ordered like a really expensive glass, and my friend was basically like, you can't tell the difference between like a stock thing of whiskey or the best one, and then next thing you know they're betting 5K flags on a taste test on this stuff. Yeah, and then he did get punished, my buddy, and I actually won some. I think gave him a little rebate, but like he got put in his place because he was basically saying he could, he could say I could tell the difference. He's ordering like a $400 you know, whiskey versus like just like a Jack and Coke or
on
something.
someone else's tab.
Yeah, I mean it was comp, but it's still there's a tip. It's just the whole thing. But it basically got said to him like, hey, your palate is not able to decipher the difference. So why do you do it? That was the argument, right?
I love that.
Yeah.
That's actually
and he couldn't do it. So
you just got to like poke at people's egos, right? And they just want to start betting, especially in poker, man.
yeah, yep, it's true.
Yeah.
What about you? Anything?
I had a swimming prop bet once that I kind of regret because now I feel like I could have done it. But basically, a friend of mine in a poker group said that you can't. He's like asking everyone. He said you can't swim 500 meters non-stop. That was basically it. He just said like 10 Olympic size lengths, Olympic pool size lengths without stopping.
So what, you get in a pool and do a turn, or just keep going?
Yeah, you just have to do a turn.
Turning?
Yeah, it's like a one-touch turn, like they do on the professional level, and that was without any training whatsoever. It was like the next time you enter a pool, the bet is live. So the next time so he's like, you basically have a week to do it. And I ended up buying out, but I wish that I had actually just tried to do it.
Yeah, I think you could do it.
Yeah. But I know it's not as easy as it sounds. I think a lot of people think that it sounds really easy, and it's not.
It's definitely not easy, but it's...
Yeah, if you look online, like it's I believe it's like the equivalent of running a 5K, which I think if a lot of people are honest with themselves, not many people can do.
Right.
But I think with the money that we had on the line, I would have rather drowned than not completed.
Yeah, that's the key. Always bet on the man in general as default.
Oh, and it was freestyle only. You were front crawl only. You weren't allowed to breaststroke.
No butterfly?
Yeah, no yeah. There's some fun bets that have been made in the poker world for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Now that live poker's back
He's
and
a good
booming, I'm
buddy,
sure
man.
we'll have our
Oh,
fair
yeah?
share of
Love that. It's up to you, Chris. What's that?
crazy stories coming out from some of these, you know, future Triton events, World Series events.
Yeah, a lot of prop bets.
He's just hanging out.
Like San Diego or something?
No, he's in Chicago.
Chicago?
Yep. Yeah. Awesome dude.
All right, well, three-handed still, as we see a lot of poor card distribution after we saw a couple banging matchups with ace-queen to ace-10 suited and ace-7 suited to ace-5 suited where the money went in. It's just how it goes, ebbs and flows. Sometimes you get big hands, sometimes you don't.
That's gonna it, I think.
Ebbs and flows, eh?
$260.
All right, we've seen Stevie get a bit active here. Taking some spots that could be close. Queen 10 off, recognizing it's a good opening hand. Takes it down. No one have anything to fight with in Stevie's back to building towers. That little 10 on the river. Cheeky 10.
Sometimes you just drill it home when you need it the most. I wouldn't begrudge either of these players a 3-outer for all the entertainment they've provided us with in recent years.
Yeah. All right, suited ace, button, ace 2 suited. Shout out to Ann Arbor, Michigan. Any Michigan fans? A2, Ann Arbor, A squared. That's where I was born and raised. And nice hand, three-handed ace 2 suited, matter of fact.
Ace 2 suited, yeah, Jeff?
Yeah, A squared. Ann Arbor.
240?
Oh, ace queen. So here we go. A little something, a little matchup.
Wow, Adamo with the 4-bet candidate as well. I'm not trying to get too hyped up, but
Do you think he just takes that auto and this? It's a little different, this spot with that where they're at and what's going on and what's said. Oh, well.
Okay.
Seth gonna. A little surprised he doesn't elect to 3-bet instead of shove, but I guess it makes sense too. Totally fine. Just kind of.
yeah, I guess when he covers Chidwick, he's not really as keen to induce the jam by making it like 6 bigs, 6.5 bigs out the small, and getting hands like King, Queen, Ace, Jack, Ace 10 to pile. If they do, I'm not sure if those hands would be. Well, yeah, I mean, we saw the 4-bet jam with King, Queen earlier on. So yeah, I guess maybe when we cover, we don't induce, and when we're covered by both, then maybe that's when we start inducing. Either way, not going to question Seth Davies anytime soon. Few people asking about the PLO event. Boys and girls, 25k euro buy-in, and our main man front and center from the booth to the felt, JG, going to be out there repping the commentary team in the same fashion and hopefully going a lot further than Brian Ross did in the 50k.
Good over-under, though. Making the money, I'd be, you know, it's, of course, you want the title, the FT, but, yeah, it's a big swing. Be a fun one.
Yeah, it would. And don't forget, if you do have any questions about the Triton Poker Series here in Madrid, you can always use that extension over on Twitch. Check that out. You've got the information, schedule, live updates, results, even the player of the year count, as well as a little giveaway, you boys and girls. And I believe, just looking at it now, seeing it's a direct link to the Triton Pokerverse as well as the Triton Poker Plus app. So everything you need at the click click of a mouse whilst watching some of the highest stakes poker we broadcast to you year round. Enjoy.
Yeah, Damo in the small blind still has got the chip lead, finds it back, and he had to get there once, and then he also got. So fair is fair, all fair in love and war, and here he is going to raise, and this is going to get met very swiftly by Seth with ace-jack, three-handed, big hand.
I think ace-jack, oh. That's all the options available. Off 35 can 3-bet, can just jam. Also just flat in position, see a flop with a disguised strong hand.
He looks like he's going all in. But it's a long pause.
All in?
Tom, I love that. Just like folds it. Just take another quick peek. Just make sure before it hits the marker. I got 6-5, right? For those of you just joining us, just to give you an idea of what these three gentlemen are playing for. 661,000 euros guaranteed. Hefty pay jump between third and second. 1,020,000. What are we looking at, Jeff? First prize. 1,419,000 euros.
Hmm? I was just wondering why he's playing this table height, because it like reflects the light. Nice.
It's literally 1.5 million US, about on the dot. I mean, these are healthy purses.
17 million US, yeah? Oh, I said I'll take a couple. Come on.
Yeah, it's all right. I get it. Short deck down 25 of 48 as well. 75K. Rui Cao, you mentioned, and Wai Kin Yong, three-time winner, and Phil Ivey in third. Kiat Lee, also regarded as one of the best. Winford Yu has a recent title, and I think actually a two-time winner. So this is a very exciting event. We have 50K short deck ante only for you. That's what I love about Triton. It's just like, all right, final table, couple of the best guys, few of the best guys in the world right here playing three-handed, and then on tap 75K or 50K, I'm sorry, short deck for Euro a buy-in. I mean, it's just like from one to the next. Stevie Ace King. Maybe a little different Ace King suited versus Ace King off, although I think probably wants to, I guess the blinds are big, so it's like, does he just shove, does he induce? Maybe good enough to try to induce. Yeah. And Seth, 8-9 off, not what he wanted to see. Not really a particularly spot where you think he'd just call. I mean, doesn't seem to make a ton of sense, so give it up.
I was just small one.
Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this down. Is it going to be Adamo, fresh off his first title, straight into the two-time Triton Series Winners Club? Or Seth Davies, first Triton Series cash after several attempts, straight into the Champions Club would be, well, as Jeff mentioned earlier on,
talking of variance and crazy things that can happen in poker, that would be a pretty cool way to balance out the variance.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 left, pair of threes, and Adamo with such a pretty hand here. Decides to call, not raise. He is out of position, but Queen Jack suited actually shows as a favorite versus threes. 51-48. I mean, it's just such a powerful hand. And there is a jack in the window, followed by the deuce and ace. So if your threes, not a particularly sweet flop.
Here we go. Blasting off with the threes.
Linus, we saw that fives blast off, but very different spot situation. And you know, again, do you bet small? Try to typically bet small and then either get a fold or maybe check back a lot of turns. That's generally makes sense.
Not Seth Davies.
You see him bet. You see him
strap yourself in.
You think he's going to town here?
Strap yourselves in, boys and girls.
All right. Let's see. I mean, obviously, there's some decent turns for him. 4 or 5.
I mean, the downside with having the trades, obviously, is you're blocking 3-4, 3-5, some of the hands. You want to fold out some of the auto folds that Adamo, check calls flop and folds turn.
Yeah.
We always have equity, we always have equity even against hands that call. Put a ton of pressure on those Jack X holdings.
Again, these guys are the best. Would be seeing other lines can happen, but I just generally see small bet, take the free, get the free river by getting a turn river. But let's see if he has other plans.
Yeah, but free river in what sense? Like
I was saying
have
you earn
rounds.
yourself right, but you at least you price yourself to get to the river. I just don't see a lot of people barreling here threes, but let's see. Definitely not. Yeah, that's what I would do, but. I mean, what size would you go there? You just try to get a jack to fold.
Jeff, I just want to see blood. I want to see.
You want to see carnage? I get it.
I want to see these guys get after it. But yeah, you're bang on. Like we're beating some of Adamo's check calling range.
The problem though is like the queen 10 or the queen king or some hand like this that somehow gets to bluff you off, right? That floats or something. But and you're right too. 4 or 5.
360.
Yeah, I mean, because you sometimes will just get bluffed here.
Yeah, a little B33 block on the river from Adamo.
You also just start wondering like the aces though. He probably 3 bets a lot, so it sort of like comes down to does he have a jack, and then does he value bet a jack? But there's not a lot of draws. The ace jack 2 rainbow, right? There's not a ton of hands that he has here that. Yeah, and folds fair play.
Can we get some more blacks in places? Okay. Can I get like color up for some blacks?
Well, 3-handed. Adamo still in the lead, but it is tight and up for grabs. 28-20 blinds, 35 blinds. Gonna have a winner today in this event. We also have the 50K short deck ante only. We got lot going on here, Henry. We saw it kind of fast pace all-ins, cooled off, but not a lot of blinds available in the tournament at the moment. So I think we are going to be seeing stuff move now. The level goes up. It gets more consolidated with the antes, the big blinds in play. What are any surprises so far? Anything that stands out for you this 3-handed match?
Yeah, I mean, the only surprises have been those 3 outers for, 6 figures worth of equity. But yeah, you find it pretty evenly distributed between the 3. They've all traded the chip lead on a couple of occasions, and it's at that stack depth now where it could literally be over in 5 minutes, or it could still, it could go on for a couple more hours. All it's going to take is top 10% of range to run into top 10% of range. These guys aren't scared to take their 25, 30 big blind rejam spots, and we saw from Seth Davies, Chidwick, and Adamo that they're all not afraid of calling off correctly as well when the pressure is put back on them. So we'll see. We'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been super exciting. I am going to be stepping out of the booth. Your man, Randy Lou, Nano Noko is going to hop in, and I want to remind you guys, stay close. This is going to go fast. It's going to be a winner very soon here, so stay tuned. Very short break. We'll see you back in a few.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Welcome back to the Gran Via here in Madrid for event number 7, the 75k live with Randy Lou and Henry Kilbane. And Randy, welcome back to the commentary booth. I'm not sure how much you've seen from out there. I personally prefer to not spoil it for myself, so I'm sure you've just been strolling anywhere other than past the final table. But quite the final table we have. Three-handed Stephen Chidwick, Michael Adamo, and Seth Davies all playing for 1.4 million euros. And, well, Nano, we've had our fair share of bad beats. We've had our fair share of suckouts as well. Everything you'd expect for a final table. But coming into this where it's equally tight, I'm just curious to see and hear, what do you think is going to separate, or make the difference between going home in third and taking this down?
It's going to be the guy that's willing to put in the chips a little bit more often, right? Because the stack's getting a little bit more shallow. If you keep passing up small edges, you're going to eventually blind down to like 10 big blinds, and maybe you get the opportunity. You might just bust there. Who knows? And I'll tell you, all three of these guys are going to push those small edges. So it's going to be a great battle. We know Michael Adamo's the one that's going to push it the most, probably. It may backfire. It may work in his advantage, but this is how he plays tournaments.
Yeah, I think you kind of drill that home in the sense that all of these guys know their ranges when it comes to pushing and folding, and it's just a case of running hand into hand. So, Randy, without further ado, let's jump down to the main stage, to the final table, and, well, see who bumps heads with each other. There's a hefty pay jump between third and second, little 360,000 euros. I mean, what's 360K between friends, Nan and Oko?
I mean, it's still important, right? Like these guys, these are multiple bullets for the main event coming in, right? And the buy-in just keeps getting bigger. But you know, like these are three killers, man. Like the best in the game. Adamo is very hot, of course, of the recent year. I mean, I know year's a long time, but he's been really hot throughout the whole year.
He has.
And he's continuing to do that. He's already won one event here and possibly another one.
Yeah, to come in to the Triton series here in Madrid with 0 titles to your name and then to leave with, 2 would be quite the feat. And we're seeing there Adamo with the chip lead, playing around about 38 bigs. It's Chidwick that finds himself bottom of the pack with just 20 big blinds. But, Chidwick doubles for Adamo, they switch roles. Anything can happen, as we've seen already on a couple of occasions today. Could have been heads up over an hour ago, Randy.
When you had 4-5?
Chidwick ran his ace-10 into Adamo's ace-queen, but managed to find a 3-outer.
It happens, right? But like the way Adamo plays, is, sometimes he just cleans up the tournament really quickly, or sometimes, he's gonna. People are gonna defend against him, right? They're gonna, because they know he's so relentless, and they're gonna get lucky, or they're gonna get in the best hand. It's just part of the game. But for now, you need to play your best. There's so much money on the line with the final 3 players, especially as these buy-ins have been getting bigger and bigger.
I mean, you're someone that has built player profiles on thousands and thousands of opponents over the year. When you come up against someone that tends to be a little bit more on the aggressive side, what is, like, for the viewers at home, the easiest adjustment that you can start making besides, like, the obvious?
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, see, if it's a cash game, you can just auto top up your stack. So you can kind of just play a little bit tighter, a little bit smarter. But here, you really don't have the time to wait. Blinds are going to go up. You're going to dwindle down. Really, you just got to play your best poker. In the end, we can review all of the hands that maybe you made some mistakes. So right now, don't start trying to make new strategies all of a sudden.
Yeah, that makes sense. The auto top up in the cash games, that's my forte, mate. Cash desk, please. Someone point me to the cash desk. Yes, that's a great point. You got nowhere to hide, and the blinds are going up. It's going to catch up with you eventually. So it's all about just playing the best.
So this is a limp pot, and the fact that Davies didn't raise from the big blind, this board heavily favors Adamo, right? It's a lot 3 Broadways out there. Davies is probably going to bump up, the big aces, the 2 Broadway type hands. So really, Adamo could be trapping, like aces, kings, ace, king, these types of hands. Oftentimes, you'll see the small blind attack a little bit more, but he does decide to check. Interesting card. Brings out the obvious straight. I guess Adamo's thinking right now, okay, if I had a jack, would I bet now or would I try and trap it? And how can I credibly represent the jack right now?
Yeah, and you mentioned as well that Adamo is going to have more traps from the small than Davies. It's going to have traps from the big after checking behind. Maybe looking to get a small bet in on the river should Davies present that opportunity to him.
So Davies is thinking, okay, do I put a little bet and check it back, or do I give him the opportunity to maybe make a move? It's run out blank. Is Adamo going to fire a little bet here? or is he just going to play the 9 high, which technically is good sometimes, given that it's been checking down. I'm not sure if whether Adamo bets is basically does he think Davis would fold any pair right now.
Yeah, you make a great point that 9 high does have some showdown value. As crazy as that sounds, although Adamo deciding that that showdown value not enough is going to probe for 1/3.
As played, the way Adamo played is credible 4 and straight right now.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Yeah, Davies is going to make the call. Great call here, though.
Nine's not. What was it? 9 what?
9-8 suited.
9-8 suited?
These guys let nothing slip. There is 9 what? 9 high?
I'd be like, which suit? Was it diamonds or not?
Yeah, trying to figure out if Adamo has a favorite suit or not.
Yeah, you're like, oh, the spades roll off. That's the one where he barrels on or something.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's quite tense, of course. We're playing for like $360,000 more for this pay jump, huh?
Yeah, quite a significant ladder here. The Gran Via in Madrid, and something I have noticed as well, so yesterday as well. Very top heavy. Pretty heartbreaking to bow out, in 5th, 4th. Not to take anything away from, the €113,000 ladder between 5th and 4th, but the difference between 3rd and 2nd could get you a 2-bedroom apartment in San Francisco, like €360,000.
Look, high rollers come here to win big prizes. They're not coming here for little tiny pay jumps, right? Like, this is why, things are structured the way they are, why everything's so lavish, of course, and just really world class. Jack 2 clubs. We are playing 20 big blind stacks. You're going to see a lot of defense, pretty much any suited hand almost, somewhat connected. And look at that, huh?
Yeah, Chidwick going to get himself in some trouble here. Nanonoko, he has flopped a piece, and pretty significant piece as well, especially when you're up against Adamo.
Yeah, definitely at least one bet's going in. Trying to think, Chidwick's going to... You don't defend these hands if you're check folding this kind of a pair. Let's see what kind of sizing Adamo goes for. It's got a lot of variations. Looks like the 275 coming in. Given that Adamo has King 8, if he gets check called here, he's probably going to... It's just much more likely his opponent has a jack on the turn. So he may size accordingly based on... more likely that his opponent has a jack, given because he has the king and the 8, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you make a great point. Blocking, some of the the 8x continues.
Yeah, the thing is, Adamo's like another level sometimes, so he's like, okay, I know you think that, so I'm going to go bigger, or I might go smaller and just try and trick people. Second flush draw comes out, so Chidwick actually might not lay it down yet on the turn, just because he knows this guy loves to barrel if he's got good equity, right? So this should be interesting. Stacks are getting a little bit shallow too.
Yeah, a really grim spot for Chidwick, as you mentioned, Nano. Just to name a few, like 9-7, 10-9, Queen 10, Ace 10, Ace Queen, both spades and diamonds as well.
I can name like half the deck.
Literally. It's not a great spot to find yourself in. And also, if you think of Chidwick's middle pair here, unblocking a lot of those hands that do barrel, so unblocking hands like 9-10 by having Jack Deuce, unblocking spades and diamonds as well.
Yes, that's a very good point. When you're trying to bluff catch, you don't want to be holding the cards where your opponent would have. So, and Chidwick is obviously usually very suspicious of Adamo. On the surface, it looks like a weak hand, right? You got a pair of jacks with deuce kicker, but you got to play the opponent, and usually, I mean, I would not fault him for calling one more and seeing what's going to happen. I've seen him make big calls in the $1 million tournament that Triton ran, so it wouldn't surprise me if he continues here too.
Yeah, I mean, the question being asked on the turn from Adamo is Chidwick willing to play for it all? 950,000. He does call Randy, and I mean, note the SPR, something extremely uncommon, going to the river around about 0.4.
Yeah, he needs that jack really bad, or some kind of like scary card to roll off. And that's kind of that's an interesting card. Some of the multi-barrels would have got there from Adamo, say like a queen nine and ace queen. So
also some of the bluffs now with a lot of showdown, queen 10, 10 9, 10
right.
7.
Yep. Of course, Adamo's going to jam, but I'm wondering what Chidwick. You know, like you said, the SPR is quite small, so he would be getting good odds after Adamo shoves here with the Chidwick for Chidwick's hand. Just very, very tough. Fake time bank. Try to pretend. Do I make a move?
I think it's a genuine decision on this river, you know.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
At this SPR, it feels like a no-brainer to jam for value, but a couple of those straights completing, although you could argue, given the sizing on the turn, that you could comfortably remove, you know, the 9-7s and queen 9s of the world.
Here we go. Here's the all-in. The thing is, when Chidwick called that turn, he was probably thinking, this guy's going to jam the river no matter what. Now the question is, was Chidwick planning on calling a river on a relatively safe card, or is it kind of a call to give up? Seems he's not quite sure yet.
Strap yourselves in, boys and girls. Decision of the tournament so far on Stephen Chidwick. Again, unblocking spades, unblocking diamonds, unblocking hands like queen 10, ace 10, 9-10, all of those hands that are going to put a ton of pressure on you.
So he's probably also wondering, okay, if Adamo had a hand like queen 10, would he just start checking the river now? Would he consider still bluffing those hands? Yeah, he's going to need to use a lot of those.
In they go. So, hey, dealer, don't bother me every 30 seconds. Just take 2 minutes worth.
Obviously, there's a huge pay jump too, so your tournament life is quite important as well.
Yeah, this is a modern-day cooler, as crazy as it may seem.
Yeah.
Flopping middle player, unblocking all of the bluffs against an opponent that is more than capable of putting you in the blender across 3 streets. You also have to factor in the 360,000 euro ladder between third and second. Also, folding leaves you with sub 10 bigs.
Yeah, just definitely considering everything. It's not in love with the 10 and still calling down, just because, like I said, you know, a couple more draws got there. 9-7, queen 9, ace queen. I guess you can't really choose which river card to see.
Yeah, of course. But definitely one that you could see Chidwick folding on.
Yeah, I don't think he's worried about like a jack 10. A king had him anyways. So I would say the 10 just improves those straight type cards.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think jack 10's barreling turn for that size.
Yeah, he's going to have to use a lot of these time banks on this one.
Hey, listen, if I was playing, this decision came down to 360,000 euros, I'd want to take as much time as possible. You know it's not Vegas and the Mirage running through his head. It's a genuine decision. Those green plaques worth 5 a pop, I believe.
Yeah, I think that one is 5 was the blue disc.
Ah, the blue one. Okay.
Yeah, usually, you also see Chidwick usually staring down his opponent. This time he's just like, focus on the hand, focus on the run out.
And Adamo giving nothing away. Stoic as ever. He's made his move, Nanonoko.
Yeah, it's Chidwick's turn, and oh, lays it down correctly. Well done.
Does eventually bow out.
This is you or me?
Now
one more?
finds himself sub 10 bigs. Not often you see Chidwick put to the test quite like that. You could see that wasn't, that was a genuine tank. Going over all the variables and talking about having to genuinely tank sometimes, over on GG Poker you get put in the blender. You're playing cash games, tournaments, whatever it is, whatever games you boys and girls play at home, head on over, join GG Poker today with the sign-up code Triton 2022. And more often than not, when I'm in the tank on GG, I'm more focused on spamming the old not sure if emote rather than actually thinking things through as I probably should be, and that might be the reason why I'm here and not out there. Nano, what about you? Are you spamming emotes as well when you get the chance to
If
play?
I'm a Damo in that spot, I'm spamming like too slow or something, trying to tilt my opponent.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, very fun software they've got there. Here you got to use the real emojis, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Facial expressions.
Exactly. Definitely one of my favorite places to play. A lot going on for all bankrolls.
So after that hand, now we've got a clear short stack, right? Chidwick's only got 9 big blinds. The other 2 guys got pretty good stack. But what should happen is Seth Davies playing a little bit more cautious just because Chidwick is so much more likely to get it in. See if he busts and collect that extra 360K.
Yeah. Busts or butts, and both correct. Butts head with Chidwick or bust Chidwick. Yeah, it would obviously be an absolute disaster for Davies to go out in 3rd, given the stack depths at this table. But it wouldn't be the first time today. Jason Kuhn out in 6th when Laszlo Boitas found himself on just 6 big blinds. And yeah, we've had our fair share of bad beats and callers leading up to this final table.
Maybe more to come. We'll see, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ben Heath out with kings in 8th against Seth Davies, ace-king. A spot where I believe at the time he was, in the middle of the pack with 8 remaining. Fedor Holtz running jacks into kings on the bubble.
I'm curious to see if Adamo decides to just limp or because Chidwick is so short, possibly raise even a hand this bad. Because it'll put extra pressure. Those are raising chips, right?
Does look like that is the case.
So what I'm trying to say is that Davies should defend a bit less than normal. And he's made it quite big. This is like a 3.5x raise. Just trying to make that statement like, do you really want to put your stack at risk against me post-flop when this guy's sitting with 10 big blinds?
Yeah, it's a great point. It's the moment Chidwick's not involved, the pressure is on Davies.
But, Davies is not really a scared player. So it could potentially backfire against Adamo. But then again, we are playing a 75K, right?
Yeah.
It's not like a 20K or a 10K tournament.
Yeah,
Look
all
at
3
that.
of these guys going to have a strong awareness
Wow.
of what they should be doing in this situation. And Davies just...
Even with the time bank pre-flop, I get a full 30 seconds. You just did 20.
So he did go all in. I wonder what the other card was. Was it an 8? An ace?
I would say ace-8 suited or 8s, yeah.
We can see that, he wasn't scared.
No.
So he's willing to play back at Adamo.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's about as helpless as you can feel as a professional poker player, where you're kind of in the blender given the pay jumps and having a short stack at the table. But these guys, I mean, as you mentioned, they're playing a 75k. They've been here before, Nano, and they've got tons of experience under their belt. Not to say that they don't make mistakes. They'll be the first people to admit that they do, but yeah, they're going to take the spots when they feel like they have to, regardless of Chidwick being sat on 10. Pay jump's getting bigger here. Oh, sorry, the payout's getting bigger as we...
Both, I suppose.
Yeah. Halfway through the series. Honestly, I haven't seen Chidwick talk this much ever in my life. On the final table, we've been really chatty with Adamo and Seth.
And they've got a lot of respect for each other. And just throughout this week, people have just been making plays at each other, you know? It's like everyone's on their A game right now. All right, so let's see how wide Adamo is willing to open on. Well, okay, this is a little bit tight.
Great timing, Nano. Great timing. How wide? How about top 5%?
I think he can't even believe what he got dealt. King Deuce. It's not pretty, but it's the shorter you are, you know, like this 10 big blind and lower, the more you can actually defend your big blind. You can get to realize all your equity a lot easier than, say, you got 20 big blinds, you check call one, you check fold the turn, where, you know, you flop something here, you check raise all in a lot. I know you can't flop much with King Deuce, but of course, usually when you hit a king, you're good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to diving into that after this hand, Nano, because I know it's something a lot of the viewers at home aren't too familiar with. As it stands, Chidwick in terrible shape. Fortunately for him, flop does not come king high.
Yeah, this is as dry as it gets. Adamo probably throws a big blind out there just to get Chidwick to fold all his trash. Exactly one big blind. I think Chidwick is still thinking about the hand. You can just see from his demeanor, like, he's like, how am I down to 8 big blinds? Should I have called that hand?
That jack deuce, yeah.
He's not, well, I mean, he shouldn't have called. We saw the cards, but you can see that he's just still thinking it through. But, you know, he needs to concentrate on the current situation, review that later.
Yeah, that's some sound advice. I know from personal experience, if you dwell on a hand for too long, potentially end up leveling yourself or getting too emotionally invested to the outcome of a previous hand in later hands. This is something I actually spoke about with Jason Kuhn the other day, about just letting it go, staying present, and just remaining focused, just focusing on the task at hand. And I'm sure that hand will be reviewed at some point in the future.
Now it's getting awkward, right? Because his hand is bad, but he's sitting on like 8 big blinds. So he's going to lay this one down, but he folds his hand, which, you know, it's fine, right? The hand's bad. But if he doesn't get something on the button here, he's going to potentially eat a big blind in the big blind ante.
25% of his stack, yeah.
And it could be down to like 5 big blinds.
I have to ask you now, when you're in the big blind and you get a walk, do you peek at your cards?
I do peek at my cards.
Yeah.
Yes, I always, because I'm trying to see if I got the aces, and then I can show them, good, give me a walk. Because normally you're gonna get the 3 deuce offsuit.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure whether Adamo peeked there or not. I wanted to see.
I think most people peek.
Well, we've got a new voting system over on YouTube. Currently 8,000 of you watching. You poll who you're rooting for. Let us know. Myself and Nanonoko curious to see who you boys and girls
think will come out on top.
Okay, so this hand is much more playable than the Queen 4 offsuit. I wonder, does he still go for that raise? Oh, okay, he's not just raising. He's raising all of the chips. Davies is sitting on 30 big blinds. But you can see this is just pure pressure, knowing that the other guy is so short that Davies really can't call with that many hands.
Imagine if you just like look down at ace queen there, or like ace jack suited,
Yeah.
and you know, you just know that you're just gonna run it. It's like, okay, all right, cool, sure.
Yeah, you know, from an ICM point of view, I don't really know exactly what would be the calling range you're supposed to go with. But you know, ace jack is it's probably getting close to dicey if I was to guess.
Yeah, he called off with ace 10 suited 3-handed earlier on when he was covered.
Even with such a short stack here?
No, obviously that being the big difference.
Yeah.
At the time.
Right now, he's
was
even
the
thinking
shortest.
about just open jamming, I believe. So, again, same thing. The idea is that he keeps jamming. Eventually, Chidwick calls, but you know he's chipped up maybe 1 to 2 million or so, just because Davies shouldn't be calling.
Yeah.
Should be calling very little hands.
Davies has to call off super tight there, right?
Not like, think of super and then 10x that, right?
Yeah.
Like extremely tight. If he respects the ICM. If he doesn't, then you know what? Let's just run like pocket tens or something. Who knows? But yeah, sitting on 7.2 million. Damo's won so many tournaments, so this is kind of like a routine. Like, he's very familiar with the strategy he's going with right now.
There he is. One of the best in the business from across the pond. Repping the high stakes MTT regs from the United States.
And cooler
well,
central right here. Chidwick's so happy to see this hand right now.
It's a fist bump for both players. That's the crazy thing. I mean, easiest jam of Chidwick's life, and
Sure, let's leave that one chip behind.
I'm really confused now. Why is that when there's no there's no option for more people to go by?
Maybe he just did that because he normally does that. He doesn't want to ruin his rhythm for future tournaments.
Okay.
It doesn't. There's no reason to do that really, unless you thought maybe the other guy turns hand face up, he flops quads or something. You just, well, I don't know. But like, really, it doesn't make that much sense.
Yeah, I mean, is there ever a flop where?
I guess occasionally you check it down and you still have your 25K. But I don't think you can get that to happen with Adamo.
I mean, the only thing that makes sense in my mind is that if Chidwick loses, Adamo would then get to just apply a ton of pressure on Seth Davies because...
Yeah, this is interesting that, you know, they're checking down this last 25K.
Chidwick's on the button next hand.
Yeah, we've got some new strategies coming in. I don't... Definitely well thought out, so... Yeah, this is weird. Okay, he was just like, I don't want to think about this anymore. Let's go for it.
I mean, Adamo thinking it over. I have absolutely no idea.
Well, yeah, it is interesting, but probably not enough that it would change the
Yeah,
outcome.
because it's big blind first. Like, he can't even win the big blind ante next hand. Instead, just doubles up clean. 1.8 mil back up to 12 bigs. A bit of breathing room, but okay, boys and girls. Well, I promise you this, viewers at home. I will
ask.
You're gonna
see-
study this one.
Well, I'll ask Jason or Ike or someone out there that I know, just kind of, go over the hand history that we just witnessed and try and get an idea of the reasons for it. Because the only thing that, in my mind, could potentially make sense is if it is ante first, that Chidwick would be entitled to the ante next hand, and Adamo could just steal Seth's big blind.
Yeah, I can see why Adamo might not want to put the last 25k in. Like, say Chidwick loses the hand, he still has 25k. It's so likely he's just going to win Seth Davies blind next hand, just because Seth Davies wouldn't be able to call anything if there's a guy with 25k left. But yeah, I guess it's not. It shouldn't be a deal breaker on whether you're a winning or losing tournament player, whether you have this in your arsenal, but probably like small little tweaks on your EV. You're going for the chat to learn from them. Okay, it's very, very smart of you.
Hey, listen,
Henry.
they're called chat pros for a reason, Nano. I've underestimated them on many occasions and been proven wrong. I'm not afraid to say that chat has proven me wrong several times. Dozens of times over the years. It's a very interesting relationship. Stretch. Davies, maybe get up, do some lunges. You weren't in here the other day, but me and JG were doing yoga and some lunges in the booth. Has to be done. After
Alrighty.
long stints.
King 9. Well, if he was jamming these other hands,
Yeah,
I don't see why he would stop jamming.
It's for 11.
Well, I guess technically Chidwick does have 12 big blinds now, so maybe he wouldn't be jamming.
Wow, Chidwick going to have more than 12 bigs. Because I don't think Adamo is calling a jam here.
Yep, and Chidwick definitely would have called a jam in this spot had it happened. I think Ace-8 is definitely a hand you want to be shoving on the guy who's clearly going for it. Yeah, he's leaving his 25k behind again. Well, Adamo hasn't folded yet. Potentially he thinks occasionally the king high is good. You know, maybe Chidwick's got queen jack suited, jack 10 suited, knowing this guy is going to raise so many buttons. It is possible. He's 41%. See, all these decisions are crucial. Gonna lay this one down.
And that new feature that we have over on YouTube, Nano. The results are in. Had over 400 votes. Who do you think came out on top? That's the fan favorite.
Well, out of these three, yeah, I was gonna say Adamo if I didn't know that was the question.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, 54% of the votes going to Adamo, 30% going to Chidwick, and 15 to Davies. Boys and girls, I feel like you're sleeping on a giant right there. But yeah, I love that new interactive way to keep you guys
Was the
engaged.
commentators a choice? You know, Henry and Randy as a fourth choice. No.
Honestly, I think you and I, with both of our brains, would be drawing dead against either of these three
Actually,
players.
it feels worse, right? It says 0%. You're like,
yeah,
oh,
we
wow.
could literally tag team and both give insight into each hand, and these guys would be like, yeah, sure, okay, Henry, Randy, you do your thing.
And we're like, we're going to sit out until someone busts, collect our second place, and leave. Okay, here we go. Jack 9 suited, going to shove. Blinds are up, by the way, 100,000, 200,000. So, you know, when Chidwick thought he was getting a little bit deeper, we're like, yeah, let's cut you back down. But with that little shove there, does move into 15 big blinds. So, okay, look at that. Pocket eights. 13 big blinds. Probably thinking, okay, do I raise, try to induce, or do I just open jam myself for 13 big blinds? I think both plays are viable. I don't know what your thoughts on that are, Henry.
Honestly, I think off 13, inducing with the 8s would be really sexy. It's getting, you know, a lot of weaker hands to.
Yeah, you can maybe get those little pairs that reshove on you, right? That might not call a shove, or like an ace-5 suited, of course.
And look at this, Chidwick going for the min on the button.
You're on the same page.
Hey, tag me in, coach. The problem is, obviously, you are allowing for hands like this to defend, and you're taking a hand like 8s post flop.
Yeah, not the best hand, you know. Of course, like sometimes they get there, or you see bet, you lose the pot. Now you're down to like 1.6 million, which is quite awful.
Yeah, it allows for okay.
Battle.
I mean, this is just finding its way in the middle, I guess. Don't see Davies just check calling.
Not with this stack to pot ratio.
No. And I don't see Chidwick folding 8s versus a check raise or a check jam. Could potentially see some leads from Davies. Doesn't. Slides it on over.
I mean, yeah, this is one of the things when you min raise, you will invite these situations to happen. Could work out, could not, but we can see it's pretty much a coin flip on the flop. I guess the question is, does Chidwick see bet all the time? Does he potentially check back sometimes, which would change the hand completely? He's going to check. Well, I mean, the 8's looking a bit better. Davies, of course. I think he should be firing this 10-6. It seems there's a decent chance that Chidwick is just holding 2 big cards, right? Like King-Queen. Something that can't really take some heat. And he's got so much equity in case someone does happen to make a call.
Yeah, put a ton of pressure on the ace-X and Broadway type holdings. And even if Chidwick does call, as you said, still going to have plenty of equity going to the river. See if Davies decides to probe.
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out what sizing to go for. I think I would like to see a bigger bet. I wouldn't want to see one of these third pot bets. Unless you have kind of like that game plan to fire a lot of rivers as well in case you miss. So let's see. It's like half the pot or something? Right about half.
There we go. Time to tag you in, Nano.
I don't want to. For the 2 8s here, a mandatory call. I don't think jamming makes much sense. Like, when you jam and get called, you're pretty much drawing very slim. I think with 2.2 million total, you know, you still have something to play with, right? If in case you call and lose the pot, you still have 1.6 million. I like the way he's controlling the pot right now. Give himself that chance for life in case he doesn't win this pot.
Yeah, Chidwick wow.
Brutal.
Never really jams versus the half pot turn probe. Davies does get there now with the 8s and the heart.
Yes. Well, I mean, I know Davies likes to go for big value, so I'm expecting just an open jam for all the chips rather than a smaller bet.
Yeah, I mean, after probing turn for 550 is 2.2 in the middle. Chidwick's got 1.7 behind.
Thoughts on Chidwick? Okay, so he's holding a heart, blocking those flushes, but holding the 8 blocks those straight draws you're trying to pick off, right? Like the 10-8, the Jack-8. Which isn't what you want to be holding. So he's got a mix block cards that are, you know, good pros and cons in terms of blocking and unblocking.
It's going to be another Jack Deuce suited spot all over again. I feel like there's just far too many bluffs from Davies here after flop goes check, check.
If Davies was bluffing that turn, this is one of the better cards to be continuing your bluff, right? You expect it to have a flush draw. But Davies actually does has the flush. I mean, Chidwick, you know, he took a lot of time bank last time, made the correct fold. See if he can do it again.
Wow. Take a bow, Stephen Chidwick. Three-handed play not going his way thus far, but a couple of grim spots. Still fighting. Going to be in the big now as well, which means he's going to have to put in around about 1/4 of his stack, 400,000 of his 1.7 million.
You know, that's what I was saying. Like, that was the pro and con pre-flop, right? If he had to open jam, of course, he would have got that. But then, you know, maybe he would have got a full double potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't really be like, oh, I lost the pot, therefore I should have just jammed pre-flop.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You know, eight of spades finds its way to the river, and he gets the full double because Davies jams with the straight.
Suited queen for Adamo. Stacks are getting a bit more shallow, so I'm curious to see what he might do here. Chidwick is super short again. Looks like he's going to go for the raise rather than like some crazy rip. Ace, deuce of hearts. Wow, solid hand.
Oh, and Chidwick in the big with a hand he might mind going with.
This is actually pretty interesting for Davies because, yeah, he's just gonna lay it down. He's like, it's not worth the risk. He's probably like, I got so much fold equity, but if I'm wrong, I'm gonna risk busting out right now. And this is a little bit interesting for Chidwick too, right? Like, cause he's so short that Adamo's gonna call a jam, so he's just calling here to kind of give him maybe more ways to potentially scoop the pot. Maybe he just open jams the flop on certain textures. Maybe it goes check, check.
Yeah, we're really getting into the weeds here. Nano.
Yeah, but the problem is, right, by him calling, now he potentially folds the best hand, right?
Yeah.
Like, because Adamo likely would put the rest of the chips in, and he's just going to fold queen jack. But, you know, if Chidwick thought the queen jack was good enough, he'd jam pre-flop, run out 5 cards, maybe win, maybe lose. Like, these, sometimes it seems short stack poker is simple, but it's actually very, very complex. And then you throw in the tournament aspect, the payouts. Yeah, it's not easy at all.
Oh, we're in a very intricate part of the game tree here, Nano. On the surface, 6 bigs, queen jack. Sure, in it goes. And yeah, Stevie bows out. Adamo with the worst of it.
Yeah.
The post-flop aggression sees him chip up to over 6 million. And Chidwick with 5.5.
That feels dirty, scooping that pop queen 8.
It does, yeah. It feels like.
Were you feeling maybe more of the jam pre-flop, or did you like the caller of queen jack? Or is this a let me ask Jason Kuhn thing later?
Yes, I mean, I feel like most things in life. Let me ask Jason Kuhn later on, because man definitely has a lot of wisdom. Not just in poker, but in life. But yeah, I mean, I have to think of.
You can really see it both ways, though, right?
Well, you're looking at what Adamo's range looks like from a 25 big blind effective point of view, because although Chidwick sat there with 8, he is opening into the 25 big blind stack of Seth Davies in the small, and yeah, you could argue that it's going to be.
Oh, see, that's when I look at my cards and show the ace-9 here, right? Like, you're like, oh, good thing you didn't jam. You're asking me, do you look at your big blind?
Oh, did he not look?
He did look, but he didn't show the cards face up.
Okay.
So what's the point of looking?
Yeah, it feels like a negative free roll, to be honest with you. Like, look down at aces. God damn it.
Do you think anyone looks down at aces but just mucks them after a walk? I don't think so. There must be not a single person who...
I feel like I have before, I'm not going to lie.
You're the only person in the world.
No, come on. There are some people that just like... in this tournament environment, I don't think so, but in a cash game, like, you don't want to give anything away because people may pick up on the fact that, oh, hey, he had aces. He'd got no action. Maybe he's going to be a bit annoyed, you know? Think of like things that you could give away.
Sure. Okay, but here we go. King Queen suited. Back to the action.
That's a big old side. Oh, wow. Davies.
Is that everything -1?
Great spot.
Everything -1 announced.
So Davies is... Yeah, this is mandatory call, right? I guess sometimes you're thinking is, do I put the other 25K in?
Just getting confirmation from the dealer. So 950,000 to go.
So again, we're going to play with that single 25K remaining. It makes a lot more sense for Chidwick to leave that 25K behind, right? But I guess the second someone flops a pair, they throw a chip in, right? So here we go.
You have 6.5?
In it goes. Davies flipping with the Jack-10 against Chidwick's King-Queen, which is currently out in front.
You have my out?
Any 7-10 Jack-Queen would win it for Davies, and we would be heads up here at the Gran Via in Madrid. And number 7. Close, but not close enough. Chidwick 1 card away from getting the full double. Wow, Nano. What is going on?
It kind of looked like he hit, didn't it? It was like a heart. It was like one of those numbers, but no, completely whiffed. And this guy back to 2.3 million. It's not... It sounds like a lot, but still only 11 big blinds.
Do you know what I think? I think Chidwick has them right where he wants them. We're in here in the booth, you know, he's sub 10. We're like, wow, he's 1 foot out the door. No, Stevie Chidwick's playing the long game here. So this is the long con. He's got them right where he wants them. The same way you can have all the live data where you want it over on the Triton Poker Plus app. You've heard the players give it props. You've heard the commentators big it up from the commentary booth. And honestly, boys and girls, you will not be disappointed. Head on over to either, what's it, Google Play or the App Store. Give it a download. You can sweat all of the side action in real time. You can sweat your favorite players. You can even go through hands that they've played that haven't been covered on the TV tables. Pretty good way to learn a thing or two as well for you poker purists out there looking for new ways to improve your game. How about going over hand histories the likes of Makita, Adamo, Jason have all played in real time?
All right, so Chidwick's got 10 big blinds.
You had like 2.2 to start?
Minus the ante, yeah. 2.05.
Is 10-9 a limp? Is it a jam? It's getting close, isn't it?
All in?
All in. It's the play.
Absolute scenes. Is it 12 million in play? So 6 plays 4, plays 2. Have we ever gone from 3-handed to champion in one hand? Have we ever had a double bust out?
No, I don't think I've ever seen. I've never. Do you think that's ever happened in poker? I'm sure it has.
No, come on, man. Yeah. No, I mean, you think about
it's
it.
It's rare. It's very rare.
Oh, it's definitely rare. Don't get me wrong, but given the depth of these stacks, like very plausible that it could happen. You know, Adama with the open rip for 20 effective, Davies calls off, and Chidwick wakes up with a hand behind. Like,
Yeah, and then we've aced the flop or something. Yeah, I can definitely see it happening. It just doesn't happen. 9-3 suited. Wow. Chidwick just gets the utter garbage in the small blind with these shallow stacks. He's just like, oh, lays it down. This is when I show the fives now, but Adamo does not agree.
or Adamo opens with a real hand, Davies with the rejam from the small, Chidwick wakes up with the goods.
Yeah, and then he's got aces.
Adamo's got the double goods on the button. I'm calling my shot, boys and girls. I'm saying
it could happen,
here
Henry.
in Madrid, whether it's this tournament or the next 7 events, it's going to happen here.
I'm so glad they flied you out here just to tell us this very rare unicorn that has never happened.
You want to lay me odds? Sounds like we got a bet in our hands, boys.
We're using that poly market, right?
Would be a good segue, right?
I don't think 10-9 is the hand you'd be going with 9 big blinds here, so lay that one down.
Yeah, a few people coming out with the facts here.
Right.
Joe McKeon won a tournament in the US Open that way. Happened at the WSOP event with Katai, Kozlov, and Bonomo.
Okay.
All right.
Just not in our eyes.
Not, yeah, hasn't happened here yet. But history has been made here already on a couple of occasions in Madrid. What's up, boys and girls? Nanonoko, Henry Kilbane calling the action for you guys here. 75k euro, or 75,000 euro buy-in event number 7. Live from the Gran Via.
950.
Halfway through the Triton Poker Series. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button for us over on YouTube. And if you're feeling extra generous, give us a thumbs up. Helps us reach a larger audience, bring new people to the game. Not being funny, if I first discovered poker through the Triton Poker Series, I honestly feel like I would be hooked straight away.
Yes.
Straight off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
It just, you know, world-class poker. Here we go. Seth Davies. No, okay, all right. Next hand, next button.
But I see what you're saying. King 3, no good. And he's up to 7.4 million, just pretty much pre-flop right now. And if he can just kind of keep doing this while the other 2 guys survive, he's going to be sitting on like 8 to 9 million soon. So Chidwick's got 7 big blinds. You can see that Seth Davies has been playing quite tight on the button. Just trying to let Chidwick finish himself off. Like deuce 4 for Chidwick with no stack. Really just things falling Adamo's way right now. And he's not really doing that much, right? He's jamming, he's getting walks. We haven't seen post flop for a little bit, but he's just running away with it right now. And, you know, if blinds go up again, it's going to be really shallow. Chidwick's got 1.25 million, 1.3. He has to eat the big blind soon. Damo should be putting a ton of pressure here because Chidwick is getting to the 5 big blind zone.
Yeah, Davies 17.
Poland.
Yes, this is not surprising at all. Sure, it's 17 big blinds, but Davies is not calling with like a decent amount of the aces as well. So 7.9 million. Really, if you're Seth Davies, you're just like, Chidwick, please just go away.
800 in there.
So he can start playing proper poker. But Chidwick just keeps he's just not getting there, but just staying alive.
You're going to make me sing the Bee Gees song again.
King 4. You think this is good enough for an open rip?
Stop it. You know I want it to happen just because it would be insane. But no.
All in it is.
Wow. Snap call from Chitters out the big. 5 bigs, a 6-0. Against the King 4 for Damo.
Is he going to survive again, Henry? It is possible.
Kind of feels like Chidwick's tournament. May not seem that way. It's getting it in good when it matters. $661 locked up. You know what Seth Davies is rooting for to guarantee himself 360,000 euros more. He's going to need to find a king or a 4. The river. Wow.
1,050,000.
Chidwick with the double back up to 12 bigs, and
If I'm Seth Davies, right, I'm kicking the table. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Is that 3 double ups so far? Yeah.
3 doubles, yeah. It's chipping down to 5, 6. Doubles. Chipping down to 5, 6. Doubles.
We can see, yes, Adamo just lost that all in, but he chipped up so much, it's almost like he free rolled that all in just now.
Yeah, it was small one last time, right?
So yeah, Adamo he still got 6.8 million. And, you know, Davies is going to be a bit worried now because his stack is actually getting very close to Stephen Chidwick's stack. It's 12 big blinds versus 17 big blinds.
Yeah, not often you get to this stage of the tournament three-handed, right? This many bigs in play, more often than not. We're at the heads-up stage. Only 60 bigs. Well, 63 bigs, if you want to be precise.
Solid hand, 12 big blinds. Is it a limp? Is it a jam? Tricky spots. That's all the chips almost.
I love how you corrected yourself when you saw him leave the 25k. You were about to say, all the chips, and Chid was like, excuse me, all the chips bar 1, good sir. Leaving myself a little 25k for dessert, just in case I need it.
I mean, I guess all the pros kind of do this now, right? Like, I think I heard Seth Davies at N1, like, it's like, we know you do this move, just want to make sure. But yeah, this is really close stacks. We're going to see real soon, Seth Davies and Stevie Chidwick.
Yeah, just quickly, whilst we're waiting for the dealer to deal us the next hand, we do have a very spontaneous caption competition over on our Twitter. Let's head over to Triton Poker. Jason Kuhn and the Triton team have put together a caption competition for some apparel. What we need to do is impress the Triton ambassador by captioning the picture posted to our Twitter, and Jason will pick out the winner to have yourself some Triton swag sent your way. And I mean, Nana, you've seen it, I've seen it. It's, they're not mucking about. Some really solid apparel.
this. Chidwick up to 3.
I think we got a new third place guy right now, don't we?
Wow, wow, wow.
I mean, you did say it does feel like Stevie Chidwick's tournament. You don't see it yet, but I'm starting to see it a little bit. Yeah, I think he's moved up into second place.
I think you're right. First time in a long time. Oh boy.
Yeah, obviously a great hand, and I'm just, is it all in or is it the min raise? Both guys with similar stacks, just gonna rip it in, just put the maximum pressure. Is anyone gonna wake up with anything?
Wow,
Snap
Chidwick.
call. Ooh.
To go from 5 big blinds, Nano, to chip leader of this tournament. Has Adamo dominated as well?
Yeah, this is intense.
Are you a believer yet? Stephen Chidwick had them right where he wanted them. 2 cards away from a huge double.
Wow. He's about to be the chip leader if he can hold here.
The hold he does.
I can't believe it.
Neither can I mean.
Seth Davies can't believe it. Adamo cannot believe it.
3.1, I believe.
That's literally 60 bigs in play. It's down to just 5 on a couple of occasions. He had 1 foot out the door almost 2 hours ago when they were all 40 bigs effective. When his ace-10 cracked the ace-queen of Adamo. And now finds himself chip leader.
That's short. That's 2.8. Yeah. There you go.
And Adamo tied with Seth Davies, if I'm not mistaken.
Slightly above.
Slightly above, okay.
But you know, I'm curious to see how Stephen Chidwick, he takes these spots. Is he still going to be open jamming how Adamo's been doing? So he's going to go a different approach. But you know what? Blinds are up. Let's just make it shallow.
Well, that's insane. Given these blinds going up, there's 50 big blinds in play now. Stephen Chidwick out in front, but as we've seen, I mean, still anyone's game now. Even Seth Davies sat there with 11. We saw Chidwick down to 5 at one point on a couple of occasions. Now finds himself top of the pack. It ain't over just yet.
No, it really is anyone's game. I mean, we can say that. I mean, we saw Chidwick go from 5 to 26 big blinds. Yeah, certainly 11 big blinds and 13 is something you can work with. Adamo in a bit trouble now. Davies hasn't gotten a single hand on the button, keeps holding it. Now see, he's the guy putting the pressure in. Wow, 6th spot for Adamo. King Jack, 14, no, not 14, it's 11 big blinds? 12?
He's gonna have a look.
He's got more chips than Davies. Wow, disgusting. It seems like you're supposed to call, doesn't it?
Feels like it. I mean, for chips, it's obviously a print. They all know that. Just having a glance over Seth on 11.
Wow.
Well, Seth going to be in the big blind next hand as well.
But Seth is not so short where he's auto going to get it in real soon, right?
Exactly.
If Seth was on 5 big blinds, I can see folding become more play. He's going to lay it down. Wow, big lay down. Chidwick showing how to get it done. 7 million chips.
Yeah, I mean, case in point, proof in the pudding that Chidwick was down to 5.
I'm not going to just ask him what the counts are like.
I think they're discussing whether you can look at the app during mid-hand.
Yeah, no, I respect that decision. You want to protect the integrity of the game at all costs. Sure, gentleman's agreement. You know, we trust everyone here, but still, just to protect everyone, you can check out the application when they're, you know, not involved in the hand or the hand isn't playing. But once the cards have been dealt, I think that's as fair as it can get, Nano.
Look at this premium for the chip leader.
I'm telling you now, man. We're going to go three-handed to champion.
I can't believe it. Like
Ace King, Ace King. You watch, mate.
We might even get the double knockout, right? With the Chidwick win based on what you've been saying. Here we go. Pocket nines. Raising $500,000. Davies is like, my God, these are the worst cards I've ever seen. Every single hand. He can't believe it. I like to see this flip-flop and rolls too. You can see the, like, okay, it's just not Adamo that gets to do this kind of damage. You can see the tables have turned. Like, now you can see Adamo making those huge folds just because of these ICM pressure.
Oh yeah, they've all been in the blender on several occasions in their life, and they've all been the player to put others in the blender. But yeah, it really is as helpless as you can feel, Nano.
Yeah, you
just
should
start laying down hands like that, right?
It doesn't make you feel good.
So this isn't the €5 home game with my nan. You know, I can just rebuy.
Ace-9, look at that. That's a very nice hand. 11 big blinds. I believe you just raise almost all in here rather than open. I think you've got incentive to just close.
1.5.
You don't want to get shut down, right? Like you don't want to min raise and get jammed on or something. Just gonna go put half a stack in there.
Yeah, putting half his stack in just in case Davies comes over the top and Chidwick beats him to the pot.
Exactly. And actually, kind of an interesting situation. Jack 10 now. Okay, he wouldn't have called an open jam, but like, did he make it small enough where maybe I can call and then kind of make something funny happen? I can see he's contemplating it, but it's just a little bit too much. I can't believe this guy might potentially win 2 titles this week. I mean, what event? How many events have we done so far?
Well, it's event number 7.
6. Yeah. Minus the 4.
I learned the hard way.
I tried to trap you. You saw that?
I learned the hard way.
And like viewers right now are like, "Wow, this guy really doesn't know his math." 6, really? It's as simple as the number said.
Can you imagine? There's someone. You're so right. There's someone that said at home where it's just like, this Nanonoko guy is literally in the title. It says event number 7. It says it on our screens. Well, it doesn't say it on this screen, but
it's like 6.
You know what, Nano? I think I'm going to treat myself after this final table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to get myself a little McNuggets meal.
Nice. 3 pieces? 6 pieces?
No, we need a big 20-piece box at least. It's very rare, but I'll allow it.
Maybe if they got some special Spanish sauces, I don't know.
Maybe. Mixing it up, little spicy mayo. To be fair, I ran 5k today, so I'll allow it. Chidwick with the deuces, looking to knock out 2 players to win himself a title, and shake of the head there from Davies as he looks down at the jack deuce.
He just showed everyone deuces. He's feeling good. Does Steven Chidwick look like a guy to show his hand? He should be up to 8 million chips. I mean, he's been getting nice hands in these spots.
Oh boy. Wow. Okay.
You got a feel for Davies, right? This
You do.
guy's been
Yeah.
folding all day. I mean, not all day, but the past hour, and then he gets this. This is not fair.
Yeah. Pretty unfortunate for Davies. See, on what, 4 occasions now, I believe, even before you joined us. There's a couple of chances this could have gone heads up, could have secured himself an additional 360,000 euros. Instead, finds himself a 4-1 dog.
So he's actually left the 25K behind once again. So we'll discuss that another time. Let's just see what comes out.
I mean, if this checks all the way down, and Adamo just gets to show, Chidwick just gets to table the winner, then the next hand, Nano, Chidwick gets to just open jam
on Adamo
into Adamo. But there is a world where we go,
well,
have a three-way all-in.
Wow, he just checked it. He just checked it down, right, in position of the 210s.
He doesn't have the nuts. He's allowed to check it down, and the reason being is now Adamo has to put in his big blind and the big blind ante, and it's big blind first. So this is a free shot at 775k for Chidwick.
Instead of 25K.
Instead of 25k. How insane is this? And
this guy's got 0 big blinds.
Don't want to say that I said it, but for the first time in Triton poker history, we could potentially, if Davies goes all in, Chidwick goes for the steal, big blind ante, and Adamo wakes up with a hand to call off with.
Wow, so Davies gets nothing. It is possible that we can get such a crazy hand.
Because
Wow.
it's big blind first as well, so Davies is entitled to the big blind ante.
So that's why he's committing.
And my God, Adamo folds. God, that was so close, Nano.
It's not over yet, right? Davies got the best hand right now of the 6-3. Somehow. And I guess he would double up quite a large sum, but okay, we usually don't see these hands up all in.
What on earth is going on? Wow.
Deuce no good.
Deuce no good indeed. Seth drunk to 4 outs twice. Well, insignificant 6 of hearts on the river, Nano, and we are heads up. GG's in the chat for Seth Davies. Going to be going home with 661,000 euros. But both of these boys, both Stephen Chidwick and Michael Adamo, fresh 7-figure score going onto their resumes. And as you alluded to earlier on, I mean, Adamo going to potentially go from 0 trophies here at Triton to 2 in the space of half a series. Either way, blinding start to this series for Adamo. But Nano, Davies bowing out, and Chidwick with all the chips.
Yeah, you can see Davies was really disappointed when he walked away here. Like, it just seemed like he was supposed to at least get a pay jump.
It felt like it, didn't it?
And then
felt like it.
finally gets a hand. 3s into 10s. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me indeed? Boys and girls, we're not going to be away too long, as we'll be bringing you what we can only assume is going to be a fast heads-up match. But we all saw last night, event number 6, Makita came back from an 18-1 chip deficit against Danny Tang. So we're not, well, I don't think we're ever counting Adamo as out, no matter how many chips he has. But Nano, thoughts on this? Adamo most likely going to have to come back and make a move straight away.
He will have to make a move pretty quickly, but he's been in this situation many times. Usually he's got the one with the chips, but he knows how to play that micro stack. He's going to know when to limp and potentially jam, but yeah, it should be fun.
All right, boys and girls, we'll be back in 5 minutes crowning a champion here in Madrid. See you guys very shortly.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker. All right, welcome back to the broadcast booth, ladies and gentlemen. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu, a.k.a. Nano Noko. Nano, that was absolutely insane. Three-handed play going on for what felt like a better part of 2-3 hours overall. And just have to give so much credit to Seth Davies. I mean, bowing out in third eventually, but put on quite the battle to try and get that ladder. Unfortunately, wasn't to be. What are we doing now? Playing for, we've already locked up a milli.
That's right. We've got one trophy for one of these guys already, potentially two, or the first for Stevie Chidwick.
Well, let's jump on down to the main floor, to the feature table, where two of the world's best are going at it. Stephen Chidwick facing Michael Adamo here. Event number 7, 75,000 euro buy-in. Stevie coming in with a very significant 4-1 chip lead. But after last night, I am no longer betting on the chip leader to just close it out, because we saw Makita come back from an 18-1 chip deficit against Danny Tang in event number 6. So things looking favorable for Chidwick, but Nano, you've been around the block for long enough to know that, hey, chip in a chair. He's still in it. He's got a bit of breathing room, 9 bigs.
I mean, we just saw it earlier, right? Chidwick had 5 big blinds. All of a sudden, he's got all the chips. I would not count Adama out at any stack def.
I mean, yeah, that's, well, first hand, Adamo behind. Does jam, and Chidwick with the quick call.
Could be quick.
Could be over in just one hand. Rare eyebrow raise from Chitters there to Israel.
38% for Adamo, Australian. And he hits it. Gotta look a little happier when you hit that queen, right? We're playing for 400,000.
Hello, queen high flop. It's just all business. Just so he knows. Even if he holds here, it's a lot of work yet to be done. And holds, he does. 9 pairing on the river, and
150?
wow.
250, yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, this is a lot closer now because when you're sitting on 18 big blinds for Adamo, you got a lot of room to play here, especially in heads up. You can start limping, creating even a larger stack to pot ratio, getting a lot multi-barrels in post flop. Whereas if you raise, you kind of just forced to get in by the river usually. So these guys like to play post flop. I'm going to expect a lot of limping with this stack def.
Chat. Are you not entertained? 2 of the best in the world, both guaranteed 7 figures.
Chat is still confused about that check back with the pocket 10s, And
Yeah.
I know that's a lot to discuss, but we're like, this is going to be so quick. We can talk about forever, right? The tournament might be over.
Yeah, so yeah, Chidwick rivering the, was it third nuts? Ace, 6, deuce,
It's like
6, 10 board.
they've played that scenario before because of how fast he checked it, right? Because I would have to think about it for a while, like, oh, maybe I'm supposed to not bet.
Yeah.
But he just instantly knew what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, that's insane. No, I mean, at least now we've figured out part of it, that
Why?
the reason they
Yeah.
leave the 25K is because it's, well, hang on, if it's big blind first. I'm still confused, Nano.
All right, you talk to Jason Kuhn about it. Tomorrow we talk about this hand again.
We'll have
during the short bet.
We'll have to review it for sure.
But here we go. So we got the limp. Yes, this is a bad hand, but you got position here with 9 deuce offsuit. Both players with a little gutty. Adamo's hand is not too bad. 2 overs with a backdoor heart draw, inside straight draw. Big blind acts first here. Gonna start with a check. Does Chidwick bet 9 high here with inside straight draw? Think it is definitely reasonable. You can get so many better hands to fold. Maybe opts for a check. But hands like 10 high, what are they gonna do? Gonna start with check. 9 on the turn. What a great card for Chidwick.
Yeah, how's your luck, Stevie? Well, not great actually. He just lost King 3 against Queen 7, so.
Yeah, that was for 2 million chips too. Adamo's trying to decide whether it's worthy of a bet or does he try and get free cards, maybe showdown this queen high. The limp pots are actually quite tricky because it's ranges you're not used to, right? Well, I mean, they're used to it, but for a normal player, now we're playing these hands that are never really involved. And with different positions, too, because it's heads up. Let's see, Chidwick
750.
gonna go for pot size bet, trying to represent a draw, trying to get, say Adamo had a pair, like a 3s, 4s, or 6s, to pay the maximum. You'd need to be very creative to continue Queen 7 right now. Out of position. What hand didn't bet the flop? That's betting the turn for pot. That's what he's thinking about.
Check out what's going on in event number 8. Give the boys and girls at home a quick update. 50k short deck. 50 entries.
Registration probably still open too.
Most likely, yeah, generating a little 2.5 million prize pool.
Nice premium hand for Chidwick. A lot of guys just limp here with this stack depth, so it is a hand though. You can limp call, assuming Chidwick doesn't jam. I don't think he would jam this good of a hand for this many blinds.
$875.
875,000, 3.5 big blinds. I think Jack 9 is still worthy of a call right now. Yes, it's quite a large raise, but you do have the position. You got a solid hand. I think you can maneuver reasonably well here. So yeah, he's going to make the call.
And just like that, Nano, 2 million in the middle. 3.2 behind.
The flop doesn't even have to be that great. If someone's got a piece, we're going to get all the chips in reasonably often. Jack on the flop, but that's an overcard and a gut shot for Chidwick, and he's got the aggression pre-flop, so he's likely going to put some more chips in at some point. This could get pretty interesting, you know, depending on many types of turn cards and whether Chidwick wants to multi-barrel, maybe slow it down.
Yes, it's an awkward one given the stack depth. You know, it'd be a disaster to kind of have to bet fold. We are out of position. Continues for quarter pot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he would have to do against the jam, but with Adamo's hand right now, 2 big blinds, the guy raised you when you limp. It's heavily weights towards those big kings, of course. King, queen, ace, king. He needs to just call here and see what happens on the turn. We got 11 big blinds effective remaining for Adamo. That's a great card for Adamo. Not so good for Chidwick, because when someone limp calls your raise and calls a flop bet against you, it's so likely he's got a king or a jack. I'm curious, does he potentially like bet to protect his hand? Or does he kind of check it back, try to control the pot a little bit? Only a pot size bet remaining.
Yeah, not even necessary to protect his hand, also to
get some value.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Heads up, 2 pair. It's tough to make a pair in Hold'em.
All right, let's check it. Needs to dodge those big cards. He did. Should see Chidwick try to get the showdown. Then the question comes when it gets to Adamo. Is the Jack 9 worthy of a bet? I would think it would be, because I think if Chidwick had a hand better than the Jack, he'd be betting right now on his river card. There's the check. So if Adamo thinks he can get called by ace high, like an ace queen, an ace 10, maybe like a pocket eights, pocket nines and tens, he should be value betting here. If he doesn't think his opponent would call those, then of course checking becomes more of a viable option. But we know Chidwick is willing to make some calls if he's got the read. So I think Jack 9 is good enough to bet. It's all of the chips he's going for.
You sick puppy, Adamo. And Chidwick asking for accounts. The snap ask for a count as well.
So when you bet this big, you know, it polarizes your range, right? Like say he bet like 800K, almost looks like you're getting milked, and then, you know, maybe you lay down the hand more easily. But here, this is a beautiful value bet for all of the chips. Some guys would go for less.
Kind of feels like one of the worst ace high hero calls. Blocking queen 10, 10, 9.
Doesn't block the clubs though.
Yeah, obviously being extremely nitpicky. Feel like you'd rather call ace 8 than ace 10 though.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Does let it go. Damo.
We are close in
Yeah,
chips.
1 foot out the door with the queen 7. Queen high flop manages to hold against the king 3 of Chidwick, and now finds himself almost tied.
So we are 23 versus 28 big blinds. Barely a lead right now.
Do you think that the creative minds over at the merch store that come up with a lot of the goods that we, you know, available on our site and whatnot, will ever create like a little mini fridge magnet, or, you know,
A fridge magnet
of like the trophy, you know, just like a miniature
Oh,
one
okay,
for
okay.
for us mere plebs out here, that, you know, the chances of us ever actually getting our hands on one, you're looking, you know, sub 1%, but hey, you can buy yourself a little mini Triton trophy for, you know, 10 euros, 15 euros, whatever it is. I would buy one. I would even give it to my mum and pretend I won a tournament. She wouldn't know. She doesn't know what Hendon Mob is.
It is definitely very possible. I'll tell you, it's going to be the nicest little fridge magnet you've ever seen. It's going to be worth more than 10 euros, I'll tell you that.
Sorry?
Yeah, do I get, you know, 10% royalties on this idea if it ever becomes a thing? I'm going to have to go and speak with Janice. Man, hey, listen, you know, if you thought of
That's a great idea. Wow.
I'm taking, chat, you heard it here first. I need you guys to back me up. If this ever becomes a thing, 10% royalties, and I'll make sure I look after you guys, okay?
All right, back to action real quick. 5-4, going to start with a limp. And I mentioned this earlier, 20 big blinds, you really don't have too crazy of a raising range. It's just so much more beneficial to be limping. I can watch these two guys play against each other all day. Sure, it's shallow stacks, but you learn a lot. 2 pairs and up and down. Queen 3. So Damo's thinking, okay, maybe I bet a bit bigger. It's connected. My hand is so strong. Try to get a little bit more value rather than doing a little min bet. And yeah, he's going to do that. 2/3 the pot. Queen 3 just has too much equity to be laying this down right now. Sure, it's a bigger bet, but you've got clean outs, right? Drop a deuce down. Queen usually is good.
Yeah, overcard to the board, and as you said, open-ender. The lower end of the straight.
You can see Chidwick's already a little bit cautious due to the larger sizing on this board texture. And that's a straight, man.
Oh boy. Well, 1.7 out there. Adamo with what, 2.5 pots behind? SPR around 2.5.
So I guess Chidwick's contemplating leading right now. He does have the bad end of the straight. Yeah, he's going to go for a lead.
So, oh, hang on. This is, what, 10% pot? Oh, no, okay, sorry. About 15%.
Very interesting, actually. He could potentially be also making a situation by leading here that makes him pay the full amount by the river in case Adamo did have the big end of the straight with an 8. You know, he is charging those 2 pairs. He did see that bigger bet on the flop. So here's the call, and we've got a lot of chips remaining. 4 million.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be tough for all the money to find its way into the middle. Jack of spades on the river. Jam, like, almost 2x pot. Jamming river. Feels a bit thin.
It feels thin because you can obviously get called by called by 8. Would 2 pair call you? I think Chidwick though seems pretty confident about his hand because by betting 10% pot, an 8 has a lot of incentive to raise the turn to try to get stacks in by the river. Also because there's a club draw out there, you kind of want to charge those hands a little bit, right? He's gonna check. So Adamo. Bottom 2 pair. Can he find creative value right now? He probably expects Chidwick to bet a straight on the river, right?
Wow.
Nice check.
It's a straight. I believe so.
Checks through.
We can shop back.
Not often you hear a little
What's that?
cheeky remark there from Chidwick, and I was like, is that a straight? Chidwick's just like, I believe so. I believe it is. Blinds going up.
Okay.
150,000, 300,000 with a 300,000 ante, which would mean that there are exactly 40 bigs in play, I believe. 20 a pop. 12 mil in play.
Yeah, with the blinds that go up, yeah. I think you're right. Well done.
So I'm just gonna have a quick look, I believe. Hearing whispers of a deal potentially going to be discussed. So Chidwick with 28 bigs, Adamo with 14. The boys maybe going to look at an ICM chop of sorts.
Yeah, I believe so. You know, obviously they know each other's world class. They're like, they're both at the top and the bottom. They're like, you know what, maybe we cut down some of this prize pool a little bit and even it out, right?
Well, the thing I'm really curious about is, do you think there's like an unwritten rule amongst these high rollers where, hey, we're going to play for the trophy, you know, we're going to just play it out clean, unless it gets to less than 40 big blinds when we do start looking at numbers, because it's just, you know, looking at a lot of variance at 40 bigs, 20 big blind average. Because I'm now asking, like, why were numbers not brought up an hour ago, you know?
Or maybe earlier in the heads up.
Yeah. Do you think that's a thing? Do you think there's like an unwritten rule where, hey, once there's only 40 big blinds in play, let's look at numbers because we're literally flipping a coin on who's going to take this down?
I think you're right. When the stack size got a little bit more shallow and it wasn't like someone with like less than 10 big blinds. Because when someone's got less than 10 big blinds, which was the start of heads up, they're like, oh, let me just try and finish you off and just scoop it.
Yeah.
But when it's got that more playable stack, you can see it swing both ways. They are going to want to deal a little bit more. Sure, some people do make deals out there with 30 big blinds and 40 big blinds if they know that they're both really competent and they don't want to do the variance. But I think that's what happened here. We actually did see them battle for, an hour, like you just said.
Battled,
yeah, and did not even mention it once, But yeah, they've got a lot of respect for each other. It's Adamo and Chidwick are the two guys that don't really back down, so it's a lot of respect.
Yeah, 'cause once, they were three-handed, so we had Michael Adamo, Stephen Chidwick, and Seth Davies. They all had 40 big blinds apiece. It was literally 43 plays 42 plays 41, and at that point I was like, maybe they step away for 5 minutes, look at the numbers, potentially leave a little bit up top and just play it out that way. But obviously Seth Davies eventually bowing out in third for 661,000, which, to just reflect on again, somewhat unfortunate. It was always going to be the case that someone has to go home in third, but it felt like he was incredibly patient and just very unfortunate in the sense that Adamo and Chidwick were trying to make him 360,000 euros richer by tangling on several occasions. All the chips found their way to the middle, on 4 times, and Seth Davies bowing out in third eventually.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Seth, but I guess you see deals a lot more when there's 2 people remaining, right? And three-handed, it's like, okay, we don't want the prize is not big enough, right? Now we're guaranteed $1 million, roughly 400K remaining. I'm gonna guess they are gonna make a deal. They are discussing the numbers. Like if there wasn't a possibility of making a deal, they wouldn't even be talking right now.
Definitely. And do you think so? We're looking at a pay jump of 400,000 between first and second. These two, I feel like they're going to leave a little bit of juice up top, right?
They probably will. Well, I'm not so sure. Some of these guys are like, oh, it's just too complicated, trying to leave a little bit of juice. But of course, the trophy is important. They have the Player of the Year thing. If you win the Player of the Year, you get an additional 200,000 on top. And being the first Player of the Year for the Triton Series is an incredible feat.
Definitely. I think maybe chop up the 300K, leave 100K for first. We're going to head down to the floor, boys and girls. Heads up here at the Gran Via in Madrid. It's the Triton Poker Series, event number 7 with 2 7-figure paydays up top. Both of these players guaranteed 1,024,500 euros. And we'll obviously make sure that we give you guys confirmation on whether or not a deal was made as and when that information comes through. But for now, we are under the assumptions that nothing has been closed as of yet. I'll let you guys know.
All right, so let's play with these 12 big blinds for Adamo for now.
So even if an ICM deal has been made, as Nano alluded to, there's still a lot to play for. Okay, taking out the monetary incentive, but the trophy, the prestige of joining a 2-time Triton champion club, and of course that Player of the Year award, where the Triton Poker Series Player of the Year will be receiving an additional 200K for their efforts and for their consistency over the course of the year. And if I'm not mistaken, Nano, we're just receiving word that a deal has been made. Just waiting for confirmation on the numbers.
Yeah. So, as expected, some kind of deal was made. I don't think anyone gave anything. It's not like, oh, I'm better than you, let me ask for additional money. So it should have been just a fair distribution based on the chip stacks.
Damo visibly unhappy about something.
He's like, I made a deal. I'm just really upset with myself. I made a deal. I can't believe I made that deal. He wants to take it back.
Yeah, he's like, they're going to change my nickname. It's no longer going to be the Dominator.
The Choppinator.
That's, yeah, we're trying not get that going for him. He's 5 on the button for 11.
I think we're going to see an all-in clash here. Yeah, I think Queen 10 is good
Let's
enough.
go all in, and a snap call from Stevie.
Usually you panic a little bit. You're like, oh, I got snap call. Oh, Queen 10, I'm ahead. Nice.
Obviously, once the money side of a deal has been taken care of, you do see them. The chips typically tend to fly in pretty quickly. Obviously here, 2 legit hands. Ace-5 on the button, Queen 10 in the big for Stevie, and it's going to need some help from the deck in the form of a queen or a 10. Otherwise, it's going to be a Damo. It's the chip leader.
Can he hold? If he holds here, I know why he shook his head. He's thinking I should have made a deal. He does hold with the Ace-5 and Adamo back on top. 7.2 million. That's exactly why, isn't it, Henry? He shook his head because, like, oh, I'm going to win the next all-in. I just know it.
He knew.
3,475.
He looks so disappointed right now.
Maybe he just found out that his favorite food place is now closed. You know, it's like, oh,
I gotta get
closes at midnight. It's now, 20 to 1 in the morning.
I gotta go get nuggets of Henry now.
I have to head on over to McDonald's. I mean, maybe. We'll never know.
If he's there when you go, please take a photo.
Stephen Chidwick looking to win his first Triton Series title. Has had a couple of close runs up until now. Nano had a very good London in 2019.
Back up you now, right? See, you have.
Yeah, I have
the 6 events, cash 5 of them.
5.
Including the $1 million buy-in.
0.350.
But doesn't have a dub. No win on the resume. Closest came in Jeju 2019. Came second. An event there.
Bad feeling.
Sorry?
Bad feeling.
Those must be the numbers right there. Got a little signature on the deal. Did Adamo make extra room for another trophy in his suitcase? I have no idea. You don't plan for 2 trophies, do you, Henry?
I mean, you don't mind paying the additional $50 though, right?
It's like, no, I'm gonna leave it behind at the airport. Take it away.
I must discount. Must be less chips in play than I think. So.
All right, Queen Deuce of clubs. I mean, just because we made a deal doesn't mean we're not gonna get a several-hour-long heads-up match. Still possible.
No, stop it. I've been dreaming of my nuggets for. Obviously, an absolute privilege to call the action on. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. It's just such an elite lineup coming into this final table today. Modern day cooler yet again, Nano. Bottom pair versus middle pair in this limped pot. It's tough to make pairs in a hold'em.
Yeah, and both of these pairs are very vulnerable to overcards, so oftentimes you'll see a little bet come out, try to close out your opponent just in case he's just holding 2 random cards.
Just a reminder to you boys and girls, appreciate you being patient with us. As soon as Nano and I find out the deal numbers, we'll be letting you guys know. So, as it stands, they're both locked up. Just a tad over €1,000,000, and well, hello, 3 of clubs on the turn. There's a card that ends it, Nano.
That is an action card. Yes, there's a lot of cards, right? The 5 of clubs is the deal maker.
That's the card that ends it.
But it could be a lot of. I mean, we can still lose a lot of chips here, right? Like there's many cards that could roll off. Some funny things happen. I should go check. Is it?
Well, Ace of clubs, Damo, the backdoor Bangkok, second nuts, 1.5 out there. See how Chidwick proceeds. The third pair.
Is it a block bet or is this a check? Please check it back. It looks like it's going to be praying for. Obviously, a check is not going to happen. What does Adamo size? I'm thinking he thinks if Chidwick had a 5, Chidwick would bet himself. But then again, these guys are pretty tricky.
Yeah, check the side announced. Question is,
maybe he thinks Chidwick's got an 8 and he's going to size accordingly. I mean, it is a limp pot. Adamo min bet the flop, check turn. So Adamo pretty much has his whole range, right? Like he would bet this flop very often with random cards. He could be trying to go for it on this river had he just have random cards as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if he goes quite large, trying to represent that bluff.
do you think we ever see the old 300% pot bet on the river?
That play is always
sicko.
possible.
Sicko. Yeah. I love it. Action on Chidwick being put to the test for all the chips. Casual little 300% pot, boys and girls. Have that for dessert. Stevie, no club in his hand.
Yeah, but ranges are so wide right now with the limp pot, and like that doesn't. Of course, that matters, but not as much as the normal ranges.
Time bank slid into the middle. Another one of those spots for Chidwick. Knows it's going to take some time to think this through. Limped pot. Check.
Bet.
1/3. Call. Yeah. Turn. Check. River. All you can eat. 300%.
Yeah, he's basically trying to figure out what hands he's in. It's just those random hands are just going for it. If Adamo was trying to move his opponent off an 8, he would need to go this kind of sizing. And Chidwick knows that.
Whatever the case, world-class poker being played by these two. Not just today, but throughout the series already. Third time bank extension. Chidwick in pain. I know Adamo's doing back flips in his head. You can't tell. Extremely stoic.
Yeah, he's praying for that hero call.
Oh, the one chip flicking. Stephen Chidwick with the hero call with third pair, and Adamo from 0 Triton Series trophies to 2 in less than a week. Nanonoko, this man is on fire.
I can't believe he did it.
Absolutely insane. coming in to heads up with what I believe was around about a 4.5 chip deficit. And you were saying, you know, no matter how many chips Adamo has, you're never going to count him out. As long as he has chips, he's in the conversation of taking it down. And, well, take it down he does. So having a look at the ICM numbers, the deal that was made. So Stephen Chidwick obviously coming in second, but actually taking home the lion's share of the prize pool, just shy of 1.3 million euros. And Adamo, two-time Triton winner now, and 1.15 million in the kitty as we head down to Ali Najad and Michael Adamo.
So after a deal was made, Michael Adamo and Stephen Chidwick played it out for the title and, of course, the Player of the Year points here. And, Michael, I feel like this is something that is going to start to get a little bit repetitive for you. I looked through your Hendon mob. You have 6 first-place finishes, a second and a third, in 50K or higher buy-in events in less than the last year, since September of 2021. What is it about high rollers that you seem to excel at, and it doesn't feel like anyone else has come close?
Yeah, I mean, I have to always acknowledge that, you know, to win this match you have to get incredibly lucky. So I think there's a lot of luck involved, and, you know, obviously some skill as well, but I think it's just, yeah, just winning the all-ins.
Well, incredibly humble of you to put it that way, no doubt. You're just 27 years of age, when I think many of us think back, those of us who are older than that age, to where we were in life at that point in time. We can't imagine the sort of responsibility that might come with $20 million in career poker earnings. What are you doing with that money? How are you enjoying things? How has life changed since you managed to put this result together?
To be honest, I don't know if it's changed a whole lot. Like, I live pretty modestly, just to try to take each day by day, and I don't know, try not to let it affect me too much.
All right, getting back to this actual final table, obviously a bit of a roller coaster with regards to your chip stack. How tough was the opposition, and was there any point at which you felt like this title was going to slip through your fingers?
Yeah, it was a super tough table. Yeah, a lot of great players. Yeah, three-handed, we kind of, a lot of all-ins going back and forward. It's hard to know what was going to happen. So yeah, it's great to get the win from there.
All right, you've got 2 Triton titles under your belt and still 1 more week here in Madrid to put even more together. Obviously, we're looking forward to seeing what more you have in store for us. Congratulations to you.
Thanks very much.
Back to you guys.
So another stacked final table, Nano, and another trophy for Michael Adamo. And with a week left, the question remains, is Adamo going to go from 0 to 3 trophies?
It's already so amazing that he's gotten the 2. I can't believe that we're even contemplating that could happen. It could, but this man is amazing winning these 2 huge buy-ins. Adamo, I've been saying that I think he's the best tournament player. I've been saying this for at least a year now. I've said it before he started this big run recently. And he's showing everyone, and everyone is knowing his name. I think other people who weren't that familiar with him before didn't know who he was, and he's just so fun to watch, exploding, making these crazy bluffs, crazy value bets. I would say he's the most fun tournament player to watch. I think he's possibly the best. Obviously that's debatable depending on who you ask, but he shows you why he's just so fun to watch. Just such a great player.
Yeah, I mean, whenever players, Fedor in 2016, Bonomo,
Dan Coleman, now Adamo, whenever someone goes on this run over the course of, 8 to 18 months, that conversation again getting brought up. But the fact that he's just been so consistent, as Arlene Najad pointed out, in buy-ins of over 50K, he just seems to be getting it done. And also, just to give even further credit to Adamo, just seeing how humble he is with it all as well, like lives modestly. When he is mentioned as one of the best, he's like, well, listen, guys, there's a lot of variance involved. There's a bit of luck. I'm winning the all-ins. But great to see someone like him doing so well at the highest level. And listen, Nano, we have a week left, and he is really one of the top contenders to just go straight from 0 to 3 like that overnight. Who have you got your eye on, though, after this final table? Who do you think, aside from Adamo, you could see potentially winning a title here in Madrid?
I mean, I've been really impressed with a lot of players. I'm trying, man. There's so many. Do I just name the whole list? There's so many people.
First name that comes to mind.
I would love to see Stevie Chidwick win a tournament. Like, after this performance today, you can see, even though he was short, he had the mindset like, okay, let's just go for it. He knew that spot, right, with the pocket 10, snap check back. Like, this guy is on point. I think this guy deserves a Triton title sooner than later. But, man, all these guys are just so humble, right? Like, come on. We know they're just celebrating like, yeah, I got them. I'll tell you what Adamo's doing with his prize money, though. He's playing bigger. He's going to go for $1 million buy-ins in the future. We're going to see it. I haven't seen him do it yet, but that's what he does with prize money.
Hey, listen, I guarantee you if the next Triton Series has $1 million buy-in, he's going to be one of the first in the reg line. Boys and girls at home, appreciate you keeping us company into the early hours of the morning here from the Gran Via in Madrid. Henry Kilbane and Nanonoko calling the action for you guys in event number 7, where yet again we saw Michael Adamo reign supreme. And until next time, good night.